Chapter 2299. Qiuyu couldn't stand it any longer, and he pulled Luo Bing's arm and said, "Sister Bing, don't make a fuss. The City Lord's master is busy preparing for tomorrow's ceremony, so he probably won't see you." "I'm not making a fuss. I just want to buy these things," Luo Bing said stubbornly. Yang Kai shook his head, took the herbs, and put them in his space ring. He then handed over the corresponding amount of source crystals to the shopkeeper, turned around, and walked out. He didn't want to waste any more time with these two people. "Don't go!" Luo Bing shouted, but it was to no avail. When she saw that Yang Kai was about to leave, she quickly pulled Qiuyu and pleaded, "Brother Yu, help me stop him. I must buy these herbs today." "Forget it." Impatience flickered in Qiuyu's eyes. He had almost reached the limit of his patience, as he had to accompany this ignorant little girl to make a fuss. However, Sky Crane City was quite powerful, and the Sky Illumination Palace wanted to get closer to it. So, every time he came to Sky Crane City, he would accompany Luo Bing. It won't be good if the City Lord's master learns about this. What's not good about it? I can take anyone I want in Sky Crane City, and I'll take responsibility for anything that happens. Luo Bing said arrogantly, "Moreover, isn't he with the Thousand Leaves sects people? We can ask him what he's plotting in coming to the city." Qiuyu sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to agree to her request. Moreover, he also wanted to know the relationship between Yang Kai and the Thousand Leaves sect. He knew that there was no one called Yang Kai in the Thousand Leaves sect. However, at the city gate, Yi Jinghan had said that he was a member of the Thousand Leaves sect. Qiuyu couldn't help but become vigilant. He nodded and said, "Fine, but if the City Lord's master asks about this, I won't mention you. Brother Yu, you're the best." Luo Bing revealed a happy expression. Qiuyu's face became stern, and he shouted in a low voice, "Elders, I'll have to trouble you." It was unknown who he was talking to. Luo Bing stood there with a smile on her face. She stared at Yang Kai's back, hoping that he would be taken down. She imagined that this fellow would be tortured by her, kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, and obediently hand over the medicinal herbs with both hands. However, as she watched, she could no longer laugh, because Yang Kai walked out of the shop, then turned around and rushed into the crowd. Then he disappeared. He ran away. Luo Bing shook Qiuyu's arm and reminded him. Qiuyu was also stunned. He shouted into the void, "Two elders, what's going on?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. The two old men from the Third Order Dao Source realm who had come with him at the city gate appeared together. However, both of them were sweating profusely. His face was slightly pale, and he had a look of lingering fear. "Why aren't you attacking?" Qiuyu asked angrily. He felt that he had lost face in front of Luo Bing and was in a bad mood. The two old men looked at each other, and one of them said, "Young master is wise. It's not that we don't want to attack, but that we can't." "What's going on?" Qiuyu's face darkened. The old man said, "I can't explain it, but when we were about to attack, we felt an inexplicable sense of danger, as if, he said. A frightened expression appeared on his face. The other old man said, "It seemed that if we attacked, we would have immediately collapsed." "Are you kidding?" Qiuyu opened his mouth wide and stared at the two old men in disbelief. The old man who spoke first said, "Young master, we have followed you for many years, and we have never refused your orders. However, this time, there is something fishy." "That's right. Please forgive us, young master," the other old man said. Qiuyu looked at them for a long time, then said bitterly, "Are you saying that this lad is a wolf in sheep's clothing? He might be a powerhouse from the Emperor realm?" Qiuyu couldn't help but gulp when he heard this. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his face turned pale. The two old men were both powerhouses from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although they were old, their cultivation was purer and stronger. Only someone from the Emperor realm could suppress them in an instant and make them afraid to attack without leaving a trace. Qiuyu couldn't help but feel weak when he thought about how he had provoked a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. His legs trembled and he couldn't even stand properly. "No, no, no." The old man who spoke first shook his head. "That lad is young, so he can't be a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. Moreover, we have carefully scanned him with our divine sense. He is indeed a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator. Then, does that mean that the Emperor realm is secretly protecting him? Qiu Yu was shocked again. That's not it either. That feeling didn't come from a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. The other old man shook his head. Qiu Yu gulped and said, "Are you too mistaken?" The old man who spoke first said, "Young master, don't you believe us?" "That's not it," Qiu Yu quickly waved his hand, "but there must be an explanation for this, right? Could it be that that lad can easily defeat you too?" The old man sneered. "With his cultivation, he is still 100 years too young to defeat us." Luo Bing, who was standing at the side and listening to their conversation, interjected, "What are you talking about? That person has already run away. You two old fogies are really useless. Brother Yu is so good to you." Qiu Yu's face suddenly turned cold, and he looked at Luo Bing and said, "Shut up." Luo Bing was startled. Ever since she met Qiu Yu, she had never seen him treat her like this, and she had never seen him get so angry. Moreover, she was wrong just now, so she couldn't accept it. She shouted hysterically, "Are you scolding me? How dare you scold me?" Qiu Yu snorted coldly, "These two old men treat me like an elder, so you can't humiliate them." Luo Bing's eyes turned red, and tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. She gritted her teeth and glared at Qiu Yu bitterly. Then she pounced on him and punched him, shouting, "I hate you! I hate you! Brother Yu is the worst! I hate you so much!" After punching him for a while, she turned around and ran out of the store. In the blink of an eye, she rushed into the crowd and disappeared. "Young master, why aren't you chasing after her?" One of the two old men's expression changed when he saw this. Qiu Yu snorted coldly and said, "This little girl is spoiled, so let her reflect on herself for a while." "But if Miss Luo has an accident?" the old man said worriedly. Qiu Yu didn't take it seriously and said, "She is the daughter of the city lord's master, so who dares to do anything to her in Sky Crane City? I'm afraid that she has already run to the city lord's mansion. I know her character, so you don't need to worry too much." Hearing this, the two old men didn't say anything else. "As for that lad, he deserves more attention," Qiu Yu said with a grave expression. Qiu Yu's expression was solemn. "This kid might have some secrets. I really want to know where he came from." "Young master, you can rest assured. I will go and investigate," one of the old men cupped his fists and said. Then, his body flickered and disappeared. On the streets of Sky Crane City, a young girl was weeping, and she wore a heartbroken look. She was running amok in the crowd, and many people were cursing her. Luo Bing was heartbroken. Not only was she disliked by a strange man, but she was also humiliated in the store. Then, she was scolded by Qiu Yu, who she regarded as her best friend. She had never suffered such grievances since she was a child, and she was filled with grief. She couldn't stop crying, and her eyes became red and swollen after a while. She cried as she ran, and she looked back from time to time. It seemed like she was expecting something, but she didn't see anyone chasing after her. She became even sadder. She felt that she was the most miserable person in the world, and no one could be more pitiful than her. After thinking about it, she felt that the main culprit was the young man with a despicable face. If he hadn't refused to give her the herbs, she wouldn't have been humiliated, and she wouldn't have been scolded by Qiu Yu. Thinking of this, she cursed Yang Kai in her heart. She swore to herself that she would teach him a lesson the next time she saw him. Luo Bing didn't know how long she had been crying, but when she came back to her senses, she discovered that she was lost. Although she was the daughter of Sky Crane City's city lord, and she had grown up in this city since she was a child, every time she went out, she would be escorted by guards. So, she didn't need to worry too much. She just needed to be happy, and someone would take her home after she finished wandering around. The place she went to was the most prosperous district of Sky Crane City. But, at this moment, she discovered that her surroundings were desolate. The streets were narrow, and the air was unpleasant. She was surrounded by a nauseating odor, and there were many disabled people begging on both sides of the street. There was even a sloppy beggar covered in filth, who was catching lice under the sun. He threw one into his mouth and took a bite. It was crunchy and he ate it with relish. Luo Bing quickly turned her head, and she felt nauseous. At the same time, she asked herself in her heart, is this still the prosperous Sky Crane City? Don't tell me that I ran all the way to some nameless small town? Luo Bing was startled by this thought. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to find her way home. Her mood, which had just calmed down, fell again, and tears of panic flowed out of her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly saw two men walking in front of her. She looked like a drowning person who had just caught a life-saving straw. She quickly wiped her tears and ran over to them. She shouted, "You two, wait a moment." When the two men heard her, they stopped and turned around to look at Luo Bing. When they looked at her, their eyes lit up. Luo Bing had an outstanding appearance, and she had a graceful figure. She had lived like a princess for many years, so she had a natural temperament of a superior. Although she was crying at this moment, she still looked pitiful. It was no wonder that the two men couldn't take their eyes off her, and they swallowed their saliva secretly. Usually, any woman with a little status or beauty wouldn't come to Sky Crane City. But a goddess had come here today, so how could the two men not be moved? Chapter 2300. As they scanned her with their divine senses, they discovered that she was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. They looked at each other and saw the eagerness in each other's eyes. One of the plump cultivators put on a smile and pretended to be mature and reliable. He asked softly, "Little girl, why did you call us? Could it be that he was lost?" Luo Bing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. She looked at the plump cultivator in surprise and asked, "How did you know? This young lady is lost. I don't know how to get back." The plump cultivator was stunned. "I was just making things up. Did I really hit the jackpot?" Looking at the delighted look on the girl's face, it didn't seem fake. He immediately understood that she was the kind of person who didn't know anything about the outside world. He coughed dryly and put on a compassionate look. "Little girl, don't be afraid. With the two of us here, no one will hurt you." Luo Bing wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Relieved, she smiled and said, "That's great. I knew things weren't that bad." Her smile was like a spring breeze and 100 flowers bloomed. The two cultivators were stunned. They couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. Their blood was boiling. "You two, hurry up and send this young lady home. I will reward you when I get back." Luo Bing regained her previous arrogant attitude in the blink of an eye and shouted at the two cultivators. The two looked at each other. The thinner cultivator smiled and said, "Good, good, good. We will send you home. Please follow us." Luo Bing nodded and said, "Lead the way." She didn't ask them whether they knew who she was. They didn't know where her home was. She followed the two cultivators and walked deeper into the alley. The two of them didn't seem to have any intention of talking. They just kept walking forward. Luo Bing, who was following them, seemed to be in a good mood. She forgot all her previous unhappiness. She even hummed a tune as she walked, looking like a happy lark. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Luo Bing gradually realized that something was amiss and stopped in her tracks. Luo Bing turned her head to look around and discovered that this place was even more desolate than the previous place. Moreover, she couldn't see a single person in the surroundings. The houses had collapsed, and the walls were in ruins. It seemed like a ghost town. This scene made Luo Bing panic, and she asked in a trembling voice, What is this place? Didn't I ask you to send me home? Why did you bring me here?" The two cultivators in front heard him. At the same time, he stopped and turned his head to look at Luo Bing with a sinister smile. No matter how stupid Luo Bing was, she realized that something was amiss. The two people in front of her didn't seem to be good people, and they didn't intend to take her home. "What do you want to do?" Luo Bing was so scared that her face turned pale and she took a few steps back. However, he tripped over something. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Panic and pain welled up in her, and she immediately burst into tears. The fat cultivator sneered as he walked towards Luo Bing step by step. His gradually approaching figure put great psychological pressure on Luo Bing, causing her heart to beat so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. This young lady is warning you not to act recklessly. Otherwise, you'll be dead. Luo Bing bit her red lips and threatened them with the words that she thought carried the most weight. However, things had already reached this point, so how could the two people let it go? The thin cultivator laughed and said, "Little girl, you're very interesting. Do your parents know that you're so naive?" The fat cultivator laughed even more lecherously. He said, "Scream, scream. In this damned place, even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will care about you." As he spoke, the fat cultivator had already dashed in front of Luo Bing and reached out to grab her slender neck. Luo Bing screamed in horror and pushed her palms up. The Saint Qi in her body surged and she struck out with a powerful blow. However, she was just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator who didn't like to cultivate since she was a child. Her current cultivation was only possible with the help of a large number of precious treasures. The Saint Qi in her body was impure and she wasn't familiar with the moves she was using. Both the fat and thin cultivators had reached the Origin King realm, so when faced with this move, the fat cultivator only needed to wave his hand casually to break the other's move. Immediately after, he patted Luo Bing's shoulder twice with lightning speed. Luo Bing went limp and couldn't muster up any strength. Her meridians were blocked and her cultivation was suppressed. She could only watch helplessly as the fat cultivator reached out and pulled the belt of her clothes and slowly undid it. "No, no!" Luo Bing cried and begged. The fat cultivator was stimulated by this weak cry. His nostrils flared and his eyes turned red. He swallowed his saliva and said, "This girl's voice is really enchanting. The heavens have eyes to let us brothers meet such a stunning beauty." The thin cultivator was also burning up. At this moment, he rushed to the front of Luo Bing's head and pinched her little face. He looked like he couldn't stop himself and said, "Your skin is so soft and smooth. I wonder which family's young lady you are. Haha, we are lucky." When Luo Bing heard this, she didn't know where she got the strength to shout, "I'm the daughter of the city lord's master. Let me go quickly. Otherwise, if my father finds out, you will die." As soon as she said this, the fat and thin cultivators froze and their faces turned pale. The fat cultivator's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He wiped the sweat off again and again. He couldn't stop wiping it off. He said in a hoarse voice, "No, no way? The daughter of the city lord?" The thin cultivator was also frightened. He looked at Luo Bing and said, "What's your name?" Luo Bing looked at them coldly and said through gritted teeth, "My name is Luo Bing." When the fat and thin cultivators heard this, they felt a chill from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. They couldn't help but shiver. After looking at Luo Bing seriously, the fat cultivator said in a trembling voice, She really is the daughter of the city lord's mansion. I saw her once from afar. It's over. It's over." The thin cultivator couldn't bear this huge blow and fell on the ground. His eyes were blank and he couldn't stop muttering. The fat cultivator was also shivering. He quickly withdrew his dirty hand that was undoing Luo Bing's clothes. He looked at Luo Bing, as if he wanted to squeeze out a flattering smile but couldn't. His expression was uglier than crying. When they found out that the young girl in front of them was the daughter of the city lord's master, they were scared out of their wits. They thought that Luo Bing was just a lost little girl. They didn't expect her to have such a powerful background. If they had known that she was the daughter of the city lord's master, they wouldn't have dared to do this even if they had the guts. Luo Bing's eyes lit up when she saw this. She shouted, "Are you scared now? If you don't want to die, send me back to the city lord's mansion obediently." The fat cultivator knelt down in front of Luo Bing and kowtowed to her. His head was bleeding profusely after a few kowtows. He said, "My brother and I were blind and offended Miss Luo. Miss Luo, please be magnanimous and forgive us." The thin cultivator seemed to have come back to his senses at this moment. He crawled over and kowtowed as well, begging for mercy. Luo Bing looked at them in disgust and snorted coldly, "Send me back to the city lord's mansion and I'll spare your lives." Really? The fat cultivator was delighted when he heard this. He raised his head and looked at Luo Bing with a joyful expression, as if he had survived a disaster. Luo Bing said, "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. I'll punish you for what you did to me just now." She tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she said, "I'll ask my father to lock you up for 8 to 10 years. The fat and thin cultivators' expressions suddenly changed. They stared at Luo Bing with a strange expression. "What are you looking at? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyeballs out?" Luo Bing glared at them fiercely, as if she had the situation under control. "Big brother." The thin cultivator poked the fat cultivator and whispered, "Is this little girl? Is her brain damaged? If her brain wasn't damaged, how could she threaten others before she got out of prison? Anyone with a little common sense wouldn't do this." The fat cultivator nodded seriously and said, "I think so too. I pity the city lord's master for having such a daughter. What should we do now?" A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the fat cultivator's eyes. He said slowly, "What else can we do? We might as well go all the way." As he said this, a trace of murderous intent appeared on his face. The thin cultivator thought for a while and nodded. "That's the only thing we can do." Although the two of them spoke softly, Luo Bing heard them clearly. She thought that there was hope for her to get out of this, but she didn't expect things to turn out this way. Moreover, it seemed that the two of them were not only going to take advantage of her, they were even going to take her life. She was so scared that her little face turned pale. She said in shock, "What are you doing? Don't do this. If you send me back to the city lord's mansion, I won't punish you." "It's too late." The fat cultivator sneered. Since he had already made up his mind, he wasn't so afraid anymore. Although the city lord's master wasn't someone to be trifled with, this place was deserted. As long as they cleaned up after the incident, they might not be able to be traced back to them. He crawled down and half-knelt beside Luo Bing. The delicate fragrance of her virginity lingered at the tip of his nose, making his whole body hot. He puckered his big mouth and pressed it against Luo Bing's red lips. He said vaguely, "You're so beautiful. If I can fuck you once, I'll have no regrets even if I die. Get lost." Luo Bing kept twisting her head, trying to avoid his disgusting face. However, her cultivation was sealed and her movements were restricted. How could she do that? She could only watch as his big mouth got closer and closer to her. She could almost smell the unpleasant smell in his mouth. Luo Bing's mind went blank. At this critical moment, what appeared in her mind wasn't her doting father, nor was it Chiu Yu, who obeyed her every word. Instead, it was Yang Kai's annoying figure. If it wasn't for him, how could she have encountered such a hellish nightmare? Chapter 2301. Since you can die with no regrets, then you can go to hell. Just as the fat cultivator was about to kiss Luo Bing, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The fat and thin cultivator were already filled with lust and passion. At this moment, when they heard someone's voice, they jumped up like birds startled by the twang of a bow, their hair standing on end. The fat cultivator stood up abruptly, but before he could see who was speaking, he suddenly saw a fist flying towards him. Saint Chi surged on the fist, containing a ferocious move. It kept enlarging in front of his eyes, blocking out all the light. The fat cultivator wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't. The other party's cultivation seemed to be much higher than his. Ping, a muffled sound rang out, accompanied by the fat cultivator's miserable cry. His fat body was directly sent flying, and in mid-air, his entire head exploded like a smashed watermelon. Red and white matter splattered in all directions. Ah! The sudden change made the thin cultivator scream, but before he could react, his brother had died tragically in front of him. He hurriedly raised his head to take a look, only to see that a burly man with long hair had appeared in front of him at some point in time. That burly man seemed to have fought with someone, as his entire body was covered in blood. Half of his face was swollen, and his eyes were full of blood. It was a ghastly sight to behold, and no one dared to look directly at him. Especially when this fellow's one eye was white without a single trace of black, it was even more chilling. "Who are you?" The thin cultivator scanned with his divine sense and found that the other party was actually a third-order origin king. His heart sank. He and the fat cultivator were only first-order origin kings. But the other party was 2 minor realms higher than them. Although the burly man with long hair didn't seem to be in his best condition, judging from the power of his punch that killed the fat cultivator just now, the thin cultivator was no match for him. "I'm the one who will send you on your way." The burly man with long hair snorted coldly. His tower-like body swayed slightly on the spot and suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, the thin cultivator immediately shouted, "Friend, let's talk nicely. We have no grievances with you. Why are you attacking us directly?" Although he said so, he immediately summoned his defensive artifact, which turned into a light curtain to protect his body. The voice of the burly man with long hair suddenly sounded behind him. It was extremely cold, like the summons of the Grim Reaper. "What's there to talk to scum like you who bullies others? Go to hell." As he spoke, a machete suddenly appeared in his hand. When he poured his Saint Chi, the machete let out a tiger's roar, and a huge phantom of a tiger's head appeared on the blade. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the thin cultivator. The thin martial artist turned pale with fright and shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." Although his cultivation was lower than the other party by 2 small levels, if he really fought with his life on the line, he felt that he still had a glimmer of hope to escape. The reason why the fat martial artist was killed by a punch was only because of a moment of carelessness. This was because he hadn't even summoned his artifact. He was sure that he wouldn't be killed by a single blow. But the development of the situation was beyond his expectations. The opponent's machete chopped down with an irresistible force. It directly broke through the burly cultivator's defense and cut into his body. Impossible! The thin cultivator was stunned. He looked at the huge wound on his chest that spread from his shoulder to his lower abdomen. He raised his head to look at the burly man with long hair and said bitterly, "Are you a Dao Source Realm Master?" Just now, he had clearly sensed the aura of a Dao Source Realm cultivator descending upon him. The machete in the opponent's hand was obviously a Dao Source grade artifact. That was why it could easily break through his defense and give him a fatal blow. Why ask a dying man? The burly cultivator snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, blood spurted out of the thin cultivator's body like a fountain. His whole body was split in half, and all his internal organs were exposed. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Luo Bing lay on the ground, trembling violently. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her teeth were chattering. She turned her head and retched. She had been pampered since childhood. When had she ever seen such a bloody and cruel scene? The strong visual impact was too much for her to bear at once. After retching for a while, she vomited all her bile. Luo Bing felt better. She turned her head to look at the burly man with long hair with a face full of gratitude. She asked in a trembling voice, are they dead?" The burly man with long hair glanced at her coldly. For some reason, a trace of disgust flashed in his single eye. He didn't intend to answer. He just snorted coldly and put away his machete. Then, he walked in front of Luo Bing and stretched out his hand to poke her body a few times. Luo Bing's sealed cultivation was suddenly unsealed, and her Saint Chi started flowing through her meridians again. She stood up shakily and looked at the corpses of the fat and thin cultivators with a look of horror on her face. She quickly looked away and covered her mouth with her hand, retching again. The burly man with long hair didn't say a word. He just stood there and looked on coldly. After a long while, Luo Bing raised her head and looked at the burly man with long hair. She said, thank you. She thanked him profusely and sincerely. After all, if the burly man with long hair hadn't shown up suddenly, she would have suffered a tragic fate. She had never encountered such a crisis before. At that critical moment, she kept imagining that someone would show up and save her. Someone had really come to save her. Even though this person looked somewhat frightening and had a ferocious appearance, Luo Bing didn't know why she wasn't afraid of him. His tall and sturdy body, which was like an iron tower, gave her an indescribable sense of security. Luo Bing couldn't help but imagine that if she could be sheltered by his broad wings, she wouldn't suffer any misfortune in the future. This was a feeling that her father and Chiu Yu had never given her. She didn't know why, but her heart suddenly beat faster. A strange feeling slowly grew in her heart. "What's your name?" Luo Bing looked at the burly man timidly and asked softly. The burly man with long hair glanced at her coldly. Luo Bing felt a chill run down her spine and she quickly lowered her head. She didn't dare to look at him again. "Chai Hu." The burly man with long hair suddenly blurted out these two words. Upon hearing this, Luo Bing was delighted. She raised her head and smiled. "So it's Brother Chai. My name is Luo Bing, and I'm the daughter of the city lord. Have you heard of me?" After she said this, she was startled. This was because she had never called another man so intimately, except for Xiaoyu. However, in front of this burly man, she naturally called out that name without feeling uncomfortable at all. Instead, after she called out his name, she actually felt a sense of joy deep in her heart, as if she had done something amazing. "What's wrong with me?" Luo Bing's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. "I know who you are." Chai Hu replied calmly. He looked away, as if he didn't want to frighten her with his terrifying face. "That's true. I don't come out often. But since Brother Chai lives in Sky Crane City, you must have heard of me." Luo Bing pursed her lips and smiled. Luo Bing hesitated for a moment before she said, "Brother Chai, I'm lost. Can you take me home?" She looked delicate and weak. Moreover, she had just been frightened, so her face was still pale. Her face was still a little pale. Any man who heard this would probably not reject her. Chai Hu nodded and said, "Sure." Luo Bing was delighted and said, "Thank you. However, it's not today." Chai Hu added in a cold voice. The smile on Luo Bing's face froze. She looked at Chai Hu in a daze and said, "Brother Chai? What do you mean?" Chai Hu said, "I need Miss Luo's help. Please come with me." Luo Bing was startled as she recalled how the two men had treated her a moment ago. Her face, which had regained some color, turned pale again. She retreated while shaking her head and saying, "Are you going to treat me the same way as those two? You're thinking too much. I won't hurt you. Of course, you have to cooperate with me obediently." Chai Hu reached out to grab Luo Bing as he spoke. Luo Bing shouted loudly. However, Chai Hu's cultivation was much higher than the two men's, so how could she resist? She was subdued in an instant. Luo Bing felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Today's series of encounters were more ups and downs than anything she had ever experienced in her life. She didn't expect that she would drive a wolf from the front door and face a tiger from the back door. She continued to beat Chai Hu's arm and shouted, bad guy, you're all bad guys." Chai Hu didn't move and just said coldly, "Don't blame me for being impolite if you continue to move." Upon hearing this, Luo Bing's body stiffened. However, she quickly opened her mouth and bit the back of Chai Hu's hand. She bit him hard and soon, blood gushed out of Luo Bing's mouth. Even though her mouth was filled with the smell of blood, she still didn't let go. Chai Hu was a third-order Origin King cultivator. If he really wanted to break free from Luo Bing, he only needed to exert a little bit of strength to shatter her teeth. However, for some unknown reason, Chai Hu didn't do so. He just stared at Luo Bing, who was biting the back of his hand and continuously swallowing his blood without letting go. She was instinctively trying to protect him. A complicated look flashed across his eyes before he let out a sigh and gently chopped at Luo Bing's neck. He had a good grasp of his strength and Luo Bing only let out a groan before she fell down. Although she was unconscious, 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Chai Hu bent down and picked her up. His body flickered and disappeared from his original position, leaving behind only the remains of the fat and thin cultivator. Heavenly Puppet Building. When Yang Kai returned, he saw Yi Jing Han anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the door, constantly looking outside. Upon seeing Yang Kai, she heaved a sigh of relief and went up to him. "Young Master Yang, where did you go?" Yang Kai replied, "I just took a walk around." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Yi Jing Han and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Were you worried that I would leave without saying goodbye?" Yi Jing Han waved her hand and said, No, it's just that I didn't see any trace of young Master Yang. I asked around but no one replied." Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, I won't break my promise to you. And I wanted to inform you before I left, but it seemed like there was more than one person in your room, so I didn't disturb you. Heh. Yi Jinghan's face flushed red and she spat, hateful. She stamped her foot and ran into the inner hall. Chapter 2302. The next day, in the city lord's mansion, decorated with lanterns and colored banners, was bustling with noise and excitement. Today was the day of Sky Crane City's city lord Luo Jin's concubine marriage ceremony, and guests from all over the world had come to congratulate him. Carriages filled with congratulatory gifts streamed into the city lord's mansion's backyard under the guidance of the city lord's mansion servants, where they would be recorded and categorized into different categories before being stored in the warehouse. Everyone in the city lord's mansion was beaming with joy, as if they had just gotten married. At the entrance of the city lord's mansion, 2 rows of handsome servants and beautiful maids welcomed the guests, all of whom wore smiles on their faces and behaved courteously. Whenever a guest arrived, the master of ceremonies would announce their sect, attracting the attention of everyone present. After entering the city lord's mansion, someone would lead the guests to the inner hall, where they would be seated in different positions according to their status. The representatives of the powerful sects who were at the peak of their power were naturally seated at the front, followed by the lower-ranked sects and families. The further they were seated, the lower their status. No one dared to raise any objections to such an arrangement, as everyone was well aware of how powerful they were and how important their sects and families were. The city lord's mansion's arrangements had definitely been made long ago, so they naturally wouldn't cause any displeasure. Yang Kai followed the Thousand Leaves sect's group to this place and looked around curiously. This was the first time he had attended someone else's wedding, and even though it was just a concubine marriage ceremony, it was still a major event that would affect his entire life, so he found it rather novel. This lively and festive scene reminded him of Su Yan and Xia Ningcheng, Shanqing Luo, Shui Yu, and the others. Yang Kai blamed himself in his heart. When he had left the Homeland Star's territory, he should have held a proper wedding and let them experience the happiness of being a woman. Now that he thought about it, he felt like he owed them too much. He didn't want to come here today, but Yi Jinghan had invited him several times, and Yang Kai didn't want her to think too much about it, lest he left without saying goodbye. So, he simply followed the Thousand Leaves sect's group. Du Xian and the others also brought some congratulatory gifts from the sect. Although they were not very precious, there were still a lot of them. Before they came in, they had already been loaded in the carriage and handed over to the servants of the city lord mansion to put them in the back hall. Then, under the guidance of another servant, they entered the inner hall where the ceremony was held. The inner hall was quite large, and even with over 100 tables set up, it didn't seem crowded. By the time the Thousand Leaves sect group arrived, the inside was already bustling with activity. The experts of various sects and clans were either drinking by themselves or gathering in groups of 3 to 5 to talk loudly and laugh heartily. This kind of occasion was a good opportunity for many forces to bond with each other and improve their communication. The servant leading the way led Yi Jinghan and the others to a table in the middle of the room. He smiled and said, "The master's seat is right here. Please wait for a moment. The ceremony is about to begin." After he finished speaking, he turned to leave. When the wizard heard this, his face flashed with a trace of annoyance. He grabbed the servant's collar and said in a low voice, "Our seat is here? Are you sure?" This table wasn't located at the front, but rather at the back of the middle. Aside from the Thousand Leaves sect, the rest of the dozen or so tables here were all from small families and sects. Each of these families and sects might only have a single Dao Source Realm cultivator. They were comparable in strength to the few great families in Maplewood City. Although the Thousand Leaves sect didn't have a master from the Emperor Realm, they had quite a few Dao Source Realm cultivators. It was impossible to arrange for them to be seated here. Even if they weren't seated at the front few tables, they wouldn't be far off. Such an arrangement was obviously a form of contempt and humiliation. The servant was startled by the wizard Ma and said in a panic, "This lowly one is only responsible for leading the guests to the corresponding table. I don't know anything else. Master, please spare my life. Master, please spare my life." Wizard Ma, let go. Du Xian furrowed his brows and ordered indifferently. Brother. The wizard Ma seemed like he still wanted to say something, but Du Xian signaled him with his eyes. He turned his head and looked around, only to see many people staring at him with wide eyes. His actions had attracted the attention of many people. Since we're already here, we might as well take things as they come, Du Xian said softly. Upon hearing this, the wizard Ma gritted his teeth and released the servant's collar, but he still wore an indignant look on his face. Let's sit down first. How can we let others look at us like this? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and took the lead to sit down. The other Thousand Leaves sect disciples also sat down quietly, but all of them had ugly expressions on their faces. The wizard Ma gritted his teeth and said, Brother, senior sister, they're clearly trying to embarrass us. How can you endure this? Du Xian glanced at him and said, So what if we can't endure it? Are you going to destroy this place or kill that old fart? The wizard Ma muttered, I didn't say that, but there are so many people here, and they've arranged for us to sit in such a backward position. They're clearly doing this on purpose. Yi Jinghan said, This is their territory, and it won't do us any good if we cause a ruckus here. Du Xian snorted coldly, Luo Jin has already predicted that we'll swallow this loss. Remember the humiliation we've suffered today, and we'll pay it back double in the future. The wizard Ma wore an indignant look, but he knew that there was nothing he could do to change the situation. However, the strange gazes and whispers from the surrounding cultivators made him feel as if they were mocking him and his group. He felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, and his whole body felt uneasy. Right at this moment, Du Xian suddenly poked Yi Jinghan's arm and said in a low voice, Someone has been watching you ever since you came in. Who is it? Yi Jinghan wore a puzzled look as she turned her head to look around, only to see Qiu Yu sitting at the table in the front. Sure enough, he was staring at her with a burning gaze. She hurriedly scolded, Don't talk nonsense, he's not looking at me. Du Xian chuckled, If he's not looking at you, then who is he looking at? Junior sister Yi is a peerless beauty, so how can that little bastard Qiu Yu resist your charm? Yi Jinghan's face flushed red as she said in annoyance, You're becoming more and more improper. You're the eldest brother, so you should set a good example for others. Du Xian couldn't help but smile in embarrassment. Yi Jinghan looked at him with a sweet expression. How could she not know that Du Xian was jealous? At this moment, Wu Ma suddenly interrupted, That bastard actually sent someone over. Du Xian and Yi Jinghan turned their heads to take a look, and they saw an old man, who had always been by Qiu Yu's side and was protecting him, walking towards them at a moderate pace. Du Xian furrowed his brows. What's this brat trying to do? Yi Jinghan snorted, Why bother with him? We'll return to the sect after this ceremony. I don't want to stay in this place for even a moment longer. As she spoke, the old man arrived in front of their table and cupped his fists. Sorry for disturbing you. Since he was a senior, Du Xian couldn't show any displeasure, so he cupped his fists and replied, Seniorly, you're too polite. He paused for a moment before asking, May I know why Senior Li has come here? The old man surnamed Li replied calmly, I've been ordered by my young master to invite someone over. Upon hearing this, Du Xian couldn't help but look at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan said impatiently, Go back and tell your young master that I don't have the time. The old man surnamed Li looked at Yi Jinghan with a strange expression and said with a faint smile, Young sect master, you're overthinking things. My young master isn't here to invite you, but to invite this little brother over. As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Kai. Yi Jinghan's face flushed red and she asked awkwardly, Invite him over for what? Du Xian and the others also wore stunned expressions. Like Yi Jinghan, they all thought that the old man had come here to invite Yi Jinghan over. After all, Qiu Yu had always been interested in Yi Jinghan, but who would have thought that the situation would be so dramatic that Yi Jinghan couldn't find a way out of this embarrassing situation? The old man surnamed Li said, My young master didn't say anything, so I don't know. He just asked me to invite this little brother over. Upon hearing this, everyone cast their gazes at Yang Kai. The corners of their mouths couldn't help twitching when they saw him. At some point in time, Yang Kai had placed a fruit platter on the table in front of him and was holding a spirit fruit in each hand, stuffing them into his mouth and eating them with relish. There were even a few spirit fruit pits on the table in front of him. No one knew when he started eating, but in just a short while, he had already eaten almost half of the spirit fruits. The way he ate and wolfed down the spirit fruit made him look like a reincarnated ghost who had been starving for hundreds of years, leaving the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples dumbfounded. Moreover, because the old man surnamed Li had suddenly come to this table, many people were looking over curiously. Upon seeing the way Yang Kai was eating, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh with disdain in their eyes. They all thought that this guy was probably a country bumpkin who hadn't seen much of the world. A plate of spirit fruits was enough to make him make a fool of himself. The Thousand Leaves sect's disciples felt uneasy. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan's face was burning hot and she poked him lightly, hinting for him to restrain himself. Yang Kai turned his head and stuffed an unknown spirit fruit into his mouth. His mouth was filled with saliva as he chewed on it. He then passed the fruit platter to Yi Jinghan and said, "Do you want it? If you want it, just take it." The corners of Yi Jinghan's mouth twitched and her face became even redder. Yang Kai acted as if he didn't notice this and passed the fruit platter to the other Thousand Leaves sect's disciples, saying, "Don't stand on ceremony. It tastes pretty good and you can even increase your cultivation if you eat more of it. These spirit fruits should have been picked not long ago and are very fresh and delicious." The Thousand Leaves sect's disciples didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They didn't know Yang Kai's background and they didn't know why Yi Jinghan had brought him along with her. When they saw him acting so shamefully, they all turned their heads away and acted as if they weren't familiar with him. Cough. Du Xian coughed lightly and said, "Young Master Yang, this Senior Li is looking for you." "Where did this Senior Li come from?" Yang Kai asked. "What Senior Li?" "Little brother, we meet again." The veins on the old man surnamed Li's forehead bulged. He had been left standing there for a long time and Yang Kai had treated him as if he didn't exist. He was still a master from the Third Order Dao Source realm, so he was naturally annoyed. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him, grinning, "So it's you. What are you doing here instead of following Qiuyu?" Chapter 2303. My young master would like to invite you over. He has something important to discuss with you. Old man Li suppressed the displeasure in his heart as he spoke in a deep voice. "I'm not going." Yang Kai refused without even thinking about it. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. The surrounding cultivator spectators who were watching the commotion widened their eyes as they stared at Yang Kai in shock. They wondered who this guy was in Thousand Leaves sect to be able to act so arrogantly, even daring to refuse Qiuyu's invitation. This caused the originally noisy inner hall to suddenly fall silent for a moment. Old man Li also did not expect Yang Kai to refuse so straightforwardly. His old face instantly turned sullen as he spoke in a deep voice, "Little brother, it seems that your hearing is not that good despite your young age." "This old man will say it again." Yang Kai chuckled and interrupted him, "I won't go even if you say it 100 times. Can't you see that I'm busy?" As he spoke, he picked up another spirit fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Old man Li's face sank as he said, "Little brother, you better think carefully before you answer." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly, "What's wrong? Are you threatening me? This is the City Lord's Master's concubine ceremony. If you dare to cause trouble here, do you believe that I will report this to the City Lord's Master and have him throw you out?" His shout was quite loud, causing the guests who were further away to look over curiously. Cold sweat instantly appeared on Old Man Li's forehead as a wave of embarrassment and annoyance washed over him. Although he wasn't really afraid of Luo Jin, if he were to do something against his will in front of everyone and bully the weak, it would definitely damage Sky Illumination Palace's reputation. Yang Kai continued chewing on his spirit fruit as he spoke in a muffled voice, "You're not young anymore. You often make people angry. Have you lived your entire life like a dog?" Pooh. Yi Jinghan had originally picked up a cup of water to take a sip to hide the joy on her face, but upon hearing this, she immediately spat it out. The Old man Li flew into a rage. Yang Kai snorted, "Stop with the "y" and me. If Qiuyu wants to talk to me, tell him to come over himself. Let's get this straight. He's the one who's looking for me, not the other way around. After saying that, with a look of disgust, he muttered under his breath, "He's really sick. I don't know where his sense of superiority comes from." Then he continued to struggle with the fruit platter in front of him. "Brat, you're good. This old man will remember you." Old Man Li was truly enraged. He flicked his sleeves and left in a huff. He was, after all, an elite of the Third Order Dao Source realm and was highly appreciated by the Sky Illumination Palace Lord. Today, he had been humiliated and reprimanded by a young man in public. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so he couldn't help but teach Yang Kai a lesson. However, he naturally remembered today's humiliation in his heart. When the concubine ceremony was over, he would teach Yang Kai a lesson. After Old Li left, Wizard Ma immediately looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. With a face full of excitement, he said, "Brother Yang, I like you so much." Yang Kai shuddered and looked at Wizard Ma with a pale face. He swallowed his saliva and said, "I'm only interested in women." Wizard Ma's expression immediately became awkward as he said, "Brother Yang, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say, what you did just now was too satisfying." Since entering the city yesterday, Wizard Ma had been suppressing a bellyful of anger, but he had seen the scene just now. He felt great in his heart. The disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had many misgivings and couldn't act as freely as Yang Kai, so they could only endure the humiliation. However, Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much and could do whatever he wanted. Although Du Xian also had a look of satisfaction on his face, he was still a little worried. After all, Yang Kai had humiliated Old Man Li in front of everyone, so he didn't know if Sky Illumination Palace would let the matter rest. Furthermore, Sky Illumination Palace was in cahoots with Sky Crane City, so if they were to do something on their way back to Thousand Leaves sect, they would be in big trouble. Just as Du Xian was feeling worried, he felt a pair of gentle hands holding his. He raised his head and saw Yi Jinghan looking at him with a smile in her beautiful eyes. She said in a low voice, "Senior brother, you don't need to worry. Young Master Yang has his own reasons for doing things." Du Xian's expression changed. Although he didn't know why Yi Jinghan had such confidence in Yang Kai, he was still affected by it. He nodded slightly and relaxed in his heart. On the other side, Old Li returned to Qiu Yu's side and whispered in his ear for a while. Qiu Yu raised his head and looked in Yang Kai's direction. He furrowed his brows and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly getting up. He was actually walking towards them. The expressions of the people from Thousand Leaves sect changed, as if they were facing a great enemy. Only Yang Kai was still chewing on his spirit fruit, letting out a crisp sound. After a short while, Qiu Yu brought the two old men to Thousand Leaves sect's table. Du Xian immediately stood up and shouted in a low voice, "Brother Qiu, this is the place where the City Lord's master is taking in his concubine. The ceremony is about to begin. You aren't here to offend the City Lord's master, are you?" Qiu Yu looked at him and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just want to have a few words with Brother Yang." "Just a few words?" Du Xian furrowed his brows. He really couldn't understand why Qiu Yu didn't hesitate to come here personally to have a chat with Yang Kai. After all, from what happened yesterday, these two didn't know each other at all, so what kind of grudge could there be between them? Qiu Yu patted Du Xian's shoulder and asked him to sit down. He then walked over to Yang Kai's side and gave the Thousand Leaves sect disciple sitting next to Yang Kai a meaningful look. That Thousand Leaves sect disciple frowned, but still gave up his seat. Qiu Yu patted the folding fan in his hand and put it away. He then sat down next to Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, right?" Yang Kai didn't even raise his head as he replied, "Brother Qiu, I see that your glabella is dark today. Your gaze is unfocused, your lips are cracked, your tongue is burnt, your soul is scattered, and your face is dark red. I'm afraid that you're about to face some bloody disaster." Qiu Yu was stunned for a moment before the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he sneered. "Brother Yang is also good at reading people's faces and is proficient in divination." Yang Kai glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. "No, it's just that there's death qi lingering around your body. You're definitely going to face some misfortune today." "What a joke," Qiu Yu sneered. Today is the city lord's master's concubine taking in his concubine, so the sky is filled with joy. How could there be any misfortune? It's up to you to believe it or not. Yang Kai curled his lips. Qiu Yu furrowed his brows and said, Brother Yang, how do you think we should deal with it? Quickly pack up your things and get out of here, Yang Kai said casually before he looked at Qiu Yu disdainfully. Do you need me to teach you such a simple matter? Qiu Yu was left speechless. He rubbed his forehead and said, Stop fooling around. I came here to ask Brother Yang a question. What is it? Qiu Yu opened his mouth, but no sound came out. It was obvious that he was using a sound transmission secret technique. Du Xian, Yi Jinghan, and the others couldn't help but become curious. They didn't know what question Qiu Yu was going to ask Yang Kai. After they observed him carefully, Yang Kai revealed a sinister smile. He revealed a sly smile and said, You didn't go back? Brother Qiu, you're in big trouble now. Can't you lower your voice? Qiu Yu gnashed his teeth as he looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and said, Okay. After he spoke, he transmitted his voice to Qiu Yu. That young lady called Luo Bing didn't go back after she went out with you yesterday? Are you sure about this? Qiu Yu nodded and said, I went to look for her last night, but her personal maid said that she didn't come back. I went to look for her again today, but I still couldn't find her. Yang Kai said with a smile, The city lord's master doesn't know about this, does he? Qiu Yu said, If the city lord's master knows about this, it'll be terrible. The city lord's master has 14 concubines, but he doesn't have any children. He only has one daughter. He treats her like a treasure. If he knows that Luo Bing is missing, Sky Crane City will be turned upside down. How can we sit here with peace of mind? If she's missing, shouldn't you look for her? Why are you asking me? Yang Kai wore a puzzled look. It's because Luo Bing followed you when you left the shop yesterday, Qiu Yu replied. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. He said, Brother Qiu, what do you mean? You make it sound as if I abducted Miss Luo Bing. It's good that you didn't. I just hope that she can come back safely today. If so, I will let bygones be bygones. But if she loses even a single hair, I will make the person who hurt her taste the world's torture, Qiu Yu said with a cold look in his eyes. Yang Kai sneered and said, Brother Qiu, you are threatening the wrong person. After I left the shop yesterday, I went back to the Heavenly Puppet Building. I didn't see Miss Luo Bing. You can verify this with the Heavenly Puppet Building's people. You can also ask the Thousand Leaves sects people. Moreover, I just came here, and I don't have any enmity with Sky Crane City. Why would I make trouble for Miss Luo Bing? Really? Qiu Yu's gaze turned grave. Yang Kai snorted and said, If someone really provokes me, I will make him face the consequences. Do you think that I will do such a despicable thing as abducting someone's daughter? Qiu Yu's expression changed and he said, Okay, I believe you. Although I have only met Brother Yang a few times, I know that Brother Yang is a straightforward person. You shouldn't be so despicable. But Brother Yang, if you have any news about Luo Bing, please inform me. I will be very grateful. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Farewell. Qiu Yu cupped his hands and was about to stand up. Yang Kai pushed him back into the chair and sat him down. Brother Yang, what do you want? Qiu Yu asked with a frown. Nothing much. I just want to ask Brother Qiu for a small favor. Yang Kai chuckled. His smile was filled with evil and treacherous intent, which made Qiu Yu's heart skip a beat. A bad premonition welled up in his heart. What is it? Qiu Yu asked in a low voice. Yang Kai said, Brother Qiu, can you help us change seats? Qiu Yu asked doubtfully, Change seats? That's right. Yang Kai nodded and said with a smile, The lighting here isn't good. I don't like it. I want to change to a brighter place. The corners of Qiu Yu's mouth twitched and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He wiped it with his hand and said, Then, where do you want to change seats? Yang Kai pointed and said, I think that place is pretty good. That table is also empty. Qiu Yu's face darkened and he asked, Do you know who is sitting there? Yang Kai said with a smile, In short, it's a table for people to sit there. No, I can't do that. Qiu Yu quickly waved his hand. Yang Kai's face turned cold and he said, Brother Qiu, You aren't a good friend. I readily agreed to help you with the matter you entrusted me with. Why are you making excuses when it's my turn to ask you to help me with a small matter? Don't you have any code of brotherhood? Qiu Yu's eyes widened. He thought to himself, what code of brotherhood do I have with you? Moreover, what you promised me just now was just a perfunctory reply. Where is your sincerity? Chapter 2304. Qiu Yu sighed and said, Brother Yang, aren't you making things difficult for me? Yang Kai smiled and said, Don't treat me like an outsider. This is just a small matter for you. It's not like I'm asking you to take off your clothes and run around naked. Just tell me, do you want to change? Qiu Yu's face twitched as he looked at him and said, So what if I change? So what if I don't change? Yang Kai chuckled and patted Qiu Yu's shoulder, wiping the juice on his hand on his clothes. If you change, we'll be good friends. You'll be good, I'll be good, and we'll all be good. If you don't change, this young master will have to find the city lord's master to have a good chat and ask about his precious daughters. Enough. Qiu Yu's face turned cold and he slapped Yang Kai's hand away, glaring at him and saying through gritted teeth, You're threatening me. Am I? Yang Kai blinked. Brother Qiu, you've misunderstood. I'm just negotiating with you. Qiu Yu said angrily, I knew I shouldn't have asked you for information about Luo Bing, you despicable person. Yang Kai said with a smile, Young man, don't get angry so easily. It's harmful to your body. Qiu Yu looked at him coldly for a long while before he turned around and left his seat. He went to a man who looked like a steward and whispered a few words to him. The steward frowned when he heard this, and he seemed to be in a difficult position. He even glanced at the Thousand Leaves sects group and shook his head slightly. However, no one knew what Qiu Yu said to him, but the steward nodded and agreed with an ugly expression. After a short while, the steward went to the Thousand Leaves sects group and cupped his fists. Master, we've been busy today. The servants seem to have neglected something and the master's seat isn't here. Please change seats with this old man. Please forgive us if we've neglected you. Du Xian, Yi Jinghan and the others were stunned when they heard this. They didn't know what the steward was up to. Yang Kai chuckled and cupped his fists towards the steward. Thank you for your trouble. While speaking, he signaled to Yi Jinghan and the others with his eyes. Although everyone was still confused, they were still at a loss. However, they still stood up. Under the steward's lead, they walked directly to an empty table at the very front. Under the steward's arrangement, they sat down in order. After making the necessary arrangements, the steward left. Yi Jinghan turned to Yang Kai and asked, Young Master Yang, what's going on? What did you tell Qiu Yu? She knew that with Thousand Leaves sect's current strength and relationship with Sky Crane City, it was impossible for them to receive such treatment. The only explanation was the secret conversation between Yang Kai and Qiu Yu. After all, Qiu Yu had gone to look for the butler after leaving. Soon after, their positions would be swapped. Du Xian and the others also looked at Yang Kai curiously, expecting him to give an answer. Yang Kai smiled and said, It's nothing. Brother Qiu and I feel like old friends at first sight, so when we meet again, we have a heart-to-heart talk. He felt that the city lord's mansion was too negligent. That's why I took the initiative to suggest changing your table. No one believed him. Yi Jinghan said, Only a fool would believe you. Yang Kai said, Brother Qiu is a pretty good person. Many of the guests were secretly shocked when they saw this change. After all, everyone had some understanding of the relationship between Thousand Leaves sect and Sky Crane City, but at this moment, Thousand Leaves sect had suddenly been moved to the front of the table. This small change inevitably made many people suspicious, and they secretly wondered if Thousand Leaves sect and Sky Crane City had reconciled. If that was really the case, then they would have to reconsider whether they should express their goodwill to Thousand Leaves sect. The atmosphere in the inner hall suddenly became strange. The members of Thousand Leaves sect were also restless. They could feel many strange gazes directed at them from all around, making them feel uncomfortable. As time passed, the empty tables and chairs in the inner hall were gradually filled by people who came later. The noisy atmosphere in the inner hall gradually returned to normal. At a certain moment, someone suddenly shouted, The City Lord's master has arrived. As soon as the shout was heard, the entire inner hall quieted down and everyone looked in the same direction. A man wearing a red robe walked out with a joyful smile on his face and cupped his fists in all directions. "Greetings, City Lord's Master. Long time no see, the City Lord's Master is even more elegant than before. I'm so envious. Congratulations to the City Lord's Master for marrying such a beautiful lady. The Master is really a role model for our generation. On this joyous occasion, I wish the City Lord's Master good health, a prosperous martial path, a continuous line of descendants, and an everlasting family." Guests from all around congratulated him with smiles plastered on their faces, trying their best to flatter him. The man wearing the red robe was also exchanging pleasantries with a carefree smile on his face. "Is that Luo Jin?" Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and asked Yi Jinghan in a low voice. Yi Jinghan's face sank and she nodded. "That's him." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "If you didn't mention it, I would have thought that he was Luo Jin's father." This was also the first time that Yang Kai had seen the City Lord of Sky Crane City. He had assumed that since this guy could take in 15 concubines, he would be full of energy and would not look too old, even if he had the cultivation of the Third Order Dao Source realm. However, the person in front of him was an old man with sparse white hair. Although he had a good cultivation, his vitality was weak and it was obvious that he was in his twilight years and had no hope of advancing to the Emperor realm. The crimson robe he wore accentuated his age even more. "Whose girl is this? She must be blind." The wizard Ma shook his head and felt sad for the woman who was marrying Luo Jin today. "Shut up. Be careful of your words." Du Xian glared fiercely at the wizard Ma and said in a low voice, "It's not like you don't know that none of Luo Jin's concubines willingly married him." The wizard Ma snorted. "It's because he has done so many bad things, like bullying men and taking women, that he has never had a child. Good and evil will be repaid in the end." "You're still talking." The wizard Ma curled his lips. All right, I won't talk about it anymore." The atmosphere was lively and festive. After a long while, a voice shouted out, "The auspicious time has arrived." In an instant, the sound of wind instruments rang out. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air. It was as if the roof was about to be lifted. Luo Jin's face emitted a red glow as he straightened his clothes and looked towards the door with a smile on his face. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over, all of them with smiles on their faces and eyes filled with anticipation. There seemed to be a melodious tune coming from outside, accompanied by the sound of music. A wedding procession gradually entered everyone's sight. A woman dressed as a matchmaker walked at the front, twisting her plump, bucket-like waist and wearing a sweet smile on her face. Beside a four-sedan chair, she slowly made her way over, trying her best to show off. Behind the sedan chair, there were boys and girls following behind, continuously scattering petals from the baskets in their hands. Everywhere the sedan chair passed, the petals paved the way, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. After the flower baskets, there were 2 rows of boys and girls, each carrying a lantern, following behind the sedan chair. On top of the lanterns, there were various festive words such as 100 years of bliss and a happy marriage. After that, it was the wedding procession. All of them were girls, and all of them were weeping like pear blossoms in the rain, as if they were part of the bride's family. The short journey took a full 10 minutes before the sedan chair arrived at the entrance of the inner hall. "Drop the sedan chair," someone shouted, and the sedan chair landed steadily. The matchmaker stepped forward and lifted the curtains of the sedan chair, extending her hand inside. Immediately after, then, a white and softy came up to him. Just this small hand alone was enough to cause the eyes of countless men to light up. Her jade-like hand was white and flawless, while her skin was as white as snow, appearing so delicate that it could be broken by the slightest breeze. It caused people's imaginations to run wild, as they secretly thought that a person with such jade-like hands would definitely be an enchanting beauty. However, this person was about to become Luo Jin's 15th concubine, causing people to wring their hands in pity, envy, and jealousy. Immediately after, a large red embroidered shoe extended out from the sedan chair, landing on the red carpet at the entrance. Only then did a dazzling and beautiful figure appear in everyone's line of sight. The bride wore a phoenix coronet and a red veil on her head. Her wedding dress was embroidered with a golden phoenix spreading its wings, while the phoenix coronet that was adorned with pearls and jade covered her face that caused people's imaginations to run wild. At this moment, countless people were cursing in their hearts. The phoenix coronet and red veil on the bride's head seemed to have the effect of isolating divine sense from probing. Impressively, they were extraordinary artifacts. All of the divine sense released by the cultivator who wanted to secretly check on the bride's appearance was blocked by an invisible barrier, making it impossible for them to see what was happening inside. Luo Jin seemed to know what everyone was thinking at this moment, as he glanced left and right. After giving a silent warning, he finally smiled in satisfaction. Yang Kai also curled his lips fiercely at this moment. Just like everyone else, he had secretly released his divine sense in an attempt to see what the bride looked like. However, he did not expect to be obstructed by the artifact. The artifact's power was extraordinary. If he had forcefully activated his divine sense, he would have been able to break it open and see what the bride looked like. However, this was a concubine ceremony after all. If he really did so, he would definitely attract attention and cause unnecessary trouble. Therefore, he only gave it a try and did not try again, instead choosing to quietly observe. At this moment, the bride was being supported and led by the matchmaker as she walked step by step towards the inner hall. Although her appearance could not be seen clearly, the outline of her figure was faintly discernible under the wedding dress. This woman had a beautiful figure and was definitely a graceful person. As Yang Kai observed her, he suddenly furrowed his brows, as if he had sensed that something was amiss. However, he was unable to pinpoint exactly what was wrong. More importantly, the palpitations and irritability from yesterday suddenly surged up again, causing him to furrow his brows. He turned his head to look at Yi Jinghan and the others, only to see that they did not seem to have noticed anything. However, the scene before him seemed to have stimulated some kind of desire deep in Yi Jinghan's heart. At this moment, she looked at the bride walking step by step towards them with a look of expectation in her beautiful eyes, as if she was fantasizing about the day when she would be able to wear such a phoenix coronet and red veil and marry the person she loved the most. She stole a glance at Du Xian, her small face turning slightly red. Not long after, the group finally arrived at the inner hall. The matchmaker handed the ribbon in her hand to Luo Jin and said with a smile, "Master, I'm handing the bride over to you. You must treat her well in the future." Luo Jin laughed heartily. "I definitely won't let her be bullied in the slightest." The matchmaker said, "The bride is so lucky. Why is my life so hard? I haven't met a man like Master." The group burst into laughter, causing the lively atmosphere to reach its peak in an instant. Chapter 2305. Within the inner hall, Luo Jin held onto the bride's ribbon as he gave a faint smile, before turning around and walking inside. At this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly stood up from the table to the left of Yang Kai and the others. With a faint smile, he walked towards the two of them and stood in front of them. The sound of the wind instruments and the silence of the gongs and drums made the scene solemn and dignified. The old man smiled. This old man is extremely honored to be able to witness this marriage for the city lord's master. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "On such a beautiful day, the two of you have tied the knot and brought about the union of Qin and Jin. I hope that the two of you will love each other dearly in the future and live a long and happy life together. Do the two of you agree?" Luo Jin smiled. "This Luo agrees." The old man nodded, before turning towards the bride and asking, "What about you?" The bride's body trembled slightly, before a sweet-sounding voice rang out from within the phoenix crown. As those words rang out, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, as the uneasy feeling in the depths of his heart grew even more intense. He felt that he should be extremely familiar with that voice. Before he could continue trying to figure out exactly who that voice belonged to, a trembling voice suddenly rang out from somewhere within the inner hall. "I don't agree." As those words rang out, everyone present was shocked. Everyone turned to look towards the source of the voice, wondering which reckless person actually dared to embarrass the city lord's master in front of so many experts. Anger filled Luo Jin's face as he turned his head and roared, "Who dares to do such a thing?" His face was so malevolent that it was practically distorted. Today was the day of his marriage ceremony, a joyous occasion. However, he never expected that it would be ruined at such a crucial moment. Dense, killing intent involuntarily rose in his heart. A chilling glint flashed across his eyes. Carefully examining the source of the voice, he snorted coldly, "What's wrong? You have the guts to ruin this king's plans, yet you don't have the guts to stand up and admit it?" A guest immediately shouted from the side, "Obediently stand up and apologize to the city lord's master, and perhaps we can spare your life. If you dare to be stubborn, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Luo Jin replied, "Today is this king's wedding day, and this king doesn't want to take anyone's life. Obediently stand up, and this king won't make things difficult for you." As soon as he finished speaking, a person suddenly stood up from somewhere in the crowd. That person's entire body was wrapped in a black robe, making it impossible for others to see her true appearance. However, judging from her tall figure, she was clearly a woman. "Take him down." Seeing this person stand up, Luo Jin waved his hand fiercely. "Xiao, Xiao, Xiao." Several city lord residents cultivator immediately charged towards that person. The woman stood there. She didn't seem to panic at all. Just as those people were about to rush in front of her and capture her, she suddenly lifted the black veil on her head, revealing her true appearance. Under everyone's gaze, all of them suddenly widened their eyes and were flabbergasted. His face was filled with disbelief. "This, young miss?" The cultivator from the city lord's mansion who was rushing towards the woman was originally aggressive. They were prepared to capture this woman and bring her to a secret place to punish her. However, when they saw her appearance, their expressions changed drastically. They withdrew their attacks in midair and landed on the ground in a sorry state. They were all dumbfounded. This was because they discovered that the person who had ruined the concubine ceremony at such a crucial moment was none other than the city lord's mansion's young miss, Luo Bing. Qiu Yu suddenly stood up and looked at Luo Bing with a stunned expression. He never expected that Luo Bing had been in the inner hall all this time and had even ruined the city lord's master's ceremony. He had just separated from Luo Bing yesterday, and she was still fine at that time. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand why Luo Bing would do such a thing in just one night. For a moment, the inner hall was completely silent. Everyone looked at Luo Bing with strange expressions, not knowing what she was up to. "Bing?" Luo Jin's body shook as he stared at Luo Bing with his eyes wide open. "Why did you?" Before he could finish his sentence, he seemed to have suddenly realized something and asked in a deep voice, "Who bullied you?" He saw that his precious daughter's eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that she had cried for a long time. Furthermore, her voice was hoarse, so he didn't immediately recognize Luo Bing's voice. He instinctively thought that someone had bullied Luo Bing. Qiu Yu quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, fearing that Luo Bing would say his name. He thought that Luo Bing was acting like this because of him. "No one bullied me." Luo Bing pursed her red lips. "Is there really no one?" Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. "There really isn't anyone." Luo Bing shook her head. After a moment of silence, she said, "Father, I have something to ask of you." Luo Jin sighed and said, "We'll talk about it later. You should go back to your room and rest first." He was furious in the depths of his heart, blaming Luo Bing for not seeing the big picture and damaging his dignity and face in front of so many powerful people. He just wanted to finish the ceremony quickly and ask Luo Bing what was going on. However, Luo Bing didn't seem to want to listen to him obediently. She just shook her head and said, "No, I have to ask you for this now. It'll be too late if you wait any longer." "Bing!" Luo Jin shouted in a deep voice, his face filled with anger. Luo Bing's body trembled instinctively, as if she was afraid. However, her gaze was firm as she continued to look at her father with a pleading look. Luo Jin looked at her and immediately knew that he couldn't persuade her. He could only sigh and smile at the guests. "Everyone, please don't make a fool of yourself. My daughter has been spoiled too much by this king, so she was a little mischievous. I hope she didn't spoil everyone's mood." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but relax. They had long heard that Luo Bing was doted on by the city lord master, but they didn't expect that it was to the extent that she dared to cause trouble during the ceremony. They all expressed that they didn't mind, looking very considerate of Luo Jin. Luo Jin looked at Luo Bing and said, "Tell me, what do you want from me? You chose this time. If it's too difficult, let's see how I'll deal with you later." Although his words were threatening, there was a smile on his face. Obviously, it wasn't a real threat, but a show of doting. The guests also laughed kindly, praising the city lord master's fatherly love. Luo Bing bit her red lips and pointed to Luo Jin's side. "Your daughter wants to beg you to let her go, father." When she finished speaking, the inner hall, which had regained some of its festive atmosphere, fell into a strange silence once again. Many guests opened their mouths wide, as if they couldn't believe their ears. However, some people knew that today's matter would be a little difficult, so they felt somewhat uneasy and secretly observed Luo Jin's expression. The smile on Luo Jin's face stiffened and slowly disappeared. The gloomy expression on his face was so cold that it seemed like a layer of frost could be scraped off, while his eyes gradually filled with anger. After a while, Luo Jin said, "Go and rest. You're probably too tired." He had thought that his daughter had objected to the marriage just now because she wanted to take the opportunity to threaten him and make him agree to some difficult conditions. He had been fully prepared for it, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Luo Bing was really opposed to the marriage. How could Luo Jin agree? No matter how much he doted on Luo Bing, he wouldn't let his bride go in front of so many people. If he really did that, where would his face be? Where would his dignity be? He probably wouldn't be able to manage Sky Crane City and become the city lord in the future. "Father, promise me," Luo Bing begged. "Impudent." Luo Jin shouted angrily and looked at Luo Bing with resentment. "It seems that I have spoiled you too much in the past, which made you lose your sense of propriety. Go back to your room and don't take a single step out of it without my permission." "Father," Luo Bing cried, "I didn't do it willingly, so why do you have to force me to do it? Please let her go." Hiss! The sound of people inhaling cold breaths rang out. Although everyone knew in their hearts that none of Luo Jin's concubines were willing to marry him, it was fine for them to keep this matter to themselves, as no one would point it out. However, if they were to bring it out in front of everyone, the atmosphere would be completely different. However, the person who said it was Luo Bing. All the cultivators in the inner hall felt their hearts skip a beat when they heard this. They had a strange feeling that a storm was coming, which made them feel uneasy. "If you let her go, I will stay by your side in the future. I will be filial to you and listen to you. I won't cause any trouble in the future. I will be obedient." Luo Bing was still crying and begging. Luo Jin's face twisted and turned ashen as he shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Bing said, "I'm not talking nonsense. I know who she is and why she wants to marry you. Just let her go." Luo Jin said angrily, "What are you looking at? The young lady has lost her mind. Quickly take her away and take good care of her." Hearing his order, the cultivators in the city lord's mansion, who were at a loss, moved again and rushed towards Luo Bing. However, right at this moment, a person sitting beside Luo Bing suddenly stood up and grabbed her by the neck. Looking around at everyone with his white eyes, he snorted coldly, "I'll pinch anyone who dares to come over." The faces of the city lord's mansion cultivators who had rushed over turned pale with fright. They fell from the air once again and scrambled to get out of the way. The other guests who had come to congratulate the city lord's mansion opened their eyes wide once again. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that today's ceremony would have such undercurrents and twists. "It's him!" A frown appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at the one-eyed brawny man who was holding Luo Bing hostage. A thoughtful look flashed across his face. He still remembered that he had bumped into this brawny man in the restaurant yesterday. That fellow seemed to be called Chaihu. At that time, he had left the restaurant early because he had gotten into a conflict with another group of people. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that this Chaihu fellow would actually sneak into the ceremony and even dare to hold the city lord's mansion's young lady hostage in front of everyone. However, This person's cultivation was only at the third-order origin king realm. Even if he had Luo Bing in his hands, his fate would still be worrying. Thinking about this, Yang Kai turned to look at the bride standing beside Luo Jin. Ever since he saw this bride, he had a strange feeling. At this moment, he saw the bride's tender body trembling, as if she was struggling against something. Chapter 2306. One-eyed Chai, who had one hand around Luo Bing's slender neck, while the other was pressed against her back. Saint Chi surged within his body as he prepared to take action at any moment. The guards of the city lord's mansion looked at each other in dismay, their faces filled with embarrassment and resentment. With their young miss as a hostage, they did not dare to act rashly, for fear of angering Chai Hu and injuring Luo Bing. If that were to happen, they would not be far from death. In their anxiety, they all looked towards Luo Jin, waiting for his instructions. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed slightly as he sent a signal with his eyes. The guards understood his intentions and quietly spread out, surrounding Chai Hu in all directions to prevent him from escaping. As for the table of guests that Chai Hu and Luo Bing were sitting at, they had already scattered and fled the moment Chai Hu stood up and held Luo Bing hostage. Old man Luo Jin, if you still care about your daughter's life, tell them to behave themselves. Chai Hu's single eye radiated with a malevolent luster as he roared towards Luo Jin while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Luo Jin snorted coldly, before raising his hand slightly to signal for the guards to remain calm. Only then did he look towards Chai Hu and say, "This king seems to have seen you somewhere before." Chai Hu sneered, before replying with ridicule, "I'm just a nameless junior. City Lord Master would naturally not remember me." Luo Jin replied, "Regardless of the grudges between you and this king, it has nothing to do with my daughter. If you let her go, this king will promise to have a good talk with you." Chai Hu laughed heartily. "Have a good talk? What's there to talk about with a despicable and shameless person like you? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Luo Jin replied, "Looks like you've been holding a grudge against this king for a long time. Bing'er's words were also due to you threatening her, right?" Hearing his words, looks of understanding appeared on the faces of the surrounding guests. No wonder Luo Bing was able to embarrass her father in such a situation. It turned out that she had been forced by someone. If that was the case, it would explain why Luo Bing was unable to see the bigger picture. "If you say so." Chai Hu snorted coldly, not having any intention of defending himself. "He didn't force me." Right at this moment, Luo Bing suddenly interrupted, "Father, I said those words myself. I said those words myself. Let that girl go. What did she do wrong?" Hearing this, Luo Jin's face abruptly sank. The expressions of the surrounding guests were also very colorful. They really couldn't understand what was going on in front of them. Luo Bing was being held hostage by the one-eyed brawny man and her life was in his hands. So, why was she still speaking up for him? Luo Jin took a deep breath, before speaking out in a deep voice, "Bing, don't be afraid. Father will save you." After he finished speaking, he looked towards Chai Hu once again and said, "Sir, you're so daring as to sneak into the ceremony and hold this king's beloved daughter hostage. Exactly what are your intentions?" Chai Hu gave a cold laugh before replying, "Master City Lord, why do you need to ask when you already know the answer? Others don't know why I'm here. Don't you know?" Hearing this, Luo Jin frowned. Narrowing his eyes, he said, "Why don't you state it clearly? If it's possible, why not accept it? As long as my daughter is safe, I am willing to pay any price." He spoke righteously and sternly, and his expression was solemn. The surrounding guests cheered and praised him. Someone immediately said to Chai Hu, "Friend, you're being too impulsive. The city lord master has always been diligent in city affairs and loves his citizens. He has an excellent reputation, and young lady Luo Bing is also innocent, pure, and kind-hearted. Why can't you speak nicely? Do you have to make it so difficult for everyone? Listen to me. Release young lady Luo Bing, and the city lord master will definitely not make things difficult for you. That's right. Release young lady Luo, and everything can be discussed. Release her quickly. Otherwise, even if the city lord master doesn't blame you, we'll still teach you a lesson." A commotion broke out in all directions. Some people tried to persuade Chai Hu with kind words, while others used malicious words. Chai Hu seemed to have become much more nervous. He tightened his grip on Luo Bing's hand, causing her to have difficulty breathing and her face to turn pale. "Shut up, all of you!" Chai Hu suddenly roared. He was currently in prison and was surrounded by enemies. His nerves were already tense, and hearing the shouts coming from all directions made him even more vexed. "If anyone dares to speak another word, I'll strangle her to death immediately. I'm a man of my word." Chai Hu roared as he glared with his only eye. Seeing this, the guests didn't dare to utter a single word. All of them shut their mouths, afraid that they would really infuriate this irrational fellow and hurt Luo Bing. Luo Jin's face sank as he roared, "Speak! What exactly do you want this king to do?" Chai Hu turned his head and glared at Luo Jin. "Release that person beside you." "Who are you referring to?" Luo Jin asked despite knowing the answer. Chai Hu roared, "If you dare to be so shameless, I'll immediately take your daughter's life." Luo Jin's face changed slightly. "Sir, by doing this, are you trying to steal the bride?" Chai Hu sneered, "She didn't want to marry you, so how can I steal the bride? I'm only here to save her." Luo Jin said, "You didn't ask her, so how do you know that she didn't want to marry you?" Chai Hu said, "How could she be willing to marry you? You're dreaming." Luo Jin smiled, "You must have misunderstood something. Although this king doesn't know you, you and my wife should be friends, right? This king truly admires you for doing this for your friend. Since you're my wife's friend, you're also this king's friend. How about this? You ask my wife if she's willing to marry this king. If she says no, this king will immediately release you and won't force you. How about that?" Hearing this, Chai Hu's face changed a few times, as though he didn't dare to believe his own ears. Hesitating, he asked, "Are you serious?" Luo Jin smiled. How could this king lie in front of so many guests? After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Or, are you saying that you're only here to cause trouble and ruin this king's reputation? If that's the case, this king will definitely not let you off easily." Someone replied, "That's right, we're all willing to testify for the city master." "Brat, you're not purely here to cause trouble, are you? If that's the case, you're really too despicable." Chai Hu's face turned gloomy as he remained unmoved by the shouts coming from all directions. After muttering to himself for a while, he nodded, "Fine, I'll believe you this once." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the bride and spoke in a deep voice, "Fifth sister, you've also heard what the city master said just now. Tell me, are you willing to marry him? Or are you being threatened by him? Don't worry, if you're really being threatened by him, your fourth brother will save you even if I have to risk my life. This king is eternally grateful for your painstaking efforts on behalf of my wife." Luo Jin gave a faint smile, his expression calm. "Shut up!" Chai Hu roared. Luo Jin smiled without saying anything. At this moment, the new bride, who had stood motionless by his side and had not said a single word even when Chai Hu had caused trouble, had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone looked towards her, wanting to know what kind of answer she would give to this matter. Under everyone's gazes, the bride's delicate body trembled slightly for a moment, before Yu's voice rang out from behind the red veil. "Am willing." "What?" Chai Hu's body shook as he instantly turned sluggish. He had never expected to hear such an answer. However, that voice was undoubtedly his fifth sister's, and not someone impersonating her. For a moment, he was actually unable to accept such an outcome. Luo Jin looked at him and smiled. "This king should understand now, right? This king and my wife felt like old friends at first sight and fell in love with each other. If not for that, this king wouldn't have married her." "Big brother Chai." Luo Bing turned her head and looked at Chai Hu blankly. She couldn't understand why the situation was different from what Chai Hu had said. After all, Chai Hu had told her that the bride was being forced to marry her father. However, she had heard a completely different answer from the bride. "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible!" Chai Hu yelled. Luo Jin's face darkened as he shouted, "This king has already given you enough face. On account of the fact that you're my wife's friend, I'm not willing to make things difficult for you. I hope that you'll know what to do. That's right. Friend, please stop pestering us endlessly. Otherwise, it won't look good for everyone. That's right. If you let young Lady Luo Bing go, I believe that the City Lord's master won't really make things difficult for you. Everyone can sit at the same table and enjoy the banquet. Wouldn't that be great? You should know when to stop, brat. If you want to die, this old master doesn't mind sending you on your way. The surrounding guests started to clamor once again, as their impression of Chai Hu was extremely bad. That's impossible. Chai Hu continued to nag. It's impossible for fifth sister to marry you willingly. She must have been forced by you. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "It must be big brother, second brother and the others, right?" Brat, what exactly are you talking about? The surrounding crowd was bewildered. However, Chai Hu laughed heartily towards the sky, his laughter rolling like thunder. It was extremely carefree, as though he had figured out something and untied the knot in his heart. After a long while, he suddenly looked towards Luo Jin and gritted his teeth. "You're really sinister, old man. You actually used big brother and second brother to force fifth sister to marry you. If you don't want your daughter's blood to be spilled here today, you'd better listen to my orders obediently." Luo Jin was enraged as he shouted, "You dare to go back on your word?" Chai Hu sneered, "What's the point of keeping my word with a despicable person like you? No matter what, I must take fifth sister away today. Whoever dares to obstruct me will die." As he spoke, he increased the strength of his hand. Luo Bing cried out in alarm. Luo Jin turned pale with fright and hastily said, "Wait. Are you going to let her go or not?" Chai Hu shouted. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water, as though a storm was about to arrive. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly became extremely oppressive. After gnashing his teeth for a long while, he said, "Since you're so suspicious, I'll let my wife explain it to you in detail." As he spoke, he glanced at the bride beside him. Hearing this, joy appeared on Chai Hu's face as he shouted, "Fifth sister, come here first." After hesitating for a moment, the bride walked towards Chai Hu, step by step. This brat is probably going to be out of luck. At a nearby table, Yang Kai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, suddenly muttered in a soft voice. The members of the Thousand Leaves sect were originally beaming with joy as they watched the show unfold. Regardless of the reason behind Chai Hu's actions today, and regardless of the final outcome, it had already damaged Luo Jin's reputation. In the future, today's matter would be discussed everywhere in the tea houses and wine shops. Those who didn't know the truth would definitely think that Luo Jin had done something to bully men and women, which would damage his prestige and image. Chapter 2307. Upon hearing Yang Kai's words, the Thousand Leaves sect members turned to look at him suspiciously with blank expressions on their faces. With a grin, Yang Kai replied in a low voice, "City Lord Master looks so confident. How could he not have made any preparations?" Du Xian's expression changed slightly as though he had thought of something, before replying in a low voice, "Young Master Yang means to say that he's prepared to?" Yang Kai shook his head, indicating for him to wait and see. On the other side, the bride wearing a phoenix coronet and a red veil walked step by step towards Chai Hu. Looking at her, joy could be seen in Chai Hu's single eye as he spoke out, "Fifth sister, please stand to the side and support me. I'll get this old fart to release Big Brother and the others. After that, we'll fly far away and never return to Sky Crane City." Without saying a word, the bride obediently walked to Chai Hu's side and stood there. "Sir, you've caused such a ruckus in my city lord's mansion today and ruined this king's face. Do you think you can leave?" Luo Jin gave a cold snort as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. "Where there's a will, there's a way." Chai Hu replied with a sneer. Luo Jin gave a deep smile. "This king feels that it's better for you to stay." Chai Hu's expression changed. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. In the next instant, a palm pressed down on his back, causing a surge of power to surge into his body, causing his entire body to shake violently as he was sent flying. While in midair, he turned his head back to look with eyes filled with disbelief. When he saw exactly who had taken action, His eyes were filled with grief and despair. Bang! Chai Hu landed on the ground, smashing the tables and chairs. However, under that palm, he seemed to have suffered some serious injuries. So the moment he stood up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Swish, swish, swish. The experts of the city lord's mansion rushed over in an instant, a few of their palms pressing down on his back. Power surged from their palms, yet they did not release it. After all, today was the city lord master's wedding ceremony, so it was truly inappropriate for blood to be spilled. If not, Chai Hu would have been a dead man by now. After being subdued, Chai Hu staggered about, appearing to be unable to stand properly. Looking at the new bride with an expression of extreme pain, blood flowed out of his mouth as he cried out in grief, "Fifth sister?" The person who had launched a sneak attack on him and seriously injured him was the bride he had come to rescue. Until now, he still could not believe that this was true. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Not only was Chai Hu stunned, even the surrounding guests had their mouths wide open as they stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before them. Only Luo Jin had a faint smile on his face, as though he had already expected this to happen. Yang Kai suddenly stood up. His eyes burned as he looked at the bride. His expression kept changing. Demonic chi? Yi Jinghan furrowed her brows and covered her red lips with her hand. She exclaimed in a low voice, "Is this bride from the monster race?" Although the moment the bride made her move just now was extremely short, the power she displayed was very different from origin energy. It carried a pure demonic yuan qi aura. Although there were human cultivators who cultivated demonic arts or secret techniques that allowed their strength to be close to demonic yuan qi, they would definitely not be this pure. From this, it could be seen that this bride was not from the human race. Instead, she was a member of the monster race. It wasn't that the monster race didn't exist in the star boundary, it was just that the monster race would rarely move about in the human race's territory. Even if they did, it would be extremely rare. Furthermore, they would do their utmost to conceal their whereabouts. After all, they were from different races, so it was inevitable that people would have thoughts of betrayal upon seeing a member of the monster race. Like Yi Jinghan, there were quite a few people who had noticed this, causing them to look curiously at the new bride. Furthermore, from the energy fluctuations radiating from the new bride when she made her move, she was shockingly a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source realm. "Young Master Yang, what's wrong?" Du Xian hastily asked upon seeing Yang Kai's strange expression. However, Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he continued to stare fixedly at the new bride, his body trembling slightly, as though he had discovered something incredible. "Take him away and keep a close eye on him. This king will have a good chat with him after the ceremony." Luo Jin waved his hand as he gave the order. The few city lords' mansion guards nodded their heads, before taking action to seal Chai Hu's cultivation and detain him. "Don't!" Unexpectedly, a tender cry rang out at this moment. In the next moment, everyone saw Luo Bing, who had escaped from Chai Hu's clutches, rushing straight towards Chai Hu. Sending a flurry of punches and kicks at the few guards, she pushed them away with all her might. Opening her arms wide, she stood in front of Chai Hu, shaking her head as she shouted, "Don't come over." Her stance of wanting to protect Chai Hu caused the guests to be flabbergasted, as they were completely unable to understand exactly what she was thinking. After all, everyone had seen Chai Hu using her as a hostage. Now that she had escaped, shouldn't she be hurriedly distancing herself from Chai Hu? Why had she walked right into their trap? "Bing, what nonsense are you making?" Luo Jin was furious. He had been greatly angered by his daughter today, as she had repeatedly contradicted and disobeyed him. Furthermore, she even wanted to protect the safety of the person who had ruined his ceremony. How could he not be furious? "Father, Big Brother Chai saved my life yesterday, so he's my benefactor. Please don't make things difficult for him," Luo Bing pleaded with a sobbing tone. Luo Jin's eyes narrowed as he said, "Benefactor?" Luo Bing replied, "That's right. I was in danger yesterday, and it was Big Brother Chai who saved me." "Yesterday?" Luo Jin frowned as he said in a cold voice, "Didn't you go out with young Master Chiu yesterday? Why did this person save you?" Luo Bing shook her head. I'll explain everything to father in detail. Don't make things difficult for him for now. Let him go. Upon hearing her words, Qiu Yu's face instantly turned pale. In a flash, he appeared before Luo Bing, extending his hand to grab her arm. Little sister Bing, don't make trouble. Didn't the city lord's master say not to hurt him? Be obedient. Luo Bing shook her head and said, then let him go now. A sliver of impatience flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he said to Qiu Yu, young Master Qiu, my daughter doesn't know any better. Take her away to rest. Qiu Yu nodded, I'll obey the master's orders. As he spoke, he extended his hand and patted Luo Bing's body, causing her to immediately fall limply to the ground. Although she was still conscious, she was powerless to move. Qiu Yu picked her up by the waist and carried her towards the rear hall. After being injured by the bride, Chai, who appeared as though he had lost his soul, remaining unmoved by everything that was happening before him. It was only at this moment that he clenched his teeth and spoke out with his only eye red, Fifth sister, tell me, exactly why did you do this? Did you really willingly marry this old fart? Luo Jin sneered, this king has already given you enough face. If you don't appreciate my kindness, don't blame this king for being impolite. A guest at the side shouted out, City Lord Master doesn't need to be too benevolent. This person's crime is unforgivable. That's right. The bride and City Lord Master are deeply in love. They have been cultivating for 100 years, and they have been cultivating for 1,000 years. They are a match made in heaven. How can a despicable person like you break them up so easily? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Chai, who roared with all his might. Stubborn. Luo Jin snorted coldly before roaring, then you can watch carefully from the side. See if my humble wife is willing to marry this king. After saying that, Luo Jin turned his head to look around, before saying with a dark expression, are there any other friends who don't agree to this marriage? Step forward, and this king will give you a satisfactory answer. Today he had been disrupted by someone, causing him to lose face. Therefore, he wanted to regain his dignity by establishing his authority. As he said those words, his face was filled with killing intent. Who would dare to step forward and contradict him? City Lord Master must be joking. There will always be a few people in this world who don't know how to appreciate kindness. There's no need for Master to pay attention to them. That's right. It's really not worth it to let such people spoil our mood. Let's continue, let's continue. Only then did Luo Jin's expression turn slightly more amiable as he snorted coldly. Today is supposed to be a joyous occasion, so this king doesn't want to get angry. If there's anyone who doesn't agree, feel free to speak frankly. He looked around, only to see that everyone was smiling apologetically. But a voice suddenly rang out, causing the relaxed atmosphere to turn tense once again. Quite a few people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked towards the source of the voice, thinking to themselves that there really were people in this world who weren't afraid of death. They actually dared to disagree even at such a time. Luo Jin's expression turned solemn as his fury was written all over his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked towards the side. At the table closest to the front, a youth stood up with a grin on his face, before raising his hand. I have a small opinion. I hope that City Lord Master won't get angry. Someone from Thousand Leaves sect. He's actually a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect. Don't tell me that he's here to add insult to injury? That person looks unfamiliar. Is he really from Thousand Leaves sect? How could he be fake? Didn't you see him sitting together with Yi Jing Han, Du Xian and the others? This is going to be interesting. Whispers rang out, and when everyone saw that the person who had spoken was actually sitting together with a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, they immediately understood that today's matter had become even more complicated. After all, Chai, who was just a single person, and he had failed in his attempt to steal the bride and ended up being injured instead. However, if Thousand Leaves sect were to get involved in this matter, then the two great forces would definitely shed all pretense of cordiality and start a war. This was a matter that would affect the entire region within a few 100,000 kilometers. At the entrance of the hall, Qiu Yu was just about to leave with the incapacitated Luo Bing in his arms, But when he heard those words, he stopped abruptly and turned around. When he saw who had spoken, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. Why is it this brat? He's too unruly. Young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan was dumbfounded as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, who had just stood up, while her hand accidentally touched her red lips. She didn't know why Yang Kai had suddenly decided to join in on this matter. Young Master Yang, what are you doing? Du Xian's expression also changed slightly, as he instantly realized the seriousness of this matter. Although they knew that young Master Yang wasn't a Thousand Leaves sect disciple, the others didn't. Everyone was sitting at the same table, so the others would definitely make their own guesses. Yang Kai standing up to oppose this marriage would make others think that he was acting on behalf of Thousand Leaves sect. Once such a misunderstanding occurred, they might not be able to leave Sky Crane City. In an instant, cold sweat appeared on Du Xian's forehead. It's a private matter. It's purely a private matter. Yang Kai smiled at the two before raising his head to look at Luo Jin. Luo Jin was clearly at a loss, and after looking at Yang Kai for a while, he asked, "Is your excellency also from Thousand Leaves sect? Why have I never seen you before?" What puzzled Luo Jin even more was that this group of people from Thousand Leaves sect was actually sitting at the table closest to the front. What was going on? Chapter 2308. Would you believe me if I said that I'm not from Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin with a grin. Beside him, Yi Jinghan and Du Xian had pained expressions on their faces as they continuously wiped away the cold sweat on their foreheads, appearing nervous and uneasy. Seeing this, Luo Jin frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Then, how should I address your excellency?" Although Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, a minor realm lower than him, Yang Kai didn't look that old. With such a cultivation at such a young age, Luo Jin couldn't underestimate him. Just in case, Luo Jin felt that it would be better to inquire about the other party's origins first. Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't look at Luo Jin when he said that. Instead, focusing on the reaction of the bride, he said in a clear voice, "High Heaven Sect? Yang Kai." High Heaven Sect? Which sect is that? There's such a sect in our southern territory? Why haven't I heard of it before? Perhaps it's a sect from some other territory. With how big the world is and how many sects there are, it wouldn't be strange if you haven't heard of it before. The surrounding guests started to whisper amongst themselves, with even Yi Jinghan and the others frowning in thought. However, none of them had heard of the High Heaven sect, so they couldn't help but feel extremely curious. After hearing Yang Kai's introduction, the bride's body suddenly trembled, as though she had received some kind of shock. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling increasingly certain that his guess was correct. When the bride had taken action against Chai Hu earlier, Yang Kai had felt that the energy fluctuations coming from her were somewhat familiar, as though she was someone he knew. Now, his guess was even more certain. Clearly, Luo Jin had never heard of a sect like the High Heaven sect, so he frowned and asked, "Does little brother Yang have any objections to this king's wedding ceremony? Why don't you share them with this king?" Yang Kai grinned. "Actually, I don't have any objections. It's just that I'm more curious about the bride's appearance. If City Lord Master doesn't mind, can you allow the bride to lift this veil and let us see that peerless face?" As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. They thought, how could a bride take off her veil before entering the bridal chamber? On the day of every woman's wedding, they would only enter the bridal chamber after the ceremony. Only then would the bridegroom lift the veil. This was the custom, this was etiquette. If this custom was broken, it would bring misfortune to the family. If the bride could be magnanimous on the day of the wedding, what was the use of the red veil? Although everyone knew this in their hearts, to be honest, they were also very curious about the appearance of the bride. They all wanted to see her face. It was just that no one had the guts to say it out loud at this time. Now that they heard Yang Kai say so, they were secretly looking forward to it. Luo Jin's eyes were filled with dignity as he stared straight at Yang Kai. After remaining silent for a long while, he gave a laugh. "This little brother Yang is truly humorous. You must be joking with me because the atmosphere was too tense. This old man appreciates little brother's good intentions." As he spoke, he cupped his fists slightly in acknowledgement. However, his eyes were filled with threat, as if he was saying that he would teach Yang Kai a lesson if Yang Kai continued to pester him. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Kai smiled. City Lord Master has misunderstood. This one is not joking. I really want to see what this bride looks like. The smile on Luo Jin's face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a solemn expression. However, Yang Kai acted as if he didn't see it. He continued, everyone knows that the City Lord Master has good luck with women. He has 14 beautiful concubines, all of whom are tall and thin. He enjoys the good fortune of having one in his left and one in his right. However, no one knows what the City Lord's wives look like. Every time they go out, they cover their faces with black veils, with guards opening the way for them, making it impossible for others to see their true appearances. However, I believe that everyone knows that the City Lord's wives are definitely heavenly beauties. Only such appearances are worthy of the City Lord Master's prestige. Hearing this, Luo Jin laughed. You flatter me, little brother. He secretly thought to himself, so this brat isn't looking for trouble, but is here to flatter me. If that's the case, it's not like I can't cooperate with him. Right now, this is already the 15th City Lord's wife. City Lord Master can't keep hiding her and keep everyone in suspense, right? Yang Kai winked at Luo Jin. Why don't we take advantage of this time when all the guests are gathered and let everyone feast their eyes on her? That's also a wish of mine. If that's the case, we'll definitely be able to bask in City Lord Master's good fortune. Who knows, we might be able to be like the Master and enjoy endless luck with women. Don't you all think so, everyone? Although the guests didn't interrupt and only listened quietly, there were quite a few people who revealed looks of anticipation, as if they really wanted to see what the bride looked like. Luo Jin smiled. Little brother, this Luo's wives and this Luo are in love with each other and are a match made in heaven. If you want to have good fortune with women, this king seriously recommends you to make a trip to this city's 1,000 gold wine pavilion. You'll definitely be able to get what you want there. There are many beautiful ladies there. As soon as he said that, the surrounding guests all burst into laughter, as they were all convinced by Luo Jin's humor. However, there were some people who understood the meaning behind Luo Jin's words. Could it be that he was implying that this king's wives weren't ladies from the 1,000 gold wine pavilion, and that they weren't people who could be looked at as they pleased? If they dared to continue being long-winded, that would be the same as insulting this king, so don't blame this king for getting angry. Alright, the auspicious hour is almost over. Let's continue with the ceremony. Luo Jin waved his hand, preparing to end this farce that he couldn't stand. Yang Kai took a ferocious step forward and said in a deep voice, "What if I want to take a look at the bride?" Luo Jin turned around and stared coldly at Yang Kai, before saying in an indifferent tone, "Little brother, go back and sit properly." "Young Master Yang, what are you doing?" Yi Jinghan was on the verge of going crazy. She had absolutely no idea why Yang Kai would provoke Luo Jin time and time again at this critical juncture. She could clearly see Luo Jin's impatience and anger, and knew that if this continued, there would be no way to resolve this matter. "Young Master Yang, please come back." Du Xian also spoke out to persuade him. Yang Kai turned his head to look at them before replying in an indifferent tone, "This is my personal matter. If you're afraid of being implicated, you can leave now. However, don't point fingers at me." Du Xian frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. On the other hand, a flustered expression appeared on Yi Jinghan's face as she waved her hand. "That's not what I meant, it's just that." Yang Kai did not wait for her to finish her sentence, before leaving his seat and walking towards the bride step by step. His steps were neither fast nor slow, while a leisurely expression appeared on his face. Looking towards Luo Jin, he said, "City Lord Master, if I can't see the bride's appearance today, I'm afraid that I won't be able to sleep well tonight. City Lord Master, can you please fulfill this wish of mine? Has this brat gone mad?" On the other side, Chiu Yu hugged Luo Bing as he stood foolishly in his original position, while a myriad of expressions appeared on his face. He was truly unable to understand what Yang Kai was trying to do. After all, from their previous encounter, Yang Kai was not someone who would pester endlessly. Chai Hu, who was originally filled with despair and being suppressed by the city lord's mansion's experts, suddenly had his eyes light up. Looking at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, he appeared to have found a life-saving straw in his despair. Struggling, he shouted out, "Little brother, help me take her away. She's just confused for a moment. You must take her away." "Impudent!" Luo Jin roared out explosively as he looked towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. "Brat, I think that you're here to pick a fight on purpose." While walking towards the bride, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "City Lord Luo, you're wrongly accusing me. I just want to take a look at the bride. If you don't agree, then I can only do it myself." Luo Jin roared out furiously, "Take him down." Following his order, a dozen cultivators suddenly appeared from all directions, pouncing towards Yang Kai in an overbearing manner. Among them, there were even 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, one from the left and one from the right, forming a pincer attack. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the expressions of the numerous guests changed as they retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. There were even quite a few people who looked towards Yang Kai with looks of pity on their faces, secretly feeling that this brat's brain was damaged. He actually dared to cause such a ruckus during the city lord's master's wedding ceremony. Wasn't he courting death? In the blink of an eye, the dozen cultivator pounced towards Yang Kai, with the 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters taking the initiative to attack without the slightest bit of mercy. In an instant, Source Chi erupted within the hall as energy surged. However, in the next moment, a series of banging sounds rang out, mixed with miserable cries. All of the cultivator pouncing towards Yang Kai were sent flying back, smashing heavily into the walls of the hall, causing holes to appear one after another. "What's going on? What's going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" Waves of exclamations rang out as the guests from all directions simply did not dare to believe what they were seeing. Some people rubbed their eyes repeatedly, yet were still unable to change the result that was imprinted in their eyes. The dozen or so cultivator, including the 2 second-order Dao Source Realm Masters, had all been sent flying back in an instant. It was impossible for them to perform such a comical action for no reason, so the only explanation was that they had been sent flying by Yang Kai. However, more than 90% of the people present were unable to see exactly how Yang Kai had made his move, only faintly seeing Yang Kai's figure sway for a moment. Only a few people from the 3rd-order Dao Source realm narrowed their eyes, revealing solemn looks on their faces as they saw Yang Kai's extraordinariness. The same was true for Luo Jin. He originally thought that Yang Kai was just a brat who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but who would have thought that he was actually hiding his strength. In an instant, Luo Jin realized that he was in big trouble. After repelling the dozen or so cultivator from the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai still had a calm and collected look on his face, as though nothing had happened as he continued to walk towards the bride. "What are you all in a daze for? Attack together!" Seeing that the situation was bad, Luo Jin roared out. In the next instant, even more city lord's mansion masters flew out and pounced towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look around, a chilling glint in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "If anyone else dares to come forward, don't blame me for not showing mercy." As soon as he said this, many of the cultivator pouncing towards him could not help but reveal looks of hesitation, as they were afraid that they would hand over their lives here. However, with Luo Jin watching from the side, they could only grit their teeth and push their strength, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques to attack Yang Kai. In an instant, the place where Yang Kai was standing was enveloped by a multicolored brilliance, as surging energies collided with one another, causing intense sounds to ring out. The entire hall shook, as though it would collapse at any moment. Chapter 2309. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the point of collision, wanting to know how Yang Kai was going to deal with such a dangerous situation. However, to their great disappointment, Yang Kai did not manage to escape, nor did he move in the slightest. "Young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan's expression changed drastically as she cried out. With his second-order Dao Source realm cultivation, it was impossible for Yang Kai to defend against such a ferocious attack. She felt that Yang Kai was most likely dead. Luo Jin sneered as a look of ridicule appeared on his face. After a short while, the energy dissipated, revealing a gigantic crater where Yang Kai had been standing. However, there was not a single trace of Yang Kai. Where is he? Where did he go? Is he dead? Have they been reduced to ashes? That makes sense. This little brat is here to make people laugh, right? He's all bark and no bite. With so many cultivators from the City Lord's mansion taking action together, even the Third Order Dao Source Realm cultivators would die without a doubt. How could this little brat block them at such a young age? He's definitely going to die without a burial ground. Seeing this, everyone could not help but start to discuss amongst themselves. Some felt pity for Yang Kai's untimely death, some mocked Yang Kai for overestimating himself, while some immediately started to flatter Luo Jin and flatter him endlessly. A faint smile hung on Luo Jin's face, but a faint feeling of uneasiness was growing in his heart, causing his entire body to feel uneasy. On the other hand, Chai Hu's face had turned ashen, and he was unable to regain his senses for a long while. At the other table, Du Xian's face had also turned deathly pale as he continuously swallowed his saliva, unable to regain his senses for a long while. Only after a long while did he wake up from his stupor did he roar, "We have to hurry up and leave, before it's too late." Yang Kai was already dead. Although Yang Kai had no relationship with Thousand Leaves sect, he was still sitting at the table with them. However, he had been sitting at the same table as them just now, so it was inevitable that some people would misunderstand. This was especially true for Luo Jin, as he might take this opportunity to cause trouble for the Thousand Leaves sect and forcefully detain them here. If Luo Jin really did so, he would have a good reason to do so, and would not be blamed by others. Thinking of this, Du Xian immediately panicked. As he spoke, he hurriedly grabbed hold of Yi Jinghan, intending to sneak away while everyone's attention was on them. However, Yi Jinghan didn't move at all and just kept looking around with her beautiful eyes. "Yi Zi, what are you doing?" Du Xian panicked. Yi Jinghan replied, "Young Master Yang won't die. It's impossible for him to be killed so easily." Du Xian didn't know where her confidence came from. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "He is already dead. What are you still looking for?" Yi Jinghan replied, "I've seen young Master Yang's abilities before. How could he possibly die just like that?" After all, Yang Kai had promised her that he would return to Thousand Leaves sect with her to repair the Trans-Realm Spatial Array, as this was related to the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect. How could Yi Jinghan not be attentive? Before seeing Yang Kai's body, she felt that Yang Kai was definitely not dead. So what if he's powerful? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Du Xian tried his best to persuade him. "I believe in him." Yi Jinghan bit her red lips and continued to search the void. All of a sudden, she seemed to have discovered something and stared intently in a certain direction. She couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Du Xian and the others were stunned. Following her gaze, they saw a master from the City Lord's mansion standing there. He seemed to be a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, and was one of the people who had participated in the attack on Yang Kai. However, at this very moment, a faint phantom image had appeared behind this person's back. This phantom image gradually solidified into Yang Kai's appearance. Du Xian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he said in a trembling voice, "He's really not dead?" The depths of his heart throbbed. Just how strong was this person? How could he escape from such an attack without anyone noticing? Not only was he not dead, he was completely unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. Many divine senses covered the hall. The few masters from the Third Order Dao Source realm seemed to have not let down their guard. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, they detected him. In an instant, several pairs of eyes turned towards him. Upon seeing Yang Kai's figure, Luo Jin's face changed drastically as he roared, "Boy, what are you trying to do?" Yang Kai poked his head out from behind the second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Looking at Luo Jin with a sinister smile, he waved his hand in front of him, causing a concealed space principle fluctuation to appear, before quickly dissipating. After doing that, he spoke, "I've already said it. If anyone dares to take action against me, don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as he said those words, Luo Jin inexplicably shivered as an extremely uneasy feeling started to spread in his heart. Right at that moment, the second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator in front of Yang Kai suddenly fell forward. Before his body landed on the ground, blood spurted out from his neck as his head flew high into the air. Cries of alarm rang out from all directions as countless people looked at Yang Kai in horror, retreating continuously to put some distance between them. The person who had just died was a famous master in Sky Crane City. He had always been Luo Jin's right-hand man and was a vice city lord-level master who governed Sky Crane City together with Luo Jin. However, such a master had been silently killed by Yang Kai. From the blank look in his eyes before he died, it seemed that he did not realize what had happened until the moment of his death. Everyone was shocked. Just how powerful was this young man to be able to kill a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator so stealthily? Even the person who had been killed did not notice it? Yang Kai looked at Luo Jin and said calmly, "I'm sorry to let City Lord Master see blood on such a big day, so I hope that no one will stop me." After saying that, he walked towards the bride, who had been standing motionless all this time. Along the way, everyone unconsciously opened up a path for him, while the cultivator from the city lord's mansion slowly retreated with ugly expressions. No one dared to disturb him. Luo Jin's face was as calm as water as he stared at Yang Kai's back, his eyes flickering with thick murderous intent. This young man named Yang Kai had caused a huge commotion during today's ceremony, so his prestige would definitely be greatly damaged. If he could not save his face, how could he establish himself in Sky Crane City in the future? However, several second-order Dao Source Realm Masters were unable to do anything to him, so he was afraid that only he could subdue him. Thinking of this, Luo Jin glanced at a certain spot in the crowd without anyone noticing. Over there, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the bride with a complicated look on his face. He reached out to grab the bride's red veil and said, "Excuse me." The surrounding guests all opened their eyes wide. On one hand, they wanted to know how the situation would develop, but on the other hand, they were also curious about the bride's appearance. Yang Kai had caused such a commotion because he wanted to see what the bride looked like. He had even not hesitated to offend the city lord's mansion and kill a vice city lord. Because of this, even those who were not curious about the bride's appearance became interested. For a moment, the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. It was as if everyone was holding their breaths, waiting to witness this crucial moment. Just as Yang Kai's hand was about to grab the red veil, the bride in front of him suddenly stretched out her hand and grabbed Yang Kai's arm. At the same time, monster chi surged from her delicate body and she sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai's chest. The palm contained an extremely powerful energy. "Be careful!" Chai Hu roared out fiercely. He had suffered a huge loss at the hands of the bride just now. If not for that, how could he have been captured so easily with a hostage in his hands? Seeing this unforeseen event, Yi Jing Han cried out in alarm. The palm strike was extremely powerful, and Yang Kai did not dare to block it due to his apprehension for fear of injuring the bride. As such, he allowed the jade-like hand to strike his chest. Feeling as if he had been struck by lightning, he was sent flying backwards. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he flew through the air, while his internal organs churned. At this moment, Luo Jin had already arrived behind Yang Kai without anyone noticing. Suddenly, he summoned a jade scepter-like artifact and sent it smashing down heavily towards Yang Kai. At the same time, a malevolent grin appeared on his face. "This king will send you on your way." As his words rang out, the jade scepter smashed into Yang Kai's body. Radiance blossomed from the scepter as it radiated with an extremely mysterious power. In an instant, a black hole appeared in the air and devoured Yang Kai's body. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai's entire body was torn apart. Having succeeded in his attack, Luo Jin laughed heartily. "This is the result of disobeying this king." The surrounding guests all kept quiet out of fear as they stared at the jade scepter in Luo Jin's hand. It was as if this artifact was an extremely powerful artifact. However, in the next instant, The smile on Luo Jin's face froze, as he suddenly discovered that not a single drop of blood flowed out from Yang Kai's shattered body. Instead, it started to distort under his gaze, before dissipating like smoke. An afterimage. Luo Jin's expression changed greatly, as he never expected that such a foolproof sneak attack would actually fail. So it was you who messed around. Yang Kai's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, causing the surrounding guests to jump in fright. Their expressions changed greatly as they retreated backwards. By the time they turned their heads to take a look, they saw Yang Kai reaching out to grab a middle-aged man by the neck with a sneer on his face. The crowd did not seem to recognize this middle-aged man, and upon seeing his misfortune, they could not help but reveal looks of sympathy, as they did not know why Yang Kai had targeted him. This middle-aged man had a cultivation of the first-order Dao Source realm, and his strength was pretty good. However, after personally witnessing Yang Kai killing the Vice City Lord, how could he dare to resist? His body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Little brother, let's talk things over properly. What's the meaning of this?" Yang Kai exerted a bit of force, causing creaking sounds to ring out from the middle-aged man's neck as he sneered, "Stop acting in front of me. Tell me, exactly how did you manage to control the bride?" Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man's expression changed greatly, and panic filled his eyes as he tried his best to cover it up. I don't know what you're talking about." "You know what I'm talking about in your heart. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to obediently dispel that secret technique. If not, you'll never be able to dispel it." The middle-aged man instantly panicked as he shot a pleading look towards Luo Jin. Upon hearing those words, the despairing Chai who seemed to have realized something. Struggling to crawl up, he looked towards Yang Kai and said, "Friend, what do you mean by that?" Chapter 23:10. A faint smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked at Chai Hu with some sympathy. Instead of answering his question, he asked, "Are you feeling very sad and desperate? The person that you risked your life to save actually attacked you from behind. How does that feel?" Chai Hu's face turned ashen as he glared at Yang Kai with his single eye. Yang Kai replied, "She didn't take action of her own accord." Chai Hu was shocked as he clenched his teeth. "Are you saying that she was controlled by someone?" As he spoke, he shot a hateful look at the middle-aged man that Yang Kai was holding in his hand, killing intent surging from his face as he asked, "Could it be that person?" Yang Kai laughed heartily. "You finally understand." A vexed look appeared on Chai Hu's face as he replied, "I should have understood long ago. I should have understood long ago. How could fifth sister attack me from behind? Damn it. I should have understood long ago. Why am I so stupid? I, Chai Hu, am the stupidest person under the heavens." As he shouted, a look of guilt and self-blame appeared on his face. "Big brother Chai." Luo Bing's face was covered in tears. It was unknown whether it was due to the shock or something else, but she rushed forward and pushed away the cultivator from the city lord's mansion who was holding Chai Hu down. She then opened her arms and stood in front of Chai Hu like a mother hen, shouting, "Big brother Chai, leave. I'll stop them." She didn't know why she would do such a thing. Before she met Chai Hu, she was still the princess of the city lord's mansion. She was pampered and cared for, living a carefree and happy life every day. However, in just a single night, she felt as though she had matured a lot. When she saw Chai Hu's heartbroken and self-blaming expression, she felt an indescribable heartache. Her body couldn't help but take action. She simply didn't think too much about it. Luo Jin flew into a rage, his eyes spewing flames of fury as he glared fiercely at his daughter. He never expected that his obedient and well-behaved daughter would actually do such a thing in front of so many people. She had even gone as far as to protect the evildoer who had ruined his marriage ceremony. He felt as though the world was spinning as a raging inferno started to burn in the depths of his heart. "Father, let Big Brother Chai leave. I beg you, he is my savior. You can't hurt him." Luo Bing knelt on the ground, weeping and begging bitterly. A complicated emotion surfaced in Chai Hu's single eye as he stared blankly at the delicate figure before him, while his heart was filled with complex feelings. The expressions of the surrounding guests also changed as they stared at the weeping Luo Bing. his heart was filled with respect. Lady Bing, well done. Yang Kai laughed from the side and gave Luo Bing a thumbs up. He couldn't help but look at her in a new light as he shouted, "Don't worry, your big brother Chai won't be hurt today. I guarantee it with my life." Luo Bing heard this. His eyes lit up as he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Really? Are you sure?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "I promise." Luo Bing wiped her tears and said happily, "Thank you, thank you. Take him away quickly. Big brother Chai's cultivation has been sealed by them, so he can't leave by himself. You are so powerful, so you can definitely take him away." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "That won't do. I still have things to do. I'll take him away once I'm done." He paused for a moment, before continuing with a faint smile, "Of course. If Lady Bing wants to leave with us, you can come with us." Luo Bing was startled upon hearing this. She turned her head to look at her father, before looking at Chai who behind her. With a sad smile, she said, "Forget about me, I have to stay by my father's side." Luo Jin closed his eyes and said in a pained voice, "Bing, if you don't return to your room and continue to spout nonsense here, your father won't have a daughter like you anymore." He had had enough. He felt that he had spoiled Luo Bing too much, which had led her to do such a disgraceful thing today. The pain in his heart was far greater than the anger he felt when Yang Kai and Chai who disrupted the ceremony. Luo Bing's tender body started to tremble as tears welled up in her eyes. She looked pitifully at her father, tears flowing down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Luo Jin had never been so strict with her, nor had he ever said such heartless words to her. This caused her to be unable to accept it for a moment, causing her to become completely dumbfounded. As for you too. Although Luo Jin was furious at his daughter's reckless actions, he couldn't bear to look at Luo Bing when he saw her in such a state. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, he said fiercely, "None of you can leave today. Activate the array." As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord's mansion suddenly buzzed and a surge of energy surged. A layer of solid light curtains suddenly appeared outside the entire city lord's mansion. Clearly, some kind of array had been activated, sealing off the entire city lord's mansion. "That's exactly what I wanted." Yang Kai laughed heartily. "Now, before this matter is resolved, none of you can think of escaping. This brat is crazy. He's really crazy. He actually dares to offend the city lord's mansion by himself. I wonder where he gets his confidence from. He's still young and full of vigor. It looks like he's going to die here. Why do you care so much? Just watch the show." A flurry of discussions rang out as the surrounding guests retreated far away from the scene, leaving a large empty space in the center, leaving only Yang Kai and the middle-aged man he had subdued. "Tell me, what method did you use to control the bride? I don't have much patience, so if you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I'll kill you right away." Yang Kai's palm pulsed with source qi as he stared at the middle-aged man indifferently. The middle-aged man's cultivation was only at the first-order Dao source realm, which was one level lower than Yang Kai's. When he heard this, his expression changed greatly, and sweat appeared on his forehead. He said in a trembling voice, "Little brother, you must have misunderstood." Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his hand and made a small cut on his arm. "Pooh!" A soft sound rang out as the man watched his arm fly out from his body, exploding into a bloody mist in midair. In the next moment, dark red blood spurted out from the wound on his arm like a fountain. "Ah, my arm!" The middle-aged man cried out miserably. Due to the pain, his face seemed to have twisted together. "This is just a small warning. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer next time, your head will fly out." A chilling glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he said coldly, "No matter what method you use to control the bride, I believe that as long as you die, the bride will be able to escape, right?" The middle-aged man's body trembled, his face filled with fear and shock. As he shouted out, he shot a look in Luo Jin's direction, only to see the latter shaking his head slightly. Clenching his teeth, he shouted out, "Kill me. It's useless even if you kill me. If I die, the bride will definitely die as well." As his words rang out, The surrounding guests instantly went into an uproar, while Luo Jin's face sank and turned incomparably ashen. Although the middle-aged man did not directly reveal any information, his words were enough to explain some things. If not for the bride not agreeing to this marriage, why would Luo Jin want to control her? If she was truly willing, there was absolutely no need for him to do such a thing. In other words, she was truly being forced to marry Luo Jin. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chai Hu's single eye suddenly blossomed with an astonishing brilliance as he grinned foolishly, appearing as though the knot in his heart had been untied. Seeing him so happy, Luo Bing could not help but giggle, causing her to look extremely beautiful. "You want to lie to me?" Yang Kai snorted coldly, before speaking out in a sinister voice. "Do you know the price of lying to me?" "I'm not lying to you." The middle-aged man shouted out, "Everything I've said is true." Yang Kai stared coldly at him, but was unable to see any trace of lying in his eyes. Nodding his head, he said, "Since that's the case, remove that secret technique." Hearing this, a look of difficulty appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he shook his head continuously. "Do you want to die?" Yang Kai roared out fiercely. The middle-aged man replied, "If I don't remove it, you won't dare to kill me. However, if I remove it, I'll definitely die." Hearing this, everyone immediately understood what he meant. If he did not remove the secret technique, Yang Kai would naturally not take his life out of fear of harming the innocent. However, if he removed it, not to mention whether Yang Kai would burn the bridge after crossing the river, even Luo Jin would definitely not let him off. Today, Luo Jin had already lost all of his face. If the middle-aged man's actions were not to his liking, how could Luo Jin take things lying down? He had a heart of tolerance for Luo Bing, and was helpless against Yang Kai. However, he would definitely turn this middle-aged man into ashes. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "What a good plan you've made." The middle-aged man gave a miserable laugh. "I was forced by the circumstances. I hope that little brother will not blame me." "Then tell me, exactly what kind of secret technique is that?" Yang Kai asked once again. The middle-aged man timidly glanced at Luo Jin, only to see the cold expression on Luo Jin's face, causing him to hurriedly avert his gaze. "It looks like you're determined not to cooperate with me. Fine, I won't take your life, but I can chop off your limbs." Yang Kai sneered as he raised his hand to do the same. Wait. The middle-aged man was so frightened that his face turned pale. Perhaps it was because he had lost too much blood, but he shouted out loudly upon hearing this. "What else do you have to say?" Yang Kai asked in a stern voice. The middle-aged man hesitated for a long while before clenching his teeth and saying, "That wasn't a secret technique? It wasn't a secret technique?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Then what method did you use to control the bride?" The middle-aged man cried out, "I can't tell you. Little brother, please let me go. I can only tell you this much. I have elders and children in my family, and I also live in Sky Crane City. Little brother, please be magnanimous." Yang Kai stared coldly at him, knowing that he wouldn't get any results even if he continued to force him. Thus, he threw the middle-aged man towards the Thousand Leaves sect's side and said through clenched teeth, "Miss Yi, help me keep an eye on him. If he dares to play any tricks, just kill him." Hearing this, Yi Jinghan came back to her senses and hurriedly reached out to grab the middle-aged man, restraining him by her side. Only then did Yang Kai turn around and come to the bride's side. This time, the bride didn't attack him, instead standing in place like a statue. However, as Yang Kai approached her, her breathing started to become rapid, as if she was extremely excited. Even her delicate body started to tremble slightly. Chapter 23:11. After a short while, Yang Kai finally arrived before the bride and extended his hand to grab her red veil. Luo Jin's expression changed slightly, though he continued to restrain himself from taking action. No one knew what he was planning. At this moment, the surrounding guests opened their eyes wide as they focused their attention on the bride, quietly waiting for the exciting moment to arrive. With a whoosh, the red veil flew up, revealing a charming and absolutely beautiful face, causing the eyes of the numerous guests to light up as they felt endless envy in their hearts. In the instant that the bride regained her vision, Her beautiful eyes shot towards Yang Kai, filled with excitement and rebuke, as though she was blaming Yang Kai for taking so long to lift her veil. Yang Kai also took a deep breath, as though a large stone had been lifted from his heart. Sending a grin towards the bride, he said, "Senior, it's really you." "Fifth sister," Chai Hu called out in a soft voice. Rolling her eyes, the bride shot a look towards Chai Hu, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Although she had no choice today, she had witnessed everything that Chai Hu had done. Being controlled by the middle-aged man, she had secretly taken action against Chai Hu, causing her to feel endless self-reproach, wishing that she could take his place. "Can't Senior speak?" Yang Kai asked with a grin towards the bride. The bride shot a fierce glare towards Yang Kai, as though she was asking the obvious. Yang Kai replied with embarrassment, "Can't I move even then?" The bride blinked her eyes. Hearing Yang Kai's words, many of the guests revealed looks of suspicion, as they could sense that Yang Kai was a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, while the bride was only in the first-order Dao Source Realm. Yet, Yang Kai had actually addressed her as senior. What was going on? Chai Hu also looked towards Yang Kai with a blank look on his face. He asked, "Little brother, do you know my fifth sister?" Although he had guessed that Yang Kai was extremely familiar with his fifth sister, Chai Hu was still somewhat astonished. According to his knowledge, his fifth sister and big brother did not have any acquaintances in the star boundary. Yang Kai smiled and said with a strange expression, "Of course I know him. Senior Chi Yu is my master mother-in-law." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Countless guests opened their mouths wide and stared at Yang Kai blankly. It was as if he was hallucinating. There were also quite a few people who had peculiar expressions on their faces as they glanced at Chiyu, before glancing back at Luo Jin, their expressions constantly fluctuating. Yang Kai addressed the bride as master mother-in-law. Didn't this mean that the bride in front of him had already given birth to a child? However, the famous Sky Crane City's city lord didn't know about this and even wanted to take her as his concubine? After understanding this point, many of the cultivator who had a problem with the city lord's mansion revealed gloating expressions as they looked at the ashen-faced Luo Jin. It was as if there was a huge green hat on his head that was radiating with an enchanting brilliance. After saying those words, Yang Kai's surging emotions finally calmed down. The bride in front of him was shockingly the monster King Chiyu, who had broken the seal on Shadowed Star and arrived in the star boundary together with Yang Kai. She was also Shanqing Luo's adoptive mother. When he first saw the bride, he did not pay much attention to her and only felt that something was amiss. However, when the bride used her strength to launch a sneak attack on Chai Hu, he discovered that the monster chi fluctuations were somewhat familiar to him, and secretly guessed that he definitely knew this bride. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that there was a possibility that she was Chiyu, which was why he insisted on seeing her face. He had deliberately mentioned the words High Heaven Sect in order to test the new bride's reaction, and the new bride's reaction was indeed as he had expected. It was at that moment that he confirmed the guess in his heart, though he was stopped by Luo Jin. It was just some trouble. Now that he saw Chiyu's face, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and secretly felt excited in his heart. That day in the Starlight Corridor, he and the other 5 third-order Origin Kings were separated due to some unforeseen circumstances. Even Lu Yen and the stone mongoose Xiao Zhao's whereabouts were unknown. After such a long time, he was only able to find Lu Yen by chance and let her return to his side. However, he did not know where Xiao Xiao and the others were. Yang Kai had always been worried about them and did not know how they would survive in this unfamiliar star boundary. However, the star boundary was vast and he had no connections or backing, so he was powerless to inquire about anything. This time, it was simply a miracle that he was able to meet Chiyu in Sky Crane City. If he hadn't promised Yi Jinghan that he would make a trip to Thousand Leaves Sect, he definitely wouldn't have shown himself in Sky Crane City. If Yi Jinghan hadn't received a message from Yi Hen asking her to attend the ceremony, he would have missed out on Chiyu. All kinds of coincidences had led to today's coincidental meeting. Life was really unpredictable, and the heavenly way was constant. For a moment Yang Kai sighed. "Brat, what are you calling her for?" Luo Jin could not bear such an insult, and after a moment of indifference, he suddenly roared. Chai, who was also shocked, and looked at Chiyu in astonishment. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said with difficulty, "Fifth sister, she has a son?" Chiyu stood there quietly, unable to move, but her cheeks flushed red. She glared angrily at Yang Kai, as if she was blaming him for speaking without thinking and ruining her reputation. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother Chai, you've misunderstood. Senior Chiyu has an adopted daughter, an adopted daughter." Upon hearing this, Chai Hu smiled and said in a carefree manner, "It doesn't matter whether she's an adopted daughter or a biological daughter. In any case, you're a family with us." Yang Kai said, "This Yang has seen Brother Chai's actions. On behalf of mother-in-law and master, this Yang thanks Brother Chai for your assistance." After saying that, he cupped his fists and bowed. Waving his hand, Chai Hu said, "Fifth sister is imprisoned, so this is something this Chai should do. Little brother, you should take a look at how to remove the seal on fifth sister's body." Nodding his head, Yang Kai shot a look at Chiyu and said in a deep voice, "Excuse me, senior." As he said that, he grabbed Chiyu's white and tender wrist, before sending the source chi in his body into her meridians. Chiyu's tender body trembled slightly as she looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. Previously, she had been covered by the red veil and was unable to see what had happened outside. She could only sense that Yang Kai had fought with quite a few people. At this moment, upon sensing the purity and density of Yang Kai's source chi, shock could not help but appear on her face as she secretly admired him. She was now a Dao Source Realm cultivator, so she naturally knew the disparity in strength between two realms. She could clearly sense that the source chi in Yang Kai's body had already been completely transformed, and was no longer something that she could compare to. Thinking back to the time when they had first arrived in the star boundary, her cultivation was still higher than his by a small realm. However, when they met again today, he was already far ahead of her. Only a short span of 2 to 3 years had passed since then. Chiyu was extremely curious as to exactly what Yang Kai had experienced in such a short period of time, to actually be able to grow to such an extent. Just as Chiyu was secretly shocked, Yang Kai had already sunk his consciousness into investigating. After a short while, Yang Kai frowned slightly as he muttered to himself, "Sure enough, it's not a secret technique, nor are there any traces of a seal." Hearing that, Chiyu continuously shot glances at Yang Kai, as though she wanted to tell him something. However, she was unable to release her divine sense, nor was she able to open her mouth to speak. She was completely powerless to do anything, causing her to become as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Luo Jin observed all of this from afar, sneering without the slightest intention of interfering. It was as though he had complete confidence in the methods used by the middle-aged man, and felt that it was impossible for Yang Kai to dispel them with his current abilities. What the hell is this thing? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he carefully examined it, not letting go of even the slightest bit of suspicion. The other guests also looked around curiously, but at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of dread towards the middle-aged man. They had all personally witnessed how powerful Yang Kai was. However, even with Yang Kai's abilities, he was still unable to find a way to control the middle-aged man. From this, one could see how strange the middle-aged man's methods were. If one were to interact with such a person, one would definitely have to be on their guard. If not, once the middle-aged man used such a strange method to control them, they would turn into walking corpses. Exactly what method did you use to control the bride? Seeing that Yang Kai was unable to figure out anything after busying himself for so long, Yi Jinghan could not help but ask out of curiosity. Hearing that, the middle-aged man shook his head continuously. "Don't ask me, I don't know anything." How could he dare to reveal any clues? His entire family was in Sky Crane City, and once he revealed this secret, it would bring disaster to his family. Luo Jin would definitely not let him off so easily. What a coward! Yi Jinghan spat out. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen, but he was powerless to refute and could only remain silent as he looked towards Yang Kai with fear and dread. All of a sudden, Yang Kai seemed to have discovered something and his expression changed. His divine sense sank into a certain part of the dantian on Chi Yu's abdomen and carefully investigated it. After a short while, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Puppet sprout? It's actually a puppet sprout?" As soon as he said that, the middle-aged man's mouth fell open as he looked at Yang Kai in shock and exclaimed, "How can you recognize this thing? This thing has long gone extinct, so it's impossible for anyone to recognize it." "So it really is a puppet sprout?" Yang Kai turned his head and grinned at the middle-aged man. "I didn't dare to confirm it at first, but after hearing this friend's words, I'm certain that it is a puppet sprout." The middle-aged man's expression froze for a moment before he shouted furiously, "You tricked me!" Du Xian slapped the middle-aged man's head, causing him to stagger as he sneered, "Your IQ is so low, Heis." Yang Kai laughed, "Thanks." The middle-aged man felt as if he had lost his soul, his entire being feeling unwell, as he felt that the world was filled with evil intentions. Turning his head to look at Luo Jin in horror, he said, "Sir City Lord, I wasn't the one who told him about this. I didn't reveal any information to him." Luo Jin snorted coldly. The middle-aged man's expression turned stiff as he fell weakly to the ground, completely without any strength left in his body. However, in the next instant he seemed to have suddenly thought of something and shouted towards Yang Kai, "So what if you know about it? Without my unique secret technique, it's impossible for you to expel it. If you want your mother-in-law to be safe and sound, then obediently ask them to let me go and apologize to the City Lord Master." Even at this moment, he still wanted to hug Luo Jin's thigh and hope that he would be forgiven. "Shut him up!" Yang Kai roared impatiently. In response, Yi Jing Han chopped down with her palm, knocking the middle-aged man unconscious. Chapter 23:12. Puppet Sprout, ranked 52nd on the Earth ranking. Thin and hairy, it was born in a dark place 30,000 meters underground and was extremely difficult to find. After connecting with its owner, it could control others for its own use. Some information he had read in the exotic insect scripture flashed across Yang Kai's mind, and he quickly recalled how to restrain it. This was all thanks to the insect enslavement bracelet left behind by the insect emperor, which contained the exotic insect scripture. If not, with Yang Kai's knowledge and experience, he would definitely be helpless in this situation. The puppet sprout wasn't ranked high on the exotic insect rankings, and was almost at the bottom of the rankings. Although it had thin and hairy, making it hard to detect, and the person it planted with would become like a puppet that would obey orders, it had some other drawbacks that caused its ranking to not be high. After knowing how to deal with it, Yang Kai hurriedly immersed himself in searching through his space ring, and after a short while, he found a few herbs. Many guests looked at him curiously, not knowing what exactly he was planning to do. Even the crowd was confused about what the puppet sprout was that he had mentioned earlier. Seeing him take out these herbs, they were all secretly guessing whether or not they could restrain the puppet sprout. "Miss Yi, do you have the monster core of an Earth attribute monster beast of Dao source grade or above? Lend it to me." Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and asked Yi Jing Han. Yi Jing Han gawked for a moment, before hurriedly searching through her space ring. However, before she could find it, Du Xian had already taken out a rolling yellow monster core. Looking at Yang Kai, he said, "This Du just happens to have one. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, feel free to take it." Just as he finished speaking, Luo Jin suddenly roared out, "Du Xian, if you still care about the friendship between Sky Crane City and Thousand Leaves sect, then leave. Take your junior brother and junior sister and leave this place. This king will not pursue the matter from before." Hearing this, Du Xian frowned and shot a look at Yi Jing Han. Seeing her nod her head slightly towards him, he smiled and said, "Young Master Yang is a friend of my Thousand Leaves sect. This Du naturally can't sit by and do nothing when a friend has a request." Luo Jin's face turned ashen. He nodded repeatedly, "Good, very good. This king will remember today's matter and will definitely visit Thousand Leaves sect in the future to discuss it with Yi Hen." Du Xian frowned slightly, but still said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "As long as master of the city is happy." As he spoke, he tossed the Earth attribute monster beast's monster core to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and checked its grade and color. He was very satisfied and sat down cross-legged. At the same time, he waved his hand and a pill furnace suddenly appeared in front of him. The alchemy furnace expanded in the wind and soon grew to the height of a person. The exterior of the alchemy furnace was engraved with dragons and phoenixes, and it was emitting extremely strong energy fluctuations. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. Is this kid also an alchemist? Oh my god. This pill furnace seems to be Dao Source grade high rank. Being able to use such a pill furnace, doesn't that mean he's a Dao Source grade alchemist? What did he say his name was? Yang Kai, High Heaven Sects Yang Kai. Yang Kai? That name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Everyone started to discuss among themselves, with quite a few people revealing shocked expressions. They had already witnessed the powerful strength Yang Kai had displayed before, but now that he had taken out a Dao Source grade high-rank alchemy furnace, they were still shocked and started to make guesses. There were already quite a few people who had spread rumors about him and the previous incident. The person who had refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm was connected to him. After all, the two of them shared the same name, had Dao Source realm cultivation, and seemed to be proficient in alchemy. Although the world was big, there weren't many people who had so many similarities. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai pushed the flames of the furnace, causing the temperature of the entire inner hall to rise by quite a bit. Luo Jin narrowed his eyes and paid attention, not showing any intention of rushing to take action. He seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai's next move. Yang Kai was very happy as he continued to form hand seals and engrave spirit arrays, throwing the herbs and earth attribute monster core into the pill furnace one after another, controlling the temperature of the flames. After a cup of tea's worth of time, Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand to the side. Source Qi surged from his palm and sucked a bowl over. Immediately after, he leapt up and arrived in front of the black jade furnace. Patting the pill furnace, he sent the lid flying before reaching out and sucking the contents of the furnace out. It was a green-colored medicinal liquid that looked extremely strange and sticky, appearing to be in a semi-solidified state. From an alchemist's point of view, opening the furnace at this moment meant that the refinement had failed. However, this was exactly what was needed to expel the puppet bud. Placing the strange medicinal liquid that was emitting a strange smell into the bowl, he carefully brought it in front of Qiyu and said in a serious tone, "Senior, drink this." Qiyu's brows furrowed as her face turned pale. When Yang Kai brought the semi-finished medicinal liquid in front of her, she immediately smelled an extremely unpleasant odor. This odor was similar to a pair of socks that had not been washed for a few decades. Just smelling it was enough to make one feel nauseous. How could such a thing enter one's stomach? Seeing the look of disdain in her eyes, Yang Kai grinned and said, "Good medicine tastes bitter. You'll feel better after drinking this." Qiyu glared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, giving him a look that said, "If you dare to trick me, you're dead meat." Yang Kai ignored her and coaxed her like a child, "Come, drink it obediently." After saying that, he opened Qiyu's mouth with one hand and poured the contents of the bowl into her mouth with the other. At the same time, he secretly urged his source Qi to help Qiyu swallow. Gulp, gulp, gulp. All of the guests turned their gazes away, feeling their stomachs churn and their entire bodies turn unwell. Wah! At a certain moment, Qiyu suddenly vomited and half knelt on the ground. Her expression was extremely painful, as if she wanted to vomit out all of her internal organs. Yang Kai stood to the side with a smile on his face. He threw away the bowl in his hand and reached out to pat Qiyu's back. "Smelly brat, how dare you make me drink such a thing?" Qiyu turned her head and glared at Yang Kai with gritted teeth. She had lived for so many years, but had never drunk such a disgusting thing. If not for the fact that her movements were restricted today, how could she have suffered such a disaster? "Senior, please calm down. This brat had no other choice." Yang Kai laughed mischievously. "Fifth sister." To the side, Chai, who stared at Qiyu in a daze and said happily, "You can move now?" Qiyu was stunned, as if she had just awoken from a dream. She slowly stood up and said with a faint smile, "I'm really not restricted anymore." After saying that, she turned her head and regained her dignified appearance as she said hatefully, "Since you're speaking the truth, I'll let you off this time. If you dare to make me drink such a thing again." Halfway through her words, Chiyu hurriedly covered her mouth as her face turned pale, seemingly recalling an extremely bad memory. However, she quickly turned her gaze towards Chai-Hu and said with a guilty look on her face, "Fourth brother, I've implicated you." Chai-Hu laughed heartily. "We're family, so there's no need to be so polite. I believe that if I were to encounter such a situation, you wouldn't just sit by and watch." Chiyu nodded her head, a look of gratitude on her face. Turning around, she stared coldly at the middle-aged man being restrained by Yi Jinghan and said, "He actually dared to make me suffer such a thing. I want him dead." At this moment, a blank look appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he stared blankly at Chiyu, muttering incessantly, "Impossible, this is impossible. The puppet bud is almost extinct, how could there be a way to break it?" He seemed to be unable to accept the fact that his unique skill had been broken so easily, causing his mind to be greatly shaken, causing him to fall into a daze for a moment. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Playing with insects in front of me? You're still a few hundred years too early, huh?" His wild and complacent laughter attracted the attention of quite a few people, all of them thinking that this brat had gone crazy. After his laughter came to an end, Yang Kai extended his hand and sent a blast of energy towards the ground. The energy transformed into flames that burned the vomit out of Chiyu's mouth. At the same time, the middle-aged man appeared to have suffered a heavy blow. His entire body shook violently as he involuntarily spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned incomparably pale as his aura weakened. Although the puppet bud had been forced out, it had not died, allowing the middle-aged man to remain safe and sound. However, Yang Kai's attack had not only destroyed the puppet bud on the spot, it had also caused the middle-aged man, who was mentally connected to it, to suffer a heavy blow. The reason why the puppet bud was not ranked high on the exotic insect list was because its vitality was not as strong as other exotic insects, allowing it to be easily destroyed. However, this was not the case for the soul-devouring insect, as it was extremely difficult to completely destroy it. If possible, Yang Kai wanted to keep the puppet bud in the insect enslavement bracelet, as it might come in handy in the future. However, the puppet bud was an extremely special exotic insect. Once someone left a mark on it, it could no longer be used by a second person. That was why Yang Kai did not hesitate to destroy it. Seeing the middle-aged man in such a state, Chiyu frowned slightly. She no longer had any intention of finding trouble with him and instead shot a cold glare at Luo Jin. The main culprit behind everything that had happened to her today was Luo Jin. If not for Yang Kai's miraculous appearance and saving her from this predicament, not only would she not have been able to escape today, even Chai-Hu would have been implicated. She naturally hated a vile person like Luo Jin to the bone. "Little you, it's not too late for you to come to this king's side now. This king promises you that everything that happened before will be forgotten." Luo Jin looked at Chiyu and said indifferently, "You." Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared dumbfoundedly. In the past, the monster king of the monster star, Chiyu, had controlled the entire stars, with billions of monster clan members obeying her orders. However, when she came to the star boundary, she was actually addressed as Little You. If the other monster clan lords of the monster star were to find out about this, who knew how they would feel? Chiyu seemed to have sensed the subtle changes in Yang Kai's expression and glared fiercely at him, before snorting coldly, "Old dog. You imprisoned my big brother and the others, forced me to marry you, and now you actually want me to come to your side? Have you not woken up from your sleep yet?" Luo Jin's face darkened as fury filled his face. He knew that after today he would most likely lose all of his face. Originally, he wanted to use Chiyu to redeem himself, but he never expected to be rejected so bluntly by her. In that instant, he flew into a rage out of humiliation, and killing intent surged out like a tidal wave. Chapter 23:13. Have Big Brother and the others really been imprisoned by this old dog? Chai-Hu's expression turned furious as he asked furiously. "Yes." Chiyu gritted her teeth as a trace of sadness flashed across her face. It's all my fault for believing this old dog's words and causing Big Brother and the others to be controlled. Despicable scum. As Chai Hu cursed, he fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was severely injured, the mouthful of blood still shot towards Luo Jin like an arrow. Luo Jin stood there without moving, merely channeling his strength to block the blood, while his gaze turned exceedingly gloomy. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior, the Big Brother you speak of, who is he?" Although he had some guesses in his heart, he didn't dare to be sure, so he could only ask. Chiyu replied, "Your High Heaven Sect's Supreme Elder, Gizu." Yang Kai raised his brow, overjoyed. "Elder is also here?" "Yes, but he is now imprisoned in a certain place in the City Lord's mansion. I don't know where he is." Chiyu sighed. "Where are the others? Also here?" Kai Yang asked anxiously. Chiyu said, "Alliance Master Gu and President Aio are both here." Yang Kai observed her expression carefully. He was slightly surprised and said, "Then, what about Master Wu Dao?" When they set off from Shadowed Star that day, there were 6 of them. In addition to Yang Kai and Chiyu, there was also Aio, President of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, Sword Union's Union Master Gudsong Yun, High Heaven Sect's Supreme Elder Gray Zhu, and the last one was recognized as the strongest Third Order Origin King in Star Territory, Wu Dao. Of these 6, except for Yang Kai, who was only a Second Order Origin King at the time, the remaining 6 were all Third Order Origin Kings. They were the top fighting force within the territory of the Star Realm. The 6 of them used the Star Emperor tokens left behind by Yang Yen. After opening the Starlight Passage and overcoming all obstacles to reach the Star Boundary, they were ambushed in the passage. After a chaotic battle, they were separated. Yang Kai had also guessed that other than himself, there was a high chance that the others would be together. Now that he heard Chiyu mention Gizu, Aio, and Gutsong Yun, he couldn't help but frown. He immediately knew that he was right. But she didn't say where Wu Dao was, which made Yang Kai feel uneasy. Sure enough, hearing Yang Kai ask like this, Crimson Moon's expression dimmed, and he said, "Master Wu Dao, he already left." What? Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. He could hardly believe it. Wu Dao was recognized as the strongest Origin King in the Star Territory back then, having reached the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Dao Source realm, but the world principles of the Star Territory did not allow him to do so. That was why he couldn't advance. Even Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's Supreme Elder Long Tianshang was respectful to Wu Dao. Qi Yu and the others also regarded him as the strongest. But what Yang Kai didn't expect was that Tyrannical was actually dead. As the strongest expert, he had actually died just like that. How did Master Wu Dao die? Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he turned his head to look at Luo Jin. Did he do it? He didn't have much contact with Wu Dao, only getting to know him when he left the Star Territory and opened the Starlight Corridor. They had gone through thick and thin together for some time. But when he heard this news, he still felt incomparably furious. There were only a few people who came from the Star Territory, and now one of them had already died. Yang Kai felt inexplicably stifled and uncomfortable. Crimson Moon shook her head. This has nothing to do with him. Master Wu Dao, he failed to break through to the Dao Source realm and died in the World Tribulation. Yang Kai became absent-minded after hearing this, and only after a long while did he sigh. It's his fate. He originally thought that with Wu Dao's cultivation and heritage, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Dao Source realm after coming to the Star Boundary. Even if he didn't have a 100% chance of success, he would at least have an 80% to 90% chance of success. But according to Crimson Moon, he actually died because he failed to break through. If this matter hadn't come from Crimson Moon, Yang Kai wouldn't have believed it. That's because Crimson Moon had already broken through to the Dao Source realm, so how could Wu Dao fail? This could only be described as a world tribulation that wasn't something that a human could contend against. What about Guizhu and the others? Yang Kai asked again. Crimson Moon replied, they were fine when we parted last time. Furthermore, they had already broken through to the Dao Source realm. I just don't know how they are now. Yang Kai nodded lightly. At this moment, Chai, who had been listening from the side, suddenly spoke out, "Little brother, you actually know my big brother and the others?" Yang Kai smiled upon hearing that. "Your big brother is the supreme elder of my High Heaven sect, while I'm the sect master of the High Heaven sect. Do you think I don't know them?" Chai, who gawked and looked at Crimson Moon. "Could it be that he's also—" Crimson Moon nodded gently. Chai, who immediately felt deep veneration for Crimson Moon, cupping his fists and saying, "I've been disrespectful." Clearly, Chai, who knew that Crimson Moon and the others had come from the star territory of the lower planes. At this moment, he knew that Yang Kai was also from the star boundary and had actually grown to such a level in such a short period of time. He couldn't help but feel incomparable admiration for Yang Kai. With a smile, Yang Kai replied, "Brother Chai, you don't need to worry about it." After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "Oh, that's right. Senior, where's my Xiao Xiao?" "Xiao Xiao?" Crimson Moon furrowed her brows. "You're talking about that stone. Could it be that it's not with you?" Yang Kai's heart sank as he replied, "I haven't found it. We haven't seen it either. When we arrived here that day, the few of us were together. Although we had separated, we weren't too far apart. After 2 days, we gathered together. We've also looked for you, but we haven't been able to find you. So Xiao Xiao isn't with you." Yang Kai felt a sense of loss and worry. Crimson Moon and the others had come to the star territory, and although their cultivations weren't high, they were still people who had lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years. They were nimble and adaptable, so surviving was naturally not a problem for them. However, Xiao Xiao was different. Its intelligence wasn't high, and it was also a special kind of life form. If it was discovered, it would inevitably be captured and studied. Yang Kai was most worried about Xiao Xiao over the past few years. However, he didn't expect that he still wouldn't be able to find any news about it after meeting Crimson Moon. Seeing his expression, Crimson Moon comforted him, "You don't need to be too worried. Although Xiao Xiao is a little special, its life won't be in danger even if it's captured. As long as we continue to search, we'll definitely find it one day." Yang Kai nodded, "I hope so." The two of them didn't deliberately lower their voices when they spoke, so everyone in the surroundings could hear them clearly. However, they were completely unaware of what they were talking about, only knowing that the two of them had reunited after a long time. Their relationship wasn't shallow. All of a sudden, Luo Jin said with a grin, "Since the few of you are so worried about your old friend, why don't you send me over? This king will send the two of you off, how about it?" Crimson Moon replied furiously, "Old dog, if you know what's good for you, obediently release my big brother and the others. If not, I'll flip your city lord's mansion." Luo Jin replied, "Little you should restrain your temper. As a woman, it's improper for you to have such a fiery temper." Crimson Moon sneered, "That depends on who I'm talking to. Do you think that I'll be amiable towards a despicable person like you?" Luo Jin snorted coldly, "This king can give you a chance. Obediently return to this king's side, and I'll let bygones be bygones. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame this king for being impolite." Yang Kai gave a hearty laugh. "I really want to see how impolite the city lord's master is going to be. Could it be that you're going to rely on the 70 to 90 subordinates you've secretly placed in this area? Since you've discovered something, there's no need to say anything else. Take action." Luo Jin roared out. As his voice rang out, a dozen figures suddenly shot out from all directions, all of them possessing Dao Source Realm cultivation. Floating in the air, these cultivators' expressions turned solemn as they formed hand seals. Their hands continuously changed. As the hand seals changed, the source chi within these dozen cultivators seemed to form a unique resonance. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed in astonishment, "A spirit array?" With a single glance, he could tell that these people seemed to be using some kind of spirit array. Just like the 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array, it was a secret technique that used the cultivator's body as its foundation. Just as his voice rang out, the dozen cultivator took action in unison, sending their strength out in pairs. In an instant, their attacks connected together, transforming into a large net visible to the naked eye that enveloped Yang Kai and the others. The large net was formed purely from source qi, yet possessed an extremely powerful sealing effect. As it enveloped them, it seemed to be able to lock down an entire region. All of a sudden, Chai Hu and Chi Yu felt their shoulders sink, as though they were being pressed down by a large mountain. The circulation of their strength became sluggish, while their meridians were blocked, causing their chests to feel stifled to the point of being unable to breathe. Although Yang Kai was slightly better off, he still felt his body shrink. As the large net descended, it caught Yang Kai and the others completely off guard. "Young Master Yang." Yi Jinghan's beautiful face turned pale as she cried out in shock. Du Xian's expression had also turned ugly as his mind raced. Today, he had helped Yang Kai in front of everyone, going against Luo Jin, and completely falling out with the city lord's mansion. He was only acting according to Yi Jinghan's wishes. If not, how could he have acted so recklessly? Upon seeing Yang Kai being captured, he knew that the situation wasn't good. If they couldn't escape from the city lord's mansion today, they might have to stay here forever. Thinking about that, he clenched his teeth and secretly sent a message to Yi Jinghan. "Yi, wait for my signal and we'll rush out of here together." Hearing that, Yi Jinghan shook her head. "We have to save young Master Yang." Du Xian replied, "That's impossible. Once Luo Jin is done with young Master Yang, we'll be next. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. If young Master Yang can't escape, we definitely won't be able to. If we want to live, we can only save young Master Yang." Du Xian looked at her in astonishment. "You have that much confidence in him? He's just a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator." Yi Jinghan gave a bitter laugh. "You'll know in the future that there are some people who can do things that others can't even if their cultivations aren't too high. Furthermore, young Master Yang is related to the future rise and fall of our Thousand Leaves sect. Even if we have to die, we have to save him." Du Xian's expression fluctuated, and for a moment, he was at a loss. From the looks of it, Yi Jinghan was determined to take Yang Kai with her. However, how could the few of them from Thousand Leaves sect rescue him in front of so many experts from the city lord's mansion? What's more, Yang Kai and the others had already become turtles in a jar, making it extremely difficult to rescue them. Upon seeing Yang Kai and the others being bound by the spirit array, Luo Jin couldn't help but laugh out loud. With a look of ridicule on his face, he said, "Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think that this King's City Lord's mansion is a place where you can act as you please?" The expressions on the faces of many guests changed, as they knew that Luo Jin was trying to make an example out of them. Today he had lost a lot of face, and if he wasn't able to capture Yang Kai and the others, he really wouldn't be able to establish himself in Sky Crane City in the future. Fortunately, the secret arrangements he had made earlier had finally played a crucial role, causing his mood to instantly improve. A vicious glint of hatred flickered in his eyes as he stared at Yang Kai, seemingly considering how to deal with Yang Kai to vent the hatred in his heart. Chapter 23:14. In the hall, over a dozen Dao Source Realm Masters formed a spirit array, trapping Yang Kai, Chi Yu and Chai Hu in their original positions. Luo Jin laughed heartily as he surveyed his surroundings with a smug look on his face. "This king will be eternally grateful if any of you can help this king kill this brat." He had no intention of personally taking action, not because he was afraid of Yang Kai's strength, but because he didn't want to. Instead, he wanted to use this method to regain some face and consolidate his position. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately cupped his fists and volunteered. "White Cloud Tower's Mu Zheng is willing to help City Lord Master." Another person stood up and cupped his fists. "Heart-Seeking Pavilion's Wuxia is willing to listen to your orders." A third person also stood up. "This brat is despicable and shameless, using lies to deceive the masses. My soul-seizing sword sects Yuan Mo can't stand by and is willing to take his head as a warning to others." In an instant, 7 or 8 people stood up, representing 7 or 8 different forces, expressing their sincerity to Luo Jin through this method. Luo Jin's gloomy mood finally cleared up as he nodded with a faint smile. "Good, then I'll have to trouble everyone." A few people said in unison, "Please rest assured, City Lord Master. We definitely won't disappoint you." As they finished speaking, They turned around and looked towards Yang Kai with sinister smiles on their faces. Although Yang Kai's previous performance was somewhat extraordinary, he was currently trapped by the spirit array set up by the City Lord's Mansion's cultivator and was completely unable to move. He was just like a piece of fatty meat on the chopping board that they couldn't kill in any way they wanted to. All of a sudden, White Cloud Tower's Mu Zheng smiled. Everyone, it wouldn't be good for us to bully him with numbers. What's more, there are many guests here. Even if we win, it would be an unfair victory. Wuxia said. Then, according to Brother Mu, what should we do? Everyone looked at him curiously, not knowing what he was planning to do. With a faint smile, Mu Zheng said, "What I mean is that one person should take action, while the rest of the friends can provide support. What do you think?" Hearing this, everyone smiled faintly. Knowing what he meant, they nodded in agreement. Brother Mu's words are correct. Mu Zheng said, "Then, who will do it?" Yuan Mo of the Soul-Snatching Sword sect said, "Since it's Brother Mu's suggestion, we'll let Brother Mu do it." When the others heard this, they didn't have any objections. After all, they had already stood up at the crucial moment and expressed their loyalty to the city master. As for who would kill Yang Kai, it didn't matter anymore. They were going to die anyway, so it didn't matter who did it. Mu Zheng's expression was exactly what I wanted. He nodded with a smile and said, "Since everyone agrees, this Mu will not decline." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he glanced at Yang Kai contemptuously, as if he was sure he would win. Then he walked towards Yang Kai at a moderate pace. Yang Kai. Qiyu couldn't help but become nervous. He desperately urged his own origin energy. But no matter what, she could not break free from the bindings on her body. She was so anxious that her beautiful face changed color. She said, "If you can leave, then leave quickly. Don't worry about me. Where there's life, there's hope." Chai Hu chimed in, "That's right, little brother. Just remember to take revenge for us." "Haha, you still want to leave in this state?" Mu Zheng laughed out in ridicule, before looking at Qiyu and saying, "Rest assured, madam. This one has always acted appropriately, so I won't hurt you by mistake." At this point in time, he did not forget to express his goodwill towards Luo Jin. Standing not far away, Luo Jin nodded his head in satisfaction upon hearing those words. "Do you think that you can kill me with your abilities?" Yang Kai stood there calmly, smiling as he looked at Mu Zheng, who was approaching him step by step. That smile imprinted itself into Mu Zheng's eyes, causing his heart to involuntarily skip a beat. A feeling of uneasiness started to spread within his heart, causing him to instantly become flustered. Clenching his teeth, he roared out fiercely, "You're still so arrogant even in the face of death. Brat, watch carefully as I take your dog life." As he roared out, he suddenly summoned a large blade. As his origin energy surged, a blade light sparkled, and blade shadows appeared one after another. A dazzling brilliance erupted as it chopped down towards Yang Kai. Clearly, he did not want to drag this out any longer, and only wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. Therefore, he used his full strength right from the start. This move of his had completely enveloped Yang Kai and Chai Hu, while excluding Qiyu. Clearly, he had guessed Luo Jin's intentions, and would only leave the newlywed madam behind, while killing everyone else. Seeing the blade light coming towards him, a chilling glint flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he coldly said, "A mere first-order Dao Source realm dares to be impudent in front of this young master." As his words rang out, his figure flashed, before disappearing from his original location, as though he was completely unaffected by the restrictions of the spirit array. Spatial energy surged out, appearing right before Mu Zheng. Using his finger as a sword, 5 elements indestructible sword chi swirled around his fingertips as he chopped straight towards his opponent. Ah! Mu Zheng was greatly shocked, his face instantly turning incomparably pale, seemingly unable to believe what he had just seen. His cultivation was only at the first-order Dao Source realm. If not for the fact that Yang Kai had been restricted by the spirit array, with Yang Kai's ferocious display, how would he dare to take the initiative to touch the tiger's butt? However, the sudden change in the situation, with Yang Kai actually escaping from the spirit array, instantly scared the wits out of him. His entire body started to tremble, while the might of the attack he had unleashed with the artifact in his hand instantly disappeared. As the blade light and sword shadows intersected, a series of clanging sounds rang out. Mu Zheng appeared to have suffered heavy injuries as he was sent flying, vomiting blood continuously in the air. Yang Kai roared out in a stern voice, "Since you guys don't know how to write the word death, this young master will teach you guys." As he spoke, the 5 elements indestructible sword chi swirled around his finger, moving like a dragon and snake. Sticking close to Mu Zheng's body, it continued to draw something in the air. Mu Zheng's miserable shrieks instantly resounded across the world, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. No one knew exactly what kind of torture he had suffered to cause him to scream in such a miserable manner. The surrounding guests all fell silent out of fear. As for Yi Jinghan, who was prepared to risk everything to rescue Yang Kai, she was dumbfounded. Although she knew that Yang Kai was extraordinary, she never imagined that he would be so monstrous. The spirit array that the City Lord Master had secretly set up was actually unable to do anything to him. However, when she recalled that Yang Kai possessed the Tao of Space, Yi Jinghan felt relieved. With the spatial divine technique, even if Yang Kai was no match for his opponent, escaping would not be a problem. Unless a powerhouse from the Emperor realm took action and suppressed him with their powerful cultivation, preventing him from using his Tao of Space. After a short while, Mu Zheng smashed heavily against the wall, spurting out a mouthful of blood mixed with his shattered internal organs. His entire body was motionless, and his aura was completely gone. He had actually died. Right at this moment, Yang Kai suddenly snapped his fingers. With a bang, Mu Zheng exploded, his corpse turning into a bloody mist. However, miraculously, it did not disperse. Instead, it was imprinted onto the wall by a mysterious force, dyeing it blood red, as though someone had splashed a basin of red paint on it. The stench of blood rushed to the sky, causing everyone to feel nauseous. Asterisk gasp. Asterisk gasps rang out, followed by gulping sounds. Everyone's eyes were wide open as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. This unforeseen event happened in a flash, causing everyone to be dazed. Before many people could regain their senses, Mu Zheng, who had charged towards Yang Kai in an aggressive manner, had actually died. What kind of strength did one need to be able to achieve such a feat? Come, come, come! Yang Kai shouted with all his might, pointing at the blood-red wall. Those who don't know how to read, come take a look and see how the word death is written. He smiled coldly. Don't say that this young master didn't teach you. It won't be fun if you die with your eyes open. Following the direction of his finger, everyone looked again, and suddenly, the soles of their feet cramped. On the blood-red wall, a large death character had actually appeared. Blood was still dripping from the character, making a dripping sound. Each dripping sound was like a soul-calming song, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Between the characters, there were countless pieces of flesh and organs stuck to the wall. Recalling Yang Kai's previous actions, everyone was horrified to find that he had actually used his finger as a pen and Mu Zheng's body as ink to write this character on the wall. This was a blatant provocation, a demonstration of strength. However, no one dared to say anything about it. Luo Jin's expression was extremely ugly. He had originally hoped to borrow a knife to kill someone and intimidate the guests that had arrived today, taking the opportunity to regain some face. However, he never expected that he would end up smashing his own foot with a rock, causing his face to twitch in pain. Someone just said that I'm despicable and shameless, and that I'm trying to mislead the crowd with my lies. Yang Kai's figure suddenly flashed, appearing beside soul-snatching sword sects Yuan Mo. Appearing like an old friend who had not seen each other for a long time, he hooked his arm around the latter's shoulder and asked with a grin. Before Yuan Mo could react, he was still immersed in the fact that Mu Zheng had been killed, unable to extricate himself from it. Yang Kai had already closed in on him, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late for him to escape. On the other hand, upon seeing this fiend appear beside them, the others jumped in fright, dodging one after another as they looked at Yang Kai in fear, afraid that he would take action against them. From Yang Kai's earlier performance, if he truly wanted to kill them, they would definitely not be able to put up any resistance. Each and every one of them felt extremely vexed in their hearts, regretting that they had chosen a side too early, causing them to get into trouble for no reason. Yuan Mo's entire body trembled as his legs and stomach trembled uncontrollably. With a pale face, he stammered, "Young Master Yang." This one spoke without thinking and offended young Master Yang. "Young Master? Master Yang, please be magnanimous and not lower yourself to this one's level." Spoke without thinking? Yang Kai raised his brow. "Then this young master will give you some time to think carefully. Tell me, who exactly is the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses?" Yuan Mo's entire body shivered as he lowered his head, not daring to raise it. With a trembling voice, he said, it's me, it's all me. I'm the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses." Yang Kai snorted coldly and said indifferently, "Looks like you still don't know how to spell the word death. Do you want me to teach you again?" Yuan Mo was on the verge of tears as he knelt down on the ground and cried out, "It's City Lord Master. He's the despicable and shameless one who spread lies to mislead the masses and deceived us. Young Master Yang, please spare my life. Young Master Yang, please spare my life." Even though he knew that he would offend Luo Jin by speaking rudely in front of so many people, how could he care so much when it was a matter of life and death? Chapter 23:15. You're worth teaching. Yang Kai gave a hearty laugh, patting Yuan Mo's head as a reward. However, Yuan Mo thought that Yang Kai was about to kill him, causing his entire body to tremble in fright. His eyes rolled back as he fainted. "Trash!" Luo Jin scolded while clenching his teeth. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the other people with a cold gaze. Before he could say anything, those people started to shout out, "Young Master Yang, we've already seen how the word death is written. It's our utmost honor to see young Master Yang's authentic handwriting. Young Master Yang is truly a miraculous person to be able to use blood as ink to write such good words. Admirable, admirable." These people were all trying their best to flatter Yang Kai. Although they were praising and flattering him, the smiles on their faces were uglier than crying. Clearly, they were extremely afraid in their hearts, afraid that Yang Kai would kill them if he was in a bad mood. Many of the guests looked at them with disdain, feeling pained by their shamelessness. However, after thinking about it, if they were to encounter such a situation, would they be able to perform any better than them? With a blade on their necks, honor and loyalty were no longer important. Surviving was the most important thing. Thinking about this, many people sighed inwardly, knowing that it wasn't that these people were afraid of death, but rather that they were in a disadvantageous situation. Since you know how the word death is written, hurry up and scram. Don't dirty this young master's eyes. Yang Kai retracted the smile on his face as he roared impatiently. As though they had been pardoned, those people scurried back into the crowd, not daring to show their faces again. Only then did Yang Kai turn around and look at Luo Jin. He said coldly, "Hand her over. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Luo Jin remained unmoved, only snorting coldly, "Is this how your master taught you to speak to your seniors?" Yang Kai replied, "I've always respected the old and loved the young. However, if City Lord's master doesn't know how to appreciate my kindness, don't blame me for beating you up until your mother can't recognize you." As he said that, he walked towards Luo Jin at a steady pace. Clearly, he wasn't willing to drag things out and wanted to end this quickly. A trace of nervousness flashed across Luo Jin's face. Although his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's by a small realm, he had seen everything that Yang Kai had done just now, so he knew that this youth wasn't someone to be trifled with. Seeing him getting closer and closer, Luo Jin immediately looked in a certain direction and said, "Master Ku, please lend me a hand. This Luo will be eternally grateful." He knew that it was meaningless to ask for the help of those second-order Dao Source Realm masters from the first-order Dao Source Realm, so he directly invited a master from the third-order Dao Source Realm who he was familiar with and had a close relationship with. In this situation, only the third-order Dao Source Realm could suppress Yang Kai. Just as Luo Jin finished speaking, an old man slowly walked out from the crowd. This old man had a head of white hair and a restrained aura. while his eyes were extremely bright. His face was rosy. He looked like an elder. He smiled slightly and said, "Since Master Luo has invited me, this old man will naturally comply." A trace of joy flashed across Luo Jin's eyes as he nodded, "Many thanks." At this moment, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks. Turning his head to look at the old man, he asked with a grin, "Old man, are you going to intervene in this matter?" The old man with the surname Ku smiled and said, "It's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. If little brother doesn't mind, why don't we sit down and have a good chat? This old man's body isn't strong and can't be compared to you youngsters. If possible, this old man doesn't want to take action against little brother." "Sure." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Then why don't you sit by the side and watch, old man? How about you drink some wine and eat some food?" The old man with the surname Ku replied, "I'm afraid that won't do. Since Master Luo has spoken, this old man can't just sit by and watch." Yang Kai sighed, "Old man, it's not easy for you to live to such an old age. Even the king of hell isn't willing to accept you, so why do you still want to charge into the gates of hell?" The old man with the surname Ku narrowed his eyes and said, "Young people are indeed full of vitality. Your tone is filled with confidence. If this old man's guess isn't wrong, little brother should be the rumored grandmaster who refined the extraordinary treasure pill, right?" It wasn't strange for the old man with the surname Ku to be able to guess Yang Kai's identity. During this period of time, Yang Kai's name had spread throughout the entire southern territory. He had also announced his name in front of everyone before, arousing the suspicions of many people. Coupled with the fact that he had suddenly used his space force to break free from the binding spirit array, the old man with the surname Ku was naturally able to confirm his suspicions. The old man with the surname Ku wasn't the only one who had guessed Yang Kai's origins. It was just that no one else had said anything. On the other hand, some of the cultivator who didn't know the truth exclaimed when they heard this, their eyes filled with shock and passion as they stared at Yang Kai. No one knew what the extraordinary treasure pill was before, but with the news of the Four Seasons realm, the effects of the extraordinary treasure pill had long been known. It was a pill that had been lost for a long time and could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Besides the few pills that Yang Kai had refined, there was no other pill in this world. What? He's the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill? Luo Jin's face changed slightly as he exclaimed in a low voice. The old man with the surname Ku replied, "They share the same name, a second-order Dao source realm cultivation, and proficient in the Dao of alchemy. Other than that grandmaster, this old master can't think of anyone else with such capabilities." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "It's just an insignificant name, not worth mentioning." "You really are one." Luo Jin's eyes suddenly burst with light, turning scorching hot in an instant, as if Yang Kai had turned into a delicious piece of meat. The old man with the surname Ku continued, "This old master has heard of Grandmaster Yang's name like thunder, and has admired you for a long time. Today is also the day of the City Lord's Master's wedding, so it's truly not a good time to take action. Grandmaster Yang, can you give this old master some face and let today's matter end here?" Yang Kai smiled, "Give you face? Then who's going to give me face? If the City Lord's Master wants to marry your mother-in-law, Master, regardless of whether she's willing or not, how would you feel about that, old master?" The smile on the old man's face disappeared as he spoke out in anger. "This old master is already old, and my mother-in-law, Master, has already passed away. Little brother, don't be too vicious with your mouth." Sorry. Yang Kai had an apologetic look on his face, as if he was sincerely admitting his mistake. Changing the topic, he asked, "What if the City Lord's Master wants to marry your wife?" The old man with the surname Ku's body shook as his aura surged. "Impudent!" Yang Kai sneered. "He's not really marrying your wife. I'm just casually mentioning it, yet you're already so angry, looking as if you want to kill someone. Do you think that I'll let him off so easily for doing such despicable things to this young master's mother-in-law, Master?" Luo Jin replied in anger, "Master Ku, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's join hands and capture him first." The old man with the surname Ku replied, "All right." Exchanging glances, the two of them did not wish to speak any more nonsense. Luo Jin took out his jade scepter-like artifact once again, while the old man surnamed Ku flipped his hand, summoning a token-like object. The token was only the size of a palm, but arcs of electricity curled around its surface, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. Be careful, young Master Yang. Ku Tian is the great elder of the Sky Peak Temple, and the 9 Heavens Divine Thunder is sealed within that Heaven's Thunder token. Don't take it head-on. Yi Jinghan reminded loudly. Hearing that, Ku Tian glared at Yi Jinghan and shouted, "Shut up, little girl, or this old master will teach you a lesson." Yi Jinghan replied in disdain, using numbers to bully the weak. So it turns out that Great Elder Ku is such a despicable and shameless person. To think that I respected you in the past. I was truly blind. Ku Tian felt extremely uncomfortable from her words, causing him to fly into a rage out of humiliation. "What do you know?" Scram. As he spoke, he had already joined hands with Luo Jin. The jade scepter-like artifact in Luo Jin's hand was extremely mysterious, as it tapped lightly towards Yang Kai from a distance. Yang Kai felt as though a large mountain was smashing towards him, the ferocious force seemingly causing the surrounding space to collapse. Not daring to take it head-on, Yang Kai could only dodge. At this moment, Ku Tian leisurely took action. Forming a hand seal, large arcs of lightning surged out from the Heaven's Thunder token, transforming into lightning snakes that wrapped around Yang Kai. In an instant, incessant crackling sounds rang out. "Banish!" At the critical moment, Yang Kai roared out as he made a grabbing motion with his hand. A black hole instantly appeared in the air, filled with nothingness and chaos. All of the lightning bolts surging out from the Heaven's Thunder token were devoured by the black hole, leaving Yang Kai completely unharmed. "What?" Ku Tian turned pale with fright. When he felt the might of the Heaven's Thunder token weaken, he hurriedly retracted his artifact, no longer daring to release lightning bolts rashly. The lightning bolts in the Heaven's Thunder token were all collected over the course of a stormy day, so every bit used up was a bit less. Once it was used up, it would need to be replenished. With such a large amount of lightning bolts being devoured by the void, it meant that the might of the Heaven's Thunder token had weakened significantly, causing him to feel extremely pained. This exchange could be said to have been as quick as lightning and earth-shattering, causing the entire Great Hall to shake and sway, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. The surrounding cultivators all scattered in shock, each of them extremely terrified. Ku Tian had failed, but Luo Jin continued to tap the jade scepter in his hand a few times in the air. Streaks of formless energy surged towards Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai's pupils to shrink as he instinctively felt a chill in his heart. With a flick of his finger, a few moon blades slashed out. The jet-black moon blades brought with them an unparalleled might, causing Luo Jin to jump in fright the moment they appeared. However, in the next moment, a few bangs rang out as they collided with the formless attacks sent out by the jade scepter, causing them to dissipate into nothingness. Formless thunder, formless thunder. Ku Tian let out a roar as lightning arcs appeared on the surface of his body. They danced around his body and transformed into a lightning rope that wrapped around Yang Kai, as if trying to bind him to his spot. Yang Kai dodged to the side. However, at this crucial moment, a sly smile appeared on Luo Jin's face, before he tapped the jade scepter in his hand heavily once again. All of a sudden, Yang Kai's body sank, as though a large mountain was pressing down on him, causing him to feel as though he was unable to straighten his back. In that instant, the lightning rope had already wrapped itself around Yang Kai, instantly binding him tightly. Crackling sounds rang out, accompanied by the smell of barbecued meat. Luo Jin gave a hearty laugh. Young people don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. You have to suffer a little before you can clearly see your own strength. He had a look of absolute confidence on his face, causing him to appear exceedingly savage. Ku Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead, secretly feeling shocked by Yang Kai's strength. One had to know that both he and Luo Jin were a minor realm above Yang Kai. Although they were able to capture Yang Kai within a dozen breaths of time after joining forces, this was already an inconceivable feat. It was simply impossible for an ordinary second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator to last more than 3 moves against them. Chapter 23:16. Grandmaster Yang, victory and defeat have already been decided. This old master hopes that you will not continue to resist stubbornly. Otherwise, you might really get injured, Kutian said as he looked towards Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai grinned. What's wrong? Old master, are you trying to act like a whore and erect a monument to your chastity? Kutian's face sank. This old master is just trying to persuade you. Yang Kai laughed heartily. If that's the case, I also have something to say to old sir. What? Kutian frowned slightly. Yang Kai's gaze turned cold as he said in a deep voice, if you know what's good for you, you'd quickly stop. If not, I'm afraid that old sir won't be able to protect his integrity in his later years. Kutian's heart jumped upon hearing those words, while Luo Jin also felt somewhat uneasy. Both of them hurriedly sent a silent signal towards a certain direction within the crowd. In the next instant, a sword light erupted from within the crowd. Sky Illumination Palace's Chiu Yu wielded a long sword, his body wrapped within it as he transformed into a streak of light as he slashed towards Yang Kai. This sword seemed capable of shattering the sky. Clearly, Chiu Yu had used his full strength. Everyone's attention had been focused on the previous fight, so none of them had expected Chiu Yu to take action at this moment. Only when they saw the sword light did they come to a sudden realization. Clearly, Chiu Yu had already secretly discussed this with Luo Jin. Although Chiu Yu's cultivation was only at the first order Dao Source realm, his sneak attack could be said to be as powerful as a thunderbolt. In an instant, he had already arrived before Yang Kai with an imposing aura. Yang Kai wasn't startled, but instead smiled. You finally can't hold back and want to take action? What? Chiu Yu's face changed greatly upon hearing those words. Raising his head, he saw Yang Kai's eyes filled with ridicule, as though he had already expected this and was looking at him with ridicule. Not good. Chiu Yu turned pale with fright as the long sword in his hand trembled. He wanted to retreat. However, how could he make it in such a short time? A series of crackling sounds rang out as a five-colored glow suddenly blossomed from Yang Kai's body. His entire body seemed to expand as an aura that far exceeded that of a second-order Dao Source realm erupted from him. Kacha! The lightning chains binding Yang Kai were broken in an instant. Kutian's body trembled as he stared dumbfoundedly in front of him, his body involuntarily taking a few steps back. Young Master Chiu, be careful! Luo Jin shouted out. Chiu Yu's heart turned cold. He could only watch as Yang Kai swung his fist at him. At the critical moment, he turned his long sword and released a sword light in front of him, hoping that it could save him from danger. The wind from the fist met with a rumbling sound. The entire void trembled slightly as the dazzling sword light was instantly shattered by the fist force. The remaining force continued to blast toward Chiu Yu. How dare you! With a loud roar, the two old men from the third order Dao Source realm who had been following Chiu Yu attacked as well. One of them stretched out a finger and pointed at Yang Kai from afar, while the other pounced toward Chiu Yu, wanting to save him. Yang Kai remained motionless, completely ignoring the power of this finger strike as he punched out with all his might. A loud sound was heard. Violent energy spread out in all directions. It was accompanied by a muffled groan and the sound of bones breaking. Chiu Yu was sent flying like a ragged sack. Even though the other old man who had been following him came to his rescue in time, Yang Kai's punch still caused him to suffer heavy injuries. While he was still in the air, he was already bleeding profusely. At this moment, Chiu Yu could not help but recall what Yang Kai had said to him before. Brother Chiu, I see that your glabella is dark today. Your eyes are unfocused, your lips are cracked, your tongue is burnt, your soul is scattered, and your face is red. I'm afraid that you're about to face a bloody calamity. Chiu Yu was filled with grief and indignation. So, this bloody calamity is about to befall this guy. At this moment, he even felt like dying. Before he could finish his thoughts, his head tilted to the side and he passed out completely. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Young master! The old man who was holding Chiu Yu's face changed drastically as his face turned pale. The other old man also looked in that direction absent-mindedly, unable to react for a long time. Chiu Yu had attacked first, and the two of them had been secretly coordinating from behind. However, they had not expected that Yang Kai would still be able to injure Qiuyu. Not only had they lost a lot of face, but they would also not be able to answer to the palace master when they returned to Sky Illumination Palace. Before the old man could recover, Yang Kai had already closed in on him. The myriad sword in his hand suddenly appeared, and sword chi resonated. Myriad sword phantoms, moon swallows the wolf. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk the sound of something tearing through the air rang out incessantly. Countless sword chi streaked across the surroundings, wreaking havoc. An emperor artifact. The old man's eyes narrowed as a trace of horror flashed across the depths of his eyes. After sensing the emperor intent pulsating from the myriad sword, his entire body began to tremble. Under that terrifying emperor intent, his cultivation had been suppressed by more than 30%. Furthermore, Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack at close range. How could he possibly avoid it? In this moment of crisis, the old man could only circulate his source chi to form a barrier and retreat with all his might. Asterisk pu piu piu. Asterisk blood splattered in the air. The old man was like a lone boat sailing on a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any moment. Asterisk hong long long. Asterisk with a series of rumbling sounds, the entire hall collapsed. Dust flew everywhere as many guests cursed and fled to the side. When the dust settled, everyone looked over and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Yang Kai stood calmly on the spot, holding the large myriad sword in his hand. Sword chi lingered around him, his figure arrogant and his expression cold. Not far away from him, the old man from Sky Illumination Palace was covered in blood. He stood there panting, on the verge of collapsing. It was obvious that his injuries were not light, and his expression was extremely ugly. The other powerhouse from Sky Illumination Palace was protecting the heavily injured Qiuyu. Although he was unharmed, he did not dare to attack Yang Kai casually. If he took action, Qiuyu would not be able to protect him. With Yang Kai's unpredictable speed, he could take Qiuyu's life at any moment. All of the guests were overwhelmed with shock and disbelief. Looking at Yang Kai's figure, it was as if they were looking at a mountain, causing immense pressure to weigh down on them. In that short period of time, Yang Kai could be said to have been attacked from both sides. He was surrounded by 4 third-order Dao Source Realm Masters. However, not only was he unharmed, he had even heavily injured one of them. Who could achieve such a feat? The corners of Du Xian's mouth twitched as he asked Yi Jinghan in a soft voice, "Young Master Yang, is he really a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator? Is he some senior from the Emperor Realm pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger?" His words seemed to represent everyone's thoughts, as no Dao Source Realm cultivator could achieve such a feat by themselves. Everyone could not help but suspect that Yang Kai was hiding his true cultivation. Yi Jinghan smiled bitterly. He had entered the 4 Seasons realm before. At that time, he was only in the first-order Dao Source realm. How could he have advanced to the Emperor realm in such a short period of time? Du Xian agreed with her. All cultivators who entered the 4 Seasons realm had to be personally inspected by the masters of the various sects. If Yang Kai had really hidden his cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to hide from the eyes of those masters. Thinking of this, Du Xian became even more shocked. He discovered that his strength was basically a joke compared to Yang Kai, causing his feelings to become extremely complicated. Surnamed Yang, my Sky Illumination Palace will remember this debt and will definitely repay it in the future. The old man who was hugging Qiuyu glared hatefully at Yang Kai, gnashing his teeth in anger. Yang Kai sneered at him. "It was you who launched a sneak attack, and now you have the nerve to bite back? Are you dogs?" The old man's face turned uneasy, but he did not have the confidence to refute. His face turned red, and he could only grit his teeth and say to the other old man, "Let's go." After saying that, the two of them carried the unconscious Qiuyu and fled. The seal around the city lord's mansion had been destroyed in the previous battle, so the two of them were able to leave without much effort, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They were probably in a hurry to return to Sky Illumination Palace to treat Qiuyu's injuries. Seeing them leave so decisively, Luo Jin's face turned ugly. Although he had only invited Cutian for help, He had already secretly reached an agreement with the people from Sky Illumination Palace to launch a sneak attack. He had originally thought that with the 4 Third Order Dao Source Realm experts joining hands, Yang Kai would not be able to do anything, no matter how strong he was. However, who knew that Qiu Yu's mishap would cause the 2 great helpers of Sky Illumination Palace to leave? The situation had instantly turned into him and Katian joining hands to deal with Yang Kai. Luo Jin's forehead was covered in cold sweat as the pressure he felt was immense. When the Sky Illumination Palace experts left, Yang Kai did not stop them, as he knew the principle of not chasing after a cornered enemy. The most important thing right now was to get Luo Jin to release Guizhu and the others. Everything else could be ignored. Therefore, after the 2 Sky Illumination Palace elders disappeared, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Katian and sneered, "Old thing, why aren't you scramming? Do you believe that this young master won't split you in half in the blink of an eye?" Anger flashed across Katian's face. If someone had dared to speak to him in such a manner in the past, he would definitely not let it go and would teach that person a good lesson. However, it was Yang Kai who had said those words, so he did not have the confidence to get angry. Even the Sky Thunder Command was unable to do anything to Yang Kai, so Katian really could not think of any way to defeat him. Seeing the change in his expression, Luo Jin hurriedly said, "Master Ku, don't listen to his frightening words. If the 2 of us join hands, he will definitely die." Yang Kai sneered, "Then why is this young master still standing here? Has City Lord Luo's eyes been blinded? Why don't you look at the situation before you speak?" Luo Jin ignored him and continued to persuade Katian, "Master Ku, if we can kill this fiend today, this Luo will give 5 years of Sky Crane City's profits to your esteemed sect." At this moment he no longer cared about his face and directly discussed a deal with Katian in front of the countless guests. Indeed, Katian was moved. Sky Crane City was flourishing with each passing day, and 5 years of profits was definitely not a small amount. However, when he saw Yang Kai looking at him with a faint smile, his heart started to beat faster. Luo Jin gritted his teeth and said, "Master Ku, could it be that a little brat is enough to make you stop in your tracks? If that's the case, then Master Ku's martial path will end here. I'm afraid that you will never be able to pry into a higher realm in your lifetime." Once those words were said, Katian's expression shook. He knew that Luo Jin was right. If he hesitated here and did not move forward, then today's matter would definitely become a demon in his heart, interfering with his cultivation. He could forget about breaking through to the Emperor realm and whatnot. If he did not do well, then he might even become the demon race due to shame in the future. Thinking of this, Katian's expression turned resolute. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fine, this Ku will risk his life to accompany you today and properly teach this young man how to behave." Chapter 23:17. Seeing that Katian had agreed, Luo Jin rejoiced. With Master Ku's help, this Luo can be at ease. Yang Kai sneered, "I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Since you refuse to take the path to heaven and choose to enter hell instead, this young master will fulfill your wishes." As he finished speaking, Yang Kai's figure flashed and appeared in front of Katian. Katian's expression changed greatly, as he had not expected Yang Kai to be so fast. He hastily retreated. Yang Kai had no intention of stopping him and simply stared at him coldly. "There are secrets in my eyes." Hearing this, Katian subconsciously looked towards Yang Kai. However, he quickly realized that he had fallen into a trap. In the instant that he looked over, Yang Kai's left eye suddenly glowed with a golden light, and a vertical pupil filled with dignity appeared, causing him to tremble in fear. He wanted to avert his gaze, but he couldn't do it. There seemed to be a mysterious force coming from the golden vertical slit that restrained his gaze, forcing him to keep staring at it. Not only that, even his soul was slightly shaken, and his sea of consciousness was tumbling. Blossoming lotus. Yang Kai snorted coldly as a pure white lotus flower bud flashed within his demon eye of annihilation. Ku Tian looked as if he had been struck by lightning as his entire body trembled. He held his head with his hands as he screamed continuously, as if he had been greatly tortured. The surrounding guests all kept quiet out of fear as they looked at Yang Kai with gazes filled with fear. They were completely unaware of what had happened. All they saw was Yang Kai and Cutian looking at each other before Cutian became like this. Luo Jin, on the other hand, felt a concealed divine sense in that instant and immediately understood that Yang Kai had used some sort of soul secret technique. He shouted in panic, "Master Ku, guard your mind." As he shouted, the jade scepter-like artifact in his hand suddenly grew larger, pressing down on Yang Kai like a mountain. Yang Kai sneered and extended his hand forward to grab Cutian, who was struggling in pain after being hit by the blossoming lotus secret technique, before throwing him upwards. Ah! Luo Jin's expression changed drastically as he continuously formed hand seals with his hands. He wanted to take back his artifact. However, he had used all his strength just now, so how could he withdraw it now? He could only watch helplessly as Cutian was struck by his own artifact. Rumble! The instant the sound rang out, Cutian exploded into a bloody mist. Not even his bones remained. His blood and flesh splattered everywhere, creating an extremely gory scene. Luo Jin was instantly dumbstruck, unable to believe his own eyes. The surrounding guests also let out cries of surprise. None of them had expected Cutian, a powerhouse from the Third Order Dao Source realm, to die so easily. Previously, when he had teamed up with Luo Jin once again, preparing to launch a pincer attack on Yang Kai, everyone had assumed that Yang Kai would not be able to escape this calamity. Who would have guessed that in the blink of an eye, Cutian would be the first to die? Furthermore, he had died under Luo Jin's jade scepter. No one could accept such a bizarre ending. Hua hua! Yang Kai let out an eccentric laugh as he looked towards Luo Jin. Master Luo sure is ruthless. You didn't even let your own ally off. Old Mr. Ku's death was truly tragic. This is what people call burning the bridge after crossing the river. His pitiful appearance made the surrounding guests feel both amused and horrified. After all, everyone had seen that Cutian's death was partially due to Luo Jin not being able to retrieve his jade scepter in time. However, the main reason was that he had been struck by some kind of secret technique Yang Kai had used on him, causing him to be unable to evade. The main culprit was still Yang Kai. However, he was now pushing all the blame onto Luo Jin, as though it had nothing to do with him. Luo Jin was also dumbfounded. He had originally thought that Yang Kai had only been able to scare off the two elders of Sky Illumination Palace due to luck. If Chiao Yu had not been severely injured, the two elders would not have been able to escape, and no one would have been injured. However, he now understood that Yang Kai's strength could not be judged by common sense. The fact that he could render Cutian completely powerless in an instant was enough to show how powerful he was. After hearing Yang Kai's words, Luo Jin hurriedly shouted, "Bullshit! Master Ku, it was clearly you." Yang Kai snorted heavily and said, "Old Mr. Ku was clearly killed by Master Luo's secret treasure in front of everyone's eyes. All the guests here can bear witness to this. What does this have to do with me? I really don't know what kind of enmity Master Luo has with old Mr. Ku for you to take advantage of the situation to kill him. This is truly heartbreaking." Luo Jin was so angry that his blood and qi churned, causing his face to turn red. He wanted to defend himself, but did not know where to start. Feeling extremely sullen, he roared, "This king will never forgive you." As he shouted, Luo Jin spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto his jade scepter. In an instant, the jade scepter flickered with light as energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, causing an extremely dangerous feeling to spread out. A mocking smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as his figure flashed. Using the power of space, he appeared right in front of Luo Jin. Under the latter's dumbfounded gaze, Yang Kai thrust his sword towards him. His state of mind had already been affected by Cutian's death, and Yang Kai's irresponsible words had caused his blood and qi to churn, making it impossible for him to remain calm. When Yang Kai's sword arrived, he was unable to react in time. A soft poochie sound rang out as Luo Jin froze on the spot, the blood in his body turning cold as he stared blankly ahead. A devilish smile hung on Yang Kai's face as he sneered, "Master Luo, it's best if you don't move. I don't have much courage. If you move recklessly, I might just stab you in the heart in a moment of panic." Luo Jin's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he felt the myriad swords stab into his body and stop half an inch away from his heart. How could he dare to make any sudden movements? He could only nervously gulp down his saliva. Don't. Luo Bing suddenly rushed over like a madwoman and stood between Yang Kai and Luo Jin. She opened her arms wide to protect her father as she cried out tearfully, "Don't kill my father! Big brother Bing begs you, don't kill my father!" She shouted and cried at the same time. Her beautiful face was filled with tears. Chai Hu looked at her, wanting to say something, but hesitated before letting out a heavy sigh. The surrounding guests all wore solemn expressions as they felt sorry for Luo Bing. If one were to ask who had the greatest impact from today's series of twists and turns, it wouldn't be Chai Hu had started this storm, nor would it be the overbearing Yang Kai, nor would it be the heavily injured Luo Jin. It was Luo Bing. When Chai Hu was injured, she did her best to beg her father to let Chai Hu go. Chai Hu was her savior, and she didn't want to see her father hurt him. When Luo Jin was injured, she went to Yang Kai and begged Yang Kai to let her father go. After all, blood was thicker than water, and Luo Jin's blood flowed in her body. Before today, she was still the carefree and happy princess of Sky Crane City. However, she had witnessed too much bloodshed, too many battles, and too many unforeseen events in a single day. She didn't know how to choose between kinship and gratitude. Her delicate body was almost unable to bear the continuous impact. Yang Kai frowned as he looked at her with an indifferent expression. Frankly speaking, he didn't have a good first impression of Luo Bing, as he felt that she was an overly pampered little princess who acted recklessly. However, today's events changed his opinion of Luo Bing by a lot. The scene of her trying her best to protect Chai Hu was still vivid in his mind. Although she was a little ignorant, she at least knew how to be grateful. "I beg you, don't hurt my father. Let him go. Bing is at your mercy." Luo Bing cried as she knelt on the ground beside Yang Kai. She hugged one of his legs and refused to let go. Such a scene moved all of the guests present, and they all looked at Luo Bing with complicated gazes, as if they were seeing her for the first time. Chai Hu couldn't bear to see this, and his Adam's apple moved as he said in a hoarse voice, "Little brother Yang, sigh." Yang Kai sighed and said indifferently, "Don't worry, your father isn't dead yet." Yang Kai felt that Luo Jin's actions and attitude would not be enough to kill him 10,000 times. However, Luo Bing's pleading touched his heart, and he suddenly couldn't bear to do it. Chai Hu dragged his injured body in front of Luo Bing and held her hand, saying, "Stand up first." Luo Bing raised her head and looked at Yang Kai with tears on her face, crying, "Don't kill my father." Yang Kai said, "That depends on how he treats my friends. If my friends lose even a single hair," Luo Jin hastily said, "I only sealed their cultivations and locked them up in the dungeon. I didn't hurt them." Yang Kai shot a glance at him and said, "You know what to do." Luo Jin was shocked upon hearing this, and he hastily shouted, "Invite those master cultivators out." His life was in someone else's hands, and he couldn't be unyielding at this moment. The only thing on his mind was to survive. Hearing Luo Jin's shout, the city lord's mansion cultivator didn't dare to hesitate and immediately took action. The surrounding guests also curiously looked in a certain direction, wanting to see exactly what kind of people Yang Kai was trying to rescue. After a short while, a group of 3 people walked out under the lead of the city lord's mansion cultivator. The person in the lead exuded an extremely sinister aura, seemingly cultivating some kind of evil art that caused people to feel uncomfortable. This person wasn't young, and was shockingly an old man. However, the evil smile hanging at the corner of his mouth caused people to shudder. Following closely behind this evil-looking old man was another old man. However, this person's figure was ramrod straight, like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. His entire body was filled with invisible sword intent, and it was obvious that he was a sword expert. As for the last person, he was tall and sturdy, with a dignified expression on his face. Looking left and right, his gaze was fierce. Without exception, these 3 people all had cultivations in the First Order Dao Source realm. When the 3 of them arrived, they clearly didn't know exactly what had happened, and were only curiously and vigilantly sizing up their surroundings. Their divine senses intertwined with one another, as if they were secretly communicating about something. Big brother, second brother, third brother. Seeing the three of them, Chai Hu shouted out excitedly. Hearing this, the three of them turned to look at him, and their eyes lit up as they hurried over. The evil-looking old man in the lead said, "Fourth brother, what are you doing here?" As he said that, he continuously shot glances at Chai Hu, seemingly wanting him to quickly escape. Chi Yu pursed her lips and smiled. "Fourth brother is here to save me." Chapter 23:18. "Fourth brother, you're being silly." The second old man frowned and scolded him. The last middle-aged man with a ferocious expression laughed and said, "Since it's already like this, then let's turn this place upside down." Saying so, he was really about to take action. Seeing that they still didn't understand the situation, Chiyu was speechless and said, "Wait, look at who this is." The three of them stared blankly for a moment before looking in the direction that she was pointing at. With a single glance, the three were shocked and their eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "Seniors, long time no see." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said with a smile. "Sect master?" Guizhu exclaimed. Even though he was used to seeing great storms, he couldn't help but tremble with excitement at this moment. "Sect Master Yang? Yang boy?" Gu Song-yun and President Aio were also speechless, as if they were dreaming. Chiyu smiled and said, "It's all thanks to him that my three brothers were able to escape today." Hearing what she said, the three's expressions turned serious and they quickly released their divine senses to check Yang Kai's cultivation. After seeing that he was already a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, they couldn't help but gasp. They remembered very clearly that Yang Kai was only a second-order Origin King when they set off from the Star Territory, but who would have thought that in just 2 or 3 years he would already be ahead of them? Such a speed of growth was simply embarrassing. It was one thing for him to have such a cultivation, but from Chi Yu's words, everything that happened today seemed to be because of Yang Kai. It all ended because of Yang Kai. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the word, death, was written in blood and flesh on the wall. It was a ghastly sight. Sky Crane City's city lord Luo Jin was stabbed in the chest with a wide sword, so he didn't dare to move. The eyes of the surrounding guests were filled with shock and fear. The three were all experienced people, so they just glanced around and understood the situation. Now that he had a rough understanding of what had happened, he was even more shocked. How could a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator accomplish such a feat in someone else's territory? Guizhu and the others couldn't even begin to imagine. "Seniors, are you in good health?" Yang Kai asked. Guizhu replied, "Thank you for your concern, Sect Master. We're doing well." Yang Kai could also sense that they were fine, as Luo Jin had indeed not mistreated them. He had most likely only sealed their cultivations after capturing them and locking them up in the dungeon. At this moment, the seal had already been removed, allowing them to recover. After all, the three of them were only in the first-order Dao Source Realm. With Luo Jin's control over the City Lord's mansion, he did not place them in his eyes, so there was no need for him to be overly vigilant. "We'll talk about the details later. Let's leave this place first," Red Moon suggested. Guizhu raised his brow and revealed an evil smile as he looked towards Luo Jin, the soul of the third-order Dao Source Realm. "I'll gladly accept it." While he was speaking, as he spoke, he summoned his 10,000 soul banner. In an instant, a gust of cold wind blew within the City Lord's mansion, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Strands of black aura visible to the naked eye started to spread out, transforming into indistinct human figures that wandered in all directions. The faces of the numerous guests changed drastically as they sensed the evil aura radiating from this artifact. Their hearts trembled in fear as they wondered exactly what kind of evil secret art this old fellow was cultivating, for even his artifact to be so evil. "Don't come over." Although Luo Bing's beautiful face had turned pale from fright, her face was still pale. Despite that, she continued to stand guard in front of Luo Jin and shout. Luo Jin was also flustered as he looked towards Yang Kai. "Young Master Yang, I really didn't hurt them. Furthermore, I've already released them according to your instructions." You can't go back on your word. Yang Kai shot a cold glance at him, before extending his hand to stop Guizu's actions. Although Guizu didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, he didn't continue. Instead, he continued to laugh sinisterly, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Chai Hu gulped as he spoke out, "Little brother, Miss Luo has helped me quite a bit in the past. She was also the one who brought me in. Don't hurt her." Hearing his words, Guizu and the others couldn't help but look at Chai Hu with strange expressions. Chai Hu replied, "One must clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges." Chi Yu pursed her lips into a smile. "What fourth brother says is right." Yang Kai muttered to himself for a moment, before exerting a bit of force in his hand, pulling out the myriad sword, causing blood to spurt out. Luo Jin wasn't startled, but instead rejoiced as he hurriedly said, "Many thanks, young Master Yang." Just as his voice rang out, Yang Kai suddenly sent a palm towards him, smashing right into his chest. Luo Jin was caught off guard, and was completely unable to react in time as he was sent flying by a gigantic force. Spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air, he landed heavily on the ground, his aura dispirited. "Daddy!" Luo Bing shrieked as she scrambled towards Luo Jin. On the other side, Luo Jin sat up with great difficulty as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. After being struck by Yang Kai's move, he finally understood how powerful this youth was. The source chi in his body was so dense and pure that even he couldn't compare to it. Was he still a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator? What would happen if he advanced to the third-order Dao Source Realm? At that time, he would be invincible under the Emperor Realm. As this thought surfaced in his mind, Luo Jin couldn't help but break out in cold sweat as he secretly feared that he had provoked such a monster. "You should rejoice that you have such a good daughter." Yang Kai snorted coldly as he shouted towards Guizu and the others, "Let's go." As he spoke, he strode out. No one dared to obstruct him as they made way for him, as though they were avoiding the god of pestilence, all of them distancing themselves from Yang Kai. Guizu and the others followed after him, while Yi Jinghan shouted out in a low voice, "Let's go too." As she spoke, she, Du Xian and the others hurriedly followed after them. The city lord's mansion was completely silent. Even though Yang Kai and the others had already left, no one dared to speak out loud. All of them were looking at Luo Jin with complicated gazes. Some were gloating over his misfortune, some sympathizing with him, while others were frowning as though they were pondering over something. No matter what, Luo Jin's prestige would definitely plummet after today. During his wedding ceremony, not only was the concubine he was going to marry snatched away, but such a scandal was also exposed. Furthermore, he was heavily injured and had lost all of his prestige. Who would respect such a city lord? Many people secretly felt that Sky Crane City was about to undergo a great change. Many cultivators were no longer in the mood to greet Luo Jin and left one after another after waiting for a while. The grand ceremony had gone from lively to empty in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only Luo Bing, who was crying as she took care of her old father. Luo Jin clenched his fists tightly as he stared in the direction Yang Kai and the others had left. His face was filled with resentment and hatred, while his eyes burned with rage. On the ship, Du Xian arranged a room for Yang Kai and the others so that they could talk peacefully after reuniting after such a long time. All of them came from the Star Territory together, so there was no need to hide anything from each other. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai learned about their various encounters after they were separated from him. According to them, after the void shattered, they fell out of the Starlight Corridor one after another, and they just so happened to land near Sky Crane City. Even though they weren't familiar with the star boundary, they concealed themselves well and no one discovered any flaws. 2 days later, due to various coincidences and opportunities, they reunited and began to search for Yang Kai. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find any trace of Yang Kai, let alone Lu Yen and Xiao Xiao. After trying for 2 months, they had no choice but to give up and start planning for their own situation. Their initial life in Sky Crane City was extremely difficult. Although they were top-notch masters in the home star territory and had considerable wealth, they had to start from scratch in the star boundary. A third-order Origin King's cultivation wasn't considered strong in Sky Crane City, And there were plenty of such cultivators in Maplewood City, let alone in Sky Crane City. In this strange place, they had no connections and no experience. They were like newborn babies who were learning to walk. On one hand, they carefully hid their identity as they came from the lower star territory, while on the other hand, they worked hard to earn source crystals to buy cultivation materials. Fortunately, there was a training ground 10,000 miles away from Sky Crane City. There, they could team up and kill demonic beasts. They could obtain all kinds of demonic beasts' body materials and sell them in Sky Crane City. They accumulated source crystals bit by bit and bought cultivation materials bit by bit. They did not dare to waste anything. It was at this time that they met Chai-Hu. Although Chai-Hu had a rough appearance, he was an open-minded person. After working together a few times, they became familiar with each other. Furthermore, Chai-Hu was a native cultivator in Sky Crane City. His understanding of the surrounding environment was not something that Guizhou and the others could compare to. With his leadership and strategizing, the speed at which they earned source crystals increased by a lot. After going through life and death together and helping each other countless times, they formed a friendship with Chai-Hu. After a big battle, Wu Dao suddenly had an epiphany. His aura surged and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Naturally, the few of them did not decline to protect him. However, what they did not expect was that Wu Dao would fail at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Dao Source realm. As a result, he died under the world tribulation, causing the few of them great heartache. After that, the few of them became sworn brothers and swore to look out for each other. After 2 to 3 years of hard work, the few of them managed to break through to the First Order Dao Source realm. Guizhou and the others were already Third Order Origin Kings when they were in the Homeland Star territory. If not for the world principles they're not allowing them, they would not have taken the trouble to come to the star boundary in search of a higher martial Dao realm. Therefore, their breakthroughs were natural and there were not too many twists and turns. Wait! Hearing that, Yang Kai suddenly interrupted. What do you mean? Senior Chai is also a Dao Source realm cultivator? Chai, who had become sworn brothers with Guizhou and the others. Logically speaking, he could be considered as Yang Kai's senior. Therefore, Yang Kai naturally had to address him as senior. As he spoke, his divine sense continued to sweep Chai-Hu's body. That was because he had clearly sensed that Chai-Hu was only a Third Order Origin King. Why did Guizhou and the others say otherwise? This caused him to feel puzzled. However, no matter how Yang Kai probed, he found that Chai-Hu was still just a Third Order Origin King and not a Dao Source realm cultivator. Chapter 23:19. Hearing Yang Kai's question, a sliver of sadness flashed across Chai-Hu's face, while Guizhou and the others also had looks of shame on their faces. Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed in surprise, as if he had discovered something. Extending his hand towards Chai-Hu, he said, "Excuse me." As he said that, he placed his hand on Chai-Hu's wrist and released his source chi to investigate. After a while, he raised his head to look at Chai-Hu. Has Senior Chai's cultivation dropped? He could sense the existence of source chi within Chai-Hu's body. That was simply impossible. After all, with Chai-Hu's Third Order Origin King cultivation, the energy within his body was still at the Saint Chi stage. Only after reaching the Dao Source realm would it start to transform into source chi. However, that wasn't the case. There were indeed traces of source chi within Chai-Hu's body. There was only one explanation for this. Chai-Hu was once at the Dao Source realm, and the energy within his body had transformed into source chi. However, for some unknown reason, his cultivation had dropped. Chai-Hu gave a bitter laugh. Little brother's words are correct. Guizhou also gave a heavy sigh. Half a year ago, when we went out to train, we encountered a group of 11th Order monster beast. We were outnumbered and had to flee. In order to stall for time, fourth brother stayed behind. In a moment of carelessness, he was seriously injured. Dan Tian was also injured, and after returning to recuperate for a period of time, he ended up like this. One of fourth brother's eyes was also destroyed in that battle. Chi Yu said with a look of self-blame, if we had stayed behind, this might not have happened. Although Gutsong Yun and Aio didn't say anything, their faces were filled with guilt. Clearly, they were unable to let go of this matter. They felt that they had a huge responsibility for Chai Hu's misfortune. A drop in a cultivator's cultivation was definitely not a small matter, as once it fell, it was possible that one would never be able to raise it again. From then on, one's martial Tao would be stagnant. For a cultivator who pursued a higher realm, this was tantamount to a death sentence. Furthermore, it was a punishment worse than death. Seeing their desolate expressions, Chai Hu said, "Why are all of you showing such expressions? You're making it seem like I'm about to die. It's just a temporary drop in my cultivation, it's not like I won't be able to regain it." Although he had an optimistic look on his face, Hu didn't know how slim the chances of him regaining his cultivation was. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was extremely stifling. Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Senior Yen, does the Dantian feel any pain when you use your power in the past 6 months?" Chai Hu was stunned. He didn't know why Yang Kai asked this, but he still answered honestly, "Occasionally. After all, my Dantian was indeed injured in the battle half a year ago. There should be some sequelae." Yang Kai nodded and said, "When you circulate your strength, do you feel any blockages?" "Not bad. Sometimes, my meridians will swell and hurt, causing the circulation of my energy to become sluggish," Chai Hu said with some admiration. Yang Kai was 1 level higher than him. However, the fact that he was able to grasp his situation with just a simple inspection showed how powerful his divine sense was. Chi Yu's expression changed as she looked at Yang Kai expectantly. "Did you discover something?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment and withdrew his hand, saying, "Senior Yan's condition may not be due to the Dantian's injury." "Then what is it?" Chai Hu immediately opened his eyes wide. Everyone else also looked curiously at Yang Kai, wanting to know exactly what he meant. "Senior Yan, can you lift up your clothes and let me see your lower abdomen?" Yang Kai didn't answer, but asked instead. Chai Hu nodded and raised his hand to lift up his clothes. However, he quickly realized something and raised his head to look at Chi Yu, saying, "Fifth sister, turn around." Chi Yu curled her lips in disdain, saying, "What's the big deal about taking a look? Don't be so hesitant." Chai Hu's face was covered in sweat as he said, "Men and women shouldn't touch each other." Chi Yu's charming face turned stiff as she snorted, "Are you going to lift it up or not? If not, I'll take action." "I'll do it myself." Chai Hu was truly afraid of her fiery temper. He knew that if he continued to dilly-dally, she would really take action. Therefore, he no longer hesitated and lifted up his clothes. In a split second, several pairs of eyes looked towards his abdomen. "What's this?" Chi Yu suddenly cried out, her beautiful eyes staring straight at Chai Hu's dantian. "What?" Chai Hu gawked and lowered his head to take a look. In the next instant, his eyes widened as he said in astonishment, "What the hell is this?" A few dark red stripes had appeared on his abdomen, crisscrossing with each other, seemingly concealing some profound mysteries. Clearly, these stripes weren't innate, but had appeared due to some unknown reason. "You don't know about this, old five?" Gui Zhu looked at Chai Hu in astonishment. Chai Hu shook his head, a blank look appearing on his face. Chi Yu immediately looked at him in disdain and said, "How long has it been since you bathed? You don't even know what's on your body. No wonder your body smells so bad." Chai Hu gave an embarrassed smile and said, "I'll take a shower in a while. Yang Kai said thoughtfully from the side, "Sure enough." Hearing his words, Aio immediately looked towards him and said excitedly, "Young boy, do you know something? Hurry up and tell us." Everyone else also looked towards Yang Kai with eager looks on their faces. Yang Kai said, "Senior Chai's fall in cultivation shouldn't be caused by the Dantian's injuries." "Then what's the cause?" Everyone asked in unison. "He's poisoned," Yang Kai replied. Chai Hu was stunned and said in astonishment, "Poisoned? How did I get poisoned?" He had an ignorant look on his face. Clearly, he didn't dare to believe Yang Kai's words. Thinking about it carefully, he didn't come into contact with any poisonous creatures during this period of time, nor did he feel poisoned. Yang Kai said, "Was the monster beast you guys encountered a profound heavenly wolf spider?" Everyone opened their eyes wide and cried out in surprise, "How did you know?" Yang Kai looked towards Chai Hu and said, Senior Chai, did you drink the profound heavenly wolf spider's blood? Chai Hu said, I bit one to death. Hearing his words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched as they looked at Chai Hu in disbelief. Chai Hu said, there were quite a few of those damned creatures. I had no choice but to bite one to death. That's right. The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood is poisonous. You can't ingest it. Shock appeared on Gudsong Yun's face as he said, Sect Master Yang, are you saying that the reason why Fourth Brother's cultivation fell was because he drank the profound heavenly wolf spider's blood? The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood has the effect of suppressing one's cultivation. It can be used to refine pills. If it's combined with some herbs, it can be used to refine profound wolf pills. A single spirit pill is enough to cripple a Dao Source Realm cultivator's cultivation and destroy their foundation, making it impossible for them to cultivate ever again. As his words rang out, everyone's faces changed drastically as their faces turned pale. If what Yang Kai said was true, then Chai Hu's fate in the future would be, they didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Originally, they had assumed that Chai Hu had only fallen to the Third Order Origin King realm, and that he might be able to find a way to regain his cultivation. However, they never imagined that it would be so serious. If that was really the case, not only would it be impossible for Chai Hu to regain his cultivation as time passed, his cultivation would continue to fall until it was completely destroyed, turning him into a cripple. Seeing their ugly expressions, Yang Kai said with a smile, that's just the effect of the profound wolf pill. The profound heavenly wolf spider's blood alone isn't that powerful. Aio asked anxiously, is there a way to save him? Yang Kai turned his head and shot a look at Chiyu. Why are you looking at me? Chiyu asked with a confused look on her face. Yang Kai said, Senior Chiyu's blood has a slight effect of suppressing the poison. Everyone became even more confused, as they didn't know the reason for that. On the other hand, Chiyu's eyes lit up as she said, I understand. She was the monster king of the monster star, and was a descendant of the ancient divine spirit, Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, with the bloodline of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider remaining in her body. The profound Heavenly Wolf Spider and the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider were the same species, but their grades were far from equal. The aura of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was enough to restrain the low-grade profound Heavenly Wolf Spider. Saying so, Chiyu didn't show the slightest bit of hesitation. Using her finger as a sword, she made a vicious cut on her wrist. In an instant, dark red blood flowed out from her white wrist. Handing her wrist over to Chai Hu, she said, Fourth brother, drink it. Chai Hu was dumbfounded by her actions, his face turning red as he asked, What are you doing? Chiyu chuckled, You're still shy? Don't be long-winded, hurry up and drink it. Saying so, she stuffed her wrist into Chai Hu's mouth without any explanation. Yang Kai said, Senior Chai, if you want to recover your cultivation, it's best that you don't refuse. Hearing that, a conflicted expression appeared on Chai Hu's face. In the end, he clenched his teeth and took the initiative to suck on her wrist. Yang Kai said, although Senior Chiyu's blood has some suppressive properties, you'll still need a condensation pill if you want to completely remove the poison. I'll refine the pill. Before the pill is successfully refined, Senior Chai shouldn't use any strength. Otherwise, it might become even more troublesome. While Yang Kai was speaking, Chai Hu had already let go of Chiyu's hand. Wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, he said, Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, little brother. Yang Kai grinned, Senior is sworn brothers with my sect's elder, as well as my master and mother-in-law. That means that we're a family, so there's no need to be so polite. Mother-in-law and mother-in-law? A strange expression appeared on Chai Hu's face as he turned his head to look at Chiyu, saying, Fifth sister, you're married? Chiyu spat at him, saying, Don't talk nonsense and ruin my reputation. Tai-O gave a cold snort saying, I'm the father-in-law of this little brat. This brat looks so repulsive. I don't know what kind of despicable methods he used to actually make so many girls fall for him. Even my precious daughter didn't manage to escape from his evil hands. This is really heartbreaking. Yang Kai flipped his hair, saying proudly, Born beautiful. Chiyu gave a cold snort, saying, "Now that you're in the star realm, the heavens are high and the emperor is far away. You must have been quite the womanizer, right? Tell mother-in-law and master about how many innocent girls you've hooked up with in the past 2 years." Yang Kai had an embarrassed look on his face as he said, feeling wronged, "How is that possible? Ever since I came to the star realm, this brat has always kept himself clean and chaste." Chi Yu gave him a sidelong glance, saying in a cold voice, "That better be the case. If I find out that you've been flirting with any girl, this queen will first cut that girl into 1,000 pieces before chopping you into minced meat." Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, saying, "That definitely won't happen." Chapter 23:20. Over the next half a day, Gui Zhu and the others inquired about what had happened to Yang Kai after he entered the star boundary. Yang Kai did not hide too much and told them everything he had experienced, causing Gui Zhu and the others to feel uneasy. Even though they knew that Yang Kai was able to overcome all kinds of dangers, they still could not help but feel worried for him. Only then did they realize that Yang Kai had experienced much more than them over the past few years, and had faced much more dangers. However, Yang Kai's growth was much faster than theirs, and he had walked further than them. This caused them to feel ashamed, as though they were heroes in their twilight years. Half a day later, the group dispersed and found their own rooms to rest and recuperate. Yang Kai went to look for Yi Jinghan and asked her to help him find a few herbs. Refining a condensed pill was not a difficult task, and Yang Kai just did not have the necessary materials on hand. If not, he would have been able to start refining on the ship. These herbs were not too difficult to find, so Yang Kai could naturally leave them to Yi Jinghan without any worries. She agreed to such a small matter without any hesitation and immediately sent a message back to the sect. The ship continued to move forward, and in just 2 days, they entered the hinterland of Thousand Leaves mountain range. At a certain moment, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly felt the hull of the ship tremble. In the next moment, a humming sound rang out as the ship slowly came to a stop. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai realized that they had arrived. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a knock came from the door, followed by Yi Jinghan's voice, "Young Master Yang, we're here." Yang Kai got up and opened the door, sending a faint smile towards Yi Jinghan, gesturing for her to lead the way. Not long after, the two of them arrived on the deck. Gui Zhu and the others had already gathered with the Thousand Leaves sect disciples. It seemed that he was the only one missing. Seeing him come out, Gui Zhu and the others turned to look at him with faint smiles on their faces. "Father!" Yi Jinghan suddenly cried out, leaping down from the ship and flying into the arms of an old man. Hugging him tightly, she raised her head and asked, "Why did you come out?" The old man looked to be very old. He had a head of white hair, and although his vitality was still quite good, his vitality had clearly begun to weaken. In other words, he had already begun to decline on the martial Dao. As time passed, his cultivation would become lower and lower, and so would his vitality. If he could not break through to the Emperor realm, they would die in less than 10 years. Furthermore, the old man's features bore some resemblance to Yi Jinghan's. Yang Kai immediately understood that this old man was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, who was also Yi Jinghan's father. With a faint smile, Yi Hen gave a light pat on Yi Jinghan's shoulder and said, "I naturally have to come out and welcome an honored guest. But you're not young anymore, yet you're still playing these games with your father. You'll become a joke to the honored guests." Yi Jinghan wrinkled her nose and said, "Who said I'm not young anymore? I'm not married yet." Yi Hen laughed. "I'll marry you off tomorrow." Yi Jinghan pouted, "You dare." While speaking, Du Xian and the others also flew down from the ship and came to the front of Yi Hen. With a solemn expression, they cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Lord." Yi Hen nodded, "Thank you for your hard work." Du Xian replied, "You're too kind, Lord. It's our duty to work for the sect, we dare not claim credit for ourselves." Yi Hen nodded in satisfaction, before turning his gaze towards Yang Kai and the others. Shifting his gaze slightly, he fixed his gaze on Yang Kai. With a faint smile, he cupped his fists. "You should be Grandmaster Yang, right? You're indeed a dragon amongst men at such a young age." Clearly, he had already obtained quite a bit of information from Yi Jinghan, and knew why Yi Jinghan had brought Yang Kai to Thousand Leaves sect this time. Therefore, when he said those words, he was clearly excited. However, he suppressed it well so no one could see it. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Junior Yang Kai greets Sect Master Yi." He had always treated the elderly and the elders with the proper respect, and would never look down on them just because of the increase in his strength. "Grandmaster Yang, you've spared no effort to come all the way here. This Yi can't thank you enough," Yi Hen said in a deep voice. Du Xian and the others were stunned when they heard this, not knowing what their sect master was thanking them for. All of them thought that Yi Hen had made a slip of the tongue, causing strange expressions to appear on their faces. Yi Jinghan did not tell them the true purpose of Yang Kai's visit, so they naturally did not understand. It wasn't that Yi Jinghan did not trust these people, but this matter concerned the future rise and fall of Thousand Leaves sect, so the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Sect Master Yi is too polite. Yang Kai greeted him, before his gaze shifted slightly towards the other old man beside Yi Hen, asking suspiciously, "This senior is?" This old man was dressed in black and had been standing beside Yi Hen without saying a single word. His gaze was sharp, and his cultivation was at the third-order Dao source realm. He did not seem to be much weaker than Yi Hen, and the source qi in his body was vigorous and pure. While Yang Kai and Yi Hen were talking, this old man had been watching coldly without any intention of interrupting, nor did he have any intention of greeting Yang Kai. However, in Yang Kai's opinion, since this person had a cultivation at the third-order Dao source realm and was standing beside Yi Hen, his status should not be low. Out of courtesy, he naturally had to ask. Yi Hen frowned slightly, but quickly introduced him with a smile. This old man is Thousand Leaves sect's vice sect master, Xianxia." The black-robed old man interrupted Yi Hen's words as he stared gloomily at Yang Kai. Kai Yang furrowed his brow, instinctively feeling that this old man held some hostility and rejection towards him. Yang Kai could not help but carefully size up the other party, confirming that he had never seen this person before, nor had he had any dealings with him. For a moment, Yang Kai was puzzled, wondering how he had offended this old man. Yi Hen tried to smooth things over. "Vice Sect Master Shi is a pillar of our sect. It is thanks to his help that Thousand Leaves sect has been able to survive all these years. So it is Vice Sect Master Shi. Junior has been rude." Yang Kai did not mind too much and simply cupped his fists with a smile. However, Xianxia had no intention of giving him any face and simply snorted coldly, turning his head to look at Yi Hen. "Master, this old master thought that the person you personally came out to greet would be some outstanding young talent, but it seems that he is nothing more than that. How could a mere brat make you make such a big fuss over him? Sect master, you must have become muddle-headed." These words not only belittled Yang Kai, but also scolded Yi Hen as well. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became stifling. Although the Thousand Leaves sect disciples were angry, they did not dare to say anything. Yi Hen also wore an awkward expression. He obviously did not expect Xianxia to be so ignorant as to say such things in front of Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to step down. Xianxia continued, "What's more, these people just caused a ruckus in the City Lord's mansion 2 days ago. Not only did they offend City Lord Luo, they also offended many guests. This old master heard that even Sky Peak Temple's Master Ku was beaten to death by them, and even Sky Illumination Palace's young palace Master Chiu was severely injured. If such vicious people were to enter our Thousand Leaves sect, what would happen?" Yi Hen frowned. "Brother Shi, it's not like what you said." "There are some reasons," Xianxia said. "This old master understands the whole story, so there is no need for sect master to explain. City Lord Luo only took in a concubine, so what crime did he commit to be humiliated in front of so many guests? Sect master, if you allow these people to enter the sect, you will be inviting a wolf into the house. When that time comes, Sky Crane City, Sky Peak Temple, and Sky Illumination Palace will definitely not let this matter rest. Our Thousand Leaves sect will be powerless to stop them." Yi Hen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Obviously, he was also extremely apprehensive of these forces. Gui Zhu let out a strange cackle, looking incomparably sinister. Black chi swirled around his body as he stared at Shirtsong Ing with a pair of ghastly eyes. From what this friend is saying, you're saying that we're the ones in the wrong? That Luo Jin wants to take my fifth sister as a concubine, so we have to obediently cooperate with him? Are we not ashamed but proud of it? Shirtsong Ing looked at him coldly. Strength is everything. Your cultivations are mediocre, so it's your fortune to be able to rely on a big tree like the city lord's mansion. However, you don't know how to appreciate it and instead brought trouble to yourselves. How laughable. Old man, you're spouting nonsense. Chiyu was so angry that her face turned red. She clenched her teeth and scolded, "Why don't you marry your wife and daughter to that old dog and rely on a big tree like him? Why do you have to talk about others?" Shirtsong Ing became furious when he heard this, and the source chi in his body suddenly surged. Chiyu, a cultivator of the First Order Dao Source realm, dared to speak to him in such a manner, so he naturally couldn't tolerate it and couldn't help but want to teach her a lesson. However, before he could circulate his strength, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes filled with ridicule staring at him. Under the gaze of those eyes, Shirtsong Ing inexplicably shivered. He had a feeling that if he made a move, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. He turned his head and looked over, just in time to see Yang Kai looking at him with a smile. Shirtsong Ing frowned, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Instead, he proudly said, "This old master is a master of the Third Order Dao Source realm, so I don't have to act according to Luo Jin's wishes. If you have such a cultivation, you can naturally act like this old master." At this moment, Yang Kai also understood why this Shirtsong Ing was so hostile and repulsive towards them even though they had only met for the first time. He was clearly afraid of drawing fire to himself. After all, he had just caused a huge ruckus in Sky Crane City's City Lord's mansion 2 days ago, offending many great forces and killing many people. Among those forces, there were a few that Thousand Leaves sect was extremely wary of, especially Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace, both of which had masters overseeing them. With Shirtsong Ying's personality, what he was truly afraid of was not that Yang Kai and the others would bring disaster to Thousand Leaves sect, but that he himself would be implicated. As such, he had been very rude to Yang Kai and the others from the very beginning, wanting to immediately drive them away and prevent them from having anything to do with Thousand Leaves sect. Therefore, he didn't care about Yi Hen's presence at all, nor did he give any face to Yang Kai and the others. Old Sir's words make a lot of sense. Yang Kai suddenly said with a smile. Stinking brat. Chiyu's pretty face sank as she glared at Yang Kai. She never thought that Yang Kai would not only not speak up for her, but also agree with that loathsome old man. This was something that she found hard to accept. Yang Kai winked at her and said with a smile, "Strength is king, and the strong are respected. Whoever has the biggest fist can speak. No matter the time or place, this is an unchanging truth, isn't it?" Shirtsong Ing sneered. "Could it be that you're able to see things so clearly at such a young age? Good, very good." Chapter 23-21. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Everyone understands the logic, but there are only a few who can actually do it. Shirtsong Ing looked at him and said, "This old master sees that you're not bad. Since you're able to say those words, you're definitely a reasonable person. Since that's the case, this old master will speak frankly." At this point, his expression sank as he waved his hand. "Thousand Leaves sect does not welcome you. Everyone, return to where you came from." Vice sect master Shi. Yi Hen could not help but shout coldly, his face filled with anger. Yang Kai was someone that Yi Jinghan had gone to great lengths to invite over to repair the transboundary space array. If he succeeded, Thousand Leaves sect would definitely be able to make a comeback and would no longer have to drag out an ignoble existence like before. This was a major event that concerned the future of the sect. If not for this, why would he personally come out to welcome Yang Kai and the others? However, he never expected that Shirtsong Ing would actually want to ruin this good thing, so how could he not be angry? Yi Jinghan's pretty face also sank as she looked at Shirtsong Ing and said, "Martial uncle, young Master Yang is a friend that I invited. Please be polite to them." Shirtsong Ing sneered. This old master will naturally be polite to true friends, But this old master does not wish to see people who will bring disaster to the sect. Let them go. Yi Jinghan roared out, Impossible! Martial uncle, quickly apologize to young Master Yang. Impudent! Shirt Songing flew into a rage and glared at Yi Hen. Sect master, is this the good daughter that you've taught? She has no respect for her seniors and even dares to shout at her martial uncle. What a scandal! Yi Hen said with a sullen face, Jing Han has always been gentle and kind. If she is angry, she must have her reasons. Shirt Song Ying's beard trembled as he looked flustered and exasperated. It seems that this young master's appearance has caused some displeasure. I've caused some discordant voices to appear in your noble sect. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. He smiled faintly. Little brat, stop making sarcastic remarks, Shirt Songing shouted in a low voice as he looked at Yang Kai with a displeased expression. Yang Kai laughed and said, Old mister, you're already so old. Don't get angry so easily. It's bad for your health. Stop crying crocodile tears. If you're really little Ye's friend, then you should think of her and leave Thousand Leaves sect as soon as possible. Shirt Songing seemed to have steeled his heart to drive Yang Kai away. He had no intention of concealing his thoughts at all, and every 3 sentences he spoke were all about the same thing. Yang Kai grinned and said, I told you not to get angry. A few days ago, an old fellow called Kutian got angry in front of me and then, he died. As soon as these words came out, Shirt Song Ying's expression changed abruptly as he cautiously retreated a few steps and asked in shock, What do you want to do? Although Yang Kai's words were concise and did not contain any threat, Shirt Song Ying's hairs still stood on end when he heard them. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Even Yi Hen's expression changed abruptly, as if he was afraid that Yang Kai would make a move here. They had already received news that Yang Kai had killed many people in the City Lord's mansion, including Sky Peak Temple's Kutian. Originally, they did not dare to believe it, but now, they heard it from his own mouth. They had no choice but to believe it. Yang Kai sneered. According to old Mister's previous philosophy, strength is the strongest. This young master is stronger than you, so you should know your place in front of this young master. If not, this young master doesn't mind letting you know the difference between us. Chi Yu immediately fanned the flames when she heard this. Young boy is a big tree. Old man, do you want to lean on him? Don't miss this opportunity. It'll be too late for regrets in the future. Gui Zhu snickered. If you have any granddaughters or daughters, you can also marry them to young Master Yang as concubines. Don't be ignorant of your good fortune. Aio and Chi Yu immediately glared at him and said in unison, Big brother, do you still want someone to take care of you when you're old? Gui Zhu's face was covered in cold sweat as he said embarrassedly, Pretend I didn't say anything. Their words were full of sarcasm, causing Shirt Song Ying's old face to turn green and red. The source chi in his body surged, and he looked like he was about to take action. However, when he thought about how even Katian had died at Yang Kai's hands and how this young man's true strength could not be judged by his cultivation, he panicked and did not dare to act rashly. He felt so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. He could only grit his teeth and shout angrily at Yi Hen, Sect Master, are you just going to watch these outsiders humiliate our sect's vice sect master? Yi Hen quickly said, Brother sure, if you're really thinking about the sect, then stop. Young Master Yang is a friend that Jing Han invited, so he is our sect's guest. Our sect does not treat our guests this way. Do. Shirt Song Ying glared at Yi Hen angrily. Suppressing the boiling blood in his heart, he shouted, Sect Master, since you treat this old master's good intentions as ill intent, then please take care of yourself. Saying so, he turned around, flicked his sleeves, and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Shirt Song Ying had really left, Yi Jinghan could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Yang Kai apologetically, she said, Young Master Yang. Just as she spoke, she suddenly paused as fear filled her eyes. Because at this moment, Yang Kai was staring at her coldly with an extremely unhappy look on his face. Miss Yi, give this young master an explanation. If you can't satisfy this young master, then this young master will return home. Forgive me for not accompanying you. Yang Kai said coldly. He was also filled with annoyance. Originally, it was because of Yi Jinghan's persistent pestering that he had no choice but to make a trip to Thousand Leaves sect to help them repair the world-crossing space array. However, he never expected that before he could even enter the sect, he would be put in his place by the other party's vice sect master. Although he did not suffer any losses, nor did he lose any face, Yang Kai was still unhappy. If not for the fact that they had coincidentally found Qi Yu and the others on this trip, which could be considered as Yi Jinghan's contribution, Yang Kai would not have bothered to waste time with them. With Shi Song Ying's attitude and tone just now, he would have already killed him. On the other side, Yi Jinghan and Yi Hen's faces changed drastically after hearing Yang Kai's words. Yi Jinghan said in a terrified voice, "Please calm down, young Master Yang. Martial uncle has always been at odds with father, that's why." Yi Hen patted Yi Jinghan's shoulder and interrupted her words. Looking at Yang Kai, he sighed, "This Yi can understand why young Master Yang is so angry. This Yi has not been a good host and has caused young Master Yang to feel wronged. This Yi apologizes to young Master Yang and everyone here. I hope that young Master Yang can give this sect another chance." As he spoke, he gave a deep bow, his attitude extremely sincere. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Feeling his sincerity, the anger in his heart subsided considerably. "There's no need for that, Senior Yi. I'm just curious as to why a mere vice sect master dares to order a sect master around in such an arrogant manner." Yi Hen gave a bitter laugh. "A tiger that has lost its teeth. Is there anyone who would be afraid?" "Father." Yi Jinghan's eyes brimmed with tears as she called out softly. Yi Hen smiled as he glanced at her. "Birth, aging, illness, and death is human nature. Why do you have to be like this?" After saying that, he turned his head to look at Yang Kai. "My Thousand Leaves sect started out with the art of puppetry and shook the southern territory in the past. However, my descendants are unfilial, causing our inheritance to decline and gradually weaken. This Yi is incompetent and has been unable to lead the sect to prosperity ever since I took charge of it. Vice Sect Master Shi and the others feel that we should abandon the art of puppetry and look for other secret arts and secret techniques. Only then will we be able to restore the prestige of our Thousand Leaves sect. However, the art of puppetry was passed down by the old ancestor, so how could this Yi dare to abandon it? If I were to do so, wouldn't I be unfilial and untrustworthy? I would be too ashamed to meet my ancestors in the afterlife." Qi Yu said thoughtfully, "Sect Master and Vice Sect Master have different ideals. How will the sect develop?" Yi Hen gave a bitter laugh. "That's right. The current Thousand Leaves sect has already been divided into two factions. One is conservative, while the other is new. Although they aren't completely incompatible, there is still some friction between them. Coupled with the fact that you're already so old, is that why he didn't give you any face? In fact, he even wanted to suppress your prestige?" Ao gradually understood the situation. "I've made a fool of myself." Yi Hen's expression dimmed. Du Xian and the others stood to the side with ashen faces and tightly clenched fists. Clearly, they weren't in a good mood. Yi Jinghan wiped her tears and said, "Young Master Yang, what happened just now wasn't father's intention. Please don't be angry." Yi Hen said, "Although it wasn't this Ye's intention, this Yi is still the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so this Yi can't absolve himself from the blame. If young Master Yang really isn't willing to help my Thousand Leaves sect, this Yi won't force you. However, I really hope that young Master Yang can be magnanimous and give my sect another chance." Yang Kai looked at him and said indifferently, "Although Vice Sect Master Shi is a little annoying, what he said just now is right. I've offended quite a few people. Is Sect Master Yi not afraid of drawing fire to yourself?" Yi Hen said, "Even without young Master Yang, our sect is still a nail in the eyes of those people. It's only a matter of time before our swords are pointed at each other. What's more, so many people saw young Master Yang and my daughter together in the City Lord's mansion. Even if young Master Yang leaves now, my Thousand Leaves sect won't be able to stay out of this matter." Yang Kai grinned and said, "Sect Master Yi sees things more clearly than Vice Sect Master Shi." Yi Hen said, "If Vice Sect Master Shi thinks that you'll be fine by taking the initiative to withdraw, I can only say that he's too naive. Yang Kai said, what if even I can't do anything about this matter? Yi Hen pondered for a moment before replying, time and fate. Let nature take its course and don't force anything. At the very least, when I meet my sect ancestors in the netherworld 100 years later, I can calmly tell them that this Yi has tried his best. All right, then this young master will try his best, Yang Kai said with a nod. Yi Jinghan rejoiced upon hearing this and called out, young master Yang, are you going to stay? Yi Hen laughed heartily, silly girl, why are you still asking? Saying so, he stepped aside and said, young master Yang and everyone else please. Yang Kai no longer acted as overbearing as before and said politely, please follow me, sect master Yi. Yi Hen hesitated for a moment before walking into Thousand Leaves sect with Yang Kai. Along the way, Gei Zhu and the others looked around curiously, their eyes flickering with shock. Although they had already been in the star boundary for 2 to 3 years, they had always been active in the vicinity of Sky Crane City. This was the first time they had entered a sect. Thousand Leaves sect might be in decline now, but it was still one of the top sects in the Southern Territory a long time ago. The heritage it had left behind was not something those small sects could compare with. The ancient and desolate buildings and the winding paths seemed to be able to pierce through space and time, connecting the past to the present, allowing one to experience the many wonders of the past. Chapter 23-22. Although Thousand Leaves sect couldn't compare to a true top-level sect, it was still quite impressive thanks to the heritage it had left behind over tens of thousands of years ago. Yang Kai observed the scenery with great interest as he walked. However, Yang Kai could sense that the world energy in Thousand Leaves sect was indeed not very dense. For such a precious place to not have the corresponding amount of world energy lingering around it, it meant that the earth veins in this place were not outstanding. Logically speaking, such a place should not be used as a place to establish a sect, but the ancestral founder of Thousand Leaves sect had chosen to establish a branch here, which was obviously because of the sealed world. Just like how when Zishan chose to establish Azure Sun Temple in the Azure Sun Mountain Range, the existence of the Divine Ascension Mirror was a decisive factor. The mountain path was rugged, and the group flew through the air. Clouds and mist swirled around them, creating a beautiful scenery. But that small mountain over there, it looks like a demonic beast. Chi Yu suddenly seemed to have discovered something as she pointed at a small mountain that was about 50 meters tall. The one next to it is also quite interesting. It looks like a person holding a sword. Gu Songyun's eyes burned as he looked towards the other mountain with great interest. Everyone turned their heads to look in that direction and soon discovered that these two mountains weren't the only interesting ones. Within Thousand Leaves mountain range, there were at least a dozen small mountains that looked like living creatures. These small mountains weren't very tall, ranging from a few dozen meters to a few hundred meters tall. They were either standing or standing, making them look like living creatures that had been magnified countless times. Yang Kai also found them interesting and couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, his expression soon changed and he released his divine sense, enveloping those strange small mountains. After a short while, his expression couldn't help but change slightly. He asked in shock, Sect Master Yi, these small mountains aren't as simple as they look, right? Yi Hen smiled. Young Master Yang's eyes are truly sharp. To be able to see this Yi is impressed. Is it really what I think it is? Yang Kai's expression immediately turned solemn. Yi Hen nodded. Yes, it is indeed what young Master Yang thinks it is. Father, what are you talking about? Yi Jinghan looked at her father blankly, not knowing what kind of riddle he was playing with Yang Kai. Chi Yu and the others were also confused, but they didn't dare to ask. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel awe. She praised, Your sect's ancestors are indeed extraordinary figures. Originally, I thought that Miss Yi was exaggerating about the past glory of Thousand Leaves sect, but now it seems that there is no falsehood at all. Yi Hen sighed. Although the foundation is still there, the inheritance has already declined. This Yi is ashamed. Yi Jinghan said, This isn't father's fault. If not for that generation's ancestor losing their inheritance, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Impudent. Yi Hen glared at Yi Jinghan. The actions of our ancestors are not something you can casually comment on. Yi Jinghan pouted, a look of displeasure appearing on her face. Seeing that Yi Hen wasn't in a good mood, Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions. However, his impression of the Thousand Leaves sect had improved significantly. In 100 years, they might even be able to rise to the level of a top sect. Just those inconspicuous and strange little mountain peaks alone were enough to achieve such a feat. After a short while, the group arrived at the main peak of Thousand Leaves Mountain Range, Thousand Leaves Peak. Just like the other sects, there were many magnificent pavilions at the top of this peak. It was obvious that this was an extremely important place for Thousand Leaves sect. At the top of this peak, there was an ancient hall that stood tall. The desolate aura of the flowing time great emperor rushed towards them. The group landed in front of the hall. The other members of Thousand Leaves sect seemed to have received the news long ago and had been waiting here. When they saw Yi Hen, Yang Kai, and the others, they all bowed and paid their respects. However, Shirt Song Ying was nowhere to be seen. Yi Hen introduced Yang Kai to the higher-ups of Thousand Leaves sect one by one. After the two sides exchanged some pleasantries, Yi Hen led Kai Yang and the others into the main hall to hold a welcoming dinner for them. Outside the hall, there were two cultivators wearing black armor and holding long halberds standing on both sides. Not only that, but there were also some monster beasts of various shapes and sizes lying motionless on the ground. When Yang Kai and the others walked past these guards, they didn't move at all, not even blinking their eyes, nor did they show any intention of taking the initiative to salute them. This made Yang Kai feel a little strange. After taking a few more glances at these guards, he suddenly trembled and stopped in his tracks, releasing his divine sense in surprise. Yi Hen also stopped when he saw this and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "Sect Master Yang, what's wrong?" Gu Songyun didn't know what Yang Kai had discovered and asked curiously. Yang Kai looked left and right for a moment. Before taking a deep breath and looking at Yi Hen, he asked, "Sect Master Yi, these guards are all puppets?" "What?" Chi Yu and the others widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the guards standing on both sides of the hall in disbelief and released their divine senses to investigate. After a short while, all of them opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Previously, they didn't pay much attention to it and only felt that these guards gave off a strange feeling, but after Yang Kai's reminder, they discovered that these black-armored, weapon-wielding guards were not living creatures, but rather extremely lifelike puppets. They looked no different from real people, and even the skin exposed outside of their armor was that of a normal person's. Chi Yu and the others turned their heads and looked around. They discovered that the various demonic beasts on the ground also seemed to be puppets. This time, they were completely shocked. Yi Hen smiled. "These are one of the few Earth-grade puppets in our sect. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of young Master Yang and everyone." Although he said so, there was a proud look on his face. Obviously, he was quite proud of his sect's heritage. The other elders of Thousand Leaves sect also had proud expressions on their faces. Yang Kai raised his brow. "Puppets are also divided into grades?" Yi Hen replied, "Of course. In our Thousand Leaves sect, all puppets are divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each grade is further divided into 3 ranks, and the higher the grade, the stronger the puppet. Then these Earth-grade puppets?" Chi Yu pointed at the 30 or so puppets around them and asked curiously, "How strong can they be?" Yi Hen replied solemnly, "The strongest can be in the 3rd order Dao Source realm, while the weakest can be in the 1st order Dao Source realm." A series of gasps sounded out. Everyone looked at Yi Hen in disbelief. If what he said was true, then the 30 or so puppets here were equivalent to 30 or so Dao Source realm masters, and there was no lack of 3rd order existences among them. What kind of powerful combat strength was this? Furthermore, this was only the strength of the puppets, and it did not take into account the strength of the cultivator who controlled the puppets. If a cultivator in the 1st order Dao Source realm could control a puppet from the 3rd order Dao Source realm, they should be able to fight even against a peak Dao Source realm opponent. Gui Zhu said with a look of shock, "Your noble sect's Dao of puppets is so amazing, yet there are still people who want to seek other secret arts and secret techniques to replace them. They are simply short-sighted and don't know how lucky they are." Yi Hen said sadly, our sect no longer has the methods and secret techniques to control these puppets, so they can only be placed here now. The group of Thousand Leaves sect elders also fell silent, their previous arrogance gone, and their mood was downcast. Let's not waste time on idle chatter. Young Master Yang and all our honored guests have come from afar, so our sect has prepared some wine to welcome you all. Please don't refuse, this way please. Yi Hen quickly changed the topic, obviously not wanting to continue talking about this sad topic. Yang Kai and the others naturally did not refuse. The other party had good intentions, so it would not be good to refuse, so they followed Yi Hen into the main hall. Although the cultivator in Thousand Leaves sect did not know why the sect master valued Yang Kai and the others so much that he did not hesitate to personally come out of seclusion to welcome them, they did not dare to ask too much. They were very polite during the banquet, frequently toasting each other, and for a time, both guests and hosts were very happy. Yang Kai and Yi Hen sat together, not seeming to be reserved at all, and were extremely forthright. As long as someone toasted him, he would happily drink, giving others the impression that he was an open-minded person who could be made friends with him. After 3 rounds of wine, the song ended and everyone dispersed. Yang Kai and the others were arranged to rest in one of the main halls on the main peak. The few of them occupied the entire hall, and aside from a few servants and maids, the rest of the Thousand Leaves sect disciples had already left. Chi Yu and the others all went to rest, and Yang Kai was also led to his room by the maid. After instructing the maid not to disturb him without his orders, Yang Kai placed a barrier around his room. Immediately after, he waved his hand, and a young woman with a graceful figure and beautiful face appeared out of thin air in front of him. Hua Qingxi turned her head to take a look and said in dissatisfaction, I'm at a critical juncture in my cultivation, why did you call me out? Currently, the small sealed world was extremely rich in world energy, and aside from the imperfect world principles, the cultivation environment here was even better than the heaven-grade cultivation Holy Land in Star Soul Palace. During this time, Hua Qingxi and Zhang Ruoxi had been cultivating happily inside. This was especially true for Zhang Ruoxi, whose strength was rising steadily and had already broken through to the Origin King realm, which really made Yang Kai have a whole new level of respect for her. After the mysterious bloodline power in her body awakened, it was as if Zhang Ruoxi had become a completely different person. Although Hua Qingxi had not broken through, her source qi had become much purer during this period of time, which could be considered as laying a good foundation for her breakthrough to the Emperor realm in the future. Naturally, she was a little unhappy that Yang Kai had suddenly interrupted her cultivation. How is Sister Hua's cultivation? Yang Kai asked with interest. The stronger Hua Qingxi was, the more help she would be to him, so naturally, he hoped that Hua Qingxi could break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. If that was the case, then it would be equivalent to having a hired thug from the Emperor realm by his side, and he could beat up whoever he wanted. Hua Qingxi frowned and said, I'm still a little bit away, just a little bit away. Maybe the opportunity hasn't come yet. Her tone was a little annoyed. After all, Yang Kai had given her a precious extraordinary treasure pill, so it would be unreasonable if she still couldn't break through to the Emperor realm. Chapter 23:23. Cultivating too quickly is not worth the loss. Yang Kai smiled faintly. He could also see Hua Qingxi's eagerness. How could I not understand this principle? But if you've reached my level, you'll understand how I feel. Hua Qingxi sighed and waved her hand. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Where is this place and why did you call me out? This is Thousand Leaves sect. Thousand Leaves sect. Hua Qingxi raised her eyebrows and pondered for a moment before asking, are you talking about the Thousand Leaves sect famous for their puppet techniques? Does Sister Hua know about this sect? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Hua Qingxi replied, although Thousand Leaves sect isn't a first-rate sect, it's still quite famous in the Southern Territory, so how could I not have heard of it? I was quite interested in their puppet techniques and studied them for a while, but unfortunately, I heard that their inheritance has been broken and they've declined for many years. Now, they can't even control the puppets left in the sect. That's true. Yang Kai immediately understood that Hua Qingxi knew a lot about Thousand Leaves sect. Why did you come to Thousand Leaves sect? Are you also coveting their puppet techniques? Hua Qingxi asked curiously. I was asked by someone to help you with something. Yang Kai smiled lightly and explained the whole story a little. Hua Qingxi was surprised. Thousand Leaves sect actually has an independent sealed world? This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. It's no wonder that Thousand Leaves sect has declined. If the entrance to the sealed world had been sealed, it would be quite possible. With your divine ability, it shouldn't be difficult for you to repair that entrance. I'll do my best, Yang Kai shrugged. Hua Qingxi suddenly smiled slyly. She said, Young Master Yang, if you can find Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance in that sealed world, can you make a copy for me to take a look? That's not very good. Yang Kai cast a sidelong glance at her. After all, it's someone else's inheritance. What's the point of you secretly observing and comprehending it? Hua Qingxi curled her lips and said, You make it sound like you're not interested in it at all. I'm going to break through to the Emperor realm soon anyway. I don't have the time to comprehend those things now. Yang Kai grinned and said, Let me try. Hua Qingxi said, That's right. I heard that Thousand Leaves sect's puppets are divided into Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow grades. Currently, the members of Thousand Leaves sect can only control puppets below the Profound grade. The method to control puppets above the Earth grade has long been lost. That's right. On this main peak, there are more than 30 Earth-level puppets, but Yi Hen and the others can't control them at all. There also seem to be quite a number of Heaven-level puppets. Yang Kai's face was full of emotion as he recalled the many strange little peaks he had seen before. His heart was shaken. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. Then, do you know that there are spirit-grade puppets above the heaven-grade puppets? Yang Kai's eyes widened and he said in shock, Spirit-grade puppets? Hua Qingxi nodded and said, I don't know if these puppets really exist. I've only read about them from some ancient books in Star Soul Palace. The records aren't comprehensive. You also know that Star Soul Palace is a big organization, so they have done some research on the secret techniques of the Southern Territory and even the entire star boundary. Tell me about it. Yang Kai immediately became interested. Hua Qingxi said solemnly, Each of Thousand Leaves sect's heaven-grade puppets can display the strength of a master in the Emperor realm. If it's a peak heaven-grade puppet, it won't be inferior to a third-order Emperor realm master. This is the reason why they were able to become one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. As for the spirit-grade puppets, they seem to have gained sentience. They can think independently and have their own consciousness. They can also cultivate various secret arts and secret techniques. They can constantly improve their strength, just like that big rock of yours. What she was referring to was naturally the embodiment. Yang Kai was shocked and he stared at Hua Qingxi in shock. The reason why puppets were called puppets was because they had no consciousness and could only act under someone's command. If they could think independently and have their own consciousness, they could even improve their strength through cultivation. How could they still be called puppets? That was clearly a right that only living beings had. Hua Qingxi chuckled, I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what I read in the ancient books. It's just that although Thousand Leaves sect was famous for their puppet techniques back then, they didn't have many spirit-grade puppets, and no one knows where these spirit-grade puppets went. Yang Kai remained silent for a long time. Puppets gaining sentience sounded a little unbelievable at first, but it wasn't completely impossible upon careful consideration. This world was vast and filled with countless strange things. Even Lu Yen was an artifact spirit, so why couldn't puppets gain sentience? It was just that too many opportunities were required to achieve this. By the way, why did you call me out? If there's nothing else, I'm going back to cultivate. Hua Qingxi couldn't help but ask after seeing Yang Kai in a daze for a long time. Yang Kai came back to his senses and said, Sister Hua, don't go back for now. I need you to help me with something. What is it? I found a few old friends on my way to Thousand Leaves sect, but the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves sect doesn't seem to have a good impression of us. I'm afraid that if I'm not here, that old man will do something to them. He needed to repair Thousand Leaves sect's space array, and if he had the chance, he wanted to enter the sealed world to take a look and see if he could find any opportunities. Naturally, he couldn't accompany Qiyu and the others at all times. Qiyu and the others were only in the First Order Dao Source realm, while Song-ing was in the Third Order Dao Source realm, so the difference between their cultivations wasn't small. If Song-ing secretly attacked them while he was away, Qiyu and the others definitely wouldn't be able to resist. The reason he called Hua Qingxi out was to protect Qiyu and the others in secret. After explaining his thoughts to Hua Qingxi, she immediately agreed, "That's not a problem. Young Master Yang, you should just mind your own business. It's just a Third Order Dao Source realm. If he really wants to seek his own death, I don't mind sending him on his way." As she spoke, a cold glint flashed across her eyes. She was obviously annoyed that her cultivation had been delayed because of Song-ing. Although Hua Qingxi and Song-ing's cultivations were the same, their backgrounds were different. Song-ing was only the vice sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so how could his secret arts and secret techniques be compared to Hua Qingxi's from Star Soul Palace? If the two of them really fought to the death, Song-ing had no chance of winning. "Then I'll have to trouble elder sister Hua," Yang Kai grinned. Hua Qingxi glared at Yang Kai and said faintly, "Ever since I handed the soul brand to you, elder sister Hua has already accepted her fate. I only hope that you can treat elder sister Hua better in the future. Elder sister Hua will be content as long as you don't scold or beat me." Speaking of which, she even reached out to wipe the corners of her eyes, looking like she was going to follow her husband wherever he went. Yang Kai's face was covered in cold sweat as he wiped his forehead. "Elder sister Hua, you must not speak to me like that in front of that Yao race woman. Otherwise, I'll be dead for sure." Hua Qingxi's face was filled with resentment as she pursed her red lips. "Young Master Yang, you already have elder sister Hua and Lu Yen, but you're still not satisfied? You actually want to provoke other women? What part of us sisters can't compare to them?" Cold sweat poured down Yang Kai's forehead like a waterfall as he said in embarrassment, "Stop playing around, or else I'll cut you." Hua Qingxi giggled and with a twist of her body, she scuttled to the door and turned around. "Since young Master Yang is so afraid of that Yao race woman, it seems that she has something on you. What are you going to do?" Yang Kai turned pale with fright. "Don't tell me you're going to look for her?" Hua Qingxi replied, "Don't worry, I'll protect them in secret. There are so many rooms here, I'm going to find a room to meditate." Saying so, she opened the door and with a nimble slide, disappeared. Yang Kai's face was filled with apprehension as he released his divine sense. After confirming that Hua Qingxi had really just found a room to cultivate, he finally relaxed. The next day, Yi Jinghan came to look for Yang Kai, but contrary to Yang Kai's expectations, Yi Jinghan did not mention anything about repairing the space array and instead brought over some herbs. These herbs were the ones Yang Kai had previously instructed her to find and refine for Chai Hu's antidote. Although these herbs weren't too hard to find, they weren't easy to find either. Yang Kai never expected that Thousand Leaves sect would be able to gather them for him in just a single day. Since he had already gathered all the herbs, Yang Kai naturally planned to refine the common condensation pill for the antidote before anything else. After thanking Yi Jinghan and sending her off, Yang Kai immediately opened his furnace and started refining. In less than half a day, he had successfully refined a furnace of common condensation pills. Qiyu and the others rushed over after hearing the news from Chai Hu's room, all of them nervously looking at him. At this moment, Chai Hu was holding a jade bottle in his hand, with 6 rolling spirit pills within it. Sitting on the ground, he looked somewhat absent-minded as he held onto the jade bottle. "Yang Kai, are these the common condensation pills you mentioned?" Qiyu turned her head to look at Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai nodded and said with a serious look on his face, "Senior Chai can take one now. Please help him refine its medicinal efficacies. After 3 days, he can take another one. After half a month, the monster poison will be neutralized." Hearing this, Chai Hu's body shook. Raising his head to look at Yang Kai, he gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said, "After neutralizing the monster poison, my cultivation, you'll still be a third-order origin king." Yang Kai gave a faint smile. Hearing his words, Chai Hu's face couldn't help but turn gloomy, while the hearts of the others also turned heavy. All of them believed that Chai Hu would remain at this level for the rest of his life, without the slightest possibility of improving. Yang Kai continued, "However, as long as you continue to cultivate, you'll quickly recover." Chai Hu's eyes abruptly lit up as he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. "Young Master Yang means to say that I can still recover to my previous state?" Yang Kai replied, "Naturally. Senior Chai's cultivation has only been suppressed due to the monster poison. It hasn't been that long, so your foundation hasn't been damaged. As long as you continue to cultivate diligently, you'll definitely recover." Guizhu asked nervously, "Are you sure, Sect Master?" With a smile, Yang Kai replied, "Why would I joke about such a matter? That's great." Chi Yu instantly relaxed, as though a large stone had been lifted from her heart. If Chai Hu's cultivation really stopped progressing, everyone, including her, would definitely feel uneasy for the rest of their lives. After all, Chai Hu had only stayed behind to defend against the danger for the sake of buying time for them. However, now that Yang Kai had said that Chai Hu's cultivation wouldn't be hindered in the future, they were naturally happy. Chapter 23-24. After receiving an affirmative reply from Yang Kai, Chai Hu no longer hesitated and immediately swallowed a common condensation pill. Chi Yu and the others stood to the side to help him neutralize the effects of the pill, all of them feeling extremely nervous. Thousand Leaves Sect. On another mountain peak approximately 150 kilometers away from the main peak, there was a majestic hall. In a wing of the hall, Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back, a dark expression on his face as he listened to the report of a disciple behind him. After a short while, he spoke, "You're saying that those outsiders have entered the main hall?" The disciple respectfully replied, "Reporting to Vice Sect Master, that is indeed the case." "Have there been any signs of them going out in the past 2 days?" "No, but young Sect Master has made a trip there." "Have you managed to find out why they're here?" Xianxia asked again. The disciple replied, "This disciple is incompetent and has yet to find any clues. However, what? However, I've heard that that guy called Yang Kai is proficient in alchemy and is the one who refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. He's a Dao Source grade alchemy grandmaster. This disciple guesses that their trip this time should be related to alchemy." "Alchemy?" A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes as he nodded lightly. "That's possible. Yi Hen is already so old, but his cultivation hasn't improved. Perhaps he's thinking of ways to refine pills. If it's just alchemy, why would Yi Hen value that little brat so much, to the point of disregarding this old master's face?" The disciple asked, "Is it possible that little brat surnamed Yang still has extraordinary treasure pills on him?" He was just casually making a guess, but those words caused Xianxia's entire body to tremble. A glint flashed across his eyes. Thinking about it from a different perspective, Yi Hen currently had a cultivation in the third order Dao Source realm and was in need of extraordinary treasure pills. If Yang Kai truly had such a heaven-defying pill on him, everything would make sense. There wasn't a single cultivator in the third order Dao Source realm who didn't covet such a spirit pill. It was a peerless spirit pill that could help a cultivator break through to the Emperor realm. Yi Hen definitely knew something, which was why he was so polite to that little brat, to the point that he didn't even care about Xianxia himself. Thinking about it, Xianxia's heart immediately began to burn. He was also a cultivator in the third order Dao Source realm and was still far from reaching the Emperor realm. If he could obtain an extraordinary treasure pill, he might be able to pry into the Grand Dao in a very short time and reach the top of the world in a single bound. "Vice Sect Master, there is another matter." The disciple spoke up again after seeing Xianxia remain silent for a long time. "What is it?" Xianxia asked. "I've heard that Sky Illumination Palace and Sky Peak Temple have made some moves, and it seems like they're going to harm our Thousand Leaves sect." Xianxia's body shook. He turned his head to look at the disciple and asked, "Is this news true?" The disciple replied, "It's just some rumors. I'm not too sure about the details." "Go and investigate. Investigate the authenticity of this news at all costs. If there's even the slightest sign of trouble, report it immediately," Xianxia said somewhat anxiously. If Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace really wanted to shed all pretenses of cordiality with Thousand Leaves sect, Thousand Leaves sect would not be able to resist them with their current strength. Neither of these two sects were inferior to Thousand Leaves sect. This was especially true for Sky Illumination Palace. It was said that Sky Illumination Palace's palace master, Xianxia, had been trying to break through to the Emperor realm for the past few years, but he had never been able to do so. If he was allowed to ascend to the Emperor realm, the division of forces within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers would be reshuffled, and all sects would have to depend on Sky Illumination Palace for their survival. Hearing that these two sects were going to harm Thousand Leaves sect, Song immediately panicked. After the disciple left, he continued to pace anxiously in his room. After a long time, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "Yi Hen, oh Yi Hen, you've really gone senile. Since you're willing to lead a wolf into the house and refuse to listen to this old master's advice, then don't blame this old master for ignoring our many years of friendship. This old master also needs to plan for the future of Thousand Leaves sect. The foundation of our ancestors cannot be destroyed by your hands. Otherwise, how will we face our sect ancestors in the underworld?" As he spoke, he seemed to have made up his mind and his eyes became resolute. After a short while, with a slight movement of his divine sense, he summoned a few of his trusted disciples and secretly gave them some instructions. These disciples quickly left after receiving their orders. On the third day after Yang Kai and the others moved into Thousand Leaves sect, Chai Hu's situation had improved significantly. After taking the condensed pill, although the monster poison in his body had not been completely removed, it was no longer constantly corroding his dantian and meridians. As long as he continued to take the condensed pill according to Yang Kai's instructions, the poison in his body would be completely removed in half a month's time. Chai Hu was naturally extremely grateful to Yang Kai. On the other hand, Chi Yu and the others did not say anything. Everyone had come from the same star territory, so they had long been inseparable from each other. Chai Hu was their sworn brother, which made him Yang Kai's senior, so it was only natural for him to lend a helping hand. Yang Kai was also very happy that Chi Yu and the others were able to befriend Chai Hu in the star boundary. According to what they had told him, if not for Chai Hu's constant help during the past 2 years, their lives in the star boundary would definitely not have been so smooth. For the sake of rescuing Chi Yu, Chai Hu had not hesitated to put himself in danger. Despite knowing that the chances of success were not high, he had still snuck into the city lord's mansion without any hesitation, without the slightest bit of apprehension about the various dangers he would encounter. Facts had also proven that if not for Yang Kai's coincidental presence, Chai Hu would definitely have died without a burial place. He was clearly a person who placed great importance on relationships. There was no need to have too many of such friends and brothers in one's life. One was enough. Yang Kai was truly happy for Chi Yu and the others. On the third day, while Yang Kai was meditating, light footsteps rang out from outside his door. The footsteps quickly stopped at the door. Without waiting for anyone to knock on the door, Yang Kai waved his hand and opened the door, only to see Yi Jinghan standing outside. As their eyes met, Yi Jinghan softly called out, "Young Master Yang. Come in and talk." Yang Kai invited her in. Yi Jinghan nodded her head and walked in. After entering the room, Yi Jinghan found a chair and sat down before asking, "Has young Master Yang been well these past few days?" Yang Kai gave a faint smile and replied, "Miss Yi, you didn't come here to ask about this, right?" Seeing that Yang Kai seemed to have already guessed her intentions for coming here, Yi Jinghan could not help but blush, not knowing how to reply. Yang Kai said, "Please lead the way, Miss Yi." Hearing this, Yi Jinghan rejoiced and asked, "Does young Master Yang have any other matters to attend to?" Yang Kai replied, "What other matters do you have? I've come here for that sealed world. Could it be that Thousand Leaves sect hasn't finished their preparations?" No. Yi Jinghan hurriedly waved her hands. "Thousand Leaves sect is ready at any time. My father has been waiting for you. Please follow me, young Master Yang." As she spoke, she immediately led the way in front. Following Yi Jinghan, Yang Kai flew through the Thousand Leaves mountain range. Not long after, they arrived in front of a mountain valley. The scenery in this mountain valley was extraordinary and beautiful, with birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. After arriving here, Yang Kai could not help but raise his brow as he stared at the scenery in the mountain valley, a strange glint flashing across his eyes. He instinctively felt that there was something wrong with this mountain valley, but he was unable to pinpoint exactly what it was. Yi Jinghan took the initiative to explain, "There's an illusory array here that was set up by an ancestor of my Thousand Leaves sect. Please wait a moment, young Master Yang. I'll send a message to my father and have him remove the restriction." So it was an illusory array. Only now did Yang Kai understand why he felt that something was amiss. His current strength was not bad, and his divine sense was incomparably powerful. However, he was still unable to see through the mysteries of this illusory array with a single glance. From this, it could be seen how profound this array was. The person who set up this illusory array was undoubtedly a powerhouse from the Emperor realm. Only a powerhouse from the Emperor realm would be able to do something like this. After understanding this point, Yang Kai's interest was immediately piqued. His divine sense continued to shuttle back and forth within the mountain valley in an attempt to pry into its mysteries. However, no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to pry into anything. The illusory array in this mountain valley seemed to be formed naturally, with not a single flaw to be found. This caused Yang Kai to sigh in amazement. Thousand Leaves sect had been in decline for many years, so this illusory array should have been around for countless years as well. However, even after experiencing so many changes, this illusory array was still standing here. From this, one could see that not only did the person who set up this array have an extraordinary cultivation, their comprehension of the Tao of arrays was also not something that others could compare to. On the other side, Yi Jinghan carefully released her divine sense to scan the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one in the vicinity, she took out her communication artifact and poured her divine sense into it. Clearly, she was sending a message to Yi Hen. After a short while, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared in the air in front of her, as though a pebble had been thrown into a calm lake. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan hurriedly said with a solemn expression, "Young Master Yang, please follow me closely. Don't take a single wrong step, or you'll trigger the killing array in this mountain valley." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded his head. Yi Jinghan took a step forward, and her entire body seemed to melt into the wall of air, quickly disappearing from sight. Yang Kai followed her and took a step forward. In the next instant, the scenery before his eyes changed. This place was still a mountain valley, but it was different from the beautiful scenery he had seen before. This place was extremely desolate, with not even a single blade of grass growing. It was a completely barren land. Yi Jinghan stood in front of him and waited quietly. Seeing Yang Kai enter the array, she nodded her head lightly towards him, before leading the way in front with light steps. Clearly, she had entered this place countless times, so she knew the safe routes in this array like the back of her hand. Step by step, she walked forward in an extremely orderly and efficient manner. Originally, she was worried that Yang Kai might not be able to keep up, so she had slowed down her pace. However, after walking forward for a while, she discovered that Yang Kai appeared to be in an extremely relaxed state. Immediately, she knew that her worries were unnecessary, causing her speed to increase by quite a bit. Yang Kai continued to follow closely behind Yi Jinghan, not leaving her by even a single step, like a shadow following her. The two of them walked for an entire incense stick's worth of time within the illusion array, before the area before them suddenly opened up, revealing a gigantic platform. This platform was clearly man-made, as there were traces of carvings on it. However, it gave off an ancient aura, clearly having been passed down for a long time. At this very moment, the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, Yi Hen, was standing beside this platform, with a lonely and ashamed expression on his face. Hearing a sound, Yi Hen turned his head and looked over. Seeing that his daughter had brought Yang Kai here, he hurriedly cupped his fists and greeted, "Young Master Yang." Chapter 23-25. Sect Master Yi. After returning the greeting, Yang Kai's attention was immediately attracted by the gigantic platform in front of him. His eyes stared intently at the platform as he carefully observed it, his eyes overflowing with light. Young Master Yang. Just as Yi Jinghan was about to say something, Yi Hen suddenly raised his hand and stopped her, before gesturing for her to remain silent. Yi Jinghan also knew that she was being a little too abrupt. Sticking out her tongue playfully, she stood beside her father and waited anxiously. In front of the platform, the trio remained silent for a long time. Yi Hen and his daughter had been paying attention to the changes in Yang Kai's expression, while Yang Kai's attention was completely focused on the platform in front of him. The platform in front of him was clearly a gigantic array base. Yang Kai did not have much understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. The only spirit array he was proficient in was space arrays, and that was all thanks to Yang Inflammation. Back then, in order to set up space arrays in the territory of Shadowed Star and even the Homeward Star, he had put in a lot of effort. Yang Inflammation had even imparted the method of setting up space arrays to him. Therefore, Yang Kai's understanding of space arrays was extremely thorough. Using his divine sense, he immediately sensed that there were countless mysterious array diagrams engraved on the platform, all of which were connected to one another, forming a hub that connected the star boundary and the sealed world. Those array diagrams were incomparably mysterious. Although there were many differences between them and the ones Yang Kai had grasped, Yang Kai only needed to study them for a short while to understand them thoroughly. Not only that, he had also comprehended some other things from those array diagrams, causing him to fall into deep thought. The knowledge of spirit arrays imparted to him by Yang Inflammation was undoubtedly the best of the best, and was definitely superior to the array-based platform in front of him. However, he could use the stones of other mountains to polish jade. The array diagrams engraved on the array-based platform still allowed Yang Kai to gain some insights. Half a day later, only then did Yang Kai take a deep breath and retract his divine sense, his eyes shining brightly. Young Master Yang. Seeing that he had finally regained his senses, Yi Jinghan called out nervously. Yi Hen also asked nervously, Young Master Yang, did you find anything? Yang Kai nodded and said, Your noble sect's ancestors are really talented. The person who arranged the spirit array is definitely an array grandmaster. Let's put it this way, the array base here is completely fine, it's just that its energy has been depleted. It only needs to be replenished with some energy and it will be able to operate again. Hearing this, Yi Hen's eyes lit up as he whispered, Young Master Yang, are you sure? After a short pause, he awkwardly said, It's not that this Yi doesn't trust young Master Yang, but this matter concerns my Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, I understand. Sect Master Yi doesn't need to explain, but I can tell you with certainty that there is no damage to the array foundation here. Furthermore, even if it's damaged, as long as I have the materials, I can refine another one. Yi Hen's body trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated Yang Kai's attainments in the space divine technique. He had originally thought that Yang Kai had some understanding of the Tao of space. With his age, his cultivation definitely wouldn't be too deep. However, after hearing his words, he knew that he was wrong. Yang Kai's attainments in the Tao of space could be counted on one's fingers in the entire star boundary. If not for this, he definitely wouldn't have been able to refine an array-based platform with such confidence. Yi Jinghan asked, If there is no problem with the array base here, why is the entrance to the sealed world closed? Yang Kai replied, Space arrays are bidirectional. Just because there is no problem with one side doesn't mean that there is no problem with the other side. It might be that the array base on the other side is damaged, which is why it can't be used. The other side. Yi Hen furrowed his brows and said in shock, Young Master Yang means to say that the array base in the sealed world is damaged? That's about it. What should we do? Yi Jinghan's face turned pale. If the array base on the other side is damaged, we won't be able to teleport to the other side at all. Even if we have the means to repair it, we won't be able to use it. Yi Hen looked towards Yang Kai and asked, Young Master Yang, do you have any ideas? Yang Kai grinned and said, For an ordinary person, if the array base on the other side is damaged, they will naturally be unable to teleport. However, if one possesses the Tao of space, It is not impossible to follow the connection between the two array bases and open a passage to the other side. I should be able to give it a try. He didn't speak too confidently. Even if he had 80% confidence before the matter was over, giving too much hope would only make it easier for him to be disappointed. He had always been a cautious person. Hearing this, Yi Hen couldn't help but become excited, cupping his fists and saying, "If young Master Yang is truly able to repair this array, you will be the benefactor of my 1,000 Leaves sect. If young Master Yang has any orders in the future, my 1,000 Leaves sect will definitely obey, even if it costs us our lives." Yang Kai replied indifferently, "Sect Master Yi is too serious. It's just that. I won't be able to do it even if I give it a try, but it might take some time. My friends are still in 1,000 Leaves sect, so I will have to trouble Sect Master Yi to take care of them." Of course, Yi Hen nodded. As if he knew what Yang Kai was worried about, he immediately said, "This Yi will definitely take good care of them. If they are harmed in the slightest, young Master Yang can hold me accountable." "That's good," Yang Kai nodded, then continued, "Does Sect Master Yi have a map of the sealed world? If I really am teleported there, I might need to repair the array base on the other side, so I will need to find some materials inside the sealed world." Yang Kai still had some materials to arrange space arrays, all of which were leftovers from the territory of Homeworld Star. Although they weren't of high quality, they would definitely be able to repair the array base. When he was studying the array diagrams on the array base, he had also memorized them all. The reason why he said this was naturally because Yang Kai was also very interested in the sealed world. This sealed world was 1,000 Leaves sect's absolute secret, and only a few people in each generation knew about it. There should be some good stuff inside such a sealed world, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to explore it and see if there were any opportunities. Furthermore, Yi Jinghan had mentioned before that there was a place called the Emperor Heaven Valley in this sealed world, an excellent place to comprehend the heavenly ways Emperor intent. If a Dao Source Realm cultivator could comprehend it, it would greatly benefit them when they broke through to the Emperor Realm in the future. How could Yang Kai miss out on such a good place? Looking for materials was just an excuse. Yi Hen was obviously well aware of this, but he didn't refuse in the slightest. Instead, he straightforwardly took out a yellowed animal skin map and handed it to Yang Kai. "Even if young Master Yang didn't ask, this Yi was prepared to give this map to you." Yang Kai took it and gave it a quick glance. He knew that this map was genuine, so he immediately kept it in his space ring. "I'll leave everything to you, young Master Yang." Yi Hen cupped his fists solemnly. Yi Jinghan also said from the side, "Young Master Yang, be careful. It'll naturally be good if you succeed, but if not, there's no need to force it." Yang Kai replied, "I'll do my best." Saying so, his figure flickered, and he appeared on the platform of the array base, before sitting down in a cross-legged position. In the next instant, space principles suddenly surged out, lingering around his body. In an instant, the space in a radius of 100 feet suddenly collapsed, as tiny pitch-black spatial cracks appeared, swimming around him like fish. The faces of Yi Hen and his daughter changed drastically as they sensed the danger brought about by the spatial cracks. They quickly retreated, looking ahead in shock and uncertainty. "This is space principles?" Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes widened as she cried out in shock, trying to sense exactly what was going on with space principles. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to sense anything. She could only feel that the principles lingering around Yang Kai were incomparably mysterious, something that she couldn't comprehend at all. Yi Hen sighed. A cultivator who has grasped the Tao of space is publicly acknowledged as the most difficult cultivator to deal with within the star's territory. I never thought that young Master Yang's grasp of space principles would have reached such a level. In the future, you might be able to achieve a grand Tao through space principles. Yi Jinghan's tender body trembled as she looked at her father in disbelief. She never thought that her master would give Yang Kai such a high evaluation. However, after thinking about it again before meeting Yang Kai, when had she ever seen such an outstanding Dao Source Realm cultivator? She was also in the Dao Source Realm, so she naturally knew how strong a Dao Source Realm cultivator should be. However, Yang Kai's strength was far from what she could estimate. Ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivators were as weak and laughable as babies in front of him. Even those from the Third Order Dao Source Realm weren't Yang Kai's match, and were easily crushed by him. It was rumored that every single one of those Master Realm cultivators were astonishingly talented when they were young. Wasn't Yang Kai one of them? Perhaps, in the future, he might really achieve what her master had said, and achieve a grand Dao that would shake the entire star's territory. Thinking up to this point, Yi Jinghan couldn't help but tremble in excitement. She was able to get to know Yang Kai when he was young, and had the opportunity to witness the growth and rise of a master. Even though her relationship with Yang Kai wasn't that close, she still felt proud. Just as Yi Jinghan's thoughts were running wild, a strange sound suddenly rang out from the void. After the sound rang out, Yi Jinghan's beautiful face instantly turned pale, as she discovered that the space around her had completely frozen in an instant. It was as if she was wrapped in a block of ice. Not only was it difficult for her to breathe, even the circulation of the source qi in her body had started to become intermittent. Turning her head to look, Yi Jinghan discovered that her father seemed to be in the same situation, with a difficult expression on his face as he resisted the suppression of the Tao of space. Just as her mind was in a state of panic, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. With a solemn expression on his face, he extended his hands into the void before him. Under Yi Jinghan's gaze, the two hands strangely disappeared, as if they had been isolated into another space. Yang Kai put on an extremely difficult expression as he spread his hands apart, while letting out a loud roar. Chi 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 chi. Following Yang Kai's actions, a jet-black crack suddenly appeared in front of him. An aura that caused one's heart to palpitate and panic spread out from the crack, as if it could even devour one's vision. A void crack! Yi Hen cried out in alarm, his gaze fixed on the jet-black crack as he felt incomparably shocked in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a gigantic void crack, and he could clearly sense how dangerous it was, causing him to stare blankly at it. Under Yang Kai's continuous efforts, the crack continued to expand, quickly turning into a passageway large enough for one person to pass through. The passageway was filled with chaos and nothingness, seemingly extending to the end of the world. Chapter 23-26. This is the Void Corridor? Yi Jinghan covered her red lips with her hand and exclaimed softly. Although she had used space arrays to travel between two places and knew that there were void corridors connecting space arrays, she had never seen one with her own eyes. This was her first time seeing one. Although Yi Hen was also extremely shocked, he stared at the void corridor without blinking, seemingly trying to comprehend something from it. There weren't many opportunities to see a void corridor, especially one that had been opened by someone, leaving obvious traces. If he could really gain something from it, he would definitely benefit immensely. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to grasp the traces of space force, causing him to feel extremely vexed. As for Yang Kai, he had already stood up. With a flash, he entered the void corridor. At the same time his figure disappeared, the void corridor seemed to have lost its support and closed up in an instant. Yi Hen and his daughter had worried looks on their faces. They did not know if Yang Kai's trip would be smooth, or if he would get lost in the void corridor and never find his way back. Within the void corridor, Yang Kai walked forward leisurely. The surrounding void turbulence rushed towards him, but was pulled aside by a mysterious force from his body, causing him to be completely unharmed. Yang Kai was no longer the ignorant person he used to be in terms of space force. The space force had already penetrated deep into his bones. Therefore, the mere void turbulence could not hinder him at all. At this moment, the only thing that made it difficult for him was how to find the exit of the sealed world. Although there were two array bases that were connected, the one in the sealed world had been damaged for countless years. Yang Kai could only vaguely grasp the connection coming from the other side. However, he was not completely sure. In this void corridor, he could only follow the direction of the weak connection and move forward quickly. Fortunately, as time passed, the subtle connection became clearer and clearer, allowing Yang Kai to be certain that he was not going in the wrong direction. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly stopped at a certain place and released his divine sense to investigate. After releasing his divine sense, he muttered to himself, It should be here. Saying so, Yang Kai used his space force again and slowly stretched out his hands towards the turbulent void in front of him. Wherever his hands passed, ripples spread out and the turbulent void was smoothed out like a crumpled piece of paper. As Yang Kai opened his hands, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, knowing that his senses were right. He increased his strength. After a short while, Yang Kai once again tore open a crack in the tunnel. From the inside of the crack, Yang Kai vaguely saw some unique scenery. He was overjoyed and no longer hesitated. He directly jumped out of the crack. There was a slight feeling of weightlessness. Kai Yang quickly stabilized his body, and when his vision was restored, he found that he had arrived in another world. The world energy here was extremely rich, no worse than his own sealed world bead. The stagnant world energy even showed signs of turning into mist, a breathtaking sight. With such rich world energy, the vegetation here was also growing extremely well, with dense grasses. The place he was standing on just happened to be an array-based platform. This array-based platform was exactly the same as the one Yang Kai saw in the Thousand Leaves sect's Illusion Array Mountain Valley. It was obvious that they were all made by the same person, and they were the other part of the formation-based platform that was connected to each other. However, probably because it had not been used for many years, this array-based platform was covered in grass, making it look a little damaged. Upon seeing this array-based platform, Yang Kai knew that he had not found the wrong place. This should be the Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world, the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect's prosperity back then, as well as the reason why Thousand Leaves sect had declined. Yang Kai waved his hand and a scorching power spread out, instantly burning the grass to ashes and revealing the complete platform. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, wanting to know what was wrong with this array-based platform that caused the two places to be unable to connect. Soon, he discovered something and could not help but let out a soft cry of surprise. Although things were similar to what he had expected, there were still some discrepancies. There was indeed a problem with this array-based platform, but it was not a natural problem, but a man-made one. Yang Kai discovered that there was a sword mark on one of the array diagrams that ran through the entire platform. It was the destruction of these diagrams that caused this array-based platform to become defective and unusable. How could this be? Yang Kai could not help but feel a little suspicious. According to Yi Jinghan, the reason why Thousand Leaves sect had gradually declined was because the entrance to the sealed world had suddenly closed. If that was the case, Thousand Leaves sect would not have declined so thoroughly. The key point was that when the entrance to the sealed world closed, the Thousand Leaves sect's sect master was still inside. That generation's sect master had brought in most of the sect's secret arts and secret techniques, causing Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance to be severed, causing it to gradually decline. Now, Thousand Leaves sect could not even control those Earth-grade puppets and could only let them be exposed to the elements on the square in front of the main hall. He had originally thought that all of this was just a coincidence and had lamented the bad luck of that generation's Thousand Leaves sect's sect master. It just so happened that the entrance to the sealed world had closed when he entered. However, he never imagined that the truth of the matter would be very different from what he had guessed. The array-based platform here had been destroyed by someone, and judging from the strength and smoothness of the sword mark, the person who destroyed the array base was undoubtedly very clear-headed at that time. He had not wantonly destroyed the array-based platform and had only cut a crack in it, causing the connection between the two arrays to be severed. Combined with Yi Jinghan's words, this sword mark was undoubtedly made by the Thousand Leaves sect's sect master. He was not trapped here because the array base was suddenly damaged, but because he wanted to stay here. In order not to be disturbed, he did not hesitate to destroy this world-crossing space array. What was he doing here with so many Thousand Leaves sect's secret arts and secret techniques? Could it be that he wanted to comprehend some secret technique and did not want to be disturbed? A blank look appeared on Yang Kai's face. If that was the case, then it did make sense. The sword mark on the array base was not deep and was just enough to obstruct the transfer between the two arrays. If one had the right materials, a slightly stronger person should be able to repair it. The sect master of that generation of Thousand Leaves sect was at least a cultivator from the Emperor realm, possibly even a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Since he had damaged the array base, he should not have to worry about being unable to repair it. However, what kind of secret technique did he want to cultivate that he had to come to this place? Yang Kai could not figure it out even after thinking about it for a long time, so he could only shake his head and sigh. He was not in a hurry to repair the crack in the array base. Instead, he took out the map Yi Hen had given him and gave it a quick look. This map was not complicated, as this sealed world was not big, only about the size of his sealed world bead. However, the world energy here was extremely outstanding, clearly indicating the existence of an excellent earth vein. If he could repair the array base of the two arrays, he would be able to connect Thousand Leaves sect and this sealed world bead. At that time, the world energy here would also be available to Thousand Leaves sect, greatly improving the cultivation environment of Thousand Leaves sect's disciples. The map was clearly marked, so Yang Kai quickly found the location of the Emperor Heaven Valley. After a short while, he put away the map, summoned his wooden boat, and flew in that direction. Along the way, Yang Kai was unable to contain his joy, stopping from time to time to fly down. That was because there were many precious herbs in this sealed world. No one had set foot in this sealed world of Thousand Leaves sect for tens of thousands of years, so the world energy here was extremely rich. Naturally, it was an excellent place for spirit grasses and spirit medicines to grow. Many precious spirit grasses grew in large patches, giving off a rich medicinal fragrance. Yang Kai did not need to specifically search for them to find them, as he only needed to fly down and collect them. Furthermore, the spirit grasses and spirit medicines here were all very old. The herbs Yang Kai collected were at least a few thousand years old, and there were even some that were more than 10,000 years old. Every single one of these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had rich medicinal properties, making them the best ingredients for alchemy. Yang Kai was extremely happy to collect them. Yi Hen probably did not expect that there would be so many precious herbs in her own sealed world. If she had known earlier, she would have definitely entered together with Yang Kai and definitely would not have let him off so easily. Just these herbs alone were enough to double the financial resources of Thousand Leaves sect. Along the way, all the herbs were collected by Yang Kai. This was only the tip of the iceberg of this sealed world. If he explored the entire place, Yang Kai estimated that he would no longer need to worry about alchemy materials in the future. In just 2 days, the medicine garden in Yang Kai's sealed world bead was filled to the brim. He had no choice but to collect some of the cheaper herbs and store them in his space ring for safekeeping. Thousand Leaves sect was sitting on a mountain of treasures, but they did not have access to them. Otherwise, they would not have been so weak just by relying on these herbs. Even if they could not compare to the top sects in the Southern Territory, at the very least, there were many masters from the Emperor realm in the sect, so they would not be bullied by a few second-rate forces. Thousand Leaves sect's biggest weakness now was that they did not have the Emperor realm to oversee them, which was also the biggest dilemma faced by most second-rate forces in the star boundary. After all, there were not many people in the Emperor realm. After another day, a huge mountain valley suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. The scenery in this mountain valley was beautiful, and a strange fragrance filled the air. Before he even got close, Yang Kai could already smell the fragrance of many herbs. After comparing the mountain valley with the Emperor Heaven Valley on the map, a look of joy appeared on Yang Kai's face. Knowing that he had found the place, he immediately increased his speed. After a short while, Yang Kai landed and stood at a certain spot in the middle of the Emperor Heaven Valley. After carefully sensing the surroundings for a moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. "You lied to me? How can there be any Emperor intent here?" The reason why he had agreed to come to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the Transworld Space Array was because this Emperor Heaven Valley was somewhat attractive to him. He wanted to lay the foundation for his future breakthrough to the Emperor realm. After all, Yi Jinghan had said that this Emperor Heaven Valley was filled with Emperor pressure and Emperor intent, making it the best place to comprehend the Heavenly Way and martial Dao. It was also the most important place in Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world. Yang Kai had originally planned to enter seclusion here for a while to comprehend the Heavenly Way, but when he arrived, he discovered that there was no Emperor intent here other than the rich medicinal fragrance. Chapter 23-27. This Emperor Heaven Valley did not live up to its name and was of no use to Yang Kai. It was impossible for Yi Jinghan to lie to him. This was something that Yang Kai was confident of. Ever since he met Yi Jinghan, she had always been extremely careful and respectful towards him. How could she lie to him about such a matter? The only explanation was that the Emperor Heaven Valley did indeed possess emperor intent, but for some unknown reason, it had disappeared. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and the sea had changed into mulberry fields. Anything could happen. Yang Kai stood in place and felt vexed for a while. However, when he recalled that he had collected so many spirit grasses and spirit medicines, it was not a complete waste. On the contrary, he had gained quite a lot, so he no longer felt conflicted. This valley was filled with a strange fragrance, clearly showing that there were quite a few spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Since he had already arrived at this place, Yang Kai did not plan to give up and started to search within the valley. Not long after, Yang Kai's harvest was huge. After he collected a dark red fruit from a fruit tree that was half the height of a person, he was about to stuff it into his space ring. All of a sudden, he seemed to have discovered something and released his divine sense to investigate the fruit. After a while, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. He recognized this fruit. It was a Dao Source grade high-rank spirit fruit, the vermilion bird fruit, the main ingredient for refining the vein cleansing pill. After consuming it, it could help cleanse the meridians of a cultivator, causing their cultivation to become pure. It would have been fine if that was all, but the key point was that Yang Kai could clearly detect a trace of principal strength from the vermilion bird fruit. No matter how high the grade of a Dao Source grade spirit fruit was, it was impossible for it to give birth to principal strength. This made him extremely shocked. After a while, he sensed it carefully. Yang Kai discovered that the principal strength nurtured within the vermilion bird fruit had already taken shape. There was a faint feeling of emperor intent. All of a sudden, Yang Kai raised his brow and his eyes lit up as he muttered, "Could it be?" As though he had thought of something, he hurriedly took out the spirit grasses and spirit medicines that he had collected from his space ring and carefully examined them. After a stick of incense worth of time, a look of understanding appeared on Yang Kai's face as he understood what was going on. This was the Emperor Heaven Valley. A long time ago, there was indeed a rich emperor's will, which could allow the cultivator to comprehend and cultivate within, laying the foundation for advancing to the emperor realm. However, this emperor intent had been completely absorbed by the spirit grasses and spirit herbs in the past tens of thousands of years. Now, the emperor intent had completely merged with the spirit grasses and spirit herbs, and could no longer be separated. Almost all of the spirit herbs he had collected in this mountain valley contained emperor intent like the vermilion bird fruit. On the contrary, some of the medicinal herbs he had collected before coming here did not have such characteristics. It was clear at a glance. After understanding this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel excited. He had never even heard of a spirit grass or spirit medicine that contained emperor intent, let alone seeing such a thing. If they were refined into elixirs, there would definitely be remnants of the emperor's will in the elixir, which would then be consumed by the cultivator. It would definitely allow the cultivator to clearly comprehend the rule power within. This method, it was much more effective than comprehending the emperor intent in the Emperor Heaven Valley. This was because the comprehension in the Emperor Heaven Valley was only external comprehension. However, if one consumed an elixir that contained emperor intent, they would comprehend it from within the body. Every piece of flesh, every inch of meridians would be involved. It would obviously allow the cultivator to comprehend it more clearly. Only a special place like the Emperor Heaven Valley could produce such unique spirit grasses and spirit herbs. Yang Kai could imagine that once the elixir refined from these herbs entered the astral boundary, it would definitely cause the cultivator in the third-order Dao Source realm to break their heads. The medicinal effects and effects of the elixir itself were already secondary. For those who were stuck at the peak of the third-order Dao Source realm. For the cultivator who had been unable to advance, the emperor intent and rule power contained within were the most important. He was overjoyed and secretly felt that his greatest gain from this trip might be the herbs in the Emperor Heaven Valley. Without any hesitation, he immediately began a thorough search. he decided not to let any of the spirit herbs go. As long as they were mature, he had to collect them all. The valley wasn't big. However, no one had cared about it for tens of thousands of years. Under the nourishment of the rich spiritual influence of heaven and earth, many spirit herbs were nurtured. Yang Kai searched inch by inch. After busying himself for an entire day, he finally finished searching the entire valley. All the spirit herbs were kept by him. In order to distinguish them from the ones that he had collected previously, Yang Kai purposely placed these spirit herbs in a separate place. He was prepared to refine them into elixirs as soon as possible after this trip. The emperor intent contained within. Now that the spirit herbs had been collected, Yang Kai was worried that the emperor intent would gradually dissipate if he didn't refine them as soon as possible. Sister Hua should be very interested in those elixirs. With the help of those elixirs, her progress in advancing to the emperor realm would definitely be much faster. One day later, Yang Kai stood in front of a cave with a grave expression. Previously, when he was searching for spirit herbs in the Emperor Heaven Valley, he had discovered this cave. However, he didn't have the time to carefully explore it. Only after all the spirit herbs had been collected did he have the time to investigate it. This cave seemed to be naturally formed, but Yang Kai keenly discovered that it had been artificially modified. However, the person who had modified it was very skilled. Coupled with the fact that it had been here for a long time, it wasn't easy to notice. He didn't know if it had been modified by the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples who came here to cultivate tens of thousands of years ago, but in any case, Yang Kai felt a dangerous aura from this cave. He instinctively felt that there was something incredible hidden in this cave. However, on his way here, he hadn't even seen a single monster beast, so he wasn't too worried. This sealed world wasn't very big. Since it was a place where Thousand Leaves sect's disciples cultivated tens of thousands of years ago, there shouldn't be any life-threatening dangers here. Therefore, he only hesitated for a moment before walking into the cave. The cave was dimly lit. The walls of the cave were originally inlaid with strange stones used for illumination, but after so many years, those stones had lost their effectiveness. The air wasn't turbid, and it was even very dry. Yang Kai hadn't walked for long when his nose suddenly twitched a few times. He smelled a strange smell coming from the front. This smell was unpleasant and even a little stinky, like the smell of a dead fish. This caused him to furrow his brow. Logically speaking, with the world qi in this sealed world being so dense, all living things should be growing well, so it was impossible for such a stinky smell to appear. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Yang Kai suddenly felt that something was wrong. In that instant, his vision blurred and his footsteps became a little weak. He couldn't help but stagger. Poison! Yang Kai was shocked and hurriedly pushed his source qi to protect himself. At the same time, he hurriedly took out a fruit from his space ring and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it whole. This fruit was an emperor-grade spirit pill and was extremely valuable. It was also something he had collected in this sealed world. However, at this moment, Yang Kai couldn't care less. He was very interested in this cave, so if he wanted to explore it further, he could only eat this spirit fruit to resist the poison. After swallowing the spirit fruit and circulating his source qi, Yang Kai felt much better and continued forward. The further in he went, the more obvious the stench became. Not only that, but the poison in the air also seemed to become more and more intense. Yang Kai felt that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. He didn't know what kind of poison this was, but even he was powerless to resist it. If this poison was already so strong, wouldn't he die if he came into contact with the source of the poison? As such, he secretly decided that if he didn't find anything after a while, he would immediately retreat. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, he saw a ray of light not far in front of him. This caused his expression to brighten and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. After a short while, he suddenly arrived at an even larger cave. Inside this cave, a strange shining stone was embedded in the cave wall. Even after so many years, it still exuded a bright light, illuminating everything in this cave. Yang Kai's gaze swept around and soon fixed on a certain spot, and he couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. He found a shriveled corpse sitting on the spot. It was obvious that this corpse had been dead for many years. There was not the slightest bit of vitality in its body. Even its flesh was withered beyond recognition. It was only skin and bones. Its eyes were sunken, and its hair was messy and lusterless, like withered grass. However, the clothes he was wearing were somewhat familiar. Yang Kai looked at him for a while and immediately remembered that Yi Hen's clothes were somewhat similar to his. This caused him to raise his brow as he suddenly understood the identity of this dead person in front of him. This guy was obviously the last Thousand Leaves sect's sect master to enter the sealed world. It was him who had brought the countless secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect into this place, causing the inheritance of Thousand Leaves sect to be severed. It was definitely him who had destroyed the array-base platform of this sealed world, causing the entrance to close. This person was definitely the main culprit behind the decline of Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai didn't know why he had done this, but since he was already dead, there was no point in pursuing this matter. What's more, Yang Kai wasn't a member of Thousand Leaves sect, so he didn't need to care about this. He had only entered this sealed world to repair the array-base platform, so discovering the corpse of this Thousand Leaves sect's sect master from tens of thousands of years ago was just an accident. Thinking of this, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "I have mistakenly entered Senior's resting place and didn't mean to disturb. Please forgive me, Senior." He muttered to himself for a while before stepping forward. Yang Kai didn't know what this Thousand Leaves sect Senior was doing before he died, but he discovered a huge spirit array pattern under his buttocks that was extremely mysterious. Beside his corpse, there was also a pile of ores and other strange artifact refining materials. These materials were of extremely high grade, at least Dao source grade, and there was no lack of Emperor grade materials. If an artifact refiner was here, he would definitely be overjoyed. Yang Kai didn't have much of a reaction, because no matter how precious these materials were, they would be refined and devoured by his embodiment once they reached his hands. To him, it was only a matter of quantity. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai walked forward and quickly collected the materials scattered on the ground, throwing them all into the sealed world bead and shoving them to his embodiment, allowing it to deal with them on its own. Next, Yang Kai's gaze was attracted by the space ring on the corpse's finger. This person was definitely a master from the Emperor realm before he died, most likely a third-order Emperor realm master. Furthermore, he was the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect, so how could there not be anything good in this space ring? If Yang Kai's guess was right, the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect were definitely in this ring. Chapter 23-28. Yang Kai was quite interested in the many secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect. After all, they were all related to the Tao of puppetry, a part of the territory that he had never come into contact with before. Now that these secret arts and secret techniques were in front of him, Yang Kai was naturally tempted. However, he also secretly made up his mind that he would only study them for a while before returning them to Yi Hen. He had no intention of taking them for himself. Thinking so, Yang Kai held his breath and reached out to grab the ring on the corpse's finger. But at this moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and an extremely uneasy feeling spread throughout his body, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end. Instinctively, he tapped his foot and floated backwards, putting some distance between him and the corpse. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed as he saw a scene that made his soul fly out of his body. The spirit array under the corpses but suddenly hummed and bloomed with a dazzling light, as if it had been activated for some unknown reason. Immediately after, circles of runes appeared on the surface of the corpse's body, outlining a mysterious spirit array. The dried-up corpse's surface suddenly glowed with a metallic luster. Kong. The spirit array inexplicably activated and a series of crackling sounds rang out from the corpse's body. A pair of eyes that had been closed for who knows how many years suddenly opened. The pair of eyes glowed with a dark green color, like two flickering will-o'-the-wisps, causing one to feel intimidated just by looking at them. The powerful aura of the Emperor realm suddenly spread out from the corpse and hit Yang Kai like a tangible object. Yang Kai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, causing him to feel extremely stifled. He knew that the situation was bad. The corpse in front of him, which had been dead for who knows how many years, had most likely developed its own sentience. It had become a corpse spirit. Back on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had encountered this type of monster. At that time, the corpse spirit clan had appeared out of nowhere and wreaked havoc on Shadowed Star. Countless cultivators were infected by corpse poison and transformed into one of them. In the end, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide and killed this disaster. But at that time, the most powerful corpse spirit clan member was only a 1,000-year corpse general. Their cultivation was only at the origin returning realm, which was completely incomparable to this corpse spirit. The one in front of him was a true 10,000 years corpse king. Moreover, it was the 10,000-year-old undead king of the Emperor realm. The Emperor's will that enveloped him was definitely not fake. Thinking so, Yang Kai's entire body was soaked in sweat. Knowing that the situation was not optimistic, he didn't dare hesitate, space principles swirling around his body as he tried to escape from the cave. In an instant, his figure blurred. However, before he could escape from the cave, the corpse king that had been sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened its mouth and let out an extremely sharp and ruthless howl. It was unknown what kind of strange power was contained in that howl, but it rushed out in all directions and transformed into an invisible cage that suppressed this part of the world. Yang Kai's body stiffened. The blurry figure reappeared. His expression changed drastically. Knowing that his space divine technique had been easily broken by the other party, how could he dare to be careless? In a hurry, he could only rush out. The corpse king's ghostly eyes emitted a cold light as it stared at him. It opened its mouth and spat out a dark green aura. Corpse poison! Yang Kai cried out in shock, finally understanding what the stench he had smelled when he entered the cave was. That stench was obviously the corpse king's corpse poison. Only a trace of it had diffused from its body, but just a trace was enough to cause him to show signs of being poisoned and dizzy. If he accidentally inhaled a mouthful of it, he was afraid he would immediately die. Trembling in fear, Yang Kai didn't dare to breathe, fully urging his source chi to form a protective barrier around his body as he retreated like an arrow released from a bow. He was fast, but the corpse poison was not slow in the slightest, following closely behind him like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up with him and slammed into his protective source chi. With a series of crackling sounds, the source chi on the surface of Yang Kai's body was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, melting a large hole in it. It was completely unable to resist. The corpse poison followed the gap in his defense and entangled him. How could it have such a powerful corrosive power? Yang Kai couldn't believe his eyes. At this critical moment, his eyes widened as he stretched out his hand, pushing his space force to the limit as he shouted, "Exile!" Under the effect of principle, a black hole suddenly appeared in front of him, swallowing all the corpse poison. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed out of the cave and returned to the mountain valley. Without waiting for him to catch his breath, a beast-like roar came from the cave. The violent and cruel aura belonging to the corpse king quickly approached, and the inside of the cave also shook, and the gravel pattered down. What kind of enmity is this? Yang Kai wore a bitter expression, knowing that he had made a fool of himself. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have gone to the cave to take a look and ended up provoking such a monster. There was no need to fight as Yang Kai knew that he was no match for the corpse king. The only thing he could do now was to escape to the array-based platform of this sealed world as soon as possible, repair it, and then teleport out. But repairing it would take time. No matter how deep his attainments in the Tao of space were, he still needed to smelt some materials to repair the sword mark. This time would be enough for the corpse king to kill him 100 times over. This was a corpse king transformed from the corpse of a third-order emperor realm master. In the end, Kai Young didn't know how strong he was. Hong. With a loud bang, the corpse king's figure rushed out of the cave, the spirit array on its body constantly circulating, exuding a strange light. As soon as it appeared in front of Yang Kai, its pair of fangs exuding a cold light as it ruthlessly punched towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face turned pale. He could feel the terrifying power contained in this simple punch, but it was too late to dodge. In a hurry, he could only summon his myriad sword and pour his source chi into it as he shouted, Myriad sword, one man holds the pass. This sword was the most powerful defensive sword of the myriad sword. Xianxia had used it several times before, so he naturally knew how powerful it was. The sword curtain spread out, leaving behind afterimages, forming a solid barrier in front of Xianxia. The countless sword chi was like an impregnable fortress, blocking any storm that came at Xianxia. Kong. The corpse king's fist smashed down, and the sword curtain that Xianxia had used all his strength to create was like a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. It was directly smashed to pieces by the fist. An indescribable power came from the front, making Xianxia feel as if a mountain was crushing down on him. In front of this power, his second-order Dao source realm cultivation was as insignificant as an ant. I'll die. This inexplicable thought appeared in Xianxia's mind. No matter how strong his physique was, no matter how powerful his source chi was, if he really took this punch, he would die without a doubt. This was an unreasonable intuition, but Kai Yang believed in it without a doubt. At this moment of life and death, Xianxia forced himself to circulate his space principles, allowing himself to teleport back slightly, avoiding the center of this punch's power. It wasn't that he didn't want to teleport away and completely avoid this punch, but under the suppression of his opponent's emperor intent, he was powerless. This was his limit. A loud explosion rang out, as if even space itself had been shattered. Two cracking sounds rang out from Xianxia's body as two of his ribs were broken. He was sent flying backwards like a ragged sack, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura had also withered by quite a bit. With a thud, Xianxia landed on the ground, but quickly got up, clutching his chest with his hand as a look of difficulty appeared on his face. After just one exchange of blows, Xianxia knew that this corpse king was ridiculously strong. If his opponent were to follow up with another attack at this time, it would definitely make his situation even worse. However, what made Xianxia feel a little relieved was that after the corpse king sent him flying, it actually stood in place and didn't move again. Its pair of ghastly eyes continued to flicker and its dull expression began to change, becoming more and more terrifying. What is he doing? Although Xianxia was puzzled, this was what he wanted to see, so he hurriedly took out some healing pills from his space ring, threw them into his mouth, and took this opportunity to adjust his condition. He didn't dare to act rashly, lest his actions agitate the corpse king and cause him to miss a good opportunity to rest. While adjusting his condition, Xianxia also paid close attention to the corpse king's movements. He found that after the corpse king left the cave, the corpse poison in its body began to spread around. The vegetation in the mountain valley, which had survived for tens of thousands of years, turned yellow and withered in the blink of an eye as soon as it came into contact with the corpse poison, showing just how potent the corpse poison was. However, Xianxia also noticed something strange, that was, this 10,000-year corpse king didn't seem to have any consciousness. This made Xianxia puzzled. The corpse spirits he encountered on Shadowed Star were able to think independently after just 1,000 years, so why couldn't this corpse king who had lived for tens of thousands of years? Moreover, the array diagrams on the surface of his body were also very eye-catching. The metallic luster on his withered body was extremely strange, as if his body was really made of metal and not withered flesh and blood. Observing this, Xianxia's eyes suddenly bulged as a creepy thought involuntarily popped up in his mind, causing him to blurt out, "A corpse puppet?" Although Xianxia hadn't studied the Tao of puppetry much, after cultivating for so many years, he had heard some things about it. Ordinary puppets were naturally refined using various precious treasures and special techniques. The puppets in Thousand Leaves sect, as well as the ones Xianxia encountered in the Flowing Time Temple, were all of this type. However, there was another type of puppet that wasn't refined using precious treasures, but rather the body of a cultivator. A powerful cultivator's body was the best material for refining puppets. Their compact body structure, powerful cultivation, and willpower before death were not things that could be replaced by simple precious treasures. There were some evil cultivators who were extremely keen on refining the corpses of powerhouses into puppets and controlling these puppets to kill enemies for them. Moreover, after being refined into puppets, these cultivators could still retain a large portion of their cultivation and divine abilities from when they were alive, allowing them to display extremely powerful combat strength. Chapter 23-29. This kind of evil cultivator had a strong fondness for digging up the graves of masters, because every master's corpse could be used as a source of strength in their hands. It was also because of this that this kind of cultivator was hated by everyone, no matter where they went. The technique of refining corpse puppets was definitely a forbidden technique among forbidden techniques, an existence that was not allowed to be touched. But even so, this kind of situation was unavoidable. No matter when and where, there would always be people who were willing to risk universal condemnation and go against the law. Yang Kai never imagined that a sect like Thousand Leaves sect would actually have someone who dabbled in the technique of refining corpse puppets. The fact that the corpse king in front of him had no consciousness was one thing, but more importantly, the spirit array patterns and spirit array patterns on the surface of its body, coupled with its obviously metallic body, made it obvious that this person had been refined into a corpse puppet. Furthermore, it was a corpse puppet of the Emperor Realm's level. Who could actually refine such a powerful cultivator into a corpse puppet without any consciousness? Yang Kai was extremely shocked in his heart. However, he quickly realized that something was amiss. According to Yi Hen and Yi Jinghan, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation had entered this sealed world by himself. After that, the entrance to the sealed world had been closed. In other words, there was no one else other than the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation who had entered this place over the past tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai also did not find any traces of the existence of a second person. What's more, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation was a third-order Emperor Realm master, so who had the ability to refine him into a corpse puppet? Could it be that he had refined himself into a corpse puppet? Thinking of this, Kai Yang suddenly jumped in fright. If that was really the case, it could only mean that the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation's attainments in the Tao of puppetry were unparalleled. Furthermore, he had an unswerving determination and willpower that surpassed ordinary people. After all, just the thought of refining himself into a corpse puppet was horrifying. How much unbearable pain must he have endured during the entire process? But for some unknown reason, the Thousand Leaves sect master of that generation seemed to have failed, causing him to fall here, and his corpse gradually became like the one in front of Yang Kai's eyes. This was only Yang Kai's conjecture, but he felt that it was not far from the truth. Just as his mind was racing, the struggling zombie suddenly turned its head and looked in the direction of Yang Kai, its ghastly eyes bursting with cold light. Yang Kai knew that something was wrong. The other party seemed to have broken free from some kind of restriction and was about to kill him. Before Yang Kai could finish his thoughts, the corpse puppet had already appeared in front of him in a flash. Once again, it swung its terrifying fist at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was scared out of his wits, even though this corpse puppet had no intelligence. His fighting style was very monotonous, and there were no changes. He only knew how to hit people with his fists. However, as the saying goes, a strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. With just one punch from him, Yang Kai was already unable to resist. That fist intent was ferocious. It was a perfect example of the strength of the Emperor Realm. The vortex of energy was almost visible to the naked eye, as if it wanted to shatter the sky and turn the universe upside down. Yang Kai's scalp went numb as he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" The next moment, a high-pitched dragon roar rang out as a golden dragon phantom appeared behind him. The golden dragon shook its head and swung its tail as it rushed into his body. With a cracking sound, Yang Kai's two arms suddenly transformed into dragon claws. His exposed skin was covered with sturdy dragon scales. Not only that, but his spine also suddenly emitted an explosive sound. Pure dragon aura spread out, and his spine was like a huge dragon that wanted to soar into the sky. Yang Kai had displayed his dragon transformation secret technique to the extreme. He had refined the dragon scale, dragon bone, and dragon bead, 3 secret artifacts of the dragon body. Coupled with his incomparably powerful physique, his strength rose sharply. But this was not the end. At the same time as he displayed his dragon transformation, Yang Kai also urged his 5 elements indestructible sword qi. In an instant, a 5-colored light bloomed around his body as the power of the 5 elements surged out. His hands crossed in front of him as he assumed a defensive posture. He didn't dare to attack. In front of his opponent's powerful strength, Kai Yang felt like he was a small boat in a storm, swaying unsteadily. The violent winds and waves could capsize him at any time. Kong. The corpse puppet's fist smashed down, causing Yang Kai to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body trembled as a cracking sound rang out from his arms. Both of his dragon claws were broken and twisted beyond recognition. At the same time, his body was sent flying by a powerful force, making his already unhealed injuries even worse. This was the result of him activating his dragon transformation secret technique to defend himself. If he had been caught off guard, Yang Kai estimated that he would have been reduced to dust in an instant. He thoroughly experienced the strength of this corpse puppet in front of him. Flying in the air, Yang Kai endured the piercing pain, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Come out!" As soon as his words fell, a huge figure descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a rumbling sound, shaking the earth. The embodiment appeared. As soon as he appeared, before he could figure out where he was and what danger Yang Kai had encountered, his whole body stiffened. He could feel the violent aura emanating from the corpse puppet, which was so powerful that it almost made him lose his will to fight. However, every time he appeared, it was when Yang Kai was facing a strong enemy, so he recovered from the shock in an instant. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yang Kai, who was flying through the air, in the palm of his hand. Cough, cough. Yang Kai knelt on the palm of the embodiment, constantly coughing up blood, his face pale. Master. Lu Yen also appeared with the embodiment. At first sight of Yang Kai's miserable appearance, her beautiful face turned pale and she immediately came to Yang Kai's side and helped him up with concern. What the hell is this? The embodiment's eyes widened as he stared in horror at the source of the corpse puppet, who was as small as an ant but whom he didn't dare to underestimate. His voice trembled slightly. Corpse puppet. Yang Kai stood up and explained, a third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet. What? The embodiment and Lu Yen both paled, their souls fluctuating violently. After a long while, the embodiment said bitterly, "How did you provoke this monster?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he shook his wrist. With 2 crisp cracking sounds, his dislocated wrist was reconnected. Looking down, the flesh on his wrist was torn apart, and the white bones could be clearly seen. It was obvious how much damage the corpse puppet's punch had caused him. Fortunately, he had the dragon transformation secret technique and 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, and with the help of his strong physique and golden blood, such injuries were not enough to affect him. "It's coming!" The embodiment suddenly shouted. As he spoke, the corpse puppet leaped up from where he stood, rushed in front of the embodiment, and threw a punch at him. The difference between the corpse puppet and the embodiment was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was as insignificant as a blade of grass in front of a big tree. But the punch made the embodiment take it seriously. He didn't dare to underestimate it in the slightest. At this critical moment, he also threw a punch forward. The huge fist collided with the small figure, producing an earth-shattering sound. The force of the explosion swept out and created a violent wind. The body of the embodiment flew back like a mountain. It danced in the air for a while, looking very clumsy. After taking a direct hit from the embodiment, the corpse puppet was obviously not unscathed. It crashed into the mountain wall behind it at a speed faster than the embodiment and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a short while, there was a loud bang and a human-shaped hole was smashed into the mountain wall. The corpse puppet was embedded in it. With the corpse puppet as the center, countless cracks like a spider web appeared around the mountain wall, and gravel fell down. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to believe his eyes. He was well aware of just how powerful the avatar was. The avatar was born by fusing with an entire floating continent. Even though the floating continent wasn't very large, it still possessed the power of a world and its own essence. In other words, every blow of the embodiment was the power of a world. With his current strength, he could easily kill the Emperor Realm if he were hit head-on. But the corpse puppet didn't suffer much damage after taking a blow and was only knocked into the mountain wall. How tough was the corpse puppet's body? Not only that, his blow actually sent the embodiment flying. This kind of power was enough to destroy the world. Lu Yen! Yang Kai shouted. Lu Yen already knew what to do without his instructions. Her delicate body swayed and turned into the form of a fire bird. She spread her wings and pounced in front of the corpse puppet. After a crisp cry, she opened her mouth and spat out raging flames toward the corpse puppet. Lu Yan's flames were extremely complicated. There was her own earth core fire, heavenly thunder fire, blue ice fire, real sun fire, and many other strange flames. There was also the Holy Spirit Luanfang's world extinguishing black flame mixed in. Her flames were extremely dangerous. With a single mouthful, the mountain wall melted, turning into red magma. Steam rose from it as it slid downwards. The embodiment's world force punch couldn't do anything to the corpse puppet, but Lu Yan's flames seemed to have caused a lot of damage to it. Soon, a series of low growls and roars came from the raging flames, as if it was in great pain. Immediately afterward, an angry roar rang out, and a dark green light emerged from the flames, pushing forward against the flames. Yang Kai was shocked. He found that the corpse puppet was spitting out corpse poison, which was on par with Lu Yan's flames. Not only that, it seemed to be even stronger. For a moment, the green corpse poison and the red flames collided in midair and were in a stalemate. But Yang Kai knew that this was just a temporary illusion. Once the corpse puppet broke free, Lu Yan would be no match for it. Although she followed him and had many adventures, she was still too weak. Even if a third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet had lost its consciousness, it wasn't something she could deal with. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that this corpse puppet had lost its mind. Otherwise, with its cultivation and the divine technique it had mastered before its death, even if the three of them attacked it together, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Chapter 23:30. No! Yang Kai suddenly realized something, and his expression changed slightly. A real corpse puppet should have some divine technique or secret technique from when it was alive, but Yang Kai hadn't seen the corpse puppet in front of him use any powerful techniques. All of its attacks were straightforward, and it only used its fists to attack. If it was forced into a corner, it would only spit out corpse poison. It didn't seem to have the powerful characteristics of a corpse puppet. This corpse puppet is flawed. Yang Kai suddenly understood. In other words, this corpse puppet was only a half-finished product, a failed product that hadn't been refined to its peak. Thinking about it, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, even if they were a third-order Emperor Realm Master, the pain and torture they would have to endure while refining themselves into a corpse puppet would be unbearable. The slightest mistake would result in the failure of the refinement. Yang Kai guessed that the Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master back then hadn't perfected the refinement process, resulting in him becoming a failed product. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's spirits rose. If it was a real third-order Emperor Realm corpse puppet, he wouldn't have any chance of winning, but if it was just a failed product, a flawed one, then he might have a chance of winning. All he needed to do was find the corpse puppet's weakness and attack it. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "You guys pin him down and buy me some time." After saying this, Yang Kai immediately activated his demon eye of annihilation and carefully observed the corpse puppet. A golden light blossomed from his left eye, as if it could see through the surface of an object, into its depths, and into its structure. Although Lu Yen and the embodiment didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, they were able to glean some information from his tone. At that moment, Lu Yen spared no effort in urging his special flame to burn the corpse puppet. It was in a stalemate with the corpse poison he spat out. The embodiment, who had been sent flying, turned around again. This time, he didn't dare to rush towards the corpse puppet. Instead, he clenched his hand downwards, and in an instant, the principles of earth spread out. The soil under his feet seemed to have turned into a liquid, slowly flowing and rotating. It was pulled up by him. In the blink of an eye, a towering earth spear appeared in his hand. Although the earth spear was purely made of the soil here, It was not inferior to a Dao source-grade artifact due to the world principles entwined around it. The embodiment held the earth spear and threw it forward with all his might. Boom! A vacuum visible to the naked eye appeared in the void, and it hit the corpse puppet directly. Accompanied by the dull sound of metal colliding, sparks flew from the corpse puppet's body. But this kind of attack, surprisingly, it only left a small dent on the corpse puppet's body. It didn't penetrate him completely. So hard. The embodiment turned pale with fright. He knew how powerful his attack was. It was definitely a move that could severely injure the Emperor realm, but it didn't do anything to Shirgui. It showed how tough Shirgui's body was. This corpse puppet's physical body was even better than an Emperor-grade defensive artifact. If even such an attack couldn't hurt him, how were they going to fight this battle? The Avatar could not help but have a headache. It seemed that the attack had ignited the Shir puppet's anger. When the earth spear smashed into his body and disintegrated, the corpse puppet let out a furious roar and spat out even more corpse poison. The stalemate between the corpse puppet and Lu Yen was broken in an instant. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the dark green corpse poison was suppressing Lu Yen at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yan's flames were unable to resist at all. Seeing this, the embodiment's expression changed greatly. He gritted his teeth and reached out to the void. In the next moment, a huge battle axe suddenly appeared in his hand. A thick and dark evil aura lingered on it, as if it could arouse the evil and negative emotions in the deepest part of one's heart. It made one shudder. The demonic battle axe. This was the ancient great demon's demon Dao battle weapon. It was filled with dense demon chi and had already developed its own sentience. After being dragged into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai, it had been placed under the care of the embodiment. At some point, the embodiment had actually refined it. However, it seemed that the embodiment had not fully refined it yet. As soon as the demonic battle axe appeared, the embodiment's two eyes trembled violently and turned blood red. They were full of cruelty and violence. Obviously, he was affected by the ancient demonic chi. The dark aura wrapped around the embodiment's thick arm like a living creature and continued to spread to other parts of his body, gradually turning him black. With the battle axe in hand, the embodiment's aura suddenly swelled. At this moment, he seemed to have incarnated into the ancient great demon, standing proudly and looking down on the world. The world energy in the entire sealed world hummed and vibrated, and the world laws became chaotic. This turn of events left Kai Yang dumbfounded. He had no idea when the embodiment began to refine the battle axe. However, looking at the embodiment's appearance, he knew that he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, once the demonic chi completely turned the embodiment black, the embodiment would become a puppet controlled by the battle axe. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai did not dare to be distracted and focused more on observing the corpse puppet's weakness. On the other side, the embodiment had raised the battle axe high and aimed it at the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. It struggled and roared on the mountain wall, trying to escape. Before it could do anything, the embodiment had already chopped down with the axe. The axe was like an antelope hanging its horn, leaving no trace behind. However, this axe seemed to have traveled from ancient times, shattering space and time, causing the world to change color and the universe to become chaotic. The huge axe shadow chopped straight at the corpse puppet. Hong long long. The mountain wall was directly split apart, and a huge crack that was like a heavenly chasm appeared. Everywhere the axe shadow passed, a violent power raged, and the earth was plowed open. Gullies crisscrossed, and the space was in chaos. Lu Yen had already escaped far away, but the chaotic and powerful vortex of power behind her was still pulling her in, as if it was going to swallow her. In a hurry, Lu Yen had to transform into her human form again and shake her delicate body to get out. After this blow, the embodiment's towering momentum suddenly withered, and it stood on the spot, on the verge of collapse. It could be seen that this blow had consumed an incomparable amount of his strength. Not only that, the black chi wrapped around its arms suddenly spread to its body at an extremely fast speed. I miscalculated. The embodiment did not expect that using the demonic battle axe would consume so much of his strength. If he had known this, he would not have used the demonic weapon at this time. The price of underestimating the demonic battle axe was that the ancient demonic chi would take advantage of it. At the critical moment, Yang Kai flashed and arrived in front of the embodiment. Looking at each other, there was no need for communication. They knew what each other was thinking. In the next moment, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and put the embodiment and the battle axe into the small sealed world, next to the medicine garden. At this moment, the embodiment needed to use the golden and silver sealing power of the Song tree to suppress the demonic chi. There was no other way. Lu Yan's delicate body shook and came to Yang Kai's side. Her beautiful eyes stared into the distance and she said worriedly, "Master." Without the support of the embodiment, she was unable to restrain the powerful corpse puppet alone, so she could not help but feel a little worried. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Don't worry, I have found its weakness." Hearing this, Lu Yan relaxed a little. In front of them, in the huge gully, the corpse puppet fell on its back. Although the shocking blow drained the embodiment's strength, the corpse puppet naturally could not be left unscathed after paying such a huge price. After he stood up with difficulty, Lu Yan found a huge wound on the corpse puppet's body. The wound directly extended from the shoulder blade down to the thigh. The flesh and blood of the wound were overturned and the corpse poison was spreading. There was no blood, but the white bones inside could be seen. And in a certain position, there seemed to be an extremely dense spirit array, flashing with a bright light. Lu Yan immediately understood that this was the center of all the spirit arrays in the corpse puppet's body. If this place could be destroyed, the corpse puppet would no longer be able to move. Previously, because of the corpse puppet's strong body, she could not see the situation inside its body, but the embodiment's blow directly exposed this weakness. It could be said that the embodiment's blow was the greatest. Step back a little. As Yang Kai spoke, he had already rushed straight towards the corpse puppet. Although the corpse puppet seemed to be seriously injured, Yang Kai still did not dare to be careless. The corpse puppet was a lifeless puppet, so no matter how serious its injury was, as long as its weakness was not destroyed, it would not affect its combat strength. If Yang Kai made a slight mistake, he would be doomed eternally. Halfway through, his hand moved slightly, and a light blue bead the size of a pigeon egg appeared between his two fingers. The bead looked unremarkable, but there was a thin, hair-like electric arc pulsating slightly inside it. Annihilation Thunder Bead. One of the two Emperor artifacts left behind by Yang Yan. Since coming to the star boundary, Yang Kai had not used the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Firstly, it was because he did not dare to casually expose it, and secondly, it was because there were no strong enemies that required him to use this Emperor artifact. But the corpse puppet was definitely qualified. So, he was prepared to directly use this trump card to cripple the corpse puppet. Along the way, Yang Kai waited solemnly, but the corpse puppet seemed to have been stunned by the embodiment's blow and was unable to get up for a long time. By the time he sat up shakily, Yang Kai had already arrived at a suitable place and did not hesitate to pour his source chi into the Annihilation Thunder Bead. The Annihilation Thunder Bead was different from other Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai could use it when he was still an origin-returning realm cultivator, but the power of this Emperor artifact was directly linked to the user's cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the power of this Emperor artifact. When he was an origin-returning realm cultivator, Yang Kai could destroy an origin king with all his strength, but now that he was a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator, the power he could display was no longer the same. As soon as he pushed his source chi, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He felt that the Annihilation Thunder Bead in his hand had suddenly turned into a bottomless pit. An extremely strong suction force came from it, as if it was finally nourished after countless years of starvation, greedily swallowing Yang Kai's source chi. Yang Kai was shocked, but he did not dare to interrupt and could only grit his teeth and endure. Chapter 23:31. His source chi was rapidly draining away at a speed beyond Yang Kai's imagination. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai felt himself completely exhausted. I knew it would be like this. Yang Kai's face was bitter. Every time he used the Annihilation Thunder Bead before, he would exhaust himself. This was also the biggest reason why Yang Kai did not use it so easily. Using the Annihilation Thunder Bead was a one-time deal. It was either success or death. It was his final trump card. Perhaps when his cultivation increased and he could freely use the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, this situation would improve. But right now, he could not. After draining Yang Kai of his source qi, the lightning arcs bouncing on the surface of the lightning bead became more agile, as if they had their own spirituality. It was extremely mysterious. And from the seemingly weak lightning arcs, a bone-chilling might could be felt. "Let's see if you die now." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. His divine sense surged as he summoned the Annihilation Thunder Bead. Chi. A soft crackling sound rang out as a thin arc of lightning suddenly appeared and struck the corpse puppet. Kacha. Deafening sounds rang out continuously. The corpse puppet was visibly convulsing from being electrocuted. The surface of his body was filled with lightning, and in the blink of an eye, a huge pool of lightning was formed where he was standing. Countless arcs of lightning shuttled back and forth on his body, destroying it. An extremely unpleasant smell spread out, making people feel nauseous. After a short while, the lightning dissipated and the corpse puppet fell on his back, a cloud of smoke rising from his body. Seeing this, Yang Kai breathed a long sigh of relief. His body swayed and he almost fell. A soft body leaned over from behind and supported him. It was Lu Yen. "I'm fine. I just used too much energy and need to recover." Yang Kai did not wait for Lu Yen to speak before he sat down shakily. His body was sore and weak. If someone attacked him at this time, let alone a Dao Source Realm cultivator, even an Origin returning Realm cultivator would not be able to fight back. "Then I'll stand guard for Master," Lu Yen said. His body suddenly stiffened. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai noticed something was wrong and quickly asked. But before Lu Yen could answer, his eyes widened in horror. This was because he saw that the corpse puppet that had fallen to the ground suddenly stood up straight. It kept roaring, and its violent aura became more and more vigorous. "He's not dead yet?" Yang Kai's face changed. He couldn't believe his eyes. The Annihilation Lightning Bead was definitely the strongest attack he could unleash, but even that couldn't kill this corpse puppet. From this, one could see how powerful it was. Although Yang Kai still had other tricks up his sleeve, how could he use them now that he was so weak? As far as the eye could see, the surface of the corpse puppet's body was incomparably tattered. Its withered flesh was charred, and the various array diagrams inscribed on its brand had dimmed considerably. The weakness that Yang Kai found before was also completely destroyed. This should be the core of the corpse puppet's formation diagram. After it was destroyed, the corpse puppet should no longer be able to move, but why was it still able to stand up? In his panic, Yang Kai suddenly saw a strange spot on the corpse puppet's chest. His eyes trembled as he smiled bitterly. Because there was still a core array diagram emitting light. It was because of this backup core array diagram that the corpse puppet had not lost its ability to fight. "Master!" Lu Yen was also frightened. Facing such a powerful enemy, without the help of Yang Kai and the embodiment, she couldn't contend with him with her strength alone. But she soon calmed down and said with a determined expression, "Master, you go first. I'll delay him for a while." She felt that as long as she gave Yang Kai some time, Yang Kai should be able to repair the array base platform and leave this sealed world. As she spoke, she flashed in front of Yang Kai, looking like she was going to protect Yang Kai even if she had to die. Yang Kai reached out and tugged at her. Lu Yen turned back and smiled sadly. "This servant has been treated sincerely by Master for so many years. It's not a waste for this servant to come to this world. Please take care of yourself in the future." "Don't be so sad." Yang Kai's nose twitched, but he still smiled and said, "It's not certain who will live and who will die." Lu Yan's beautiful eyes lit up. "Does Master still have a trick up his sleeve?" Yang Kai didn't speak. Instead, he reached out and took out something that looked like a spirit pill. He stuffed it into Lu Yan's hand and said, "Activate its power. If you can't, we'll hide in the sealed world bead and conserve our strength." "This is..." Lu Yen looked at the spirit pill in her hand and her beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she whispered, "An Emperor Authority bead?" "Yes, This is an Emperor Authority bead that seals the power of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's attack. Although I don't know when the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor refined it, it should be quite powerful. Give it a try. This Emperor Authority bead was something Xianxia had exchanged for an extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. It definitely contained the full power of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, but Xianxia didn't know how powerful this attack was. An Emperor Authority bead was different from an Emperor artifact like the Annihilation Thunder bead. It was a one-time use item. Xianxia hadn't been willing to use it until now, but in this situation he had no choice but to use it. With the Emperor Authority bead in hand, Lu Yen calmed down all of a sudden. Taking a light breath, she held the Emperor Authority bead in her hand and poured all her strength into it. On the other side, the corpse puppet seemed to be a little stiff after standing up again. It was obvious that the attack from the Annihilation Thunder bead had affected it greatly. As if it had sensed something, the corpse puppet let out a low roar and rushed towards Lu Yen like an arrow. Before it even got close, the strong stench of a corpse had already filled the air and a cold, murderous intent wrapped around Lu Yen. Lu Yan's tender body trembled slightly, but she remained unmoved. She continued to pour her strength into the Emperor Authority bead. The distance between the two rapidly closed, and even Xianxia was sweating profusely. He held the sealed world bead in his hand, ready to take Lu Yen to hide in it at any time. Seeing the corpse puppet leaping towards Lu Yen finally made her move. She flicked the Emperor Authority bead in her hand and it immediately turned into a stream of light that flew towards the corpse puppet. The corpse puppet threw a punch, shattering the Emperor Authority bead with a power that could shatter space. However, a mysterious power suddenly emerged from the shattered Emperor Authority bead, transforming into principal strength that instantly wrapped around the corpse puppet. Under the influence of this power, the corpse puppet seemed to have been hit by a body immobilization spell. It fell straight down from the sky and plunged into the ground. Kong. The mysterious principal strength suddenly spread out in all directions. In the valley, all the plants that had withered due to the corpse poison seemed to have been replenished with vitality at this moment and came back to life. In an instant, the valley was filled with lush greenery. Not only that, but this mysterious power also spread far into the distance. Wherever it passed, all the trees swayed and sent out a message of joy. Xianxia and Lu Yen were also enveloped by this power. That kind of power flowed through his limbs and bones and into his body, causing the weak Kai Yang to feel as if he had been injected with vitality. In an instant, he became full of vigor, and even the injuries he had suffered from the corpse puppet had recovered in a very short period of time. This is... Lu Yan's beautiful eyes widened and she cried out. The law of spring. Xianxia was also shocked to the extreme. His eyes lit up as he understood the source of this law. He did not dare to neglect and quickly began to comprehend it. This was the principal strength comprehended by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It was incomparably profound. Once the Emperor Authority bead appeared, it was equivalent to the Flowing Time Great Emperor personally striking a blow. If Xianxia could use this opportunity to comprehend it, he would be able to gain a lot. At this moment, Xianxia did not even care about what would happen to the corpse puppet as he immersed himself in the mysterious principal strength. The law of spring spread out, returning the valley to a lush green, but in the blink of an eye, an unbearably hot aura enveloped the valley. It was as if one had suddenly entered the dog days of summer, and the faint sound of cicadas could be heard. Under the scorching sun, the scorching heat was unbearable. The law of summer. Xianxia understood and felt more and more that this was an opportunity that he could not miss. Inside the valley, a bleak autumn wind suddenly blew. The maple leaves were dyed red, and the ground was covered in fallen leaves. The fragrance of melons and fruits were ripe, and the pleasant smell of harvest rushed out. The law of autumn. The cold wind suddenly whistled, and the surroundings suddenly became bitterly cold. As far as the eye could see, it seemed to be covered in white snow, wrapped in silver. In the biting cold of winter, even the most cold-resistant ferocious beasts shrank in their caves, not daring to go out easily. The law of winter. The four principles resonated with each other and were closely connected. Year after year, The cycle continued, forming an extremely special power that lingered in the valley, causing one to lose track of time. It felt as if it was only an instant, but also as if it was tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai was completely immersed in it, unable to extricate himself for a long time. Under the influence of the four seasons, he constantly witnessed the intersection of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, completely forgetting where he was and what he was doing. He only knew that if he missed this opportunity, it would definitely be his loss. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yang Kai's body shook with a crisp cracking sound. The meridians and dantian in his body suddenly expanded, and source qi gushed out like a surging river, rapidly flowing through his meridians. An extremely powerful aura spread out in all directions with him as the center. He had advanced. He had actually advanced to the third-order Dao source realm. The commotion caused by his advancement caused Yang Kai to snap back to reality. He immediately saw the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged not far away, and everything he had experienced earlier suddenly appeared in his mind. His expression changed drastically as he stood up and stared warily at the motionless corpse puppet. "Master!" Lu Yen hurriedly called out when he saw Yang Kai's expression change. "How long has it been?" Yang Kai frowned and asked in surprise. "What do you mean, how long has it been?" Lu Yen looked confused. "How long has it been since you struck out the Emperor Authority bead?" Lu Yen was puzzled. "Just now, after I struck out the Emperor Authority bead, Master sat down, and then, you suddenly broke through." "Just now?" Yang Kai's mouth fell open. He clearly felt like a long time had passed, but why did Lu Yen mean that it had only been a short while? He was shocked and immediately realized that he had been affected by the power of the four seasons and was hallucinating. Chapter 23:32. The Four Seasons Force was a divine technique comprehended by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor. Once the divine technique was used, the four seasons would overlap and the sea would change into mulberry fields. This was a kind of time principle strength that was completely different from the space principle Yang Kai comprehended. However, the time principle was the same as the space principle in that it was extremely obscure and difficult to comprehend. Any martial artist who could have some attainments in this kind of power would have great achievements. Yang Kai originally thought that the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors had only comprehended the four seasons divine technique, but now it seemed that he was wrong. The Great Emperors had comprehended the true essence of the time principle, which had long surpassed the concept of the four seasons. The Emperor Authority bead was a treasure refined by the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor when he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. A single blow from the Emperor Authority bead was equivalent to a blow from the flowing time Great Emperor of the third-order Emperor Realm. Even a real third-order Emperor Realm Master would have no chance of surviving such a blow. The time principle strength could allow one to experience the passage of an extremely long period of time in an instant. If it hit a living person, wouldn't it cause the principles of time to age instantly? For example, Yang Kai felt like he had experienced several years of cultivation just now, breaking through from the second-order Dao source realm to the third-order Dao source realm. This was the accumulation of time. Although it was only a blink of an eye in reality, several years had passed in his consciousness. Yang Kai couldn't imagine how powerful the flowing time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors were at their peak. As he thought about it, he suddenly became excited. Because he had obtained 3 beads in the Four Seasons realm, the bead of spring, the bead of summer, and the bead of autumn. Based on his guess, there should be another bead of winter. But the Four Seasons realm experience ended too quickly, so he didn't know where the bead of winter was, let alone where to find it. Now, it seemed that the 3 beads all contained a trace of the principles of time. If he collected all the Four Seasons beads, he might be able to reproduce the divine technique of the flowing time Great Emperor and obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperors of the Great Emperors. The inheritance of the Great Emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor was different from the heaven-devouring Great Emperor of the Great Emperors of the world. As for the heaven-devouring battle law, Yang Kai didn't dare to cultivate it at all. After obtaining it, he handed it over to the embodiment to handle. Facts proved that this decision was correct. According to the embodiment, the heaven-devouring battle law was indeed powerful, but the side effects of cultivating it were not small. If not for the embodiment's special body that could refine all kinds of impurities and wash away the negative effects, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to cultivate it. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique had already restrained him. But if he could obtain the inheritance of the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the benefits to Yang Kai would not be small. Understanding the principles of time and controlling the 4 seasons force, Yang Kai would be able to reach a higher realm in a shorter time. Because under the principles of time, 1 year of cultivation for him might be equivalent to 10 or even 100 years of cultivation for others. Yang Kai's heart was burning with passion. But when he thought of the missing bead of winter, it was like a bucket of cold water was poured over Yang Kai's heart. He didn't know when the 4 seasons realm would open again. Even if it opened again, he would definitely not be a Dao Source realm cultivator. It would be impossible for him to enter again. In other words, he probably had no hope of finding the bead of winter, gathering the 4 seasons force, and reproducing the divine technique of the Flowing Time Great Emperor of the Great Emperors. Master, that guy isn't dead yet. Lu Yan's exclamation suddenly rang in Yang Kai's ears. Impossible! Yang Kai was startled awake. He had used the Annihilation Thunder Bead in this battle. He had used the Emperor Authority Bead, 2 of his trump cards, and the embodiment had even used the Demonic Armament Battle Axe. Even if there was a third-order Emperor Realm Master here, there would be nothing left of him. No matter how powerful a corpse puppet was, it was impossible for it to still be alive. So when he heard Lu Yan's words, he didn't believe it at all. But when he looked over, Yang Kai was stunned. Not far in front of him, the battered corpse puppet had sat down cross-legged at some point. Probably under the influence of the principles of time, the corpse puppet's body, which was already dry and devoid of water, had now become extremely pale, like flour. When Yang Kai looked over, pieces of flesh were still falling from its body, turning into ashes before they could even touch the ground. In a short while, the corpse puppet had turned into a half-skeleton state, revealing its white bones. The principles of time were indeed powerful. Previously, he had used all his methods, but only the Annihilation Thunder Bead could injure the corpse puppet. But when the Emperor Authority Bead was used, the corpse puppet's body was damaged to such a state. This was definitely not a result of pure strength, but the influence of the principles. The principles of time flowed silently in the corpse puppet's body, allowing it to experience the passage of tens of thousands of years. No matter how strong its body was, it would still be destroyed if it wasn't nourished. Yang Kai could clearly see that the various spirit arrays in the corpse puppet's body had all dimmed and could no longer operate. However, Lu Yan was right. This guy wasn't dead yet, because its pair of green, ghostly fire-like eyes were constantly twitching, as if it was in a struggle. From time to time, it would growl in a low voice. Yang Kai's hair stood on end and he secretly became vigilant, afraid that the corpse puppet would suddenly attack at the last moment. He could see that even if the corpse puppet wasn't dead, it was an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as he delayed for a while, the corpse puppet would definitely die. So Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to leave. Now that he had suddenly advanced to the third-order Dao Source realm, his source chi had been restored and his injuries had healed. Even if the corpse puppet tried to do something, he was confident that he could avoid it. Yang Kai didn't move, and Lu Yan also stood beside him without saying a word, a vigilant light flashing in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, the corpse puppet's eyes twitched violently for a while, and it let out a fierce roar from its throat, as if it was fighting against something. Soon, the green eyes stabilized and the corpse puppet's ferocious and terrifying expression gradually eased. The ghostly fire-like eyes flickered with a spiritual light, and it looked around blankly. When it saw Yang Kai, it fixed its gaze on him. "Master!" Lu Yan called out in a low voice and put on a fighting posture, ready to fight at any time. Kai Yang furrowed his brows as he locked gazes with the corpse puppet. Suddenly, a thought that he couldn't believe emerged from the depths of his heart. Immediately, he cupped his fists and shouted, "Junior Kai Yang greets Senior." "Master?" Lu Yan looked at Yang Kai in surprise, not knowing what he was going to do. At first glance, this corpse puppet had no spiritual intelligence. It only knew how to fight fiercely under the control of the spirit array in its body and had no self-awareness at all. What was the point of Yang Kai doing this? But what she didn't expect was that after Yang Kai finished speaking, the corpse puppet sitting cross-legged on the ground actually opened and closed its mouth a few times, making a few difficult sounds with difficulty. It was just that because the corpse puppet's body was badly damaged, Lu Yen couldn't understand what it was saying at all. Even so, Lu Yen was completely stunned, because the corpse puppet actually responded to Yang Kai. Didn't this mean that the corpse puppet had its own spiritual intelligence? If that was the case, why hadn't there been any signs before? On the other side, the corpse puppet was still trying to make a sound. After a long time, it finally succeeded, but the sound was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. Are you a disciple of Thousand Leaves sect? It was just a simple sentence, but it almost exhausted all of the corpse puppet's strength. After speaking, he actually gasped for breath. Lu Yen didn't know what use breathing would be in his current state. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, feeling more and more certain that his guess was correct. He quickly replied, "This junior is not." The corpse puppet asked, "If you're not, then why are you here?" Perhaps because of that one sentence, the corpse puppet's expression became smoother and clearer. Yang Kai said, "This junior was entrusted by the current Thousand Leaves sect master to repair the space transmission array here." Hearing this, the corpse puppet tried hard to recall for a long time before he sadly said, "Yes, the array base platform was destroyed by this king." He paused and asked in surprise, "You can repair it? Are you proficient in the Tao of space?" "I know a little," Yang Kai replied implicitly. However, the corpse puppet knew that Yang Kai was being modest. Being able to enter this sealed world when the array base platform here was destroyed was not something that could be done with just a little knowledge. It was clear that Yang Kai had extremely high attainments in the Tao of space. The corpse puppet didn't intend to pursue the matter. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Could Senior be the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter this place? Yang Kai had already guessed this when he saw the spirituality in the corpse puppet's eyes. When he heard the corpse puppet admit that he was the one who destroyed the array base platform, Yang Kai was immediately certain. The corpse puppet in front of him was definitely that generation's Thousand Leaves sect master. The corpse puppet gently nodded, the bones in his neck cracking. Yang Kai trembled in fear, afraid that the corpse puppet's head would fall off just like that. The corpse puppet said, "This king is Yi Chong. Senior is still alive." Although he had already guessed this, Yang Kai was still extremely shocked. Yi Chong was the last Thousand Leaves sect master to enter this sealed world, a third-order emperor realm master. Yi Chong said, "It's just a remnant soul. This king used his own body to refine a puppet and failed to enter the Tao, so this king died. Only a remnant soul was left in this body, waiting for the descendants of Thousand Leaves sect to come here." Yang Kai nodded. Just as he was about to ask something, Yi Chong said, "I don't have much time left. The reason why I was able to wake up was because you destroyed this body. Although I'm not sure how you managed to do this with your strength, I don't have time to ask. This king needs your help. Please speak, Senior. Since this generation's descendant of the Yi family has invited you here to repair the space array, it shows that you are a trustworthy person. I want you to bring this space ring to this generation's Thousand Leaves sect master." As Yi Chong spoke, he trembled as he took off the space ring on his finger. With a light flick, he shot it towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught it, immediately feeling a desolate and ancient aura lingering on his hand. This was a space ring from tens of thousands of years ago. Yang Kai could faintly guess what good things were inside. The various secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect that Yi Hen and his daughter had mentioned were definitely inside this space ring. Yi Chong said, "This king has engraved his brand on this space ring. Only a member of my Yi family can refine it with the power of their bloodline and open it. Any violent method of opening it will damage this space ring." Chapter 23:33. Yang Kai immediately knew that Yi Chong didn't completely trust him and was afraid that he would covet the treasures in the ring, which was why he had placed a bloodline seal on the ring. Of course, Yi Chong wasn't targeting him. This seal must have been placed tens of thousands of years ago. Even though he understood, Yang Kai still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Yi Chong had clearly come to ask for his help in handing over something, yet he was acting like he was guarding against a thief. Who would feel comfortable? However, Yang Kai didn't show it and simply took the ring. Rest assured, Senior. I will definitely hand it over to Sect Master Yi. Very good, very good. Yi Chong breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. Of course, this king won't let you help for free. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but light up. He knew that Yi Chong was going to give him some benefits, so he immediately looked forward to it. Yi Chong didn't immediately say what benefits he would give Yang Kai. He just stared thoughtfully at Lu Yen beside him, his green eyes flashing with a complicated light. Even though Lu Yen was just an artifact spirit, he still felt a little scared by Yi Chong's stare and couldn't help but hide behind Yang Kai. Yi Chong was a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he was an arrow at the end of its flight, who knew what he could do? After a long time, Yi Chong seemed to have made up his mind and said, "You can enter the cave that this king was in before. Perhaps you can find an opportunity there." Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Please tell me, Senior." Yi Chong said, "When the opportunity arrives, you will know. If it doesn't, it's useless to ask." Yang Kai's face darkened. Yi Chong's words were the same as not saying anything. Since Yi Chong wanted to give him some benefits, Yi Chong didn't generously point it out and instead kept it to himself, which made him seem too petty. However, Yi Chong was still an old senior from tens of thousands of years ago, so Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to squabble with him, nor was he interested in thanking him. For Yang Kai, this trip was only to help Thousand Leaves sect repair the space array. It was only a coincidence that he was able to talk to Yi Chong. Yang Kai didn't intend to take the ring for himself. Of course, if Yi Chong hadn't placed a bloodline restriction on the ring, he would have studied it before returning it to Yi Hen. He was also very interested in the Tao of puppetry. But now, with the restriction of his bloodline, Yang Kai naturally couldn't check what was inside the ring. If he did, he might suffer some kind of backlash. Yi Chong was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so who knew what kind of dangerous traps he might have left behind in the bloodline seal. Just as Yang Kai was silently cursing, Yi Chong suddenly asked, "How long has it been?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "I don't know the exact age, but it should be tens of thousands of years." Tens of thousands of years? Yi Chong was stunned for a moment before he smiled bitterly. Then, how is Thousand Leaves sect doing now? How many experts are there in the sect? Yang Kai said, "If Senior is a Tao querying source realm expert, there are indeed quite a few. As for the Emperor realm, not a single one." Yi Chong sighed. This king has wronged the sect. His tone was filled with deep self-blame and regret. Back then, if he hadn't been so headstrong and self-opinionated, bringing all the secret arts and secret techniques into the sealed world in order to comprehend and refine himself into a puppet, Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't have become what it was today. In the end he failed. The moment he failed, he knew that he was wrong. He had underestimated the authority of the heavenly way, thinking that he would definitely succeed. He had predicted the decline of Thousand Leaves sect, so he did his best to leave a remnant soul in the corpse puppet. Tens of thousands of years later, Yang Kai arrived. Seeing him like this, Yang Kai didn't know what to say. After Yi Chong sighed, his head suddenly drooped in front of his chest, and the green light in his eyes gradually dimmed until it disappeared. Immediately after, a wisp of black aura flew out of the corpse puppet's head and turned into nothingness. Yang Kai knew that this Thousand Leaves sect master from tens of thousands of years ago had completely fallen, and now, not even a remnant soul was left. After losing the last of its remnant soul, the corpse puppet's body suddenly fell apart with a crash, turning into a pile of white bones. Yang Kai sighed. Even the most powerful cultivator would eventually turn into dust. Yi Chong had used his body to prove the heavenly way, so how could he not want to possess an immortal body? Unfortunately, even if he was a genius, he still couldn't overcome the constraints of the world principles. If even a third-order Emperor Realm Master was like this, how difficult would it be to achieve immortality? I wonder if the 10 great emperors could achieve this. Thinking of this, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The 10 great emperors definitely couldn't achieve this. Otherwise, people like the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors, and the flowing time great emperor wouldn't have fallen. Yang Kai had some hope, but of course, the prerequisite was that he had to refine the immortal tree. It was said that after refining the immortal tree, one could obtain an immortal and indestructible body, but he didn't know if this was true or not. After sighing for a while, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Then, together with Lu Yen, he buried Yi Chang's body on the spot. He didn't bury it too carefully, because after the transmission array here was repaired, Yi Hen would definitely come over. This kind of thing was better left to Yi Hen. In any case, Yi Hen was his ancestor, so he should hold a grand funeral. After dealing with Yi Chang's body, Yang Kai led Lu Yen to the cave where they met Yi Chong. Yi Chong said that there was an opportunity in the cave, but Yang Kai was suspicious. When he entered the cave before, he didn't have time to examine it carefully, but he didn't find anything special. Lu Yen was also puzzled. Following Yang Kai, she asked, "Master, when Senior Yi said that there was an opportunity, why was he staring at me?" "You're beautiful," Yang Kai answered casually. "Nonsense." Lu Yen glared at Yang Kai. Although she didn't think that her human form was ugly, how could Yi Chong stare at her because of that? He was the sect master of a top sect, so what kind of woman hadn't he seen before? Yang Kai chuckled. "He must have seen your true form, so he took a second look. There's nothing strange about it." "I think that's the reason." Lu Yen nodded in agreement. The two chatted for a while before returning to the cave. Because Yi Chong said that there was an opportunity here, Yang Kai released his divine sense to its fullest extent this time, searching the cave as they advanced. He was very careful, but he didn't find anything until he reached the innermost part. He didn't find anything suspicious. Could it be a lie? Yang Kai was a little depressed. Yi Chong had been guarding against him like he was a thief, even placing a bloodline seal on his ring. It could be said that it wasn't aimed at him, but if the opportunity he had obtained was also a lie, then it was too much. He didn't expect to get any benefits from Yi Chong. Since Yi Chong took the initiative to mention it, it was also a lie. Then it wasn't a matter of morality. Yang Kai didn't believe it, so he searched the bottom several times. He even penetrated the stone wall with his divine sense, but he still found nothing. Lu Yen, on the other hand, suddenly stared at an oval-shaped stone. "What's wrong with it?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yen said, "Master, this stone doesn't seem to be an ordinary stone." Yang Kai heard this and raised his brow, immediately releasing his divine sense to scan the stone. He had also investigated this stone before. He didn't pay much attention to it because this stone didn't even have any world energy fluctuations, so it was obviously not a precious treasure. But now, when he examined it again, Yang Kai found something unusual. This stone could actually swallow his probing divine sense, causing his knowledge sea to hurt slightly. Huh! Yang Kai was surprised. The opportunity Yi Chong mentioned. Could it be the stone? There was nothing else suspicious in the entire cave. Only this oval-shaped stone was a little strange. If there really was an opportunity, it must be this. But what could a stone do? Could it be a top artifact refining material? Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't need artifact refining materials. He already had several emperor artifacts, so he didn't need to refine any more. Lu Yen was also at a loss, reaching out to touch the stone, wanting to see what was so strange about it. "Don't." Yang Kai hurriedly stopped her. Although he didn't know what was so strange about this stone, it was obviously not good to touch it rashly before investigating its true nature. What's more, this was a strange stone that could even swallow his divine sense. But his words were still a little too late. Lu Yen had already touched the strange stone, but when she heard Yang Kai's shout, she instinctively wanted to withdraw her hand. But at that moment, a strong suction force suddenly came from the strange stone. This suction force was so fierce that Lu Yen couldn't resist at all. She only had time to cry out in alarm before she was directly sucked in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Although Lu Yen could transform into a human form, making her look like a living beauty, in the end, she still didn't have a body. She couldn't be considered a living creature. Her body was only composed of pure energy, and it was only when this energy reached a certain density that she could resemble a real person. What the hell is this strange stone? It actually sucked Lu Yen in. How can this be? Yang Kai didn't hesitate at all, pushing his source qi and slapping the strange stone with his palm. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's palm left a clear imprint on the strange stone, but strangely, it didn't shatter. Instead, after Yang Kai withdrew his hand, it slowly recovered. In less than 10 breaths, the strange stone returned to its original state, and there was no trace of it being attacked by Yang Kai at all. Molten memory gold? Yang Kai's face changed slightly, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Molten memory gold was a top-grade artifact refining material, and any artifact would have a miraculous self-repair function if it was added to it. No matter how big the damage, it would gradually repair itself, but the molten memory gold he knew was definitely not like this. Yang Kai wanted to smash the strange stone to save Lu Yen, but after one strike, he knew that it was impossible. This strange stone wasn't hard, but it was extremely tough and couldn't be smashed. After Lu Yen was sucked into this strange stone, Yang Kai felt that the inexplicable connection between himself and Lu Yen had been severed for a long time. Lu Yen was an artifact spirit, and when Yang Kai refined her body, the artifact refining furnace, there had always been an invisible connection between the two that hadn't been broken for so many years, but now it was gone. Yang Kai's face turned pale, thinking that Lu Yen had died. Because this was the only way to explain why the connection between the two had been severed. Yang Kai instantly felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart, his mood extremely heavy. Chapter 23:34. Lu Yen had been with him for many years, and they had always looked out for each other over the years. She had helped Yang Kai a lot, so if she died because of this strange rock in front of him, Yang Kai would never be able to accept it. If that was the case, he would dig up Yichang's body and grind his bones to ashes to vent his hatred. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was unlikely. Yichang had asked him for help and would never leave a strange stone here to harm him. But when he said that there was an opportunity in this cave, why did he keep staring at Lu Yen? Yang Kai's mind was in a mess. At this moment, a familiar aura suddenly came out of the strange stone. After perceiving this aura, Yang Kai's expression brightened and he hurriedly shouted, "Lu Yen!" That aura definitely belonged to Lu Yen, but it was very weak. If he hadn't been familiar with Lu Yen over the years, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to detect it. If there was a residual aura, it meant that Lu Yen hadn't died and was just sealed in the strange stone. Realizing this, Yang Kai didn't dare to attack the strange stone rashly, for fear of hurting Lu Yen. But in the face of his call, Lu Yen never responded. Not only that, in Yang Kai's perception, the aura emitted by Lu Yen was extremely stable. Although the fluctuation was extremely weak, there was no trace of injury. Some of it seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. What was going on? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out. He carefully released his divine sense to investigate again, but just like before, as soon as his divine sense entered the strange stone, it was as if it was bitten off by an invisible mouth. Not only did his investigation fail, but his divine sense was also affected. It also made his knowledge see hurt slightly. He didn't know what the hell this strange stone was, but it could swallow divine sense. It was obviously of extraordinary quality. Wisps of dark red color, almost invisible to the naked eye, diffused from the inside of the strange rock and seeped into the surface of the strange rock. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He couldn't be more familiar with this dark red aura. It was clearly the extremely complex flame power that Lu Yen possessed, mixed with the power of various strange flames. But they were perfectly blended together. In the whole world, there was no other one except for Lu Yen. Could it be that Lu Yen was attacking the seal from the inside? Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but relax a lot. He forced himself to calm down and observe carefully. He wanted to know how he could help Lu Yen. After the dark red color spread out, the strange stone suddenly buzzed, and then it emitted an extremely strong suction force. He frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. All of a sudden, a gust of wind howled in the cave. The extremely rich spiritual energy in the secret realm surged into the strange rocks, but it disappeared like a stone sinking into the sea. On the contrary, with the disappearance of the spiritual energy. The dark red color on the surface of the strange rock became more and more exuberant. Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer. Spiritual energy? Yang Kai's heart moved, and he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, tens of millions of source crystals scattered around the strange rock, almost filling the entire cave. These source crystals were all mid-grade and high-grade. There were no low-grade source crystals at all. All of them had been stripped from the source crystal load. Yang Kai punched out again, shattering these source crystals into dust, which transformed into a sea of spiritual energy that wrapped around the strange rock. At a visible rate, the strange rock continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. It seemed to be endless. At the same time that Lu Yan was in danger, outside Thousand Leaves sect, the wind howled and the cranes screamed. Over 1,000 cultivator arrived in front of Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array, glaring at the sect. These 1,000 people belonged to different forces, but they all seemed to be led by a blue-haired middle-aged man. It was unknown what kind of mysterious technique this middle-aged man cultivated, but his long blue hair draped over his shoulders in an unruly manner. His figure was heroic, and his expression was dignified. He sat on a roofless palanquin carried by 16 people. The palanquin was spacious and gave off strong spiritual energy fluctuations. It was obviously an extraordinary artifact. At this moment, the blue-haired man was leisurely sipping his tea, as if he had come here for a leisurely trip. Around him, many powerhouses had gathered. Sky Crane City's city lord Luo Jin, whom Yang Kai had once taught a lesson to, was among them. In just a short time, Luo Jin had taken some kind of pills and his injuries had completely healed. There were no longer any traces of the injuries he had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai. He was now full of energy and his complexion was rosy. The two old men who had been in charge of protecting Sky Illumination Palace's young palace master, Qiuyu, were also standing to the side with their heads lowered. They seemed to be extremely respectful to the blue-haired man. There was also a man who attracted everyone's attention. His cultivation was not inferior to anyone here. He had a stocky build and looked extremely rough. The aura he gave off was also extremely violent, and he seemed to be in his 40s or 50s. This man stood to the side and glanced at the blue-haired middle-aged man from time to time. He sneered as if he looked down on the blue-haired man's actions. These people were all masters of the nearby sects, and their status and strength were similar. However, this blue-haired middle-aged man was acting all high and mighty, making him stand out from the crowd, which naturally made others unhappy. If this scene was seen by someone who did not know the situation, they would probably think that the blue-haired middle-aged man was the leader of all the cultivators here. Over 1,000 cultivators belonging to 5 or 6 sects had gathered here, but they did not say a single word, as if they were silently waiting for something. Luo Jin's face was filled with resentment and hatred as he stared straight ahead and clenched his fists tightly. A few days ago, he was holding a concubine wedding ceremony in the city lord's mansion, but it was interrupted midway. Not only was the bride snatched away in front of everyone's eyes, even he himself was seriously injured. If it wasn't for luck, he would have died long ago. Although it had only been a few days, this matter had already spread throughout the surrounding territory, and all the cultivators in Sky Crane City knew about it. His prestige in Sky Crane City had plummeted, and he could feel people pointing at him behind his back wherever he went. Not only that, there were even voices of dissatisfaction in the city, calling for him to step down. How could Luo Jin allow such a thing to happen? He had painstakingly managed Sky Crane City for so many years, and it was just about to rise up and be on equal footing with the surrounding sects. How could he be willing to fall short at the last moment? And the culprit behind all of this was that brat called Yang Kai. As long as he could kill Yang Kai and wash away his humiliation, Luo Jin believed that he would be able to stabilize Sky Crane City once again. At that time, no one would dare to say anything to him. Luo Jin hated Yang Kai, so he naturally didn't have a good impression of the Thousand Leaves sect that was shielding Yang Kai. He secretly swore in his heart that if Yi Hen was tactful, things would be fine, but if he didn't, Luo Jin would let him know the consequences. Asterisk hu hu hu, asterisk right at that moment, a stream of light shot over from the front. As the light fell, the figures of many of Thousand Leaves sect's higher-ups appeared, with Yi Hen at the head, and the vice sect masters and elders beside him. Although they had received the news in advance, Yi Hen and the others could not help but change their expressions when they saw so many masters gathered in front of their sect's mountain-defending array. The forces gathered here were the forces of 5 or 6 great forces, and there were more than 200 Dao Source Realm masters. There were even more than a dozen from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and the rest were all Origin King Realm cultivators. How could the current Thousand Leaves sect resist such a force? Yi Hen calmed himself down and cupped his fists. Friends, your presence brings light to my humble sect. May I ask why you have come unannounced? He also knew that the other party did not come with good intentions, so there was no way for them to settle this peacefully. However, he was not too afraid of the mountain-defending array. If it was an ordinary sect's mountain-defending array, it would definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of so many masters. However, Thousand Leaves sect's mountain-defending array had been passed down for a long time, and its grade was extremely high. It was not something that ordinary sects could compare to. If it were not for Thousand Leaves sect's current strength being insufficient, the mountain-defending array's defensive grade could be increased by several levels. Once it was activated, even a dozen cultivators from the Emperor realm might not be able to break through it. Even so, this mountain-defending array should be more than enough to withstand the attacks of these people. This was also the fundamental reason why Thousand Leaves sect was able to remain standing despite its decline. If they could not break through the mountain-defending array, no one would dare to completely fall out with Thousand Leaves sect. Just as Yi Hen finished speaking, Luo Jin was the first to jump out and roar, "Yi, don't play dumb. Don't tell me you don't know why we're here? If you know what's good for you, then obediently hand over that brat Yang Kai and the others. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Hearing this, Yi Hen frowned. "City Lord Luo, what enmity do you have with young Master Yang for you to be so angry?" Luo Jin felt as if his lungs were about to explode from anger when he heard Yi Hen asking the obvious. With an ashen face, he said, "Yi Hen, are you mocking this Luo? Don't tell me you don't know what happened in my city lord's mansion a few days ago? Or are you trying to humiliate me on purpose?" Yi Hen replied indifferently, "I know a thing or two, but I don't know the details." Luo Jin said angrily, "That brat caused a ruckus in my city lord's mansion, snatched this king's concubine, and killed and injured guests. How can this king let this matter rest?" Yi Hen said, "Why is this matter different from what this Yi has heard? This Yi heard that City Lord Luo used your strength to bully the weak, oppressing men and women, imprisoning a few of young Master Yang's friends, and forcing young Master Yang's mother-in-law to marry him. Young Master Yang was forced to fight City Lord Luo, and although he won at the last moment, he still mercifully spared your life. City Lord Luo, it's fine if you're not grateful, but why are you repaying kindness with enmity after just a few days?" Luo Jin's face alternated between green and red as he roared, "Bullshit." Yi Hen said coldly, "There were countless guests that day, and everyone was watching. I believe that everyone knows whether this Yi is spouting nonsense or if City Lord Luo is being ungrateful." Luo Jin's blood boiled in his heart, and he almost blurted it out. This matter was the greatest humiliation of his life, and now that Yi Hen mentioned it in front of everyone, he was naturally burning with rage. If not for the mountain-protecting array in front of him, he would have already fought it out with Yi Hen with bloodshot eyes. Yi Hen cupped his fists and looked around. "Everyone should know about this matter, so why don't you tell City Lord Luo in detail, lest he misunderstands something and does something that angers the gods?" None of the cultivator present had any intention of speaking up when they heard this. They had not come here to argue with Yi Hen, so what if what Yi Hen said was the truth? Yang Kai had indeed killed people, and he had killed the elites of their sects. Now that they knew that Yang Kai was in Thousand Leaves sect, how could they sit back and do nothing? Chapter 23:35. Seeing that no one responded, Yi Hen said indifferently, "Luo Jin's actions are shameful. Friends, do you want to join forces with such a person?" In his anger, he no longer bothered to be polite with Luo Jin and directly called him by his name. Hearing this, the burly man coldly snorted and said, "Forget about City Lord Luo's matter. This king would like to ask that little brat surnamed Yang, what kind of enmity did my Sky Peak Temple's Vice Temple Master Kutian have with him for him to actually kill him in the City Lord's mansion? From his tone, it was obvious that he was the Temple Master of Sky Peak Temple, Ruan Hongbo. Like Yi Hen, Ruan Hongbo was a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Now that his Vice Temple Master had been killed by Yang Kai, he naturally wouldn't let the matter rest. Therefore, despite his disdain for Luo Jin's character, he still followed him here to seek justice. As soon as Ruan Hongbo finished speaking, someone immediately followed up. That's right, that bastard even killed my son, Mu Zheng. I, Mu Guan, am absolutely irreconcilable with him. Yi Hen turned his head and saw that the person who spoke was the Tower Master of White Cloud Tower, Mu Guan. Yi Hen had also asked Yi Jing Han about what had happened in the City Lord's mansion that day, and knew that Mu Zheng was indeed killed by Yang Kai. Furthermore, Yang Kai had even used Mu Zheng's flesh and blood to write a large death character on the wall to intimidate all the guests present. However, Mu Zheng was the one who had sought his own death. He didn't have the ability, yet he chose to stand out. Who could he blame for being killed by Yang Kai as an example to others? However, White Cloud Tower obviously wouldn't let this matter rest. That brat injured my heart-seeking pavilion's disciple. This pavilion master is here to ask for a reasonable explanation. The pavilion master of Heart-Seeking Pavilion also stood up. My soul-seizing sword sect is the same, Sect Master Yi. Hand him over. Otherwise, everyone will lose face. As the Third Order Dao Source Realm Masters stood up one after another, the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons gradually changed. However, Yi Hen remained calm and indifferent. He turned his head and asked the blue-haired man sitting on the palanquin, Palace Master Chiu also has the same intention? He wasn't too afraid of the people present, but he was most afraid of this blue-haired man. This person was Sky Illumination Palace's Palace Master, Chiu Zhe, whose strength had reached the peak of the Dao Source realm. It was rumored that he had been in retreat for the past 10 years to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor realm, hoping to break through the shackles and ascend to the Emperor realm. Over the past dozen years, there had not been any news of him leaving the sect, but who would have thought that this person would actually come to Thousand Leaves sect's doorstep today? Yi Hen did not dare to take this person lightly because he had a very high chance of ascending to the Emperor realm. Once he ascended to the Emperor realm, no one within a radius of 1,000,000 miles would be a match for him. Chiu Zhe heard this. He smiled slightly and said, My son Chiu Yu is not skilled enough and suffered a great loss at the hands of that young brat. This seat came here to invite him to my Sky Illumination Palace as a guest for a few days and teach Chiu Yu how to cultivate while he's at it. They were all young people. We should be able to find some common topics, so please don't refuse, Sect Master Yi. His words sounded nice, but everyone knew that it was just an excuse. It was true that Chiu Yu had been severely injured by Yang Kai in the City Lord's mansion that day, but if that was all, why would Chiu Zhe come out personally? The enmity between Sky Illumination Palace and Thousand Leaves sect had been building up for a long time. One was a newly risen sect that had the potential to rule over this territory, while the other was an old and declining sect. If the former wanted to establish their might, it was naturally best to start with the latter. As long as he could eliminate Thousand Leaves sect, the prestige of the Sky Illumination Palace would be unparalleled, and he, Chiu Zhe, would be the overlord of this land. Hand him over. Sect Master Yi, we have no enmity with Thousand Leaves sect, so we are not willing to make things difficult for you. However, that bastard surnamed Yang cannot be forgiven so easily, so we ask that Sect Master Yi not to shield him. The sect masters of the various great sects began to clamor, each of them trying to pressure the Thousand Leaves sect. Yi Hen furrowed his brows, while the expressions of the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons who had come with him changed drastically, their hearts filled with unease. Although the sect defending array was blocking them, and these people should not be able to do anything to them, the disciples of Thousand Leaves sect had to go out sooner or later. They could not hide in the array forever. If they offended so many great forces here, how could Thousand Leaves sect survive in the future? With this thought in mind, the Thousand Leaves sect's upper echelons all looked towards Yi Hen. They did not know what the relationship between Yang Kai and Yi Hen was, or why he wanted to hide in Thousand Leaves sect after causing such a huge mess, causing trouble for the sect. Moreover, why did Yi Hen accept him despite knowing all this? This was obviously not a wise move. Sect Master? A second-order Dao Source Realm old man called out softly. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was obvious. Yang Kai had nothing to do with Thousand Leaves sect, so there was no harm in showing weakness here and handing him over in exchange for safety. It was better than having someone blocking their door. Yi Hen glanced at the old man and said indifferently, "I know what I'm doing." Hearing this, the old man sighed heavily and did not try to persuade him anymore. He was from the older generation of Thousand Leaves sect and had watched Yi Hen grow up, so he understood Yi Hen's temper very well. He knew that he would not act recklessly, so even though he was worried, he still chose to believe that Yi Hen would not harm the sect. Sect Master. Thousand Leaves sect's Vice Sect Master Xianxia suddenly stepped forward and cupped his fists, quickly saying, "This sure thinks that the words of these friends are reasonable. That little brat surnamed Yang has no respect for his seniors and dared to act recklessly in the City Lord's mansion. This is simply outrageous. Even someone as respected as Master Catian was killed. He is clearly a bloodthirsty person. No matter what his purpose was before, he definitely did not come to our Thousand Leaves sect with good intentions. This sure asks Sect Master to hand that little brat over to these friends to deal with so that people won't say that our Thousand Leaves sect is colluding with him and tarnishing our reputation." Qiu Zhe smiled. "Vice Sect Master sure is indeed sensible. Very good, very good." Shi Songing smiled. "Heaven is watching what people do. This sure is simply following heaven's will. Palace Master Qiu is too kind." Yi Hen coldly said, "Brother Shi, this he said before that young Master Yang is an honored guest of our Thousand Leaves sect and that no one is allowed to have any ideas about him. If you still treat me as a sect master, then don't say such things again." Shi Songying's expression changed slightly. "Sect Master, are you going to disregard the tens of thousands of years of our ancestors' foundation?" Yi Hen replied, "It is precisely because of this foundation that we cannot hand young Master Yang over to anyone." Besides Shi Songying, only Yi Jinghan knew that Yang Kai had gone to repair the entrance to the sealed world. He had not mentioned this to anyone else, so Shi Songying did not know why Yi Hen wanted to protect Yang Kai. Seeing Yi Hen's resolute expression, as if he would fall out with Shi Songying if Shi Songying dared to say anything more, Shi Songying's heart skipped a beat. In his memories, Yi Hen was not such an overbearing existence. Yi Hen was old and his cultivation had stagnated, so he had always been very polite to Shi Songying over the years. Logically speaking, Yi Hen should have carefully weighed everything Shi Songying said. Even if he opposed Shi Songying, he would not have spoken so harshly. So why was Yi Hen so resolute when it came to that brat surnamed Yang? Shi Songying instinctively felt that this matter was not simple, but he did not have the time to think about it carefully. His face sank as he said, "Sect Master, you are so stubborn. Do you really want to plunge the sect into an abyss of suffering? Have you thought about the feelings and future of the sect's 3,000 disciples? A single wrong decision from you can doom the sect to eternal damnation. As the Vice Sect Master of Thousand Leaves sect, this sure has the responsibility and obligation to think for the sect and its disciples." Yi Hen coldly replied, "Are you thinking for yourself or for the sect?" Without waiting for Shi Songying to say anything, Yi Hen sternly shouted, "I've already made up my mind. Stand down." Shi Songying was stunned when he heard this, and his body subconsciously trembled. It was as if he had just remembered that the other party was the Sect Master of Thousand Leaves sect, while he was just a Vice Sect Master. Outside the mountain defending array, a group of masters coldly watched as they sneered in their hearts. It was rumored that the Thousand Leaves sect was unstable internally, and that there was a rift between Yi Hen and Shi Songying. From the looks of it, this was indeed the case. These two were the pillars of Thousand Leaves sect, yet they were actually fighting amongst themselves at such a time. From this, one could see how rotten the Thousand Leaves sect was. A sect like this would not be able to hold on for much longer. Thinking of this, everyone sneered in their hearts, as if they could already see the scene of Thousand Leaves sect's destruction. Being shouted at by Yi Hen in front of everyone's eyes, Songing naturally felt a little embarrassed and flew into a rage out of humiliation. Fine, since sect master doesn't listen to my advice and is headstrong and doesn't care about the safety of the sect, then don't blame this Shi for not treating you as the sect master. Yi Hen was slightly startled and coldly shouted, "What are you planning to do?" Songing smiled. That brat surnamed Yang has provoked so many sects, yet he wants to hide in Thousand Leaves sect and bring disaster to our sect. This Shi is thinking for the sake of the sect's disciples, so I naturally have to hand him over. Rest assured, sect master, this matter has nothing to do with you. Even if someone blames me in the future, this Shi will bear the responsibility and will not ruin your good name. His righteous attitude, not hesitating to consider the sect's interests even if his reputation was tarnished, immediately attracted the goodwill of many of the Thousand Leaves sect's higher-ups, who felt that Yi Hen was indeed a little arbitrary. Yi Hen seemed to have suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "You dare to send people to capture them?" Only at this moment did Yi Hen notice that the three trusted elders who had always been by Songing's side had disappeared. Those three elders were all second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. With such strength, Yang Kai's friends would not be able to resist at all. The people that Yang Kai had brought with him were only first-order Dao Source Realm cultivators. Although there were barriers in their rooms, those elders knew them like the back of their hands, so breaking them was a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Yi Hen turned pale with fright, wishing that he could slap Songing to death. His daughter had painstakingly invited Yang Kai to Thousand Leaves sect to repair the entrance to the sealed world, yet his own vice sect master wanted to take action against Yang Kai's friends. If Yang Kai found out about this, how would he explain himself? He had already made up his mind. Even if he had to offend so many sects this time, as long as Yang Kai could repair the entrance and allow Thousand Leaves sect's secret arts and secret techniques to return, it would be worth it. At worst, Thousand Leaves sect would seal itself off for a few years and allow the sect's experts to comprehend the secret arts and secret techniques. As long as they could mobilize the 30 or so Dao Source grade puppets in the square, Thousand Leaves sect would no longer need to fear any other sect and would be able to take a breather. As time passed, would they still have to worry about not being able to control those heaven-grade puppets? Chapter 2336. Once they could control the heaven-grade puppet, Thousand Leaves sect would be able to rise to the ranks of first-rate sects. What was there to fear from a small sky illumination palace? When that time came, all the sects and families within 1,000,000 kilometers would have to depend on Thousand Leaves sect for their survival. However, he never imagined that Songing would be so despicable and vicious, sending his trusted subordinates to capture those people while he and Yang Kai were away. Once those people were handed over, how could Yang Kai let the matter rest? Thousand Leaves sect's lost secret arts and secret techniques would also be lost. At that time, Thousand Leaves sect would truly be finished. Thinking of this, Yi Hen became anxious and angry, shouting, "Songing, if you really care about the sect, quickly call those people back." Songing coldly snorted, "It's already too late." When he heard that many masters had arrived outside the sect, Songing had already guessed what they were here for and had secretly instructed the elders to lie in ambush and wait for his orders. Previously, when he saw that Yi Hen was still unwilling to hand over those people, he had secretly given the order, but it was obviously too late to say anything now. A mouthful of blood rushed up Yi Hen's throat and he almost spat it out in anger. He pointed at Songing and gritted his teeth, "Do you know what kind of mistake you've made? If even a single hair on those people's heads is lost, this sect master will hold you responsible." Songing's face sank. This sure has the heart of the sect. The heavens and earth can be my witness. The sun and moon can be my witness. Even if our ancestors were standing here, they would feel that this Shi's actions were not wrong. Seeing that Songing was still so unrepentant, Yi Hen finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Songing looked at him coldly and said indifferently, "Sect master, you're old and no longer suitable to lead Thousand Leaves sect. Your rotten and stubborn thinking will only stop Thousand Leaves sect from moving forward." As soon as these words came out, Everyone's expressions changed greatly. Realizing that Song-ing was taking this opportunity to seize power and seize the throne, the group of elders all wore terrified expressions, not knowing what to do. Du Xian angrily shouted, "Old thief Shi, since you dare to act so disgracefully, I will clean up the sect on behalf of Master today." He had been standing behind Yi Hen the whole time, so he had seen everything clearly, although he didn't know why Yi Hen valued Kai Yang so much. However, Yi Hen was still his master. His master had been angered to the point of vomiting blood by Song-ing, so how could he remain indifferent? Just as he finished speaking, a long sword glowing with a cold light suddenly appeared in his hand. A curtain of swords rose up and pierced toward Song-ing. Song-ing stood in place with a look of disdain on his face. He extended his hand forward and slammed it down. He said, "As a disciple of the sect, you dare to offend your superiors and attack me. Yi Hen has indeed taught a good disciple." As he spoke, the origin energy in his large hand surged and collided with the sword screen. With a rumble, the sword screen shattered. The palm print blasted onto Du Xian. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This unforeseen event happened in the blink of an eye. Although the sect defending array was blocking it, Qiu Zhe and the others were still able to see it clearly, causing them to reveal mocking smiles. They had joined forces to attack Thousand Leaves sect today, thinking that it would be a tough battle, but they never expected that before they could even make a move, Thousand Leaves sect would begin to fall apart internally. The sect master and vice sect master were quarreling incessantly, while the disrespectful disciples took the initiative to attack. However, they were forced to retreat with injuries. From the looks of it, they did not need to do anything to take down Thousand Leaves sect. All they needed to do was stand here and watch the show. Thinking of this, each of them revealed confident expressions. Sect Master Shi's loyalty is truly admirable. Qiu Zhe smiled at Song-ing and cupped his fists. He had already addressed Song-ing as sect master, obviously feeling that Yi Hen was unable to make a comeback. Hearing this, Song-ing returned the gesture. "Palace Master Qiu is too kind. This Shi is only thinking for the sake of the sect, unlike some people who are blinded by a single leaf and are willing to risk universal condemnation and only bring disaster to the sect." Qiu Zhe said, "This king feels that Thousand Leaves sect will definitely have a bright future under sect Master Shi's leadership in the future." Song-ing smiled faintly and lowered his posture. "Then I will have to ask Palace Master Qiu to take care of me in the future." With these words, he was clearly indicating that he would interact more with Sky Illumination Palace in the future, and that he would follow their lead. Yi Hen spat out another mouthful of blood when he heard this. Song-ing, you will regret this. Our sect ancestors' tens of thousands of years of foundation has been lost at your hands. If you die in the future, how will you have the face to meet our ancestors? Song-ing sneered. "I wonder who is the one who doesn't have the face to meet our ancestors? This sure has a clear conscience. Even if my soul returns to the underworld, the sect ancestors will not blame me." Yi Hen's face was pale, and his aura looked extremely weak, but he gritted his teeth and did not say a word. He only glared hatefully at Song-ing, as if he wanted to eat him alive. On the other side, Qiu Zhe nodded in satisfaction. "Sect Master Shi, you should hand them over first. We have been waiting here for quite some time." "Of course," Song-ing smiled faintly. "Looking at the time, they should be here soon." Saying so, he turned his head to look in a certain direction and smiled. "Look, they're here." Hearing his words, everyone raised their heads to look in that direction. Yi Hen was even more anxious, secretly circulating his source qi, waiting for the moment Song-ing's mind relaxed before launching an attack. No matter what, he could not allow Yang Kai's friends to be handed over. However, when he glanced in that direction, Yi Hen's expression turned cold as he furrowed his brow. Song-ing also seemed to have noticed something wrong, and a strange expression appeared on his face. On the other side, a streak of light flew towards them. After a short while, the streak of light landed in front of everyone, revealing a figure. This person appeared to be a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator and was about 50 years old. He was one of the elders who had always followed Song-ing, and was also one of the pillars of Thousand Leaves sect's new faction. However, at this moment, this elder was covered in blood and was in a sorry state. Not only that, his aura was extremely weak, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Seeing this person, Yi Hen could not help but look puzzled. Song Ying's expression changed greatly as he hurried forward to support the elder, shouting in a low voice, "What happened? Who injured you? Didn't you go to capture them? Where are the others?" Hearing this, the elder replied in horror, "There is a master among them from the third order Dao source realm. We were no match for him, so 7th elder and 9th elder were captured." "What?" Song Ying turned pale with fright. He was detained? He could not believe his ears. He looked at the injured elder with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" He naturally understood the cultivation levels of the people Kai Yang had brought with him. All of them were from the first order Dao source realm, and there was even an origin king realm cultivator among them. How could such cultivators be a match for his 3 trusted elders? However, the current situation was that 2 of his trusted aides had been captured, while the last one had fled back here with serious injuries. If not for the elder in front of him being so loyal, Song Ying would have thought that he was lying to disturb his mind. "Who captured them?" Song Ying asked in shock. "A woman." "A woman?" Song Ying had a stunned expression on his face. Seemingly recalling something, he grit his teeth and said, "Are they pretending to be pigs to eat tigers?" He probably felt that Chiyu was hiding her true cultivation. Therefore, his 3 trusted aides were not strong enough to capture her. However, the elder shook his head and said, "No, I have never seen that woman before. I don't know when she came to the sect." "You haven't seen her before?" Song Ying was even more confused, before he angrily said, "Even if she is from the third order Dao source realm, the 3 of you shouldn't have been defeated so miserably." He had a look of disappointment on his face, and he was just short of calling this elder a useless piece of trash. That elder said bleakly, "She is definitely at the peak of the Dao source realm, and her attacks have traces of emperor intent. If not for that, we would not have been able to defeat her. If not, we wouldn't have been defeated by her in a single move." Emperor intent? Song Ying was truly shocked this time. What did it mean to have emperor intent in her attacks? It meant that she had comprehended a trace of the Emperor Realm's mysteries. In other words, as long as that woman was given enough time, she would be able to break through to the Emperor Realm. A master from the Emperor Realm was someone that Thousand Leaves sect could not afford to offend. Song Ying's heart was in chaos. He glanced at Yi Hen thoughtfully. He thought that the woman must have been arranged by Yi Hen to protect those people, but he knew that he was wrong at a glance, because Yi Hen also had a blank look on his face. Obviously, he didn't know when a woman at the peak of the Dao source realm had appeared. No one would believe that the sect master and vice sect master were completely unaware of such a master's arrival in Thousand Leaves sect. Song Ying could not help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling a little frightened. Qiu Zhe suddenly sneered, "Sect master sure, your subordinates aren't very reliable. They can't even take down a few petty thieves." Song Ying was already feeling annoyed. Now that he heard Qiu Zhe ridicule him like this, he immediately became annoyed. "Palace Master Qiu, you can just watch over our sect's matters. There's no need to say anything." Qiu Zhe snorted and slowly stood up from the palanquin. He then walked step by step towards the Great Mountain Barrier Formation, saying, "Originally, this Qiu didn't want to get involved in your esteemed sect's matters. However, this matter concerns the surrounding great sections. As the overlord of this region, how can this seat sit idly by?" Just as he finished speaking, an unimaginable aura suddenly burst out from his body. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to solidify, and the world principles were shaken. Everyone who was enveloped by this aura felt as if they were being pressed down by a mountain. Breathing became difficult, and the circulation of energy in their bodies became sluggish. Even the Thousand Leaves sect's mountain protecting array began to ripple visibly under the impact of this power. At this moment, Qiu Zhe seemed to have become the master of this world. Everyone's life and death were at his mercy, and no one could resist. Emperor, realm. Mu Guan of White Cloud Tower trembled and almost knelt down. His eyes trembled violently as he looked at Qiu Zhe in disbelief. Everyone else was also shocked, their faces pale. Especially Ruan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple, his face was pale. Previously, he didn't take Qiu Zhe seriously. After all, they were all from the Third Order Dao Source realm. Although it was rumored that Qiu Zhe had been in seclusion for more than a decade to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor realm, he hadn't succeeded. As long as he didn't succeed, everyone would be on equal footing. Ruan Hongbo was very unhappy when he saw Qiu Zhe acting all high and mighty. He felt that this guy was taking himself too seriously. If he was already like this before breaking through to the Emperor realm, what would happen if he broke through? But now, he knew why Qiu Zhe didn't even spare him a glance. It turned out that Qiu Zhe had already broken through his shackles and ascended to the Emperor realm. Chapter 23:37. Thinking of this, large beads of sweat rolled down Ruan Hongbo's forehead. He realized that Sky Peak Temple's days in the future would not be easy. Originally, Sky Peak Temple and Sky Illumination Palace were evenly matched in strength, but now that the latter had an emperor, Sky Peak Temple could only express its loyalty if it wanted to survive. Qiu Zhe was now a true overlord. No wonder he was so arrogant and proud of his success this time. Inside the mountain defending array, Yi Hen and the others were also pale with despair. The sect was already in turmoil because of Shirt Song Ying, causing it to split into two factions. Now, Qiu Zhe had actually advanced to the Emperor realm and was standing right outside the mountain defending array. How were they going to survive? Shirt Song Ying was also shocked and no longer dared to be presumptuous in front of Qiu Zhe. He said in fear, "So Palace Lord Qiu has already advanced to the Emperor realm. This sure congratulates Palace Lord Qiu." Ruan Hongba, Mu Zheng, and the others also said in unison, "Congratulations to Palace Lord Qiu for advancing to the Emperor realm." Qiu Zhe laughed loudly, his laughter rolling like thunder, sending chills down everyone's spine. Inside the cave, Yang Kai stared at the strange rock, not daring to miss the slightest change. Ever since he shattered the tens of millions of mid-rank and high-rank source crystals and turned them into a sea of spirit chi, an even more powerful devouring force came from the strange rock, constantly devouring the surrounding world energy. As time passed, the crimson glow on the surface of the strange rock became more and more vigorous, and Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer. A few days later, Yang Kai gradually realized that things were not as he thought. Lu Yan was not in any danger. Although she had been swallowed by the strange rock, Yang Kai could still feel it. Lu Yan was currently in a deep sleep. She was extremely peaceful, and the aura she unconsciously released was even mixed with a trace of excitement and joy. It was as if this encounter was not a bad thing for her, but an extremely good thing. Could it be that Yi Chang's words were true and there really was an opportunity here? But this opportunity was useful to Lu Yan. Recalling how Yi Chong kept staring at Lu Yan when he talked about the opportunity, Yang Kai felt that this might be the case. However, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out what this opportunity was. The only thing he could do now was to stay by Lu Yan's side and wait for any changes. A day later, the spirit fog in the cave had become extremely thin. Although the spirit energy in the secret realm was extremely rich, the strange rock did not seem to have reached the point of saturation. Yang Kai tossed out tens of millions of source crystals again and did the same thing, allowing the strange rock to devour them. At this moment, the entire strange rock was completely red, as if it had just been scooped out of hot magma. The inside of the cave was also incomparably hot, and the walls of the cave had already melted. Lu Yan's aura became clearer and clearer, but to Yang Kai's surprise and joy, Lu Yan's aura seemed to be much stronger than before, and there was also another kind of charm, a kind of charm that couldn't be described clearly. As he watched, Yang Kai suddenly had an idea. Isn't this just an egg? Previously, he had been prejudiced. He didn't pay much attention to it, but now that he observed it carefully, he found that the oval-shaped strange rock was like an egg. Thinking of this, Yang Kai remembered that Xiao Xiao and his embodiment had broken out of the dark rock in the past, which was a special way of birth for the stone mongoose. Could it be that Lu Yan would also break out of this strange rock? This strange rock was different from the two strange stones he had obtained in the past, so it was not a product of the stone mongoose clan. Yang Kai didn't know what this strange rock was, but after having this guess, Yang Kai couldn't help but look forward to it. If his guess was correct, Lu Yen would eventually break out of the shell, but he didn't know what it would look like. This was really an opportunity for Lu Yen. Time flew by, and another 2 days passed. The speed at which the strange rock devoured the surrounding spiritual qi had obviously slowed down a lot, and it was getting slower and slower. Yang Kai knew that the strange rock should be saturated, and Lu Yan's fate would be revealed soon. So he stared at the strange rock without blinking, his heart in turmoil. Half a day later, just as Yang Kai was feeling uneasy, a crisp sound suddenly came from the strange rock. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard the sound, and quickly looked at the strange rock, only to find that there was a small crack in the middle of the strange rock. Gotcha! When the crack appeared, it seemed to have caused a chain reaction, and a continuous sound was heard. One crack after another appeared, covering the entire strange rock, as dense as a spider web. Yang Kai's face became serious, and he paid more attention to it, ready to help Lu Yen at any time. Crash! After a loud sound, the entire strange rock suddenly fell apart, turning into countless small fragments and falling to the ground. Yang Kai was shocked, thinking that something had happened to Lu Yen, but when he saw a red light appear where the strange rock was, he relaxed. Lu Yan's aura was clearly transmitted from the light, indicating that Lu Yen was fine. The light was fierce, and the entire cave was illuminated red. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared, but he couldn't find any clues. He released his divine sense, but it was also blurred. It seemed that the light had inherited the strange rock's ability to devour divine sense, so he couldn't investigate it clearly. After a full incense stick's worth of time, the red light suddenly disappeared, and the cave returned to darkness. Only then did Yang Kai see the scene in front of him clearly. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, his mouth opened wide, and his face was full of shock and amazement, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Because he saw that in the place where the strange rock was originally located, there was actually the figure of a little girl. The little girl looked about 7 or 8 years old, lying on her side on the ground, her small body curled up there, her hands folded under her face, sleeping very peacefully. Yang Kai could clearly hear her breathing. If that was all, it would be fine, but what made Yang Kai feel incredulous was that he actually felt Lu Yan's aura from the little girl. Was this Lu Yan? Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out. Since Lu Yan could transform, she had appeared in front of Yang Kai in the form of a gorgeous woman, wearing revealing clothes. Full breasts and beautiful buttocks. She could arouse one's imagination. But after this sudden change, she had suddenly turned into such a wretched person. Yang Kai simply couldn't accept it. But it didn't make sense to say that she wasn't Lu Yan, because this little girl did have Lu Yan's aura. Not only that, but her fiery red hair was also perfectly inherited, and the soft red hair draped over her body, tightly covering her small body. Yang Kai only noticed now. This little girl was completely naked, but because of the red hair, he obviously didn't notice it. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, the long eyelashes of the little girl in front of him trembled, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to be a little confused about the current situation, raised her eyelids and looked at the stunned face in front of her, and then slowly sat up straight. When she sat up, her long hair suddenly spread out, revealing her white body, but she was obviously still very confused, with a sluggish face. Yang Kai quickly turned his head, rummaged through his ring, and directly took out a piece of clothing and threw it at her. In a split second, the large clothes covered her tightly. "Master, what are you doing?" The little girl murmured with some dissatisfaction. She reached out and pulled the clothing off her head. But as soon as the words came out of her mouth, she was also stunned, and her beautiful eyes trembled violently. Then she put her hands in front of her eyes and looked at them in a daze. A moment later, a tragic scream came out of the cave. Half an hour later, Yang Kai and the little girl gradually recovered their emotions. The two of them sat face to face, one with a strange expression, the other with tears in her eyes, and her mouth into a thin line. The little girl was indeed Lu Yan, without a doubt. But they didn't know why she had become like this. At this moment, Lu Yan had already put on Yang Kai's clothes, but the clothes were too loose for her current body size, and coupled with her extremely aggrieved expression, it was enough to melt anyone's heart and make people couldn't help but hold her in the palm of their hands to protect her. Judging from her appearance, she still bore some resemblance to Lu Yen, but she was a young version of Lu Yen. Her small face was like carved jade, delicate like a porcelain doll, and her skin was fair and rosy. There was still a bit of baby fat on her cheeks, making people want to pinch her cheeks and feel them. "Have you seen enough?" Lu Yen glared at Yang Kai, with a face full of dissatisfaction. Yang Kai shrugged and calmly said, "Do you know that your appearance is not threatening at all?" Lu Yan's teeth creaked as she gritted her teeth. After becoming like this, even her voice was like a child's voice, crisp and pleasant, no longer charming like before. All right. Yang Kai comforted her and said with a serious expression, "Let me ask you, is there anything wrong with becoming like this?" "No, it's just that I'm not used to it," Lu Yen replied in a low voice. "Can't you change back to your original appearance?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Yen said, "Maybe you haven't noticed, but I already have my own body." What? Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this and hurriedly released his divine thought to investigate, but his divine thought was swallowed up as soon as it fell on Lu Yan's body, so he couldn't detect anything at all. It was the same before, so Yang Kai didn't know much about Lu Yan's changes. Now that he heard her say this, Yang Kai wanted to take a closer look, but he couldn't detect anything with his divine thought, so he could only use his hands. Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately stretched out a hand to pinch Lu Yan's little face. After a little contact, Yang Kai knew that Lu Yen was telling the truth. She did indeed have her own body, because the feeling coming from her fingers was not pure energy, but a real object. Not only that, Lu Yan's little face was no different from a real person's. It was very elastic and wonderful to the touch. Yang Kai believed that there were few people in the world who could compare with her. Yang Kai couldn't help but pinch her face for a while. Lu Yen slapped his hand away in disgust and said, "It hurts." As she said this, she rubbed her cheeks. "How can it be?" Yang Kai frowned. Lu Yen was a tool spirit in human form, so it was not impossible for her to have her own body. As far as he knew, there was a kind of elixir called the incarnation elixir, which could let a cultivator who had lost his physical body rebuild his body. However, refining the incarnation elixir required the incarnation fruit, which was extinct. Chapter 23:38. Lu Yen had only been swallowed by the strange stone, but after breaking out of the shell, he actually possessed his own body. No matter how he thought about it, this was simply inconceivable. Didn't this mean that the strange stone had the same effect as the flesh incarnation fruit? Just how heaven-defying was this? Lu Yen frowned slightly and whispered, "I think I understand a little about this situation. I can't say why, but I feel like this body of mine is a puppet." "Puppet?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Lu Yen gently nodded. There are many spirit arrays and mysterious traces of refinement in my body, but these traces are natural and ancient. They should have been refined by an almighty master many years ago." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, as if he had suddenly thought of something, whispering, "A spirit-grade puppet?" He had previously heard from Xianxia that Thousand Leaves sects puppets were divided into several grades. In addition to the earth-grade and heaven-grade puppets he had seen before, there was an even higher-grade spirit-grade puppet. Moreover, it was rumored that spirit-grade puppets already possessed their own sentience. Not only could they think independently, but they could also gradually grow stronger through cultivation. However, even at their peak, Thousand Leaves sect only had a few spirit-grade puppets, and with the decline of Thousand Leaves sect, no one knew where these spirit-grade puppets had gone. Yang Kai didn't believe it at first, but now, Lu Yan's situation could only be explained by a spirit-grade puppet. That strange stone wasn't something naturally formed, but rather something refined by a certain master of Thousand Leaves sect. It should be the prototype of a spirit-grade puppet, and after Lu Yan's soul entered it, it broke out of its shell and took its current form. It had completed its final form. In other words, this so-called spirit-grade puppet didn't seem to be born with sentience, but rather formed by fusing the soul of a living being with the puppet's body. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly felt enlightened, feeling more and more certain that his guess was correct. No wonder Yi Chong kept staring at Lu Yen when he talked about the opportunity. With his extraordinary eyesight, he could naturally see at a glance that Lu Yen did not have a physical body and was just an artifact spirit. There was a prototype of a spirit-level puppet in the cave, which was undoubtedly the best choice for Lu Yen. In that case, if he hadn't seen Lu Yen at that time, perhaps he wouldn't have mentioned this opportunity. It was because he saw Lu Yen that he gave him some pointers. However, he didn't point it out too clearly. It was likely that he was a little reluctant to part with it in his heart. That strange stone was probably the last prototype of a spirit-grade puppet in this world. Perhaps no one would be able to refine it in the future. He naturally wanted to leave such a treasure for the descendants of Thousand Leaves sect. This guy was a little wishy-washy and sloppy. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. But soon he cast this thought aside. No matter what, it was true that Lu Yen now had his own body, although this body looked a little strange. However, compared to her previous incarnation, it was undoubtedly much better. Having a body and not having one. They were definitely two different things. Lu Yen seemed to gradually become happy, forgetting all the inconveniences that this small body would bring to her in the future. Placing her two hands in front of her eyes, she turned them over and over again with a smile on her face. How is your soul fusing with this body? Are there any signs of instability? Yang Kai asked worriedly. After all, this spirit-level puppet's body was not something that Lu Yen was born with, so if the fusion between her soul and the body was not perfect, it was very likely that it would bring about very serious consequences. For example, the reason why possession was difficult and the success rate was very low was because of the degree of fusion between the external soul and the body being possessed. If a powerful soul wanted to possess a cultivator, it would need to find a body with the highest degree of compatibility with its own soul. Even so, it was not certain that the possession would succeed, and the slightest mistake would result in failure. Hearing this, Lu Yen shook her head and said, "There's no problem at all. I've just been born, as if this body was tailor-made for me." Wasn't she just born? Yang Kai had seen her break out of the strange stone with his own eyes, which was equivalent to being reborn. However, Lu Yan's words made him feel much more relieved. He was afraid that this body would not fuse smoothly with Lu Yan's soul, but now it seemed that the Thousand Leaves sect's powerhouses had perfectly considered these problems when refining the strange stone and solved them through some special means. Otherwise, they could have refined a humanoid puppet and then forcibly stuffed a living creature's soul into it. It was precisely because of the experience of breaking out of the shell that Lu Yan's soul was able to perfectly fuse with her current body. Yang Kai was secretly impressed. I also have a childhood. Lu Yan's small face smiled like a blooming flower. Be careful that you don't grow up, or you'll be like this for the rest of your life. Yang Kai poured cold water on her. Lu Yan's face suddenly darkened, and after being stunned for a while, she said in a carefree manner, "Then I'll accept it." After a day of experimentation, Yang Kai finally witnessed the power of a spirit-grade puppet's body. The current Lu Yen could actually increase her strength through cultivation, something that would have been impossible in the past. Previously, Lu Yen was only in human form, so she could only devour fire attribute treasures to increase her strength. The sun's true essence that Yang Kai had obtained in his early years had been constantly used by Lu Yen, and almost half of its energy had been consumed. But now, Lu Yen could actually absorb world energy for her own use. Not only that, but Lu Yen also possessed a powerful cultivation in the third-order Dao source realm. This meant that as long as she was given a suitable secret art, she could cultivate like an ordinary person and become stronger. One day, she would be able to break through to the Emperor realm. Now, she was a completely independent individual. The moment she was swallowed by the strange stone, the connection between her and Yang Kai was severed. Lu Yen had truly obtained a new life. Yang Kai was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. He had planned to wait until he was strong enough to find the flesh incarnation fruit and refine the flesh incarnation pill for Lu Yen, but he had not expected that happiness would come so quickly. The spirit-grade puppet's body perfectly solved this problem. Yang Kai gave Lu Yen a space ring, which contained a lot of source crystals, various healing pills, cultivation pills, and a few high-grade artifacts that he had no use for. Even the Annihilation Thunder Bead, an Emperor artifact, was given to her to use. This was because the Annihilation Thunder Bead did not need to be refined and could be used as long as one poured their energy into it. This was the most suitable artifact for Lu Yen. This was the first time Lu Yen had her own space ring, and there were so many things that belonged to her. She was overjoyed and kept fiddling with the space ring. A day later, the two of them returned to the array base platform. Yang Kai did not plan to continue exploring this sealed world. He had obtained a lot of benefits from this trip, so he decided to stop while he was ahead. There was no enmity between him and Thousand Leaves sect, and this sealed world belonged to them after all. Yang Kai could not just take away all the good things inside. It would be too unkind of him to do so. Repairing the array base platform was not a difficult task for Yang Kai. In just 4 hours, the sword marks on the platform had disappeared and the entire platform looked brand new. Yang Kai took out a few source crystals and placed them in the grooves of the platform before circulating his source chi. After a flash of light, there was no one left on the platform. Thousand Leaves sect, in a nameless valley. The chirping of birds and fragrant flowers from before had completely disappeared. This place was a complete mess, with traces of a great battle everywhere. Many cultivator corpses were strewn about the valley, and the ground was dyed red with blood. The stench of blood that filled the air was nauseating. At the array base platform, Yi Jinghan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Her delicate body was covered in blood, and there was a deep wound that extended from her shoulder to her entire arm. It was a ghastly sight. Beside her, Hua Qingxi, Qiyu, Gizu, Aio, Guzong Yun, and the others all looked exhausted. There were more or less injuries on their bodies, with Hua Qingxi having the most serious injuries. She seemed to have suffered internal injuries as her face was completely pale. At this moment, Thousand Leaves sect was facing its greatest crisis in history. Vice sect master Song had betrayed them and collaborated with Sky Illumination Palace's palace master Qiuzhe to break through Thousand Leaves sect's mountain defending array in one fell swoop, killing over 1,000 disciples. Yi Hen led several elders to face the enemy head-on, but they were outnumbered. Some died while others were injured. The sect's disciples who could escape also escaped, while those who couldn't were killed or captured. In just half a day, the entire sect had become a ghost town. Traces of battle could be seen everywhere in Thousand Leaves Mountain, and countless bones were buried. Even Hua Qingxi and the others were involved. Although Hua Qingxi had touched upon Emperor intent, there was still a large gap between her and Qiuzhe. After a great battle, Hua Qingxi was lucky enough to survive. With Yi Jinghan's help, she brought Qiyu and the others to hide in this nameless valley. This place had become Thousand Leaves sect's last fortress. Outside the valley, with Qiuzhe at the head, the masters of the various sects had gathered and were glaring at the valley. "Is this your esteemed sect's forbidden area?" Qiuzhe stood outside the valley with his hands behind his back, coldly looking ahead as he asked. His complexion was not as ruddy as before. Although he had the absolute advantage in the battle with Hua Qingxi, he never expected that a mere third-order Dao Source realm would almost injure him. That woman was no ordinary cultivator. She most likely came from a top sect, or else she wouldn't have such a powerful background. If there was anyone Qiuzhe was most afraid of right now, it would undoubtedly be Hua Qingxi. He was afraid of provoking someone he shouldn't, but in this situation he had no choice but to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Otherwise, once news of this spread and the sect behind that woman found out, Sky Illumination Palace would be powerless to stop them. So, he led his people to this place but was blocked by the many mysterious spirit arrays in the valley. After trying to attack a few times, he was shocked to find that the spirit arrays in this valley were not something he could break. So, he could only ask the side. Hearing this, Songing put on a flattering smile and bowed, reporting to Palace Lord Qiu, "This is indeed our sect's forbidden area. For generations, no one other than the sect master has been able to set foot here." "Not even you?" Qiuzhe glanced at Songing indifferently. Songing said embarrassedly, "I've never entered." Chapter 2339. From now on, you can come and go as you please, Chiu said indifferently. Song was overjoyed when he heard this, knowing that Chiu was truly treating him as Thousand Leaves Sect's sect master. Of course, this was under the premise that he bowed down. If he dared to have any other thoughts, Song would definitely die a miserable death. Chiu's promotion to the Emperor realm wasn't good news for any sect, but for Song, preserving his life was the most important thing. The masters from Sky Peak Temple and the other sects were also standing behind Chiu. Seeing how arrogant he was, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. This was the authority of the Emperor realm. Just by standing here, he could make others not even dare to breathe loudly. These masters were all secretly resentful. Why wasn't it them who had been promoted to the Emperor realm? Why did it have to be Chiu? At that moment, an old man suddenly rushed over and cupped his fists behind Chiu. Palace Lord, Yi Hen is unwilling to reveal the method to enter the mountain valley. Before Chiu could speak, Ruan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple had already started cursing. That old man Yi Hen doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Palace Lord Chiu is kind enough to not take his life, yet he's still so stubborn. Mu Guan of White Cloud's Tower also said, Indeed, Yi Hen refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Palace Lord Chiu, there's no need to be polite with him. Let's all attack together. I don't believe we can't break this mountain valley's spirit array. As he spoke, he put on a posture of eagerness to give it a try. Chiu said indifferently, Do you know that Thousand Leaves sect has existed for tens of thousands of years? Even some of the top sects in the Southern Territory may not have existed as long as Thousand Leaves sect. This mountain valley's spirit array was created by someone personally. It was personally set up by a powerful figure tens of thousands of years ago. Even I have no confidence in breaking it. Do you think you can do it with just the few of you? He had a mocking expression on his face, but Mu Guan and the others didn't dare to refute him. They could only laugh awkwardly. What does Sect Master Shi think? Chiu turned to Song and asked. Song pondered for a moment before replying in a deep voice, Yi Hen is a tough nut to crack. This Shi has worked with him for many years. I have a good understanding of his temperament and character. Not to mention torturing him, even if we killed him, he would never reveal the method to break the formation. Oh, Sect Master Shi has such a high evaluation of Yi Hen? Chiu looked at Song with some surprise. Song said sternly, He's just a stubborn old man. If not for that, my Thousand Leaves sect wouldn't have declined to this point. That's enough. This king has no interest in your Thousand Leaves sect's matters. Just tell me how to break the array. Chiu interrupted him impatiently. Song said, Since we can't do anything about Yi Hen, we might as well try to find a breakthrough from someone else. He smiled slyly and said, Yi Hen and his daughter have depended on each other for so many years. Their relationship is not ordinary. Hearing this, Chiu turned to look at him. His eyes were deep and profound. Song heart skipped a beat, thinking that he had said something wrong. He broke out in a cold sweat from being stared at. Just as he was feeling uneasy, Chiu suddenly smiled and said, Sect Master Shi, you seem to have watched Yi Jinghan grow up. Don't you have any compassion for her? Song's expression turned solemn. This little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since she dared to stand in Palace Master Chiu's path to unification, she naturally has to pay a price. It is precisely because this Shi is her senior that I want her to grow up quickly. This is also a test of her temperament. So you're saying that you're doing this for her own good? Chiu's lips curled into a mocking smile. Song said sternly, This Shi hopes that she can understand this Shi's painstaking efforts. Ruan Hongbo and the others listened from the side and broke out in cold sweat. They all glanced at Song, as if they had only just realized Song's true colors at this moment. At the same time, they felt sad that Yi Hen had raised such a monster by his side. However, after thinking about it, they were currently enemies with Thousand Leaves sect, so they had no reason to sympathize with him. Very well, I'll leave this matter to you. I hope Sect Master Shi won't disappoint this king. Chiu smiled faintly. This Shi will do his best. Song cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. Immediately after, he waved his hand and shouted, "Bring them here!" In the blink of an eye, Yi Hen and a few of the sect's upper echelons that had been following him were brought out of the mountain valley. Once they arrived, they naturally spat out insults at Song-ing. Their eyes turned red as they wished they could bite Song-ing to death. However, Song-ing's expression didn't change and his heart didn't skip a beat. It was as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Calmly standing in his original spot, he shouted from within the mountain valley, "Nephew Yi, open your eyes and take a good look at who these people beside me are." His voice was loud and clear, spreading far and wide. It had obviously reached the depths of the valley. Not long after his voice fell, the scenery in the valley suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the illusion array that had been maintained for tens of thousands of years was lifted and the true valley appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking over, the figures of Yi Jinghan, Shi Yu, and the others could be clearly seen. They were only a few thousand meters away from Song-ing and the others, and there was even an array-based platform beside them. Qiu Zhe narrowed his eyes and stared at the platform. In the next moment, he exclaimed in a low voice, "A space array?" With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the platform was a space array. Furthermore, it was ancient and desolate, as if it had been there for a long time. However, he couldn't understand why there was such a thing in this valley. Where was this array connected to? Qiu Zhe couldn't help but look at Song-ing suspiciously. Song-ing was also at a loss. Although he had always known that this valley was Thousand Leaves Sect's forbidden area, and that only the sect master could step foot into it, he didn't know what was inside this forbidden area. He had always thought that this forbidden area was the burial ground of Thousand Leaves Sect's past sect masters, which was why outsiders were not allowed to enter. However, it seemed that he was wrong. This forbidden area seemed to be connected to another place. Sensing Qiu Zhe's gaze, Song-ing smiled awkwardly. "This is also the first time this Shi has seen this. I wonder what mysteries are hidden within." Qiu Zhe coldly snorted, obviously extremely dissatisfied, but he still said indifferently, "That space array should be damaged, otherwise these people would have already escaped." Song-ing hurriedly said, "Palace Lord Qiu's eyes are truly sharp. To think that you actually thought of this." While the two were talking, Yi Jinghan had already seen Yi Hen, who was forced to kneel on the ground outside the valley. At this moment, Yi Hen was covered in blood and his aura was extremely weak. Furthermore, it seemed that his cultivation had been sealed and he had no strength to resist at all. Yi Hen was already very old, and now that he was being tortured like this, it was one disaster after another. He was constantly coughing up blood, making it hard for anyone to look at him. "Father!" Yi Jinghan cried out in a trembling voice, 2 streams of tears flowing down her cheeks. The pain in her heart was so great that she could barely breathe. When Hua Qingxi and the others saw this scene, their expressions turned ugly and their hearts filled with sympathy. After Yi Jinghan finished shouting, she glared angrily at Song-ing. "Let go of my father." Song-ing grinned, "Martial niece, you're a big girl now, so martial uncle won't talk nonsense with you. It's not impossible for me to let your father go, but you should know what you have to do." At this point, his expression sank and he shouted in a low voice, "Remove the spirit array in this valley and martial uncle will spare their lives." Before Yi Jinghan could say anything, Yi Hen shouted, "Jinghan, you can't remove the spirit array no matter what." Song-ing's face sank and he reached out to slap Yi Hen, completely imprisoning him so that he couldn't even speak. Seeing this, Yi Jinghan immediately cried out, "Don't hurt my father. Martial Uncle Shi, you're also a member of Thousand Leaves Sect and the Vice Sect Master of Thousand Leaves Sect. Why do you have to do such a thing? When has father ever mistreated you? Please let him go, I beg you." She begged with all her might, making the scene extremely miserable. However, Song-ing remained unmoved and just shook his head regretfully. "Martial Uncle also wants to save your father's life, but Martial Uncle has no choice right now. I hope you can understand." As he spoke, he took a step forward and arrived behind a second-order Dao Source Realm Elder. Placing his hand on the elder's head, he looked towards Yi Jinghan and said in a neither fast nor slow manner, "Martial niece, look carefully. Before you open that spirit array, Martial Uncle will kill one person every 10 breaths. As he spoke, he pushed the source chi in his palm, causing the Thousand Leaves sect elder's head to explode before he could even make a sound. His body fell to the ground stiffly. His sudden killing move not only caused Yi Jinghan's face to turn pale and despair to appear in her eyes, even Yuan Hongbo and the others were shocked and secretly horrified. After all, the person Song Ying was killing was a Thousand Leaves sect elder, a fellow disciple he had known for countless years and had always worked together with. Yet, Song Ying didn't even bat an eyelid when he killed him. From this, one could see just how vicious and merciless Song Ying was. Only Qiu Zhe revealed a satisfied smile. Martial Uncle doesn't have much time. Think it over carefully. After Song Ying killed one of them, he arrived behind another elder and similarly placed his hand on that elder's head. Afterwards, he did not say a single word as he silently stared at Yi Jinghan. Yi Jinghan bit her red lips so hard that they were bleeding. She stared at Yi Hen, only to see Yi Hen continuously shaking her head at her. She knew that her father didn't want her to remove the spirit array. Yi Jinghan was tormented. Although she knew that removing the spirit array wouldn't lead to a good ending and wouldn't improve her father's current situation, she still felt uneasy and guilty when she thought about the elder who had just been killed. She had a feeling that the elder had died because of her, that she had killed him. That elder had watched her grow up and doted on her. He would often play with her when she was young and teach her cultivation when she grew up. But now, he had died right in front of her eyes. She could only watch helplessly, unable to lend a helping hand. Seeing that time was slowly ticking away and Song Ying was about to kill again, Yi Jinghan was instantly at a loss for what to do. Right at this moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Song Ying's face as he moved his hand away from the second elder's head and placed it on the head of the person beside him. Yi Jinghan's face instantly turned pale as her delicate body trembled violently. Chapter 2340. Song Ying's blood-stained hand was currently placed on top of Du Xian's head. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were childhood sweethearts. They had grown up together and cultivated together. Their feelings for each other were very deep, and they had long considered each other as their other halves. However, they had yet to reach the Grand Dao, so it was not yet time for them to get married. The two of them had also secretly agreed that when they both advanced to the Emperor realm, Du Xian would ask Yi Hen for her hand in marriage and get her to agree to this marriage. They believed that Yi Hen would definitely agree to it when that time came. However, Yi Jinghan never expected that before that day came, her lover would be killed right in front of her eyes. No, Martial Uncle Shi, please don't. Yi Jinghan's body went limp as she knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. Song Ying's face remained cold and resolute. He remained unmoved as he said indifferently, "Undo this spirit array and we'll talk about it." Yi Jinghan was at a loss for what to do. Undoing the spirit array was equivalent to exposing Thousand Leaves sect's greatest secret to the enemy, allowing them to explore freely. However, if she did not undo it, Du Xian would immediately die from Song Ying's vicious methods. She simply did not know what to do. Ignore him. This old dog has already gone crazy. Du Xian suddenly shouted, "Even if you undo the spirit array, they won't let us go. Big brother will take his leave first. You must be well and I will definitely not let you down in my next life." As he spoke, the source chi in his body surged violently, reaching a level that he could not control in an instant. Song Ying snorted coldly as he extended his hand and slapped Du Xian's shoulder heavily. The violent source chi was instantly silenced. Peace returned. Du Xian was dumbfounded. He could not even self-destruct in the current situation and had completely become a fish on the chopping board. On the other side, Yi Jinghan was also given a fright. She was naturally very clear about what Du Xian was trying to do just now. When she saw Song Ying seal Du Xian's cultivation, she actually felt some gratitude towards the traitor Song Ying. Du Xian would definitely self-destruct right under her nose, and Yi Jinghan was certain that she would not be able to accept such an outcome. This unforeseen event had completely crushed Yi Jinghan's psychological defenses. Even though she knew that breaking the spirit array would not end well for her, she still held onto a trace of hope in her heart. Looking at Shirtsong Ing with teary eyes, she said, "Martial uncle, I can break the spirit array, but you have to let them go. They're not from my Thousand Leaves sect, so this matter has nothing to do with them." What she was referring to. Naturally, it was Chi Yu and the others. Hearing her words, Yi Hen slowly closed her eyes. She knew that there was truly nothing she could do to reverse the situation. If Yi Jinghan continued to stand guard there, she might still have a sliver of hope. However, if she were to release the spirit array, her fate would definitely be extremely miserable. However, he was unable to move. He couldn't even speak. They were powerless to stop it. Du Xian was also desperately shaking his head at Yi Jinghan. However, it was to no avail. Shirtsong Ing coldly replied, "Martial uncle cannot make a decision on this matter." As soon as he finished speaking, Qiu Zhe said magnanimously, "All right, I'll agree to your request. You just have to obediently undo this formation." "As if I'd believe you." Hua Qingxi muttered softly. How could she not know that Qiu Zhe was just spouting nonsense? In fact, he had no intention of letting them go at all. In the mountain valley, Yi Jinghan wiped her tears and looked at Chi Yu and the others. "It's my Thousand Leaves sect that has implicated you. I'll open the spirit array and immediately rush out. I'll think of a way to delay you for a while." Hua Qingxi furrowed her brows and replied, "Miss Yi, please come with us." She also knew that Yi Jinghan was being forced into a corner. The lives of her father and her lover were in the hands of others, so she naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. As such, Hua Qingxi didn't have any intention of blaming Yi Jinghan. However, Qiu Zhe was still here, so she wasn't confident that she could escape with Chi Yu and the others. If she was alone, she might have had a 70 to 80% chance of success. She might not be able to defeat Qiu Zhe, but she still had a chance of escaping. However, Chi Yu and the others were only from the First Order Dao Source realm, while Chai Hu was only a Third Order Origin King. Escaping in front of so many masters was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Hua Qingxi secretly decided that no matter what, she would ensure the safety of Chi Yu and the others until Yang Kai came out. In the face of Hua Qingxi's invitation, Yi Jinghan could only smile bitterly and slowly shake her head. Hua Qingxi knew that she had already made up her mind, so she could only sigh and stop trying to persuade her. "Why aren't you doing anything?" Shirtsong Ing urged impatiently. The source chi on the giant hand above Du Xian's head was fluctuating, as if it would take Du Xian's life at any moment. Yi Jinghan's tender body trembled. Not daring to delay any longer, she quickly formed a series of seals with her hands. As the seals flew out, the various trapping arrays, illusion arrays, and killing arrays in the mountain valley were dispelled layer by layer. Qiu Zhe released his divine sense and paid close attention. When he sensed that all the spirit arrays in the mountain valley had been dispelled, he could not help but chuckle. "Niece Yi, you're much wiser than your father." After the spirit arrays were dispelled, Yi Jinghan felt weak all over, as if she had completely collapsed. She could only shout softly, "Let's go." As soon as her voice fell, Hua Qingxi and the others exchanged glances and immediately tried to escape. However, before they could do anything, the array base platform buzzed and a clear and discernible space force fluctuation spread out. Immediately after, the array base platform emitted a dazzling light. Shirtsong Ing, who had already rushed towards Yi Jinghan and the others, froze in place as he stared at the array base platform in a daze. It seemed that he never expected the platform to operate at this moment. Furthermore, from the looks of it, someone was teleporting over. Qiu Zhe's eyes also lit up as he stared at the platform without blinking. When he saw the array base platform earlier, he thought that it had been damaged. If not, why would Yi Jinghan and the others still be trapped in the mountain valley instead of escaping? However, what he saw in front of him now was not what he had imagined. Someone was teleporting over from somewhere else. Didn't that mean that the platform was working? Who was this person and where was the platform connected to? Unlike Shirtsong Ing, Qiu Zhe, and the others who were at a loss, Yi Hen, who had a defeated expression, suddenly widened his eyes when he saw the light and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The entrance to the sealed world had been repaired. The entrance to the sealed world that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years had actually been repaired today. Every generation of Thousand Leaves sect's sect masters had taken it upon themselves to repair the entrance to the sealed world. They had exhausted all their efforts and energy, but none of them had succeeded. However, he had just witnessed the moment the entrance to the sealed world was repaired with his own eyes. In an instant, Yi Hen could not help but feel that even if he died, he would have no regrets. He could not help but laugh foolishly. As long as the entrance to the sealed world was repaired, Thousand Leaves sect's inheritance would not be severed and they would have a chance to bring glory to the sect. However, when he thought of the current situation of Thousand Leaves sect and himself, Yi Hen's heart sank again. He naturally knew who had repaired the entrance to the sealed world. After all, Yang Kai was the only one who had entered during this period of time. Who else could it be but him? While he lamented that his daughter's vision was right, he also secretly regretted that the heavens did not give Thousand Leaves sect a few more days. If they had a few more days, Yi Hen was confident that he could obtain the lost secret arts and secret techniques in the sealed world. That way, he would be able to control the Earth-grade puppets on the main Peaks Plaza. With the help of those Earth-grade puppets, Thousand Leaves sect would not have fallen to their current state. Even if they were not a match for Qiu Zhe and the others, they would still be able to fight until both sides suffered heavy losses. However, the entrance had been repaired at this time. Now, not only was Thousand Leaves sect finished, their inheritance of tens of thousands of years would also be destroyed and fall into the hands of others. He felt that with just Yang Kai, he would not be able to stop Qiu Zhe from the Emperor realm. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, two figures gradually appeared on the platform. One of them was Yang Kai, while the other was a little girl who looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. This little girl's fiery red hair almost reached her ankles, flowing like a waterfall and extremely eye-catching. Not only that, she was also wearing master's clothes, which were loose and nondescript. At a glance, it was obvious that the clothes belonged to Yang Kai. However, this kind of decoration did not ruin her beauty and instead added a hint of playfulness and cuteness to her, making people reluctant to look away. This was especially true for her pink cheeks, which gave people the urge to pinch them. When the two of them appeared, they clearly did not understand the situation before them. It was only when they smelled the faint scent of blood that Yang Kai's expression sank and he released his divine sense. In an instant, his expression turned ugly. He saw that Qi Yu and the others were all injured and were hiding on the platform. He saw that Yi Hen and Du Xian were imprisoned in place, their auras weak. He saw that Shirtsong Ying's expression was flickering as she hesitated to move forward. He saw that Luo Jin was glaring at him with eyes filled with hatred and resentment. He even sensed the aura of a master from the Emperor realm. Young Master Yang. When Hua Qingxi saw Yang Kai appear, she knew that her savior had arrived. She could not help but breathe a sigh of relief as she smiled bitterly. If you had appeared 1 hour later, we would have been finished. I'm sorry, young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan looked at Yang Kai with an apprehensive expression. My Thousand Leaves sect has implicated you. After pausing for a moment, she anxiously said, take them and run. Although she had seen Yang Kai fight before and knew that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, there was a master from the Emperor realm here. She did not believe that Yang Kai's strength could compare to that of the Emperor realm. Hearing her words, Yang Kai retracted his gaze from Qiu Zhe and the corners of his mouth rose. This situation is a little complicated. Although he still did not understand how all of this had happened, it was clear at a glance who was friend and foe. Was it that guy who injured you? When Yang Kai asked this, he glanced at Qiu Zhe. Hua Qingxi was already at the peak of the Dao Source realm, so there was no one else present who could injure her besides Qiu Zhe. Yes. Hua Qingxi gently nodded. He seems to be the palace master of Sky Illumination Palace. He just advanced to the Emperor realm not long ago, so his cultivation has not stabilized yet. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to see Sister Hua. Very good. Since he dared to injure my people, he's dead meat, Yang Kai sneered. When he said this, everyone looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. Chapter 2341. A Dao Source Realm cultivator actually dared to boast so shamelessly, saying that he was dead for sure in front of the Emperor realm. Had he lost his mind? Shirtsong, Ing Yihen, and the others all had strange expressions on their faces. Only Hua Qingxi knew that Yang Kai wasn't joking. Although Yang Kai wasn't from the Emperor realm, he definitely had the strength to fight the Emperor realm. Just his embodiment alone was enough to give Qiu Zhe a headache. If she and Yang Kai fought together, they might be able to fight evenly with Qiu Zhe. So, after Yang Kai appeared, Hua Qingxi's heart calmed down. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was a minor realm lower than hers, Hua Qingxi knew that she was definitely not his opponent. She had never seen a man as dazzling as Yang Kai. Hua Qingxi suddenly realized that Yang Kai's cultivation didn't seem to be lower than hers by a minor realm, but rather the same level as hers. When did he break through to the third order Dao Source realm? Hua Qingxi was shocked. It hadn't been that long since he broke through to the second order Dao Source realm, yet he had broken through again in such a short time. How could this guy cultivate as easily as eating and drinking? Although she was shocked, she was even more delighted. Yang Kai's strength had increased, which meant that the current situation was even more advantageous to them. Ha! Qiu Zhe suddenly chuckled. Although Yang Kai's voice wasn't loud, he heard it clearly. A playful smile appeared on his face as he looked at Yang Kai and said, "Little brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually want to take this king's life?" Luo Jin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Palace Master Qiu, this guy is the one who injured your son." "He's Yang Kai?" Qiu Zhe's face sank. Even Mu Zheng of White Cloud Tower, Ruan Hongbo of Sky Peak Temple, and the others looked at Yang Kai angrily. Mu Guan from White Cloud Tower and Katian from Heavenly Temple were both killed by Yang Kai. These two had come to the Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble because of Yang Kai. Now that their enemy was right in front of them, they were naturally enraged. "That's right, it's him," Luo Jin replied hatefully. Luo Jin's experience that day in the City Lord's mansion was the greatest humiliation of his life, something that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. Although Yang Kai had spared his life at the critical juncture, Luo Jin was still unable to forget it. He didn't kill him, but this enmity was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he wouldn't be happy if he didn't take revenge. Even in his dreams, he wanted to kill Yang Kai to wash away his shame. After learning of Yang Kai's identity, the experts from various sects were filled with murderous intent. They looked at Yang Kai as if he was a dead man. However, since Qiu Zhe didn't move, they didn't dare to act rashly. "Are you really Yang Kai?" Qiu Zhe shouted at Yang Kai as if he wanted to confirm it. Yang Kai had a disdainful expression as he sneered, "Who do you think you are? How dare you ask for this young master's name?" His expression was extremely savage, as if he didn't put Qiu Zhe in his eyes at all. However, Qiu Zhe's expression was calm and he didn't get angry. Instead, he gently nodded and said, "Very good. This king heard that you refined a furnace of extraordinary treasure pills in the Four Seasons realm?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Pensively, he said, "So you have an ulterior motive. You want the extraordinary treasure pills?" "Sorry, I don't have any left." Qiu Zhe said, "It doesn't matter. This king didn't expect to get the extraordinary treasure pills from you, but this king heard that you had taken one. After I capture you and boil you, you should have a trace of the extraordinary treasure pill's medicinal effects." As soon as he said this, even Ruan Hongbo and the others who were standing on the same side as Qiu Zhe changed their expressions. They all looked at him as if they couldn't believe that he would say such a thing. Boiling someone who had taken the extraordinary treasure pill and obtaining a trace of the extraordinary treasure pill's medicinal effects was something they had never thought of before. It was fortunate that Qiu Zhe could come up with such an idea. But when they thought about it carefully, it made sense. The extraordinary treasure pill had a powerful medicinal effect. After taking it, most of its medicinal effects would be immersed in one's physique and meridians and would be slowly refined by the cultivator over time, so the sooner one took the extraordinary treasure pill, the better. The woman from the octagonal door had taken the extraordinary treasure pill when she was only in the first order Dao Source realm. Although she was forced to take it by Luo Yuan, she was able to perfectly display the effects of the extraordinary treasure pill. As long as her aptitude wasn't too bad and she worked hard in her cultivation in the future, her chances of reaching the Emperor realm would definitely be much higher than others. Qiu Zhe was already in the Emperor realm, so he obviously didn't need the extraordinary treasure pill. He was probably preparing it for Qiu Yu. But when they remembered that in order to obtain the medicinal effects of the extraordinary treasure pill, they had to drink a pot of human meat soup first, Ruan Hongbo and the others suddenly turned pale as their stomachs churned. They began to sympathize with Qiu Yu, wondering how Qiu Yu would react if he learned the truth in the future. "You want to boil this young master?" Yang Kai laughed and retorted, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, do you? Boy, you're quite arrogant." A cold light flashed in Qiu Zhe's eyes as he coldly snorted, "But if you don't have the corresponding strength, your arrogance is just childish and laughable." Saying so, he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. Wind and clouds suddenly surged in the sky, and a huge hand made of energy slammed down, covering a large area. Qiu Zhe obviously didn't care about the life or death of others, nor did he care about Yang Kai's life or death. To him, it didn't matter whether Yang Kai lived or died. He just needed to take him back and boil him. When the ultimate move appeared, the sky darkened in an instant. Yi Hen, Du Xian, and the others stared at Qiu Zhe, trembling uneasily, but they could only watch helplessly, unable to help. A fiery red light suddenly burst out and a hot aura instantly filled the air. A delicate and small figure soared into the sky, heading straight for the giant energy hand. The two collided in the blink of an eye, and Lu Yen let out a cry as her entire body was slapped down. However, the giant energy hand also dissipated under her impact, and the gloomy sky suddenly regained its clarity. Asterisk xiu xiu. Asterisk at the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A figure flickered, and before anyone could see what was going on, that figure had returned to the array base platform. It was Yang Kai who had taken advantage of Lu Yan's attack to flash to Yi Hen, Du Xian, and the others and bring them back. He was proficient in the Tao of space and caught Qiu Zhe off guard. By the time Qiu Zhe reacted, it was too late to stop him. Looking over, all the hostages and captives had been rescued by Yang Kai. Qiu Zhe's face suddenly turned gloomy. He frowned as he looked at Yang Kai and the little girl he had slapped to the ground. Yang Kai's cultivation in the third order Tao source realm might be fast, but Qiu Zhe didn't put him in his eyes. However, the little girl in the nondescript clothes actually took his attack head-on. Qiu Zhe couldn't believe his eyes. Before, he couldn't sense Lu Yan's cultivation, but at that moment, he clearly perceived that Lu Yan was at the peak of the Tao source realm. Not only was Qiu Zhe in disbelief, everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect that the one who took Qiu Zhe's attack wasn't Yang Kai, but a 7- or 8-year-old girl. How could this little girl survive the attack of a master from the Emperor realm? Didn't she see that she had been slapped into the ground by Qiu Zhe? There was a small human-shaped crater in the ground. She was probably already smashed to pieces. In an instant, everyone cast looks of disdain at Yang Kai. Even an enemy like Ruan Hongbo disdained Yang Kai's actions. He felt that this guy had a human face but a beast's heart. He actually sent such a little girl to her death. It hurt so much. A clear child's voice mixed with monstrous anger came from the human-shaped crater. In the next moment, a small head popped out. Lu Yan's face was livid. She jumped out of the crater and patted the dirt off her body. She didn't die? Luo Jin was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this little thing to survive Qiu Zhe's attack. Not only did she not die, but she also didn't seem to have any injuries on her body. What kind of monster was this? Yi Jinghan, Hua Qingxi, and the others were also dumbfounded as they stared at Lu Yan in a daze. Suddenly, Hua Qingxi's expression changed and she asked hesitantly, "Little sister Lu Yan?" When Lu Yan attacked just now, Hua Qingxi had sensed her aura. The two of them had been cultivating in the sealed world bead with Zhang Ruoxi, so they were naturally very familiar with her. Furthermore, this little girl's demeanor and appearance were clearly 70 to 80% similar to Lu Yan's. The only difference was that she was much younger. Hua Qingxi hadn't paid much attention to this little girl before. After all, it was a matter of life and death, so she didn't have time to spare. However, after realizing that this little thing might be Lu Yen, Hua Qingxi could no longer suppress the shock in her heart. But, how is this possible? Lu Yen turned around and smiled sweetly at Hua Qingxi, calling out crisply, "Sister Hua. It's Lu Yen. It's definitely Lu Yen." Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes widened in an instant as she stuttered, "You? How did you become like this?" Lu Yen replied timidly, "Master said that he likes little girls the most. The younger they are, the more he likes them, so I, huh?" Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she glared at Yang Kai. Cold sweat poured down Yang Kai's forehead like a waterfall as he reached out to wipe it. Don't listen to her nonsense, it's complete nonsense. This time, even Qi Yu and Yi Jinghan cast threatening gazes towards Yang Kai. Beast! Shameless! Scum! The three women each scolded him, each word piercing his heart, causing Yang Kai's face to turn green. Hua Qingxi coldly snorted, "You have to stay by my side in the future. Don't be alone with him. Sister Hua will protect you." "Thank you, Sister Hua." Lu Yen smiled innocently. "Are you all right? Were you injured just now?" Although she felt that Lu Yan's condition was fine, Hua Qingxi couldn't help but ask. She had fought with Qiu Zhe before and knew how powerful he was. Even she was no match for him. Naturally, she was worried that Lu Yen had been hit. "I'm very well." Lu Yen smiled faintly, but there was no smile in his eyes. There was only a bone-chilling coldness. He glanced coldly at Qiu Zhe as he spoke. When he met her gaze, Qiu Zhe's heart skipped a beat for no reason. An extremely uneasy feeling suddenly lingered in his heart. He made a prompt decision and took a step forward, shouting in a low voice, "Everyone, although the scene is touching, let's end it here. This king doesn't want to start a massacre, so I'll only give you 8 words." At this point, his voice turned cold and his killing intent surged like a tide. His voice was like the north wind from hell, causing people to shudder. "Those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish." Chapter 2342. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he took a step forward, withstanding the strong emperor pressure, and said in a deep voice, "Lu Yen, take them into the sealed world. I'll deal with this old man." Qiu Zhe was just an emperor who had just broken through and hadn't stabilized his realm yet, so Yang Kai wasn't afraid of him. Previously, in the Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world, he had even encountered a third-order Emperor Realm Corpse puppet and had even fought it. Even though he had used all his trump cards and had the help of his embodiment, he still had some experience. How could he be afraid of a mere first-order Emperor Realm Master? He now had the cultivation of the third-order Dao Source Realm, so he could test his strength on Qiu Zhe. The monstrous emperor pressure was almost tangible as it swept over them, making them feel as if they were drowning in water. They couldn't even breathe properly. Yi Hen and the others weren't in good condition to begin with. If Yang Kai wasn't standing in front of them, they would have fainted on the spot. "Master, if you don't mind, why don't you stall for a while and leave the rest to me?" Lu Yen suddenly whispered from behind. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't know where Lu Yen got her confidence from. Although she was unscathed after taking Qiu Zhe's blow head-on, and the toughness of a spirit puppet's body was clear at a glance, there were still so many masters here, not to mention Qiu Zhe from the Emperor realm. How could they be so easy to deal with? Yang Kai wasn't confident that he could defeat all of them. He planned to capture the leader of the bandits. It would be best if he could kill Qiu Zhe, or at least severely injure him. As long as he defeated Qiu Zhe, the rest of them would be in a state of disunity. However, Lu Yan's calm and confident tone made Yang Kai very curious. He didn't know what kind of trump card Lu Yen, who had a spirit puppet's body, had that gave her the courage to not put so many masters in her eyes. However, now was obviously not the time to ask. Yang Kai just asked indifferently, "How confident are you?" Lu Yen smiled coldly, 100%. Yang Kai turned to look at her in surprise. Seeing that she wasn't joking at all, he nodded and said, "All right, then I'll wait and see." 10 minutes. As Lu Yen spoke, he suddenly sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. None of them knew what she was going to do, and Yi Hen was even more anxious. She kept winking at Yang Kai, telling him to escape. Seeing this, Xianxia pondered for a while before comforting her. Sect Master Yi, don't worry. Young Master Yang has his own arrangements. He won't let anything happen to you. Yang Kai was proficient in the power of space, and this was where the array base platform was located. Even if they were defeated in the end, they could use this array formation to teleport to the secret realm, so there was nothing to be afraid of. She was curious about Lu Yan's behavior. He didn't know what she wanted to do. Hearing her say this, Yi Hen could only helplessly compromise, secretly hoping for a miracle. Sister Hua, keep an eye on them. If you can't handle it, just activate this space array and enter the secret territory, Yang Kai said. Then his aura suddenly soared. Wisps of clear and discernible power of laws lingered around his body. It ignored Xiaozai's emperor pressure as if it was nothing and cut through it like a sharp sword, instantly breaking it. You do have some skill. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. Xiaozai's expression turned cold as he exclaimed in surprise. He had already advanced to the Emperor realm, so he naturally knew the huge gap between the Emperor realm and the Dao Source realm. After his advancement, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. He was confident that he could defeat any Dao Source realm cultivator in 3 moves. He originally thought that under the suppression of his Emperor pressure, no one could move freely here, and he could do anything to anyone. But as soon as Yang Kai moved, he knew that he was wrong. There was actually a Dao Source realm cultivator in this world who could break through his Emperor pressure. The principal strength lingering around the other party was also pure and mysterious, making it difficult to grasp. Xiaozai instantly realized that Yang Kai was definitely not an ordinary Dao Source realm cultivator. Combined with Xiaxi's previous performance, he was even more convinced that these two were definitely from some great sect and had a foundation that others did not have. As he spoke, Xiaozai flew into a rage out of humiliation. He quickly formed a seal with both hands, and his Emperor pressure suddenly increased by a level. With his status as a master of the Emperor realm, it would be a joke if he allowed a Dao Source realm cultivator like Yang Kai to rush in front of him. So, Xiaozai spared no effort in this attack. In fact, it worked very quickly. As soon as he formed the seal, Yang Kai's figures suddenly froze. His calm expression turned to one of difficulty, and his movements slowed down like a ghost in an instant. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed into the sky. Luo Jin's expression was ferocious as he held the jade scepter-like artifact in his hand. He poured source qi into it with all his might as he shouted, "Die, you brat!" As he spoke, he viciously struck Yang Kai. He came here with Xiaozai to take revenge on Yang Kai. He also knew that with his ability, his chances of killing Yang Kai were slim. Back in the City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai was only a second-order Dao Source realm cultivator, yet he could not fight back. Now that Yang Kai had broken through to the third order, the gap between them had widened. It was even more impossible for Luo Jin to be his opponent. If he wanted to take revenge, he could only rely on Xiaozai's power. Now was undoubtedly the best opportunity. Yang Kai was suppressed by Xiaozai's Emperor pressure and could not display any of his strength. Once he was struck by Xiaozai's artifact, he would definitely die. In any case, Xiaozai did not care whether Yang Kai lived or died. As long as he took his corpse back and boiled it into a medicinal soup, Luo Jin felt that his actions would not offend him. At that moment, Luo Jin made his move without hesitation. All the shame and humiliation he had suffered at Yang Kai's hands erupted. With one strike, the void collapsed. The jade scepter seemed to contain a power that could destroy the heavens and earth, and a destructive aura rushed towards Yang Kai. The smile on Luo Jin's face grew even more ferocious. His pair of red eyes faintly showed the thrill of revenge, as if he could already see Yang Kai being killed by him in one strike. Even Xiaozai cooperated with Luo Jin's actions at that moment. He secretly condensed his Emperor pressure and turned it into a binding force to imprison Yang Kai's movements. Kong. The jade scepter smashed down, and a black hole appeared where Yang Kai was, leaving nothing behind in a 10-meter radius. Luo Jin landed on the ground and looked at the black hole in front of him that seemed to be the mouth of a beast. He could not help but laugh out loud. Not good. Xiaozhe shouted in a low voice as his expression changed abruptly. He had been using his emperor pressure to bind Yang Kai the entire time. The moment Luo Jin's jade scepter smashed down, he felt Yang Kai mysteriously disappear. He had no idea how Yang Kai disappeared, as if he could not grasp any trace of Yang Kai due to a moment of carelessness. There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. There was no door to hell, but you chose to throw yourself into it. The sinister voice was like a soul-stirring voice that suddenly rang out behind Luo Jin, causing his hair to stand on end and his blood to flow backward. Even the soles of his feet were cramping up. City Lord Luo, be careful. Behind you! Ruan Hongba, Mu Zheng, and the others shouted in unison as they looked behind Luo Jin in horror, as if they had seen something inconceivable. A strand of cold sweat trickled down Luo Jin's forehead. In that instant, Luo Jin's perception was magnified infinitely, and he could clearly feel the cold and murderous intent behind him. Without any hesitation, he was about to escape, but before he could do anything, he felt a slight pain in his chest. His entire body froze on the spot, and the blood and origin qi that were surging through his body completely froze at this moment. His eyes widened in horror as he lowered his head to look at his chest, only to see the tip of a large sword piercing through his chest. The bright red blood on the blade was extremely dazzling. I spared your life before, but unfortunately, City Lord Luo didn't cherish it. Since that's the case, you can die early and reincarnate early. Yang Kai snorted coldly as he stirred the myriad sword in his hand, activating his source qi. Luo Jin did not even have the chance to scream before he exploded into a bloody mist that scattered all over the ground. Luo Jin was an ungrateful person. Previously, Yang Kai spared his life because of his relationship with Luo Bing, but not only did he not restrain himself, he even repaid kindness with enmity by following Xiaozhe and the others to attack Thousand Leaves sect. Naturally, Yang Kai would not be lenient. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed Luo Jin's ring and jade scepter-like artifact before stuffing them into the sealed world bead. A cool breeze blew as Yang Kai held the myriad sword in his hand, his clothes fluttering in the wind as his murderous intent soared, as if there was no one else present. A series of gasps rang out as Mu Zheng, Ruan Hongba, and the others involuntarily took a few steps back, their faces filled with shock as they were completely dumbfounded. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that Luo Jin would die just like that. Luo Jin was a master of the Third Order Dao Source realm, and his strength was on par with theirs. None of them had the confidence to defeat him in a one-on-one fight, but now he had been killed by Yang Kai in a single exchange. And this was under the premise that Xiaozhe was suppressing him. If Xiaozhe had not been suppressing him, wouldn't he have died even faster? Who was this little brat? Could it be that he was a master of the Emperor realm who had concealed his cultivation to toy with them? Mu Zheng and the others had ugly expressions on their faces as they faintly felt that following Xiaozhe to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble was probably not a wise move. Yang Kai was only in the Third Order Dao Source realm, yet he was already able to do this. If he had advanced to the Emperor realm, how could they possibly survive? For a moment, the masters of the few great sects were filled with worry and anxiety. On the other side, Yi Hen's face was also filled with shock, but he was even more excited. Although he had long heard of Yang Kai's strength from Yi Jinghan, hearing about it was one thing, and seeing it with his own eyes was another. Thousand Leaves sect might still be saved. A sliver of light reignited within Yi Hen's originally dim eyes. Gently patting Yi Jinghan's hand, he said in a weak voice, "Jinghan, you've got a good eye. If we're able to escape from this calamity, in the future, you must definitely interact more with young Master Yang." If it weren't for the fact that Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were childhood sweethearts and had long since fallen in love with each other, he would have betrothed his daughter to Yang Kai. If such a young man with such a bright future could join Thousand Leaves sect, it would naturally be a great thing for the sect. Yes, father. Yi Jinghan's beautiful eyes also lit up, her heart filled with joy. A few days ago, Yang Kai had created a miracle in the City Lord's mansion, suppressing so many masters with his own strength that they were unable to catch their breath, and swaggering out of the city gates with his new bride. Today, in Thousand Leaves sect, with a master of the Emperor realm present, could he still create a miracle? Chapter 2343. How dare you kill someone in front of this king? How dare you, brat? Xiaozhe was enraged as he gnashed his teeth in anger. He had personally suppressed Yang Kai, yet the latter had still killed Luo Jin. If news of this were to spread, everyone would think of him as a paper tiger. This was his first battle after advancing to the Emperor realm. He had come here to establish his might, but he had not expected things to go against his wishes. Yang Kai killing Luo Jin was tantamount to slapping his face. How could Xiaozhe endure such humiliation? As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaozhe flicked his wrist and a blood-red spear appeared in his hand. The spear was covered in dense energy fluctuations and was covered in layers of barriers. It was obviously a Dao Source grade high-rank artifact. Furthermore, it was connected to Xiaozhe's mind and had been sacrificed by him. Xiaozhe had just advanced to the Emperor realm and did not have an Emperor artifact on hand. However, if he was given some time to refine and nurture this spear, he might be able to upgrade it to an Emperor artifact. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to do so. He was forced to use an artifact to deal with a Dao Source realm cultivator. Although it was a little disgraceful, Xiaozhe could not care less right now. With the spear in hand, Xiaozhe's aura rose again. The blood-red spear was closely connected to his own aura, as if the two had completely merged into one. Xiaozhe roared and took the initiative to attack, hoping to kill Yang Kai in a single blow and save face. Chi. Countless blood-red spear phantoms shot out, bombarding Yang Kai like a swarm of locusts. The entire sky suddenly turned blood-red as a thick murderous intent and violent power filled the air, causing everyone's faces to fill with shock. Yang Kai's myriad sword was waiting for an opportunity. His sword intent fluctuated. Sword waves appeared as he shouted, "Myriads of swords, one man holds the pass." At this moment he was standing between Qiyu and Xiaozhe, so there was no way for him to dodge Xiaozhe's attack. If he dodged, Qiyu and the others would definitely be enveloped by the spear waves. Xiaozhe's attack was not only a sneak attack, but also a clever use of Yang Kai's concern for Qiyu and the others. It was truly despicable. If it had been an ordinary third-order Dao Source realm, they wouldn't have been able to withstand this attack at all. They would have been blasted to smithereens by this attack. However, Yang Kai wielded an Emperor artifact and used a defensive move to neutralize Xiaozhe's power. Boom boom boom. The spear and sword radiance collided in midair, and the energy tide surged uneasily. The void trembled, and heaven and earth collapsed. Xiaozhe's expression changed abruptly. He took a step back and brandished his spear. It turned a hidden crescent blade that came along with the sword ray into powder. On the opposite side, although Yang Kai didn't move at all, blood splattered all over his body with a few sizzling sounds. He seemed to have suffered a small loss in this exchange. Xiaozhe was the Emperor realm after all. The fact that Yang Kai was able to exchange a blow with him was already a reflection of his strength. If he was really unscathed, it would be too terrifying. Brat, you dare to plot against me? Despicable. Xiaozhe was shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. He had attacked too quickly just now, so he didn't see the true appearance of the crescent blade. He only knew that the attack was very mysterious. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "Old man, don't you feel embarrassed saying that?" Xiaozhe naturally knew what he meant, but he had no intention of arguing with him. He pulled his spear and unleashed another move. It shattered the sky and headed straight for Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai was furious. This old man knew that he couldn't dodge at will, so every move was ruthless, forcing him to fight head-on. If Qiyu and the others weren't behind him, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so passive. However, he couldn't ignore the safety of Qiyu and the others. Yang Kai wasn't the only one who knew this. Everyone else saw it clearly. Wan Hongba and the others all looked embarrassed, secretly thinking that Xiaozhe didn't have the demeanor of a master from the Emperor realm at all. He was simply a hooligan. But now that everyone was tied to the same rope, they didn't dare to say anything even if they felt threatened in their hearts. "You're opening a dye house just because I gave you some face? Old dog, you're so shameless." Yang Kai roared angrily. He channeled his source energy into the myriad sword and met the attack head-on. The tip of the sword cut through all the spear lights, instantly falling apart. Qiu Zei's expression changed drastically. His opponent, a third-order Dao Source Realm cultivator, was actually on par with him. If he didn't have his companions behind him, wouldn't Qiu Zei be no match for him at all? After breaking through Qiu Zei's attack, Yang Kai didn't stop at all. With a flick of his fingers, a dozen crescent blades whistled through the air. Qiu Zei's eyes narrowed. This time, he could clearly feel that the crescent blade-like, pitch-black energy attacks contained rich spatial power. They fluctuated and changed, making it impossible for him to grasp the trajectory of the crescent blades. Spatial law! Qiu Zei exclaimed. His body trembled as his emperor intent spread out, forming an emperor territory that spanned 100 feet around him. When the emperor territory appeared, he finally figured out the direction of the crescent blades. His spear kept flicking, breaking the crescent blades one after another. In an instant, Qiu Zei was drenched in cold sweat, his expression horrified. When Yang Kai displayed extraordinary combat strength, he didn't panic too much. Even when they were evenly matched, he only felt that Yang Kai was a promising talent. But when he realized that Yang Kai was proficient in spatial law, he had a bad feeling. Spatial law was so strange and unorthodox. Ordinary people couldn't even comprehend it, much less learn it. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. There were many powerhouses in the Emperor realm in the astral plane, but how many of them truly understood spatial law? But this young man in front of him could use spatial law against his enemies, casually flicking out space blades. What did this mean? It meant that his attainments in the Tao of space had already reached the pinnacle. Such a person would definitely have a bright future and would become a great talent in the future. Wouldn't Qiu Zei be dead for sure once he succeeded in his cultivation? With this thought in mind, how could Qiu Zei still care about showing off? Only the words "cut the weeds and dig up the roots" kept flashing through his mind. He shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you attacking?" With this shout, everyone suddenly came to their senses. They had come here to cause trouble for Thousand Leaves sect, not to watch a show. Furthermore, they had killed so many of Thousand Leaves sect's disciples before, so if they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to exterminate them, once they gave Thousand Leaves sect a chance to breathe, they might just rise from the ashes and rise again. "Palace Lord Qiu, I'll help you." A loud shout rang out as a figure rushed out. To everyone's surprise, the first to respond to Qiu Zei's call was not Wan Hongbo or Mu Zheng, but Thousand Leaves sect's Shirt Song Ying. He looked like he had a deep grudge against Thousand Leaves sect, as if he couldn't wait to kill Yang Kai and the others right now. As he spoke, he summoned his artifact and sent a surge of source qi towards Yang Kai. Since Shirt Song Ying had already moved, how could Mu Zheng, Wan Hongbo, and the others just stand there and do nothing? After a brief moment of hesitation, they all gritted their teeth and acted. In an instant, more than a dozen rays of light from artifacts and secret techniques belonging to the third-order Dao Source realm enveloped Yang Kai, bombarding him with attacks. Although Yang Kai was powerful and his strength had skyrocketed after his advancement, allowing him to fight evenly against Qiu Zei, it was naturally difficult for him to fight against so many people at once. He was instantly trapped in the middle, unable to advance or retreat. In just 3 breaths of time, he was covered in blood and cut a sorry figure. After Yang Kai was trapped, the other cultivator from Sky Illumination Palace, White Cloud Tower, and Sky Peak Temple circled around the battlefield and rushed towards Qiyu's group. Hua Qingxi's face immediately turned cold when she saw this and said in a deep voice, "Miss Yi, take them back into the sealed world." Yi Jinghan asked, "What about you?" Hua Qingxi glanced at Lu Yen, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, and said, "I have to stay here." Who knew what Lu Yen was up to, but he hadn't moved since he sat down. Hua Qingxi naturally couldn't ignore him. What Hua Qingxi didn't expect was for Yi Jinghan to nod her head in response to her persuasion. "This is a matter of life and death for my Thousand Leaves sect. How can we run away?" Yi Hen also nodded. "That's right. Even as an outsider, young Master Yang was able to solve this problem for my Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi is the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect. How can I shrink back here?" Even if I have to bleed 5 steps, this old master will never leave. After he said this, the others also nodded, looking as if they had no regard for life or death. You guys are really… Hua Qingxi stamped her feet anxiously, but when she saw the resolute expressions on the faces of Yi Hen and the others, she knew that her persuasion was useless, so she could only turn her head to look at Qiyu and the others. Qiyu pursed her lips and smiled. One more person means one more strength. Elder sister, please don't try to persuade us. It wasn't easy for us to reunite with little brat Yang. If we separate again, I'm afraid we won't be able to see each other again. Hua Qingxi sighed. Knowing that it was useless to say anything, she could only say, then, everyone be careful. As they spoke, they were already surrounded by countless cultivators. However, it was unknown what these cultivators were afraid of, but they didn't immediately attack them, instead choosing to observe them vigilantly. Right at this moment, a roar suddenly rang out from Yang Kai's side. It seemed that Yang Kai was truly enraged. In the next moment, a dazzling light flashed out, devouring Yang Kai in an instant. How could Yang Kai withstand the joint attack of more than 20 cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source realm and one from the Emperor realm? At this critical juncture, he could only teleport out and appear in front of Hua Qingxi and the others in an instant. His sudden appearance gave the cultivator from the various large sects a fright, and they all retreated. Yang Kai was someone who could exchange blows with Qiuzhe and kill Luo Jin in a single blow. How could they not be afraid? In an instant, a large space was emptied out around the array base platform. The rumors are indeed true. It's a good thing to be proficient in the power of space. Qiuzhe's slightly envious tone came from the periphery. Then, the crowd took the initiative to part. With Qiuzhe in the lead, more than 10 cultivators from the Third Order Dao Source realm strolled over and stood a few dozen feet in front of Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai pursed his lips with an arrogant look on his face. Although he was no match for so many powerhouses, it was impossible for these people to kill him. Furthermore, he had retreated to the array base platform, so he could advance and retreat as he pleased. There was no fear at all. At most, he could just activate the space array and bring Qiyu and the others back to the mystic realm. Furthermore, he hadn't even used his trump card yet. Previously, he was restrained because he was afraid of harming the innocent. Now that he was here, he had no more worries. Chapter 2344. Kid, you're proficient in the power of space. I really don't have the confidence to keep you here. Qiuzhe looked at Yang Kai with a gloomy expression. He had sensed from their previous exchange that Yang Kai's strength was not inferior to his at all. It could even be said that Yang Kai was slightly stronger than him. In addition, Yang Kai was proficient in the power of space. Qiuzhe really did not have the confidence to keep him here. In other words, Yang Kai could leave at any time if he wanted to. Even if Qiuzhe was not convinced, he could only watch. In reality, Yang Kai did not leave because he still had many friends here. It was impossible for him to escape alone. Thus, Qiuzhe did not panic. He only smiled sinisterly. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. But these people… He did not say much, but the threat in his words was obvious. Old dog Qiuzhe, you're really shameless. Yi Hen roared. Qiuzhe was indifferent. He only looked at Yang Kai and said, Kid, think about it carefully. Are you going to escape on your own or stay here to share the joys and sorrows of these people? Although he said that, he was really afraid that Yang Kai would not care about these people's lives and escape alone. If that was the case, he would have to live in fear for the rest of his life. Yang Kai was already so powerful in the Third Order Dao Source realm. Once he ascended to the Emperor level, how could Sky Illumination Palace stop him? Such an enemy was either not provoked or eliminated by the roots. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Qiuzhe was gambling. He was gambling that Yang Kai would not leave these people alone. He was very confident that Yang Kai would not escape alone. As long as he did not escape, everything would be fine. He had so many powerhouses under him. Why would he be afraid that he could not kill him? He would have to pay a price today. He would have to kill Yang Kai here. Ruan Hongba and the others were obviously thinking the same thing as Qiuzhe. Thus, although their expressions were ugly, They did not retreat. They looked at Yang Kai with murderous intent. Yang Kai stood on the formation base platform and looked around. It was as if he wanted to remember each and every one of the people who made things difficult for him. Any cultivator who met his gaze was shocked. They all averted their gazes, terrified to the extreme. "Very well, you forced me to do this. I hope you won't regret it." Yang Kai grinned and a bracelet-like artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. Rich energy fluctuations pulsed from this bracelet. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the key point was that a clear trace of Emperor aura and Emperor intent spread out from the bracelet the moment it appeared. An Emperor artifact. Qiu Zei's eyes narrowed with a burning light. The others also had an expression of disbelief. All of them widened their eyes. The myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand was definitely an Emperor artifact, something they had already experienced deeply. It was already shocking enough for a Dao Source Realm cultivator to possess an Emperor artifact, but he actually had another. Where did this brat come from? How could he have so many Emperor artifacts? While Qiu Zei was terrified, his eyes were bloodshot. He had finally advanced to the Emperor realm, but he had no Emperor artifact to use. Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm cultivator, actually took out 2 Emperor artifacts at once. How could Qiu Zei not be envious? At this moment, Qiu Zei didn't even bother to guess what great force was behind Yang Kai. He only wanted to quickly destroy Yang Kai and snatch these 2 Emperor artifacts. With his current cultivation, if he had these 2 Emperor artifacts, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Qiu Zei shouted angrily and was the first to rush towards Yang Kai. When the others saw this, they didn't dare to hesitate and followed suit. The faces of Yi Hen and the others changed drastically. Their faces were ashen, feeling that they were doomed this time. Even Hua Qingxi's pretty face was solemn. However, Yang Kai didn't let them retreat into the sealed world. Hua Qingxi knew that Yang Kai must have his own plans, so she looked at him with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to see what other trump cards Yang Kai had that could withstand the attacks of so many masters. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and patted the bracelet. Immediately after, a large black mass suddenly flew out from the bracelet. A continuous buzzing sound rang out, as if an invisible hole had been opened in the bracelet. Countless black objects were released. In the blink of an eye, the array base platform was shrouded in black, leaving no room for escape. Insects. Hua Qingxi let out a delicate cry as she was finally able to clearly see what these black things were. Surprisingly, they were black insects about the size of a grain of rice. There were countless of them, and they had gathered together to form a cloud of insects, forming a protective barrier around them. Hua Qingxi could clearly sense an aura from these insects that made her feel uncomfortable. This aura was very similar to the aura of the ancient giant demon outside Maplewood City. This discovery gave Hua Qingxi a fright. How could she not know that these insects were a little strange? No matter what they were, if they had the aura of the ancient demonic qi, they definitely weren't to be trifled with. The cloud of insects appeared and buzzed, forming an impenetrable defense around the array base platform. Qiu Zei and the others attacked together, using all kinds of secret techniques and secret treasures to bombard the cloud of insects. Countless black insects were knocked dizzy and fell to the ground. Qiu Zei's solemn expression suddenly changed. He was still on guard against Yang Kai, fearing that Yang Kai would use some kind of trick, but when he saw that these strange insects couldn't even withstand a single blow, he immediately relaxed. He felt that Yang Kai had run out of tricks up his sleeve. Qiu Zei was overjoyed. Just as he was about to use his ultimate move to break through the insect cloud's defense, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly lowered his head to look at the insects on the ground. He saw that the black insects that had been swept to the ground were all unharmed. They only lightly shook their wings and became lively again. Not only that, but as if they had been attacked, these black insects all exuded a violent and ruthless aura as they pounced on the nearby martial artists. What the hell was this? Qiu Zei's heart skipped a beat, but before he could figure it out, a pitch-black insect had already pounced on him. Then, Qiu Zei suddenly felt a slight pain in his sea of consciousness, as if something had pricked him. With that, he was shocked to discover that a corner of his consciousness was missing. These black insects could actually devour his divine sense? Qiu Zhe was scared out of his wits and broke out in a cold sweat. He clearly saw that the insect had pounced on his arm through several layers of clothes. Even if he was bitten, it could only have bitten his arm. But why didn't his arm hurt? Instead, a corner of his divine sense was missing? Just as he was hesitating, he felt another slight pain in his knowledge sea. His divine sense was missing again. These black insects were strange. Qiu Zhe didn't dare to be careless. At this rate, if he didn't do anything, wouldn't his divine sense be completely devoured by these black insects? If that happened, he would definitely die. In his shock, he activated his source energy and the Imperial territory exploded, sending the insect flying. What he couldn't believe was that even so, the black insect didn't die. Instead, it persevered and pounced on him. However, it was blocked by the Imperial territory and couldn't get close to him at all. Ah! A scream pierced through the air, followed by countless screams. Those screams were extremely mournful, as if they were enduring the cruelest torture in the world. Qiu Zhe turned his head and looked. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on his heart. He saw that the cultivator of several great sects, including his own Sky Illumination Palace, were all surrounded by these black insects. The cultivator of the Third Order Dao Source Realm and the Second Order Dao Source Realm were better off. Although they were in a sorry state, their lives weren't in danger. However, the cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm and the Origin King Realm were in a miserable state. They couldn't avoid the black insects at all. Many of them were covered by the black insects and could no longer be seen. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators surrounded by the black insects fell silent. When the black insects dispersed, all of them were lying motionless on the ground. Their bodies weren't damaged at all, but their scattered and frightened eyes showed that they had encountered something extremely frightening before they died. How could Qiu Zhe not know that these cultivators' divine sense had been devoured by these black insects? He himself had suffered such an attack. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been lying on the ground by now. Swathes of cultivator fell, struggling and wriggling, but no one could escape the fate of death. In just 5 breaths, more than half of the cultivator of several great sects had died. This was simply a massacre, a one-sided massacre that was devoid of humanity. Not to mention Ruan Hongbo and the others, even the initiator, Yang Kai, showed a look of horror after seeing this scene. This was the first time he had used the soul-devouring insects against an enemy since he had completely subdued them. Although he knew that the soul-devouring insects could play a big role, he didn't expect them to be so powerful when their numbers reached a certain level. The situation in front of him stunned him. Soul-devouring insects continued to fly out of the insect enslavement bracelet. When the last soul-devouring insect flew out of the insect enslavement bracelet, there were more than 1 million soul-devouring insects in the valley. Dark clouds of insects gathered around the cultivator who was still suffering in pain, waiting for an opportunity to take a bite out of them. No matter what kind of defensive artifact these cultivators summoned, they couldn't stop the soul-devouring insects from devouring them. Even the source qi in the cultivator's body was now considered delicious food by the insects. More and more cultivator fell dead on the ground. The Origin King Realm cultivator of the First Order Dao Source Realm had long since died. Under the siege of the soul-devouring insects, these weaker cultivators had no power to fight back. Gradually, the Second Order Dao Source Realm cultivator couldn't hold on any longer. Their source qi and divine sense were devoured by the soul-devouring insects. Although their bodies weren't damaged at all, they still couldn't escape the fate of death. However, even with all their strength, they couldn't kill even one soul-devouring insect. The vitality of the evolved soul-devouring insects seemed to be extremely tenacious. Even if they were occasionally knocked unconscious by the cultivator, they would soon wake up and rejoin the battle. Yi Hen and the others were stunned. Hua Qingxi and the others were also stunned. Each and every one of them stood on the platform of the array base, looking at this inhumane slaughter. Their feelings were extremely complicated. These people were still flaunting their prowess earlier, but they didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, they would become cold corpses. How could the impermanence of the heavenly Tao be enough to describe this? Chapter 23:45. Ever since Yang Kai summoned the insect enslavement bracelet and released the soul-devouring insects, 70% of the cultivator who came to cause trouble had died in less than 30 breaths of time. Even several third-order Tao Source Realm cultivators couldn't escape this calamity. The soul-devouring insect's powerful combat strength was something Yang Kai hadn't expected. It was easy to imagine that even someone like Qiu Zhe from the Emperor Realm would be killed by them if given more time. Ruan Hongba and the others were scared out of their wits. They had come with Qiu Zhe to avenge the deaths of Katian and the others, but not only did they fail to do so, but they also suffered heavy losses. This had already damaged the foundation of Sky Peak Temple, and the people he brought were all elites of Sky Peak Temple. The same was true for the other sects, each of them suffering heavy losses. At this point, he already regretted coming to Thousand Leaves sect. If he hadn't come, how could this have happened? He could have hugged his two beautiful female disciples, drinking and singing. Ruan Hongba couldn't hold on any longer as Qiu Zhe was unable to turn the tide. Seeing all the familiar and unfamiliar cultivators fall dead around him, Ruan Hongba couldn't hold on any longer. If he stayed in this situation, only death would await him. He tried his best to circulate his source qi, shaking off the soul-devouring insects that had gathered around him as he roared, "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed out of the valley. The others didn't dare delay, and they all used their movement skills to fly out. "You want to leave now? It's too late. All of you stay here." A crisp voice suddenly rang out. On the platform of the array base, Lu Yen, who had been motionless with her beautiful eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her clear gem-like eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Ever since the battle began, Lu Yen had been sitting there cross-legged, motionless. No one knew what she was doing, not even Yang Kai. At this moment, seeing her suddenly move, he naturally couldn't help but look at her curiously. Lu Yen suddenly formed a seal with her two small hands and shouted, "Azure Dragon." After forming the seal, she directly blasted towards a nearby mountain peak. This mountain peak had an extremely strange shape. It looked as if a real dragon was crouching there. As the imprint entered, the mountain suddenly buzzed. Then, a powerful aura suddenly spread out from the inside of the mountain. At the same time, the mountain that had been silent for tens of thousands of years seemed to have been given life. The vegetation on the mountain swayed and the rocks cracked. On the dragon head of the mountain, two huge eyes suddenly opened. It contained supreme dragon might. Rumble, the mountain peak suddenly soared into the sky. Along with the falling rubble, a colossus that was hundreds of meters long suddenly appeared in the sky. This colossus shook its head and wagged its tail, exuding a magnificent aura. Everyone froze on the spot. Under the pressure of the dragon's might, everyone felt a sense of insignificance, as if they were insignificant ants in front of the Azure Dragon. True dragon? Hua Qingxi's beautiful eyes narrowed as she stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. She simply couldn't believe that such a true dragon was actually hiding under a mountain peak in Thousand Leaves sect. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. This true dragon did not have the slightest hint of life. Although its dense dragon might was extremely clear, it was definitely not a living creature. A heaven puppet. Yi Hen was completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened as he stared blankly at the Azure Dragon in the sky. In an instant, tears streamed down his face as he stretched out his hand, seemingly wanting to hold the Azure Dragon in his hand. He choked with sobs and cried out involuntarily, "That's a heaven puppet." "Father, you're saying that this is our Thousand Leaves sect's heaven-grade puppet?" Yi Jinghan immediately understood what Yi Hen meant, causing her to feel extremely shocked. Many of Thousand Leaves sect's secret arts and secret techniques had been lost for tens of thousands of years, causing their Tao of puppetry to plummet. Not to mention the heaven-grade puppets, even the earth-grade puppets in the square were not something that anyone in Thousand Leaves sect could control. As for the heaven puppet, even Yi Jinghan did not know where it was hidden. Yi Hen had never mentioned this to her before. It turned out that the heaven puppet had always been right under her nose. Yi Jinghan raised her eyes to look around, looking at the oddly shaped mountain peaks of various sizes in the distance. It turned out that these mountains were where the heaven puppets were hidden. After tens of thousands of years of being exposed to the elements and covered in dust, they had all been hidden under these mountains, quietly sleeping. Today, after tens of thousands of years, a heaven puppet had finally been awakened, flying into the sky and revealing its magnificent figure. This was an inconceivable matter. Furthermore, the one who had awakened and controlled this heaven-grade puppet was not a member of Thousand Leaves sect, but a little girl of 7 or 8 years of age who had never been seen before. Yi Hen looked at the azure dragon in the sky, then back at Lu Yen, his old eyes burning with passion. He did not know why this little girl was able to control the heaven puppet, but he knew that she was with Yang Kai. In other words, Yang Kai should have found the lost secret arts and secret techniques of Thousand Leaves sect. Thousand Leaves sect was truly saved. Yang Kai raised his brow. After thinking about it for a moment, he vaguely understood why Lu Yen was able to control the heaven-grade puppet. This was most likely related to her current soul puppet body. Perhaps her soul puppet body possessed the ability to control the heaven puppets. No wonder she had asked him to delay for a while and left the rest to her. So this was the reason. Since Lu Yen could even control the heaven-grade puppet, it was indeed enough to sweep through this place. Even though this heaven-grade puppet had been sleeping for countless years, Yang Kai could still feel that it definitely possessed the strength of the Emperor Realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary one from the Emperor Realm. The tyrannical aura radiating from the Azure Dragon heaven-grade puppet was in no way inferior to the corpse puppets in Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world. Within the Thousand Leaves sect, the disciples who were either hiding or injured suddenly let out shouts and cries. Their shouts and cries rang out in all directions. Even though no one had told them, they could still sense that this was the sect's heaven-grade puppet. The disciples were proud of the sect, and the sect was proud of the disciples. The heaven-grade puppet's reappearance after tens of thousands of years was a sign of Thousand Leaves sect's prosperity. Every Thousand Leaves sect disciple's heart surged with excitement, unable to control themselves. On the other side, Xianxia, who was fleeing in panic, was dumbfounded. A wave of regret surged from the depths of his heart, almost causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was the leader of Thousand Leaves sect's new faction, and had always felt that the sect should not be so rigid in adhering to the Tao of puppetry left behind by their ancestors. Instead, they should learn other secret arts and secret techniques to increase the strength of Thousand Leaves sect. As such, his relationship with Yi Hen had never been very harmonious. This time, when Qiu Zhe brought people to Thousand Leaves sect to cause trouble and revealed a bit of the Emperor Realm's cultivation, Xianxia immediately betrayed them. Not only did he launch a sneak attack and injure Yi Hen, he even activated the sect defending array. Otherwise, Thousand Leaves sect would not have suffered so many casualties. Thousand Leaves sect's sect defending array was not that easy to break. Xianxia originally thought that after today's matter, he would be able to become Thousand Leaves sect's sect master and wield the authority of the sect, carrying out his ideals. However, to his disappointment, just a single Yang Kai was enough to render them powerless. And now, even a heaven puppet had reappeared in the world. Xianxia's intestines turned green with regret. If he had known that a heaven puppet would be awakened one day, why would he have needed to scheme so insidiously? Wouldn't it have been better to just obediently be his vice sect master? He might even have been able to get a heaven puppet to play with. At that time, even Qiu Zhe would have to act according to his wishes. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. A scene that caused Xianxia to feel even more despair appeared. After awakening the Azure Dragon heaven puppet, Lu Yen formed a seal with both hands and slapped it towards another mountain range. That mountain range also looked like a monster beast, and it was a bird-type monster beast at that. However, no one knew what it looked like. Vermilion bird. The mountain range rumbled, accompanied by the crisp cry of a bird. The celestial puppet Vermilion bird, whose entire body was covered in red flames, soared into the sky. The grass, trees, and stones that had covered its body for tens of thousands of years fell down with a crash. Its beautiful and powerful figure was clearly visible. White tiger! Lu Yen formed a seal again. A tiger's roar resounded through the forest as the third mountain peak collapsed. A huge, snow-white tiger leapt out, its fangs flickering with a cold light that caused one to shudder. Black tortoise! The fourth mountain peak shattered, and the gigantic black tortoise heavenly puppet slowly crawled out. Its sturdy and spacious shell could even carry an entire city. Yi Hen's entire body was shaking as his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in excitement. He stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He never thought that he would be able to see a heaven puppet reappear in this world in his lifetime. Not only that, 4 heaven puppets had been awakened at once. Yi Hen felt hot blood boiling in his heart. He felt that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. How dare you hit me? I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Lu Yen glared at Qiu Zhe hatefully, her small face filled with killing intent. It was obvious that she still held a grudge against Qiu Zhe for slapping her into the ground. As soon as she finished speaking, she clapped her hands together, and an almost imperceptible will suddenly gushed out. The next moment, the 4 heaven puppets suddenly moved, each occupying a corner and sealing off the area. 4 heaven puppets kill! Lu Yen cried out. An invisible connection connected the 4 heaven puppets. A fierce power gushed out from the heaven puppets and poured into the sealed area, forming a murderous aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world. Qiu Zhe was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar as he trembled uneasily. In front of this complex power, he felt that he, who had just broken through to the Emperor realm, was as vulnerable as a piece of paper. Chi-Chi, the invisible power cut Qiu Zhe's body like sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood and his bones were exposed. He screamed in agony. The scene was extremely tragic. He begged for mercy loudly, but Lu Yen was unmoved. She activated the seal even more fiercely, and the murderous aura of the 4 heaven puppets became even more ferocious. In less than 10 breaths of time, Qiu Zhe's flesh and blood were completely gone. All that was left was a skeleton that collapsed with a loud crash. Before Qiu Zhe died, the cultivator of the major sects had already been scattered by the murderous aura of the 4 heaven puppets' kill. This 4 heaven puppets' kill seemed to be a formation set up with the 4 heaven puppets as the foundation. Even Qiu Zhe couldn't withstand it for 10 breaths of time, so how could the others? Ruan Hongba and the others exploded into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Chapter 2346. The stench of blood soared into the sky. The sealed space had almost turned into a living hell. Shirt Song-ing had used some kind of trump card to not die immediately. Instead, he burned his blood essence madly as he struggled at death's door, but as the aura of death approached, he could only cry and plead, "Sectmaster, I was wrong. Sectmaster, please spare my life. I will definitely repent." At this moment he finally understood that he had chosen the wrong side. If he had known that the heavenly puppets left behind by his ancestor were so powerful, how could he have betrayed them? He would have been even more enthusiastic than Yi Hen in studying the secret technique to control the heavenly puppets. But what was the point of thinking about this now? These 4 heavenly puppets hadn't even made a move when they appeared. All they had done was form a killing array, yet it was enough to wipe out the entire land of invasion. How could he live alone? He could only plead with Yi Hen, hoping that Yi Hen would spare his life for the sake of their friendship over the years. Lu Yen turned to look at Yi Hen and asked for his opinion. Yi Hen's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "The moment you attacked me and opened the sect's mountain defending array, you were no longer a member of Thousand Leaves sect." Shirt Song-ing was shocked and shouted, "Master, this sure has been loyal to the sect all these years. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. Please spare my life, sect master." Yi Hen slowly shook his head and said to Lu Yen, "Young lady, please do it. I don't want to hear him speak again." If it was said that Shirt Song-ing had always been at odds with him due to their conflicting ideals, Yi Hen would not have killed him. After all, no matter what, Shirt Song-ing was still considering the future of the sect and finding a way out for the sect. Even if he had some selfish motives, it was only natural. Once upon a time, Yi Hen had also doubted whether it was right for him to adhere to the Tao of puppetry. However, he should never have taken the initiative to open the mountain defending array and allowed the sect's disciples to be slaughtered. If he let Song go today, how could the thousands of disciples who had died rest in peace? Therefore, Song had to die. Lu Yen gently nodded when she heard this. With a single move of her divine sense, the killing force of the 4 divine beasts blasted toward Song. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Song-Ying's body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. In an instant, it swelled up and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even its bones remained. At this point, not a single cultivator who had invaded the Thousand Leaves sect remained. All of them had died in this valley. Lu Yen formed a seal with both hands, and the 4 symbols' heavenly puppets slowly retracted their killing aura. They once again prostrated themselves on the ground, motionless. The smell of blood was extremely strong. The valley was silent. Yi Hen turned his head and looked around. Although he was gratified, he still looked sad. Thousand Leaves sect's losses were not small this time, and if not for Yang Kai's appearance at the last moment to delay them, even their foundation might have been destroyed. The only thing that made Yi Hen feel fortunate was that Yang Kai returned safely from the secret realm and even brought back the secret technique to control the heavenly centipedes. "Father!" Yi Jinghan called out softly as she supported her aged father. Seeing his doddering appearance, her eyes could not help but turn red. Yi Hen waved his hand and cupped his fists towards Yang Kai. "Yi Hen and the entire Thousand Leaves sect will never forget young Master Yang's kindness." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "There's no need to be so polite, Sect Master Yi. I didn't put in much effort. It's all thanks to your esteemed sect's heavenly centipede that we were able to defeat the enemy in one fell swoop." While they were talking, he glanced at the 4 symbols' heavenly centipede and thought about how good it would be if he could bring it along with him. He had personally witnessed the might of the 4 symbols' heavenly centipede. Although using it to kill Chiuze and the others was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, Yang Kai was sure that the 4 symbols' heavenly centipede had not even used 1/100th of its might in the battle just now. If the full might of this heavenly centipede was unleashed, who knew what kind of scene it would be? After a short pause, he spoke again. "I'm sure Sect Master Yi has a lot of things to deal with after the battle, so we won't disturb you any further. We'll talk about it in detail after Sect Master Yi is done with the sect's matters." Yi Hen naturally knew what he was referring to, and also knew that this wasn't a good time to talk, so he immediately nodded. All right. Jing Han, bring young Master Yang and his friends to rest. I'll pay them a visit after I'm done with the sect's matters." Yi Jinghan led Yang Kai and the others back to the main hall of the main peak before turning around and leaving. There were currently many things to be done in Thousand Leaves sect. Not only did the sect's grand array need to be repaired, there were also many injured disciples that needed to be taken care of. Naturally, Yi Jinghan couldn't remain here. After she left, Chi Yu and the others suddenly turned their gazes towards Yang Kai with questioning looks on their faces. Today's events had happened too suddenly, and there were many things that they didn't understand. Yang Kai said, "Let's talk in my room." A moment later, everyone arrived at Yang Kai's room. Yang Kai smiled faintly and introduced Hua Qingxi to everyone. Although he had previously instructed Hua Qingxi to protect Chi Yu and the others, Hua Qingxi had never shown her face in front of them. It was only when Song sent people to capture them that Hua Qingxi suddenly attacked and injured them. However, she had never introduced herself, only telling Chi Yu and the others that she was Yang Kai's friend. Now that they heard Yang Kai's explanation, they finally understood that Hua Qingxi's actions had been secretly ordered by Yang Kai. Then, who is this little sister? Chi Yu looked at Lu Yen blankly. She couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Yen was a little strange. This strangeness didn't mean that he was dangerous, but rather that she felt that Lu Yan's aura was very different from others. What's more, a little girl who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old actually had the strength of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. This was somewhat inconceivable. Compared to Lu Yen, Chi Yu and the others felt that they were simply too weak. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain his relationship with Lu Yen, but Lu Yen directly stood up and bowed. "Master servant, Lu Yen greets Master." "Master? Servant?" Qiyu looked at Yang Kai strangely and coldly snorted, I didn't know that you had such a hobby. Aio also looked at Yang Kai with a sarcastic expression and said, Do Shui Yu and the others know about this? Of these two, one was his mother-in-law, and the other was his father-in-law. Although they weren't family, they were still Yang Kai's elders. When they considered things, they would think from Shanqing Luo's and Shui Yu's perspectives. They were afraid that Yang Kai would change his mind after coming to the Flower astral boundary and forget about his companions in the territory of the Homeland Star, so their tone was harsh and threatening. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, Lu Yen, the mental connection between us has been broken. From now on, you are free to do whatever you want. There's no need to call me that anymore. Lu Yen wrinkled her little nose and said, Master doesn't want me anymore? Yang Kai said, Of course not. What I mean is that since you are free now, you can do whatever you want in the future. If you are willing to follow me, that would be great, but if you want to act alone, that's up to you. After Lu Yen obtained the soul puppet, the mental connection between her and Yang Kai was broken, so Lu Yen was indeed free now. She had her own thoughts and body. It could be said that she was now a living person, just that the structure of her body was different from that of an ordinary person. Hearing this, Lu Yen thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, In that case, I choose to follow Master. Master, please don't drive me away. Hua Qingxi glared at her and snorted, How dare you? When did I drive her away? Yang Kai looked wronged. After thinking for a moment, he quickly changed the subject. By the way, Lu Yen, that soul puppet? As if knowing what Yang Kai was thinking before he could finish, Lu Yen sternly said, Controlling the heavenly puppets consumes too much energy. It's not just me but the heavenly puppets themselves. Just now, I estimate that it consumed at least 1,000,000 source crystals. Source crystals? 1,000,000? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Lu Yen nodded and said, Yes, there are a lot of source crystals stored in the heavenly puppets' bodies, so I can control them, and they must be high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. The 4 beast heavenly puppets had only taken action for less than 30 breaths of time, and they had only formed the all-4 beast slaughtering array. Even so, they had consumed 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals, which was equivalent to 100 million low-rank source crystals. What kind of concept was that? Although the heavenly puppets are powerful, they still need to have enough capital to use them, Lu Yen added. If that's the case, aren't those heavenly puppets just decorations in Thousand Leaves sect? Yang Kai estimated that Thousand Leaves sect definitely didn't have enough source crystals to make the heavenly puppets move again, so even if he gave them their secret arts and secret techniques, they wouldn't be able to increase their strength. Of course not. Lu Yen shook his head and explained, The heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect have 2 sources of energy. One is the source crystals stored in their bodies, and the other is the earth veins of Thousand Leaves sect. Yang Kai's expression changed. You mean the earth veins in the sealed world? Lu Yen said, That's right. Previously, you only repaired the sealed world spirit array and didn't completely open the entrance, so you couldn't use the power of the earth veins. However, if the entrance is completely opened, the heavenly puppets will be able to use the power of the earth veins to move. At that time, the amount of source crystals consumed will be greatly reduced, so Thousand Leaves sect should be able to afford it. After a pause, she continued, But if Master wants to get 1 or 2 heavenly puppets to play with, you can only use source crystals to make them move. Understood, Yang Kai gently nodded. If he took the heavenly puppets with him, he definitely wouldn't be able to use the power of the earth veins, but he had the earth vein orb which was right below the medicine garden, and he also had a lot of source crystals. So, even if he knew that the consumption was huge, Yang Kai still wanted to get 1 or 2 heavenly puppets with him. These things could display the strength of the Emperor realm, so they were definitely good things. After an hour, everyone left Yang Kai's residence and returned to their rooms to meditate and cultivate. Today's battle had made Qiyu and the others realize that their cultivation was insufficient. In the territory of Homeland Star, each of them was an overlord, and the cultivation star they were on would tremble with a stomp of their feet. However, in the star boundary, they were just insignificant characters. They desperately wanted to increase their strength. Chapter 2347. In his room, Yang Kai sent his divine sense into the insect enslavement bracelet to check on the condition of the soul-devouring insects. He was extremely satisfied with the performance of the soul-devouring insects in today's battle. It could even be said that they had exceeded his expectations. These insects were definitely a powerful weapon in group battles. Even the masters of the Third Order Dao Source realm were unable to resist their siege. If they were nurtured for a while longer and evolved again, perhaps even the Emperor realm would have to retreat. However, the time required to nurture the soul-devouring insects was too long and the consumption was definitely not small. Yang Kai needed to buy a large amount of spirit grasses and throw them into the insect enslavement bracelet so that this Emperor artifact could transform the medicinal efficacies of these spirit grasses into nutrients suitable for the growth of the soul-devouring insects. This kind of thing could not be rushed. The soul-devouring insects were ranked very high in the exotic insect book and were ranked 11th on the heaven list. Yang Kai also had many other exotic insects in his insect enslavement bracelet. Although they were not ranked as high as the soul-devouring insects, they should still be able to play a significant role. Yang Kai felt that if he had the time in the future, he should find an opportunity to study the exotic insects sealed in the insect enslavement bracelet. Who knows, he might be able to use them at some point in time. In today's battle, the soul-devouring insects had devoured a lot of the cultivator's soul and source chi and seemed to have grown a little, but it was not obvious. However, Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised that the soul-devouring insects could now even devour source chi. In the past, the soul-devouring insects could only devour spiritual energy. From the looks of it, they had indeed grown a lot. 3 days later, Yi Hen came to visit. Yang Kai naturally received him warmly. The situation in Thousand Leaves sect had been settled, and the dead and injured disciples had all been properly taken care of. Although Thousand Leaves sect had suffered heavy losses this time, this was not necessarily a bad thing. The new faction led by Shirtsong Ing had been completely annihilated, leaving only the disciples and elders who were loyal to the sect. Now that the entire Thousand Leaves sect was of one mind and they had Tian Ho under their command, it was only a matter of time before they would be able to restore their former glory. Yi Hen had yet to recover from his injuries. The battle a few days ago had cost him a lot. When Yang Kai saw him, his face was still pale and his aura was unstable. Yi Jinghan had been by his side the entire time. Yang Kai also knew why Yi Chong was looking for him, so he didn't say anything after taking a seat. He directly handed over the ring that Yi Chong had given him. Yi Hen took it with trembling hands and looked at Yang Kai expectantly, hoping that he would give her the answer she wanted to hear. Yang Kai smiled and said, "This is the ring that Senior Yi Chong gave me. There should be many cultivation techniques and secret arts of your sect in it." Yi Hen heard this. His body trembled as tears streamed down his face. The wish of his ancestors for tens of thousands of years had finally been realized in his generation. However, he quickly realized that something was amiss and said in surprise, "Young Master Yang, you said earlier that it was Ancestor Yi Chong who gave you this ring? Could it be?" Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Senior Yi Chong is already dead. I only communicated with a strand of his divine sense that he left behind. He instructed me to bring this ring to you." After listening to Yang Kai's description of what happened in the sealed world, Yi Hen's face was filled with shock as he muttered, "Ancestor Yi Chong actually dabbled in the corpse puppet Dao." This, if not for Yang Kai's words, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. The corpse puppet technique was a forbidden technique in Thousand Leaves sect, so why would Yi Chong research it? Furthermore, he had actually refined Yi Hen into a corpse puppet. However, Yang Kai clearly had no reason to lie to him. The fact that he brought Yi Chong's ring out and gave it to Yi Hen was enough to explain everything. After being in a daze for a long time, Yi Hen stood up and bowed. "Young Master Yang has shown great kindness to Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi Hen will never forget this. Please accept this bow from this Yi Hen." Yi Jinghan also hurriedly bowed in greeting. Yang Kai helped him up and said, "Sect Master Yi is being too serious. It was just a small matter." Yi Hen knew that this wasn't a small matter. Yang Kai had entered the sealed world and encountered Yi Chong's corpse puppet, so he must have experienced an earth-shattering battle. However, Yang Kai didn't explain the details of the battle, so Yi Hen didn't know how dangerous it was. Young Master Yang will be a friend of Thousand Leaves sect in the future. If you have any requests, Thousand Leaves sect will definitely not refuse. Yi Hen said seriously. Yang Kai smiled and said, Sect Master Yi, you should first take a look at the things in this ring and see if they are what you think they are. Alright. Yi Hen was also somewhat impatient to find out if the sect's lost secret arts and secret techniques were in this ring, so he immediately began to break the restrictions on the ring without any intention of avoiding arousing suspicion. Yi Jinghan stood to the side, watching with both anticipation and apprehension. This ring could only be opened with the power of one's bloodline, so the restrictions weren't very hard to break. However, if one didn't have the power of one's bloodline to forcefully break the restrictions, the ring would immediately be destroyed. In less than 10 breaths of time, a streak of light flashed across the simple and unadorned space ring, and Yang Kai immediately knew that the restrictions had been broken. Yi Hen's divine sense surged, and he began to investigate the contents of the ring, his expression fluctuating endlessly. After a long while, Yi Hen retracted his divine sense and sighed heavily. Father! Yi Jinghan's heart skipped a beat when she saw his expression, thinking that the things in the ring had disappointed him, causing her face to instantly change. Yi Hen waved his hand and said, The lost items are all here. Then why is father sighing like that? Yi Jinghan looked at Yi Hen with a puzzled expression. It was a good thing that they had found the lost secret arts and secret techniques. This meant that Thousand Leaves sect had the capital to gradually grow stronger, and they would no longer be bullied and powerless in the future. Yi Hen smiled bitterly. It's nothing. Jinghan, you can leave first. I have some things to discuss with young Master Yang. Yi Jinghan hesitated for a moment, but still nodded, yes. After saying that, she nodded towards Yang Kai before slowly retreating. After Yi Jinghan left, Yi Hen looked at Yang Kai with a troubled expression, as though he found it difficult to speak. Sect Master Yi, you can speak frankly, Yang Kai said with a faint smile. Yi Hen said, Then this Yi will offend you. May I ask what young Master Yang thinks of my daughter, Jinghan? Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately felt that something was amiss. However, he still replied truthfully, Miss Yi has a firm and kind heart. Not bad. Having interacted with Yi Jinghan for a period of time, Yang Kai still had a good impression of her despite not having a deep relationship with her. How much does my daughter's appearance rate in young Master Yang's eyes? Yi Hen asked again. Yang Kai thought to himself, Is this old man for real? After pondering for a moment, he said, Those who love her will naturally think that she is as beautiful as a fairy. I'm afraid that Sect Master Yi won't be able to ask me about this. Why don't you ask Brother Du Xian? Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yi Hen couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. Cupping his fists, he said, Young Master Yang, this Yi earnestly requests that you take my daughter as your wife and take over Thousand Leaves sect. This Yi heard that young Master Yang doesn't belong to a sect. This Yi is willing to? Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and said indifferently, Sect Master Yi, I can't break up an affectionate couple. Furthermore, I have no intention of joining Thousand Leaves sect. Yi Hen smiled bitterly. Young Master Yang must think that this old master is a snobbish person who would sacrifice his daughter's future happiness for his own selfish desires. However, this old master doesn't have much time left. There is no one in Thousand Leaves sect who is qualified for the position of sect master. If this old master passes away, where will the sect go? Yang Kai frowned. Du Xian is a good successor. Yi Hen sighed. Du Xian is indeed a good child, but his cultivation is still not enough. Yang Kai smiled. Du Xian is a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. May I ask how high Sect Master Ye's cultivation was when he took over as Sect Master? Yi Hen was stunned. Thinking back to when he took over as Sect Master, he was only in the first-order Dao Source Realm. Du Xian was a minor realm higher than him at that time. Yang Kai continued, What's more, your noble sect's heavenly puppets can be controlled again. There are no masters within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, so what is Sect Master Yi afraid of? Yi Hen's eyes gradually brightened as he nodded. Young Master Yang is right. Since the heavenly puppets can be controlled again, what is this old master afraid of? It's just that this old master doesn't have much time left. If this old master had 10 more years, this old master would definitely be able to break through to the Emperor realm. At that time, Thousand Leaves sect would truly have nothing to fear. Yang Kai's expression changed as he asked, "Does sect Master Yi think that 10 years is enough for you to break through to the Emperor realm?" Yi Hen smiled. "This old master's secret art is flawed. Now that I have obtained the things left behind by old ancestor Yi Chong, if I can't break through to the Emperor realm in 10 years, wouldn't this old master have lived in vain?" Being able to break through to the third order Dao source realm despite cultivating a flawed secret art, Yang Kai understood that Yi Hen's aptitude was definitely top-notch. It was just that he was born into a poor family. Now that he had obtained the lost secret art, it was enough to make up for that flaw. 10 years might really be enough for him to break through to the Emperor realm. It's a pity, this old master doesn't have that much time. Yi Hen sighed heavily, feeling sad for his troubled fate. It was precisely because he didn't have much time that he came up with such a terrible idea. He wanted to let Yang Kai marry Yi Jinghan as his wife. However, after being enlightened by Yang Kai, his mind became clear and he no longer bothered about this matter. After speaking, Yi Hen stood up and said, "I've disturbed young Master Yang today. This old master wants to take a look at that sealed world, so I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai said, "Since that's the case, please take care, Sect Master Yi." After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Sect Master Yi, I might have something to trouble you with in a few days' time." Yi Hen smiled. "It's this old master's and Thousand Leaves sect's honor that young Master Yang needs this old master's help. When the time comes, just ask. Then I'll thank Sect Master Yi in advance." Yi Hen had made this trip for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to ask Kai Yang if he had obtained the lost secret art and secret technique. He was already satisfied with this, and secondly, he wanted to propose a marriage for Yi Jinghan. Unfortunately, he was rejected by Kai Yang. However, after being rejected, not only was he not disappointed, he even breathed a sigh of relief. He had always been aware of the matter between Yi Jinghan and Du Xian, and knew that the two of them were in love with each other. If Yang Kai had really agreed to marry Yi Jinghan, Yi Hen was afraid that he would no longer have the face to face his daughter and disciple. The two of them would definitely hate him for the rest of their lives. However, for the sake of the sect, he had no choice but to make such a proposal. Now that he thought about it, he had been a little desperate. From the beginning to the end, he did not ask about Lu Yen, as if he did not see Lu Yen controlling Tianhou. He also did not ask about Lu Yan's origins or why he had come out of the sealed world with Yang Kai. Chapter 2348. After sending Yi Hen off, Yang Kai greeted Qi Yu and the others before entering secluded cultivation. The cultivation of Qi Yu and the others was still too low. If they wanted to cultivate, they needed pills, so Yang Kai entered secluded cultivation to refine some pills for them. During this time, he had obtained a lot of spirit grasses and spirit medicines, enough to refine enough pills for Qi Yu and the others to cultivate to the Emperor realm. This was especially true for source condensing pills, which were extremely important to Qi Yu and the others. Inside Yang Kai's room, the only sound that could be heard was the crackling of the furnace. Yang Kai was completely immersed in his alchemy. His level of alchemy had always been on par with his cultivation, so he rarely needed to buy pills since he started cultivating. He could refine the pills he needed and was self-sufficient. After advancing to the third order Dao source realm in the Thousand Leaves sect's sealed world, Yang Kai felt that his alchemy skills were becoming more and more proficient. He could usually refine 7 or 8 source condensing pills in a single furnace, and if he was lucky, he could even refine 9 source condensing pills. One had to know that even if an emperor-grade alchemist personally refined source condensing pills, they could only refine 9 source condensing pills in a single furnace. 9 was the limit, and it was also the maximum number of source condensing pills in a single furnace. Not only that, but the quality of the source condensing pills he refined was also extremely good. Almost 1/10 of the total number of source condensing pills had formed pill veins. This was the case for source condensing pills, and it was the same for other spirit pills. During the first month of his secluded cultivation, Yang Kai still had to pay attention to the control of the flames, the carving of the spirit arrays, and the timing of the herbs when he was refining. As time went by, refining Dao source-grade spirit pills became as simple as eating and drinking for him. It was a completely subconscious action, and he didn't need to think too much about it. In his spare time while refining pills, he even had time to cultivate. Furnace after furnace of spirit pills were refined, and Yang Kai's alchemy skills rose sharply. At the same time, his newly promoted third-order Dao source realm cultivation also slowly stabilized. He was no longer as superficial as before. After the second month, Yang Kai had consumed all the Dao source-grade spirit grasses and spirit medicines he had on him and refined them into pills. By the third month, he had already started using emperor-grade medicinal ingredients to refine pills. After experimenting with more than a dozen batches of herbs, he finally managed to refine a furnace of emperor-grade low-rank spirit pills. The appearance of this furnace of emperor-grade low-rank spirit pills meant that Yang Kai's alchemy level had truly entered the realm of an emperor-grade alchemist. It was just that he was still not very skilled at the level of an emperor-level alchemist. He needed a large amount of spirit herbs to practice. But even so, an emperor-grade alchemist was extremely rare in the entire star boundary. As long as Yang Kai leaked this news, there wouldn't be a single sect that wouldn't rush to recruit him. Yang Kai naturally wouldn't reveal the secret that he was an emperor-grade alchemist. From beginning to end, he had only studied alchemy for the sake of his own cultivation. He had never thought about how far he would go on the path of alchemy. Being able to grow to this extent could only be said to be a coincidence. If he was really roped in by a large sect, then he wouldn't have time to cultivate in the future. He would have to deal with herbs all day long and then refine pills for those large sects. Now that he thought about it, the heavenly alchemy tone he had triggered on Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce's main star, Water Moon Star, was the fundamental reason why he could become an emperor-grade alchemist. Without that heavenly alchemy tone, he would never have been able to grow to this extent. The heavenly voice of the Tao of alchemy had been taught to him by the heavenly Tao. It had taught him many of the ultimate mysteries of the Tao of alchemy that had been born since the beginning of the world. His current pill condensing technique, the Nine Heavens Profound Pill Method, was precisely because of that opportunity that he had comprehended. After being promoted to an emperor-grade alchemist, Yang Kai began to use a batch of special spirit herbs to refine pills. This batch of special spirit herbs was the one he had obtained from Thousand Leaves Sect's sealed world. It was a batch of spirit herbs obtained from Emperor Heaven Valley. Because they grew in Emperor Heaven Valley all year round, each of them had absorbed the Emperor intent and Emperor aura of Emperor Heaven Valley. Spirit pills refined from this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits would definitely perfectly inherit the Emperor intent and Emperor aura. In other words, if one took these spirit pills, they would be able to thoroughly comprehend the mysteries of Emperor intent and Emperor aura from the inside out. It could help a cultivator in the third-order Dao source realm comprehend the Emperor realm's realm. The effects of the spirit pills themselves were secondary. Whether it was himself or Xianxia, they were both cultivators in the third-order Dao source realm, so they were extremely thirsty for these special spirit pills. Yang Kai spent half a month refining this batch of spirit herbs and spirit fruits into spirit pills. He divided them into several portions, taking one portion for himself and leaving the other portions for Xianxia and the others. This was the first time Yang Kai had gone into seclusion for nearly 4 months to refine spirit pills. In the past, he had always gone into seclusion to cultivate. Even if he occasionally went into seclusion to refine spirit pills, it would not be for such a long time. After coming out of seclusion, Yang Kai released his divine sense and found that Xianxia and the others were nowhere to be seen. He did not know where they had gone. However, the rich world energy that filled the air made him excited. Compared to 4 months ago, the density of world energy in Thousand Leaves sect had undoubtedly risen by several levels. Although it could not compare to his sealed world bead or the world energy inside the sealed world, it had indeed improved by a lot. Yang Kai guessed that this was because the entrance to the sealed world had been completely opened. Yi Jinghan had told him before that the sealed world was the source of Thousand Leaves sect's world energy. Because the entrance to the sealed world was sealed, the world energy in Thousand Leaves sect was insufficient, causing the disciples' cultivation speed to be subpar. Now that Yang Kai had repaired the world-crossing space array, Yi Hen had naturally opened the entrance immediately, allowing the world energy in the sealed world to flow into the sect. This was only the change of a few months. If Thousand Leaves sect was given more time, perhaps the world energy would become even denser. At that time, the disciples would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort in their cultivation. Thousand Leaves sect's heritage was indeed quite good. If not for the tens of thousands of years of seclusion, they would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Azure Sun Temple and the other great sects. Right at that moment, a streak of light suddenly entered Yang Kai's eyes, flying towards him from afar. This streak of light was extremely fast, and by the time Yang Kai had noticed it, it had already appeared in front of him. When the streak of light disappeared, revealing a figure hidden in the light, Yang Kai could not help but open his eyes wide as he looked in front of him in astonishment. This stream of light was impressively a snow-white tiger. This tiger was tall and mighty, awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant. The ferocious aura it exuded caused Kai Yang to tremble in fear. Pouncing forward, the white tiger let out a soft roar as a fishy wind blew towards him. A heavenly hoe? Yang Kai raised his brow. If he had not seen Thousand Leaves sect's heavenly hoe before, Yang Kai would have thought that it was a 13th order monster beast, but at this moment he knew that this white tiger was not a living creature, but a heavenly hoe. Lu Yan's little head poked out from the white tiger's broad back, her eyes wide with surprise as she asked, "Master, you've come out of seclusion?" Yang Kai glanced at her and said with a straight face, "Why did you bring someone else's white tiger over?" Lu Yan pursed her lips, "Little White is mine, so I can ride it wherever I want." "Yours?" Yang Kai's eyes widened, but he quickly realized what Lu Yan meant and immediately beamed with joy. "Well done." He had been thinking about how to ask Yi Hen about getting 1 or 2 heavenly puppets from Thousand Leaves sect to play with, but he did not expect Yi Hen to be so considerate and give one to Lu Yan before he even asked. What was Lu Yan's, wasn't it his? But this name, why is it Little White again? Yang Kai suddenly thought of Mo Xiaoqi. This little girl had a bunch of pet beasts, Xiaobai, Xiaohei, Xiaohong, Xiaolon, Xiaohuang. She had never given any of them proper names, so he couldn't help but wonder what those pet beasts were thinking. Are all girls like this? Lu Yan jumped down from the white tiger's back and landed lightly on the ground. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her pet with shining eyes, she immediately poured cold water on him. "This isn't that white tiger, this is another one." Yang Kai was disappointed when he heard this. "Why don't you want that white tiger?" Although he did not know what grade the white tiger he saw last time was, Yang Kai estimated that it was definitely a top-grade puppet. Although the one in front of him was similar in shape, it was definitely not as good as that one. Lu Yan said, "The 4 symbols heavenly puppets are the sect guarding heavenly puppets of Thousand Leaves sect. They can't be taken away." Yang Kai asked, "Then how strong can this little white be?" "A first-order Emperor Realm Master, if I push myself to the limit," Lu Yan answered without hesitation. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "Isn't there anything more powerful?" Lu Yan thought for a while, then said, "There is." After a pause, she continued matter-of-factly, "But none of them are as good-looking as this one. The others all look strange, I don't like them." "What's the use of being good-looking?" Yang Kai was about to die of anger. "Strength is king." Lu Yan's face sank and she snorted, "If I had a face full of pockmarks and disgusted you in front of you every day, how would you feel?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a long time, he was speechless. He suddenly felt that Lu Yan's words made a lot of sense. Forget it. If it's a first-order Emperor Realm Master, then so be it. It's better than nothing, Yang Kai sighed, feeling that such a great opportunity had been missed by Lu Yan. It was obviously unrealistic to ask Yi Hen to exchange for another one now, and Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to do so. It was already very generous of Yi Hen to give Lu Yan one. Lu Yan said, "Don't underestimate it. Little White runs very fast." Who knows, it might be able to save your life. Yang Kai chuckled. I'd like to know why Yi Hen gave this to you. Because I taught him how to control puppets. Lu Yen smiled faintly. Lu Yen smiled faintly. Her soul puppet body was innately capable of controlling all the puppets in Thousand Leaves sect, so she was more than qualified to be Yi Hen's teacher in this regard, saving Yi Hen many years of fumbling around. Yi Hen was grateful, so he naturally gave her one. What about the others? They'll be back soon. They've been helping Thousand Leaves sect rebuild. As they spoke, Yang Kai saw Chi Yu and the others flying over. After a short while, everyone landed one by one. After seeing Yang Kai, they were naturally overjoyed and came up to him to ask about his seclusion. Yang Kai answered them one by one. He found that Chai, whose cultivation had completely recovered, rising from the Origin King realm to the Dao Source realm. It seemed that the poison in his body had been completely removed. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.